The Lord's Empire Chapter 22:30 to Chapter 23:15. Suddenly, a black crystal flew out of Zhao Fu's body and floated in front of Zhao Fu, giving off a faint demonic light and a powerful wave of divine power. This divine power seemed to be formed from countless strands of divine power, and it gave off the aura of the Lord of Gods. This was God Ker's power, and this crystal was God Ker's divinity. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the divinity floating in front of Zhao Fu gave off a massive wave of God Ker's power and boundless demonic light, forming a formless might that slowly fused into Zhao Fu's body. Boom! A shocking explosion once again sounded out, and it was as if a missing piece had been made whole. An incredibly terrifying wave of divine power flowed out of Zhao Fu's body. At the top of the throne, countless rays of golden light shone out. The person sitting on the throne started to blur, and the space around him started to distort. A huge pressure descended on the entire secret realm. The countless creatures within the secret realm felt their bodies sink, and their bodies and souls became icy cold. They felt incredibly small, and they couldn't help but feel terror as they looked towards the center of the secret realm. The divinity that had fused into Zhao Fu's body was slowly melting and fusing into Zhao Fu's divinity. The might that Zhao Fu gave off became stronger and stronger, and it felt as if it was going to suffocate people. The people outside the secret realm did not know what was happening. In the past, those who had obtained the Lord of Gods only needed to sit on the throne and receive the godly world's fate and the baptism of the godly world's power. Now, it seemed that things were not as simple as they had thought. As Ker's divinity continuously melted, the wave of God Ker's power also continuously fused into Zhao Fu's divinity until it completely fused into Zhao Fu's divinity. After the rainbow-colored divinity in Zhao Fu's mind absorbed that wave of God Ker's power, it continuously trembled and gave off boundless divine light as well as powerful waves of divine power. It was as if it was going through changes. Before, Zhao Fu's divinity was made from a rhombus-shaped crystal, but now, Zhao Fu's divinity's shape had changed. It was now round, and there were countless small square faces on its surface. It was not made of crystal, but it was made of an even denser, firmer, and purer material. Boom! In the instant that the Godhead completed its final transformation, a terrifying wave of God power gushed out like a fountain, and in just a moment, it seemed as if the entire world was submerged in it. It was as if the world had really been locked down, and everything seemed to have stopped. Countless people's bodies, bloodlines, Godheads, and Godforce felt an extreme sense of fear. Countless people's bodies, bloodlines, divinities, and divine power all felt immense terror. This wave of divine power was the power of a ruler, and countless godly spirits were like ants in front of this power. This wave of divine power was perfect God Ker's power, and it was more than 10 times more powerful than the 10,000 God Ker from before. It was a true sovereign power, and it was not any weaker than the reincarnation path's power. Moreover, this 10,000 God Ker was Zhao Fu's unique power, and it was a sovereign power that he had created. This could be said to be a miracle because Zhao Fu's own power had not reached the sovereign level yet, but he had created a sovereign power. If word of this got out, countless people would be incredibly shocked. After all, sovereign power was very rare even in the celestial world. Within the heaven-awakened world, there were only 2 types of sovereign power. One was the 6 paths of reincarnation power and the other was creation God power. Both of these powers came from world-suppressing armaments. The 6 paths of reincarnation suppressed the underworld and had 6 paths of reincarnation power, while the Haotian mirror was the all-God mirror and had creation God power. Zhao Fu's current power could be said to have originated from creation God power because it was formed from countless strands of divine power. However, Zhao Fu's divine power was different from creation God power because whether it was the power of the 24 core gods or the power of the countless godly spirits, they had all changed and had different attributes. The source of 10,000 God power came from Zhao Fu's source energy, so it was different from creation God power. The fact that Zhao Fu had 2 sovereigns' powers was quite shocking. Right now, even Hao Dao, who had a noble status, did not grasp any sovereign's power. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious the sovereign's power was. After his divinity went through changes, the perfect God Ker that it gave off caused Zhao Fu's body to go through changes, and his bloodline also went through shocking changes as a God race bloodline was born. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu, who was sitting on the golden throne, exploded out with a terrifying power. His body gave off boundless divine light that covered the entire heavens and earth. The light was incredibly blinding, and it was impossible to see anything clearly. It was as if there was a human-shaped rainbow sun on the throne. On the ground below the throne, figures of people appeared. There were elderly people, children, men, women, beasts, birds, trees, flowers, and grass. All of them gave off a godly spirit's aura. There were many of them, and they covered the entire ground. Tianyu and the others were quite shocked at the figures that had appeared around them. These figures looked devout, respectful, fanatical, and worshipful as they looked at the person sitting on the golden throne. They then knelt down as if they were submitting to the ruler of the gods. Within the boundless starry sky, a white star seemed to sense something and gave off a terrifying aura. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the sky seemed to collapse. Countless cracks spread out, covering the entire sky. Following this, the entire sky turned into nothingness and became jet black. Countless rays of white light shot out, dyeing the entire sky white. A boundless divine might descended, as if it was a godly lord that ruled over all godly spirits. The massive might weighed down on the countless godly spirits, and it was not just Tianyu and the others within the secret realm who felt this massive might. The countless people outside the secret realm also sensed this massive might, causing their expressions to fall. Some of the weaker people were unable to resist at all, and their bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground in terror. Some experts gave off powerful energy to resist that terrifying might. A massive white star giving off white light and a heaven-toppling aura slowly descended from the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to collapse as everything shattered, unable to withstand this boundless divine might. In the end, the white emperor star stopped in the air, and its white starlight shined in all directions, dyeing the entire world white. It gave off a dignified, solemn, devout, and worshipful aura, as if a godly emperor had descended, causing the heavens and earth to submit and all gods to kneel. Countless people looked at the white star in shock. Even though they had long since expected that person to awaken the god race's emperor star, personally seeing the god race's emperor star descend, they could not help but feel shocked. At that moment, the countless experts who had come out of the god world sensed this massive ripple, and the heaven-awakened world and underworld's experts felt quite shocked. The god race's competition had just ended, and the god race's ruler had appeared, gathering the entire god world's fate and power. Now that the god race's emperor star had descended, the ripples were even more terrifying. It was evident that someone had used the god race's fate to awaken the god race's supreme emperor star. Who was this person? From these terrifying ripples, it was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. Moreover, why did these ripples feel so familiar? Wait, at that moment, countless people thought of something and felt quite startled. Could that person have gone to the god world? The person who had awakened the god race's emperor star was him? Didn't that mean that person had 7 emperor stars? This was just too shocking and hard to believe. However, the key point was that this terrifying aura belonged to him. The higher beings and teachers of the human domain's Emperor Path College looked up at the sky, feeling quite shocked. They now understood how terrifying that person was. Luckily, Emperor Path College had a good relationship with him and had not done anything to him. They had even given him the evil spirit Abyss Flower Ancestor's legacy, allowing him to awaken the demon race's supreme emperor star. This was a debt of gratitude to him, and in the future, he most likely would not become enemies with Emperor Path College and would even help them. The human Phoenix Empire's Empress looked at the sky in shock and said, "Daughter, your standards are too high. Even now, I can't imagine how terrifying he is. I feel that even the human Phoenix Empire doesn't have the right to have him as your man." Beside her, Feng Changhua also looked quite shocked. She had never thought that this man, who she could casually play around with, would become so terrifying. He had awakened the Demon Lord Star, the Outlander race's Emperor Star, and now the God race's Emperor Star. Facing this man, even someone as prideful as her felt inferior. The next time they met, the situation might be completely different. When that time came, it was unknown if she would be able to resist that man. Countless elders of the Sword Sect revealed shocked expressions as well, and they exclaimed directly. "He's simply an extraordinary genius, and no one in the heavenly enlightenment era can compare to him." One of the elders felt that it was a pity, back then, that person barged into Yu's cultivation area. It was fate, and we should have captured that person and made him marry Yu. Our sword sect would have been famous throughout the Heaven-awakened world, but it's a pity that you had some enmity with him." The other elders couldn't help but nod. This person was truly too frightening. Xianxia, who was beside him, was equally shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu's background would be so terrifying. What shocked her even more was the speed at which he had grown. In the past, she could easily defeat him in a few moves, but now he had become someone she had to look up to. The people from the Heaven Secrets Pavilion looked at the sky in shock and fell silent. Everything was as they had expected. That person had awakened the God Race's Emperor Star. In the Devil Domain, the Dragon Ancestor level figures all looked quite serious. Even though it was the God Race's Supreme Emperor Star that had awakened, the Dragon Race felt immense pressure from their bloodlines. Now, that person had 7 Supreme Emperor Stars, and his Dragon Race bloodline had gone through qualitative changes. It was even more terrifying than their Dragon Ancestor level bloodlines, and it was almost a Supreme Dragon Race bloodline. The expressions of the Dragon Imperial Palace's 8 Dragon Emperors were quite grim. This was the legatee that their 9th brother had found, and now, they all felt quite afraid. After hearing that the Dragon Imperial Palace's 9 emperors had found a legatee, they had felt quite shocked. However, that person's performance time and time again was something that none of them had expected. Now, with 7 Supreme Emperor Stars supporting him, who would dare to contend against him in the heavens and earth, or in the 4 seas and 8 wilderness, it seemed that they had to deal with this matter carefully. The Dragon Emperors felt quite fortunate that they had not done anything to offend him before, or else they would have been in trouble. The Phoenix race, another major race in the Devil race, felt an intense sense of danger, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Within the Devil race, the Dragon race and Phoenix race were enemies, and there were countless grievances between them. As such, the Phoenix race was able to sense things happening to the Dragon race. Now, all of them felt an extreme sense of danger. This danger came from the Dragon race. Some incredible existence had appeared in the Dragon race for them to feel this way. They did not even need to think to know that it was that person who had awakened the Violet Sky Dragon Star. That person had obtained the Dragon Imperial Palace's legacy, and it was not just the Dragon Imperial Palace that was searching for that person, they were also searching for that person. Even though they had not found that person, they had obtained information about that person. It was not because they were powerful but because that person had shaken the Heaven-awakened world and had awakened the God Race's Supreme Emperor Star. They felt a sense of terror. If that person returned to the Dragon race and took control of the Dragon Imperial Palace, their race would be destroyed, which was why they felt such an intense sense of danger. The other races in the Devil race, such as the Qilin, the 9-tailed fox race, the Vermilion bird race, the White marsh beast race, the Black tortoise race, the 9 infants race, and others also sensed the might from the Dragon race. This was the might of a Devil Lord. Their expressions were filled with fear and terror, as well as seriousness and worry. Now that such a terrifying existence had appeared in the Dragon race, none of them could relax. Even though they were also from the Devil race and that person had obtained the Devil race's Supreme Emperor Star, he was someone from the Dragon race and not someone from their race. With such a person in the Dragon race in the future, they all had to be careful. The Dragon race's position would not be shaken. However, the Dragon race had always been the leader of the Devil race, and they were incredibly powerful. Moreover, the Devil race's Supreme Emperor Stars were all related to dragons, so it was relatively easier for the Dragon race to awaken the Supreme Emperor Star, while it was more difficult for other races to awaken the Devil race's Emperor Star. Of course, the Devil race's Supreme Emperor Star also had an attribute, and if a race could suppress the Dragon race, the Devil race's Supreme Emperor Star would change. For example, if the Phoenix race suppressed the Dragon race, the Devil race's Emperor Star would become the Violet Sky Phoenix Star, and within the star would be a phoenix. For example, if the 9-tailed fox race suppressed the Devil race's Emperor Star, the Devil race's Emperor Star would become the Violet Sky Fox Star, and within the star would be a fox. Most importantly, no race had been able to suppress the Dragon race. As such, the Devil race's Emperor Stars were all related to the Dragon race. For example, the Phoenix race was a Phoenix dragon, the Black tortoise was a Black dragon, the Vermilion bird was a Sparrow dragon, the 9-tailed fox race was a Fox dragon, the Tree Devil was a Tree dragon, and the White tiger was a Tiger dragon. This was quite shocking, a person had awakened the god race's emperor star and not the devil race's emperor star, but this caused the devil race to feel quite panicked. Within the demon domain, the 10 demon empires people's expressions were quite unsightly. They knew who the person who had awakened the god race's emperor star was. It was the evil spirit abyss flower ancestor's legatee, the person who had awakened the demon lord star, and the second king of kings. If it was an ordinary person, as one of the most powerful factions in the demon domain, the 10 demon empire would not hesitate to kill them. However, facing this person, the 10 demon empire felt immense pressure. The key thing was that there was great enmity between the 10 demon empire and that person, and they had been chasing after him this entire time. Now that that person had 7 emperor stars, he would reach the 10 demon empire sooner or later, and when that time came, the 10 demon empire would be heavily wounded. Even though that person was not very powerful, no one doubted his abilities, that person was just that terrifying. The demon emperor sex people smiled and even felt quite excited. After all, the demon emperor sex princess was the woman of the person with 7 emperor stars, and the demon emperor sex relationship with him was quite good. They could not help but feel shocked that this person had become such a terrifying existence. Luckily, back when the princess had wanted to follow this person, they had not objected, or else they would have regretted it to death. After all, no one in the Heaven Awakened world dared to offend such a person. His future accomplishments would be unimaginable, and he would be of great benefit to the demon god emperor. Within the demon celestial tower, a beautiful middle-aged woman and everyone else smiled. The beautiful middle-aged woman was Yuan Ziyuan's mother, and Yuan Ziyuan was a famous peerless beauty in the demon domain. She was one of the people that Zhao Fu had brought back from the demon domain. Their thoughts were the same as the demon emperor sex people, and they were quite happy that Zhao Fu had become such a terrifying existence. The Outlander domain was the most shocked because it was different from other domains. Other domains people might not know about this person, but almost everyone in the Outlander domain knew about him. This was because he was their second king of kings, the ruler of the entire Outlander race, and he had the right to command everyone in the Outlander race. Back then, when that person had become the second king of kings, he had shaken the entire Outlander race, and almost everyone knew about him. This was mainly because of the glory of the first king of kings, and even a child knew about him. As such, everyone paid great attention to his legatee. Before, everyone had been incredibly excited about the second king of kings, and they felt that under the second king of kings' leadership, they would once again walk towards glory. However, after learning of his identity, they realized that he wasn't a pure Outlander, but someone with many different bloodlines. This caused them to not have a very high opinion of him. At that time, when the experts of the other races surrounded him, they were somewhat powerless to protect him. Now that he had awakened another emperor star, and it was a god race emperor star, the Outlander people felt quite complicated and did not know what to do. However, they did not doubt why the first king of kings had chosen him as his legatee. After all, that person was incredibly terrifying, and countless people looked up to him. The 10 geniuses of the Outlander race who had been defeated by Zhao Fu in the past felt even better. Before, they had been able to put up a fight against Zhao Fu. But now, they feared him and didn't have any ability to resist. Outlander 10 College's teachers were also incredibly shocked. The second king of kings had not disappointed them at all. Back then, Outlander 10 College had risked everything to protect this king of kings, and the old dean, who had been in closed-door cultivation, had personally suppressed countless higher-being existences, allowing that person to escape. Now, it seemed that this had been the right decision. Even though that person wasn't a pure Outlander, it was possible that he could fulfill the King of Kings prophecy and lead the Outlander race to glory. That way, everything they had done would have been worth it. The Spirit Domain's 6 Desires celestial sect had been giving off a terrifying aura and wanted to destroy everything, but now, it seemed that it was afraid. It no longer gave off that ferocious and berserk aura, and it was like a frightened tiger. What's going on? How could the 6 Desires celestial sect statues be afraid? With their power, they wouldn't even be afraid of higher beings, so what are they afraid of? They don't even dare to release their auras. This is the first time they've seen this. That's right, they gave off such terrifying ripples just then, but now they don't even dare to release their auras at all. Who could do this? Could it be that celestial bastard? Just then, it was that celestial bastard that made the stone statues go berserk. Now, it should be him that makes the stone statues fear him. Now that you say it like that, things are quite serious. If that celestial bastard has the ability to make the 6 Desires stone statues fear him, he has the ability to destroy the 6 Desires celestial sect. This is a big matter, and we need to quickly discuss how to deal with it. That's right, that celestial bastard is definitely the most terrifying person in history. We can't be careless, or else the consequences will be severe. Roar. Roar, roar. Within the depths of the underworld, the 6 Desires demon statues once again gave off massive roars. Terrifying auras continuously spread out, causing the heavens and earth to fall into chaos. Countless people felt a chill and could not help but tremble. This was different to the 6 Desires demon statues' furious roars from before. Now, the 6 Desires demon statues' roars were not roars of fury but fearful of a certain existence. A person cried out in shock, "Heavens! Just what kind of existence is it for the 6 Paths demon statues to fear it? Isn't this too terrifying?" Another person said in shock, "It's the first time I've seen the 6 Paths demon statues act like this. I'm curious just what kind of existence they fear. With their power, they can even kill celestials." The person next to him said seriously, "This matter is quite serious, and we need to investigate it carefully. I feel that it has something to do with what happened before. As the underworld's world-suppressing armament, the 6 Paths of reincarnation is the foundation of the underworld. We can't allow anything to happen to it." Another person nodded seriously, "What should we do then? The 6 Desires demon statues are not in a normal state right now. If we rashly advance, we might be killed by them." An elder said, "Let's wait here for a few days and let the 6 Paths demon statues calm down before going to investigate. Facing the 6 Paths demon statues, we won't be able to retaliate at all." Hearing this, everyone nodded and waited within the depths of the underworld. Boom, back at the godly world, the sovereign god star in the sky sent down an enormous pillar of white light that fell on Zhao Fu's body. Countless traces of the god race's emperor star's power flowed into Zhao Fu's body, speeding up Zhao Fu's transformation. This power was incredibly beneficial to Zhao Fu's bloodline. Now, Zhao Fu had the 10,000 god bloodline. Even though this bloodline had been born after the sovereign god star had descended, it was fusing with other bloodlines. If it succeeded, there would be shocking changes. P.S. There's a group number in the description, and I hope everyone can join. The pillar of light that had landed on Zhao Fu's body disappeared, and the emperor star in the sky gradually disappeared. Now, the 10,000 god bloodline had fused into Zhao Fu's body, causing his body to go through changes. Whether it was Zhao Fu's talent, constitution, or bloodline, they had all gone through qualitative changes. It could be said that Zhao Fu's talent was now at the peak of the heaven-awakened world, and his constitution had become even more monstrous. Whether it was his defense, endurance, or recovery speed, they were all monstrous. Most importantly, Zhao Fu's bloodline was now at the peak of the divine bloodline, and he was just a trace away from breaking through to the origin bloodline. Zhao Fu sat on the god's throne and gave off an indescribable aura, as if he was the ruler of the god world. He was high and mighty, and no one could blaspheme him. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. The King of Kings had caused too many things this time, causing them to feel incredibly shocked time and time again, and their hearts were in their throats. Now that he had awakened the god race's emperor star, the god competition had concluded. He was the ruler of this god race, and no one had any objections. Whether it was the ordinary commoners or peerless geniuses, they were all convinced. After all, they had personally seen just how terrifying he was, and it was unimaginably terrifying. No one would object to him being the #1 expert in the heaven-awakened world. Everyone was quite satisfied with the god competition this time. It was dozens of times more exciting and intense than before, allowing them to witness a battle between true geniuses. Now, they all looked incredibly excited. Hao Dao looked at Zhao Fu sitting on the throne and looked quite shocked. 6 emperor stars had been enough to shock him, and now another one had awakened in front of him, bringing the total to 7. Hao Dao had never heard of a person having 7 supreme emperor stars before. Even the celestial world did not have such a terrifying person, and yet he had encountered one in the heaven-awakened world. This was a massive blow to him. If he had not personally seen it, he definitely would not have believed it. Hao Dao didn't have any complaints about being defeated in the hands of such a person. Such a person would sooner or later shake the entire immortal world. However, there was also a bit of a pity this time, and that was the matter of the first-generation Divine Master. His purpose was to obtain the inheritance of the first-generation Divine Master, and he had even listened to his master's words. Now that he had not obtained the first God Lord's legacy, his master would never have thought that he would lose to someone else in the Heaven-Awakened world. If this matter was told to him, he would probably also be very shocked. Also, he did not obtain the first-generation Divine Master's inheritance, and neither did Zhao Fu. He had just obtained a portion of the Divine Master's inheritance power, and it was not the true inheritance power. In other words, he still had a chance to obtain the inheritance of the first Divine Master, but he would have to wait for 9 years before the next competition of the gods. Standing by the side, Tianyu also felt quite shocked. 7 Supreme Emperor stars were not as common as cabbages but the rarest Supreme Emperor stars. It was not just the Emperor stars but also that person's terrifying power. Tianyu admitted that he could not compare to such a person, even though he was the #1 expert in the godly world, he had to look up to this sort of existence. Xianxia and the other women were also quite shocked. Seeing Zhao Fu awaken the god race's Emperor stars, they felt that this was their man, an untouchable existence. Now, they all felt intense admiration towards Zhao Fu. To be able to become a woman of such an existence was a great opportunity. Miao Lu was also completely convinced by Zhao Fu. There had never been anyone who could make her feel so convinced, including her body. Boom! An explosion sounded out as if the entire godly world had exploded. The entire godly world violently trembled as the weather changed and clouds swirled as divine power became chaotic. Countless people felt quite startled and looked towards the sky where the explosion had come from. An unimaginably powerful divine might descended from the godly world, and the entire godly world seemed to bear this immense divine might. Birds did not dare to fly, beasts did not dare to run, and insects did not dare to cry out. Everyone in the godly world felt as if their bodies had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Darkness corroded their souls, causing their bodies to become icy cold. Their minds went blank, and they all froze, feeling an unprecedented fear. In that moment, the godly world fell silent, and there was no sound at all. The pressure was so heavy that it could suffocate people. This was not the end. That boundless, noble, ancient, and supreme divine might not only weighed down on the entire godly world, but it also spread into the Heaven-Awakened world. At that moment, the Heaven-Awakened world's winds and clouds went through, and countless experts' expressions fell. They felt the immense divine might coming from the godly world, and it felt as if the heavens were pressing down. What kind of divine might was this? Even the Heaven-Awakened world could sense it. They were in 2 different worlds, and it was so vast that it was simply unimaginable. Many old monsters woke up from their closed-door cultivation and looked at the sky in shock. Within the underworld, many experts' expressions changed because they sensed the divine might coming from the Heaven-Awakened world. After sensing it, they felt even more shocked because this divine might did not come from the Heaven-Awakened world but from the godly world. What kind of divine might was this? It was simply too terrifying. It could actually spread through the 3 worlds. Suddenly, countless rays of white light shot out from the godly world's sky, causing the entire godly world to become white. It was incredibly blinding, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Within the Heaven-Awakened world, countless rays of white light shot out from the sky, but they were not as intense as the godly worlds. However, they still caused the sky to become white. Within the gloomy underworld, rays of white light shot down from the sky, dispelling the darkness. However, the Yin-Chi fell into chaos, and countless ghosts howled in terror as if they were extremely afraid of these rays of light. The scene of countless howls caused the underworld to become even more terrifying, and it was as if it was a sure hell. At that moment, countless people from the outer world and alchemy world saw the white light coming from the Heaven-Awakened world. The countless ferocious, bloodthirsty, hateful insects that wanted to kill all godly spirits in the Heaven-Awakened world were now terrified, and they no longer looked as ferocious as before. Now, there were many different insects crawling on the ground, not daring to move at all. Their eyes were filled with terror, an indescribable terror. On the other side, the alchemy world was given a fright and quickly retreated. Under the countless rays of white light, the alchemy world's elemental essences started to collapse. Just what kind of light was this? It had such terrifying power, causing countless people in the alchemy world to feel incredibly terrified. Alchemy elemental essences were the foundation of an alchemy world and the most important thing. They were the source of the alchemy world, and the entire alchemy world was made up of different alchemy elemental essences. However, these countless rays of white light could cause alchemy elemental essences to collapse, giving them the power to destroy the alchemy world. The experts from the outer world and alchemy world looked at the countless rays of white light seriously, wondering just what had happened in the Heaven Awakened world and just what these rays of white light were. Finally, they looked back at the godly world. Within the white sky, a massive platinum-like object gave off a boundless divine might as it slowly descended from the sky. It was as if the entire godly world could not withstand this power. That object continuously descended, and more of it was revealed. Finally, a gigantic white metallic mirror appeared in the sky. It was impossible to tell how big this mirror was, and it almost covered the entire sky. It was circular and was made of white metal. There were many cloud inscriptions on the sides of the mirror, and the front of the mirror was very clear and could reflect all sorts of things. On the back of the mirror were profound and complicated divine runes, and they gave off a boundless, noble, ancient, and supreme aura. Under this terrifying aura, not only did countless creatures feel incredibly terrified, but it was as if they were facing the ruler of everything. The entire godly world seemed to be filled with terror. This was the godly world's world-suppressing armament, the Haotian mirror. Countless people looked at the Haotian mirror in shock. Ever since the Haotian mirror had disappeared into the boundless void, this was the first time it had appeared. Only it could give off such a terrifying aura. It was also the first time many people had seen the legendary Haotian mirror. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it gave off a feeling of insignificance and despair. At the same time, they were incredibly shocked. Why had the Haotian mirror suddenly descended? By now, the mirrors outside the secret realms had disappeared, and no one could see what was happening within the secret realms. Within the secret realms, everyone was even more shocked, and even Hao Dao's body uncontrollably trembled. A massive Haotian mirror appeared behind the throne, giving off boundless white light that dyed the sky white. It also gave off a power that was even more terrifying than the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Zhao was seated on his throne. His eyes were closed, and his body did not move at all. His movements didn't change at all. Boom, a deafening roar rang out and the Haotian mirror shone with a seemingly tangible white light, which shone upon Zhao body. An endless amount of divine power surged into Zhao body like a tidal wave. At that moment, Zhao cloak turned into countless fragments and his body underwent a huge change. Everyone looked at Zhao in shock. Zhao body first shone with all sorts of rainbow-colored light, and a powerful wave of 10,000 deities' power spread out from his body, enveloping the surrounding 10,000 meters. It was extremely terrifying, and even the space seemed to distort. Right now, Zhao 10,000 deities' power had reached the perfect level of sovereign power, and he had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and rule over 10,000 deities' power. But then, something unexpected happened. The terrifying 10,000 deities' power grew weaker and weaker, and the rainbow-colored light that Zhao body gave off also began to lose color. However, the weakening of the 10,000 deities' power and the decreasing colors did not mean that Zhao true power had weakened. Instead, a brand new power was growing and spreading within Zhao body. Boom, 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 deafening roars rang out, and waves of terrifying might descended from the sky. The sky was unable to withstand this enormous power, and it continuously collapsed into nothingness. 7 massive stars gave off intense starlight and gave off terrifying auras as they slowly descended from the sky. One was a blood-red star that gave off an aura of disaster, one gave off a noble aura, one was a gray star that gave off an eerie aura, one was a violet star that gave off devil chi, one was a black star that gave off demonic chi, one was an azure star that gave off an outlander aura, and one was a white star that gave off a holy aura. The 7 emperor stars hung in the sky above Zhao, giving off terrifying power that covered the entire world. Nothing could resist them, and the 7 different colors of light split the sky into 7 different colors. The Haotian mirror behind the throne was not affected at all, and it continuously sent source god power into Zhao body. The 10,000 deities' power that Zhao Fu gave off finally disappeared, and it did not give off any light. At that moment, a blood-red mark appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead. It looked like a mark formed from countless runes, and it gave off a source aura. This mark was the origin mark that Tuoba Qing had given to Zhao Fu back then. With this mark, one's bloodline could continuously become stronger until it became an origin bloodline. The reason why Zhao Fu was so powerful and had an emperor star was largely because of this origin mark. To Zhao Fu, this was incredibly important, and it was just a bit less important than Zhao Fu's life. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely view this origin mark as something even more important than their life. This was something that countless people dreamed of, and even higher beings were no exception. With it, they would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step and become the most powerful person in the world. At that moment, the blood-red mark started to melt, and the runes spread out from between Zhao Fu's eyebrows before covering Zhao Fu's entire body. A dust-like substance rose up from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body seemed to silently disintegrate as it gradually disappeared. Within a building in the half-celestial world, a woman with blood-red hair and eyes who was even more beautiful than a celestial maiden sensed something and looked quite shocked as she muttered to herself, "I never thought that my husband would grow to such a level in just 10 years, I underestimated him back then." Hearing this, a handsome young man next to her looked quite startled and looked at the woman as he asked, "Clan's daughter, what husband did you just say? How come I've never heard you mention him before?" The woman came back to her senses and calmly replied, "It's none of your business." The young man looked at the woman and wanted to know who that person was to be this woman's husband. This woman was no ordinary person, she had a pure origin human race bloodline. Not only did she have a noble identity, but her origin race's power was also incredibly terrifying. It was a power that could cause people to feel despair and fear, and ordinary experts did not want to offend her. Coupled with her peerless beauty that was even more beautiful than a fairy, there was almost no man in the world who did not want to obtain her. Even real immortals were no exception. She had this kind of charm. Now, this woman was the #1 beauty in the half-immortal world. Almost everyone in the half-immortal world knew of her. She naturally had countless admirers and the young man was one of them. However, because this woman's identity was very special and her bloodline was very noble, the young man didn't have the guts to express his feelings. Hearing her words, the young man didn't expect that this woman actually had a husband. He had never heard of this before and couldn't think of any man that was worthy of her. He felt a dull pain in his heart. Even though the young man really wanted to know who that man was, he didn't continue to ask and said, "I heard that the God World's Haotian mirror has appeared. Experts from all over the half-immortal world have already gone to the God World to take a look. Should we go and take a look?" The woman didn't want to answer and said, "Go by yourself. I'm not interested." The young man was astonished. He didn't expect the woman to answer like that because the Haotian mirror had appeared. It shocked the entire half-immortal world and she actually said that she wasn't interested. Could it be that she really didn't want to know what happened and why the Haotian mirror had appeared? One must know that the Haotian mirror was the God World's world-suppressing artifact. It had unimaginably terrifying power and could easily slaughter countless immortals. Ever since the war in the immemorial God World, it had hidden itself in the endless void. After such a long time, it suddenly appeared and shook the entire half-immortal world. There wasn't a single power that didn't care about this. The woman relied on the origin imprint and naturally understood the reason. She was also very shocked. She didn't think that her husband could cause the Haotian mirror to appear and shake the entire half-immortal world. She also wanted to go and take a look but she had many concerns. Firstly, her identity wasn't completely exposed. If it was exposed, she was worried that Zhao Fu would be implicated. Seeing that the woman didn't want to go, the young man didn't continue to speak. He just stood there quietly and continued to guess who that man was. Back in the secret realm, Zhao Fu's body disappeared from the throne. However, everyone could sense that Zhao Fu was still sitting there. It was just that they couldn't see him with their naked eyes. It was as if he had become a higher-level existence. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red star in the sky gave off an intense blood-red light, and a massive power of disaster spread out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the golden star in the sky gave off an intense golden light and a massive wave of human race power spread out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the gray star in the sky gave off an intense gray light, and a massive wave of ghostly energy spread out. Then, four explosions sounded. The black star gave off demonic light and demonic energy, the violet star gave off violet light and devil race power, the azure star gave off boundless azure light and outlander race power, and the white star gave off god race power. The 7 stars gave off their own power, and 7 illusory scenes appeared around the throne. Each scene was different, and each one was tens of thousands of meters wide. One scene was that the sky was blood red and the ground was cracked. Volcanoes continuously erupted and lightning continuously descended. People madly fought and howled, and corpses were strewn all over the ground. One scene was that the sky was golden, and it was a scene of countless people living. There were people farming, people reading, people walking, and people talking. There were also people admiring flowers. One scene was that the sky was gray, and the world was eerie. There was ghostly chi everywhere, and there were countless ghosts and monsters of all shapes and sizes that gave off howls. One scene was that the sky was violet, and there were countless powerful devil beasts giving off terrifying devil chi as they howled. There were dragons, phoenixes, foxes, dogs, snakes, pigs, cows, scorpions, toads, and others. One scene was that the sky was black, and there were countless places giving off demonic chi. There were all sorts of demons that gave off cruel and evil smiles. One scene was that the sky was azure, and there were all sorts of outlanders living there. There were minotaurs, kobolds, cats, nagas, tiger-headed, lion people, and dragon people. One scene was that the sky was white, and there were countless godly spirits floating in the sky, giving off divine might and looking quite terrifying. After the 7 scenes appeared, they surged toward the divine throne like a tidal wave, bringing with them an endless amount of heaven and earth power as well. The 7 illusory scenes fused together, and a person's image gradually appeared. At first, this person's image was quite hazy, but as heaven and earth power continuously flowed in, that person's body gradually became corporeal. It was Zhao Fu. Sitting on the throne, Zhao Fu gave off the aura of a ruler of the world. He slowly opened his eyes, and an even more terrifying might spread out like a wave of light, causing the space around him to shatter like a mirror. Zhao Fu's left eye now had 11 pupils, and each of them gave off a terrifying aura. His right eye was still a cross-shaped pupil with 6 gray dots around it, and there were life god runes at the corners of his eyes. Zhao Fu's appearance had greatly changed. His jet-black hair had become colorless and transparent, and his appearance had become even more handsome and flawless. He now had 2 fangs in his mouth. There was a mirror on his forehead that was slightly bigger than a silver coin, and it looked almost identical to the Haotian mirror. It was just that it was many times smaller than the massive Haotian mirror. Zhao Fu's body was now completely naked. He was quite tall and slim, and his muscles were well proportioned. His skin was as white as jade, and it felt incredibly smooth. It did not seem like human skin at all. There was also a fist-sized mark on Zhao Fu's chest. This mark was circular and had 7 colors, and it looked like 7 stars had been imprinted on it. Moreover, Zhao Fu's body gave off a fragrance that surpassed that of a holy tier spirit herb. Just smelling it would make one feel as if they could live for 100 years. Finally, there were 7 egg-shaped stars around Zhao Fu's body. Each star gave off a different resplendent light and different powers. Some gave off disaster power, some gave off demonic power, some gave off devil race power, and some gave off godly spirit power. These 7 stars corresponded to the 7 Supreme Emperor stars, and each star represented the power of each Supreme Emperor star. The aura that Zhao Fu gave off was so powerful that it could not be described with words. It was as if it surpassed the world and was not bound by any power. It would not age or die, and it was ethereal, illusory, and untouchable. The current Zhao Fu caused countless people present to look incredibly shocked. He completely surpassed what they could accept. How had he become such a terrifying existence? By now, everyone felt that Zhao Fu had surpassed celestials and was an existence even more terrifying than celestials. Celestials were already at the peak of this world, so what was an existence even more terrifying than celestials? Even Hao Tian looked incredibly shocked, and massive waves crashed in his heart. He had personally witnessed the birth of an extremely terrifying person. He could now clearly sense that Zhao Fu's bloodline was no longer a divine bloodline but an origin bloodline. More importantly, his bloodline was an origin initial generation bloodline, the purest kind of bloodline. Even though Hao Dao also had an origin bloodline and was quite pure, his bloodline had been passed down for many generations, and the purity of his bloodline could not compare to Zhao Fu's. As such, he could sense the might from Zhao Fu's bloodline. This was something that was incredibly difficult to accomplish, as his origin bloodline was already incredibly powerful. It was one of the top-tier bloodlines in the world, and even many celestial bloodlines could not reach origin bloodlines. However, someone had done it. This was the first time he had seen someone with an origin bloodline. Moreover, his origin bloodline was not an ordinary origin bloodline, it felt much more terrifying than ordinary origin bloodlines. Not only did it contain the bloodlines of the 7 great races, but it also contained the bloodlines of the 7 supreme emperor stars. It was understandable that he had the bloodlines of the 7 great races, as some people could use many bloodlines. However, there were differences in strength between bloodlines. Those people's bloodlines were naturally not as high grade as Zhao Fu's. Zhao Fu's 7 great races bloodline was definitely one of the top-tier bloodlines, and it was incredibly powerful. As for the 7 emperor star bloodlines, Zhao Fu could not understand and felt that it was almost impossible. Fate stars meant that a person relied on powerful fate to cause a star to descend. That person could also use massive amounts of star power. This was related to fate. However, fate and bloodlines were 2 completely different things. Since that person had the Emperor Star bloodline, this meant that his descendants would naturally have Emperor Star power and would awaken a Supreme Emperor Star. This kind of bloodline ability caused the bloodline to become a bloodline that could shock even the celestial world, and it could be called a top-tier bloodline in the celestial world. This was because they directly had Emperor Star power, and it was very likely that they were born with a Supreme Emperor Star. Supreme Emperor Stars were incredibly rare and terrifying, and they were items for peerless experts. With the protection of a Supreme Emperor Star, they could avoid many dangers. As for how this bloodline had been formed, Hao Dao felt that when his body had been reconstructed, there had been 7 illusory scenes. These 7 illusory scenes were the source power of the 7 Emperor Stars, which was why he had the Emperor Star bloodline. This matter was really too important. Hao Dao felt that he didn't have the ability to deal with it. He only wanted to wait until he returned to the immortal world to report this matter to the Patriarch and Master and let them deal with it. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying existence. If even Hao Dao, who was the most powerful and had the most terrifying identity, was like this, Tian Yu and Miao Lu were even more shocked. Their minds were quite blank, and their hearts were still beating quickly. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying existence. In front of him, the 2 of them did not even have the courage to resist. Even if they had Supreme Emperor Stars, it would be useless. Tian Yu did not know what to say. Facing a terrifying figure like Zhao Fu, who far surpassed his imagination, he did not feel any dissatisfaction at all. Whether it was status, bloodline, or power, Zhao Fu completely suppressed him. Miao Lu could not help but feel even more admiration towards Zhao Fu, and she felt quite happy. She felt that Zhao Fu had done the right thing in taking advantage of her back then. To countless women, they would not have any complaints about having a man like this. All women felt that they were not worthy of such a man. The other women felt the same way, especially those who did not have very high statuses. They all felt quite fortunate to have been able to meet Zhao Fu. At that moment, the abnormal signs in the surroundings started to dissipate, and the massive Haotian mirror in the sky once again disappeared into the boundless void. The terrifying aura also disappeared, and the world once again became peaceful. Everyone regained their senses at this moment, and the scene was like a boiling pot. Too terrifying, simply too terrifying. Even the godly world's world-suppressing armament has appeared. I've never felt such a terrifying aura before. Even a higher being would have to submit to this aura. That's right, I never thought that the Haotian mirror would appear. It hasn't appeared since the immemorial war, and the entire heaven-awakened world has probably been shaken. Just what do you think caused the Haotian mirror to descend? I'm quite curious, but aren't you all curious? That's right, just what kind of terrifying reason could cause the Haotian mirror to descend? It's simply too terrifying. I'm so scared that I'm covered in cold sweat. Needless to say, it's definitely the second King of Kings. After all, he had just awakened the god race's supreme emperor star, and then the Haotian mirror descended. There can't be such a coincidence, it definitely has something to do with him. That's right, it definitely has something to do with the second King of Kings. Almost all of the terrifying things happening now are related to him, so there's no need to think about it. If that's really the case, then the second King of Kings is even more terrifying. I wonder what's happening in the secret realm, I really want to know. I also want to know. It's possible that the Haotian mirror has given him some power, causing him to go through shocking changes. It's a pity that the secret realm's mirror has disappeared, so we can't know what's happening inside. Sitting on his throne, Zhao Fu could not help but give a trace of a smile. He had never thought that the Haotian mirror would suddenly descend and allow him to break through the restrictions of his divine bloodline and break through to the origin bloodline. It had also reshaped his body and given him even more terrifying power. Now, Zhao Fu and Tuoba Qing were both members of the origin race. However, her origin race was an extremely ancient race, while Zhao Fu's was only an early stage. Suddenly, a system announcement sounded out, the god competition has concluded. Rewards have been distributed. In front of everyone in the secret realm, different items appeared. Of course, the grade of the items depended on points, and the higher one's points were, the more precious the items would be. 3 items appeared in front of Zhao Fu, an orb of rainbow flames giving off godly spirit aura, a golden crystal pearl, and a silver-white talisman paper. That colorful orb of fire was the god flame, which was one of Zhao Fu's goals. It could be used to forge a great desolate cauldron and give the spirit maiden the ability to devour other worlds' consciousnesses. When that time came, Qin would become an existence like the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu was quite interested, but there were too many unknowns. If he encountered a world similar to the Heaven Awakened world, Qin's world would be completely destroyed. The Heaven Awakened world was a great backer, and unless something unexpected happened, Zhao Fu would not leave the Heaven Awakened world. The second item was a golden crystal pearl. It was not very big, only as big as a longan fruit, and it was incredibly transparent and pure. It gave off the might of a god emperor. This crystal pearl was called a god emperor pearl. Anyone who fused it into their body would obtain a powerful god emperor's constitution and god emperor's power. It was an incredibly precious treasure. Emperor-level existences were already top-tier existences in the world, and countless people had to look up to them. They were incredibly powerful, and this crystal pearl could directly give a god emperor's constitution and power, which was why it was so precious. However, Zhao Fu was not interested at all because Zhao Fu only had a source bloodline. However, he could give this item to his subordinates. As for who to give it to, Zhao Fu thought of Aracina. She had helped Zhao Fu a lot, so he could give this to her. As for Xin Qianhua, Yu Chan, and Miao Lu, they all had emperor-level bloodlines, so they did not need this item. The final silver talisman was as long as a palm and 3 fingers wide, and it was densely covered with divine runes and formations. It looked incredibly profound and complicated, and the talisman itself gave off a powerful aura. This talisman was called the 9-God Demon Forbidden Talisman, and it was incredibly powerful and could seal higher being existences for a period of time. After looking at the introduction, Zhao Fu felt quite tempted. Higher beings were terrifying existences, and Zhao Fu was unable to defend against them. In fact, he would be crushed by them, and if he met them, he could only run. Sometimes, he would not even be able to escape. Now that he had this talisman, even if he faced higher being existences, he would have a trace of resistance and would not have to fear them. For this talisman to be able to seal higher being existences for a period of time, it could be seen just how precious and terrifying it was. It was a pity that it could only be used once. After looking through the 3 items' information, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and put them away. At that moment, Zhao Fu realized that he wasn't wearing any clothes at all. Zhao Fu didn't have such a fetish, so he immediately took out some clothes and put them on. Zhao Fu's appearance returned to its original form. He felt that his previous form was quite inconvenient, and even though it was quite powerful, Zhao Fu did not like it. The clear sky mirror had indeed given Zhao Fu some origin god power, and this origin god power had fused with Zhao Fu's perfect 10,000 god power, forming an even more terrifying 10,000 god power. One was Zhao Fu's 10,000 god power, and the other was the Haotian mirror's 10,000 god power. One was Zhao Fu's 10,000 god power, and the other was the Haotian mirror's 10,000 god power, which was creation god power. Its true name was 10,000 god power, not creation god power. Before, Zhao Fu had thought that its power could make a person a godly spirit, allowing them to become a godly spirit. It had even created an era of godly spirits, so it was called creation god power. However, after Zhao Fu had obtained the Haotian mirror's power, he had obtained some information and understood that the Haotian mirror's true name was Haotian mirror, not 10,000 god mirror. Its power was 10,000 god power, not creation god power. A single type of sovereign power was already quite terrifying, and when two types of sovereign power fused together, it would naturally be even more terrifying. Furthermore, Zhao Fu's power of 10,000 deities originated from Haotian's divine power. Hence, the integration of the two could be said to be perfect. There was no rejection, nor any side effects. This was the strongest power that Zhao Fu possessed. Now that Zhao Fu could use the power of the Haotian mirror and the power of the six paths reincarnation, it would shock countless people. This was because of the godly world's world-suppressing weapons and the Yin world's world-suppressing weapons. For Zhao Fu to be able to use their powers, there was definitely no one else in the heaven-awakened world who could do this. Zhao Fu was the first person in history. Moreover, Zhao Fu's cultivation was now at the Emperor Heaven Realm. Back then, the Emperor Heaven Realm was a lofty existence that even Zhao Fu could not touch. In fact, he had been bullied by an Emperor Heaven Realm expert and could only endure it. Now that Zhao Fu had become an Emperor Heaven Realm expert and had the terrifying power of an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, he would not have to fear any Heaven Realm expert in the future. In fact, he could even suppress them. Zhao Fu felt incredibly confident. After returning to Qin, Qin was going to go through massive changes. Not only had he broken through to the Emperor Heaven Realm and become the ruler of all gods, but he had also resolved the matter of the Philosopher's Stone and the desolate Great Cauldron. Qin's strength would quickly grow in a short period of time, and the Fire Nation, Devil Horn Empire, Second Aeolian Empire, the royal kingdoms in the inner regions, the alchemy world, and the outer world would no longer have to fear Qin and would instead trample them all beneath his feet. Thinking back to what had happened, Zhao Fu felt that it was a pity. Even now, he did not know what had happened regarding the first God Lord. That God Lord had given Zhao Fu a portion of his legacy power, but he had not given Zhao Fu all of it. Moreover, he did not know what the white hole at the center of the magic formation contained, and he did not know if the first God Lord's corpse would be there. If he could go there, he would be able to understand what had happened, and he would be able to obtain great gains. This was something left behind by the first God Lord, and no matter if it was his tomb or the legacy land, there would definitely be countless treasures. Moreover, no one had obtained these treasures before, so there would definitely be a shocking amount. Now that the God competition had concluded, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to enter. Moreover, even if Zhao Fu was given another chance, he would not be able to enter. This was because Zhao Fu had not done it, which meant that he had not received the first God Lord's acknowledgement. Zhao Fu felt that if it was Hao Dao, he would definitely be able to enter. After all, the God Lord's aura was quite similar to Hao Dao's, and there might be a great connection between them. However, Zhao Fu did not think too much about it because the God competition had concluded and everyone would be forcefully teleported back to the stage. Zhao Fu flew down from the throne and came before the women. Facing Zhao Fu, the women could not help but feel quite restrained. This was an instinctive reaction. Zhao Fu's aura was simply too terrifying and high level, and it transcended everything in this world. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he asked, "What is it?" The women came back to their senses and let go of their restraints as they surrounded Zhao Fu. Miaolu lightly laughed as she said, "You're even more terrifying than before. I don't even know if I'll be able to catch up to you." Shen Qianhua also smiled as she said, "That's right. Husband, you can be said to be the number one person in the heaven-awakened world, no one can compare to you. Moreover, your potential is something that even celestials fear." Jiao Yun flirtatiously smiled as she said, "We're so honored to be Master's women, this is our greatest opportunity. If Master can recover in that area, that would be for the best, we'll be able to properly serve Master." Zhao Fu rolled his eyes at her and said, "The God competition has concluded, and I've finished my matters in the godly world. Now, I'll take you all back to my faction." The women all smiled and nodded in understanding. They had waited for this day for a long time and had long since expected it. As Zhao Fu's women, they definitely had to follow him back. Miaolu asked with some concern, "Are we going back to the half-celestial world or somewhere else?" By now, Miaolu only knew that Zhao Fu was the second king of kings and did not know anything else. This was what countless people were curious about, just who was Zhao Fu and where did he come from. Zhao Fu apologetically smiled. With Qin's current status, it was quite unpresentable for Miaolu. After all, she came from the #1 faction in the godly domain, and her foundation was terrifying. Qin definitely could not compare to her. "No, you'll know after you go back. I might disappoint you." Miaolu felt quite surprised. Zhao Fu was such a terrifying existence, yet he was not from the half-celestial world. Could it be that he was from the celestial world? However, from Zhao Fu's tone, he did not seem to be from the celestial world. Where was that? Seeing that Zhao Fu was unwilling to say anything, Miaolu said carelessly, "There's no such thing as disappointment. Anyway, I'm yours. Wherever you go, I'll naturally go." Zhao Fu smiled and pulled her into his arms. He smiled and said seriously to the tree hole, "I will definitely treat you well in the future." Mie Glaze's face became slightly red, and he felt a wave of warmth in his heart as he happily hugged Zhao Fu. On the side, Luli couldn't help but smile. Originally, her family's young miss hated Zhao Fu very much, but now, it seemed like she had completely fallen in love with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's charm was truly quite great, and there were almost no women who could escape his grasp. At that moment, Hao Dao gave a trace of a smile and brought Lan Lu to the side as he said, "Congratulations on awakening an emperor star, advancing your bloodline to an origin bloodline, and possessing such terrifying power." Everyone felt quite startled and came back to their senses. It turned out that Zhao Fu's aura was so terrifying that he had broken through to a divine bloodline and become an origin bloodline. That was a bloodline that reigned above divine bloodlines. They had heard of origin bloodlines in ancient legends but had never seen one before. They did not even need to think to understand how terrifying they were. Among the women, Miaolu's bloodline was only at the peak of the imperial bloodline and had not broken through to a divine bloodline. There was a great disparity between her and Zhao Fu's bloodline. Zhao Fu turned to look at Hao Dao and smiled as he said, "Thank you." Hao Dao smiled as he continued to ask, "I'm quite curious as to just who Sir is. I wonder if Sir can reveal some information." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That's impossible. Also, I don't think you've ever told me your identity." Hao Dao looked quite startled before lightly laughing as he said, "I'm willing to use my identity to exchange for yours." Zhao Fu would definitely directly refuse. Hao Dao was a terrifying faction from the celestial world, and Zhao Fu could sense that his bloodline was an origin bloodline. Zhao Fu could not afford to offend such a person. Moreover, Zhao Fu's identity was that of a king from a small desolate domain. If he revealed his identity, he would be seeking death, and he would not be able to resist at all. It could be said that if Hao Dao revealed his identity, Zhao Fu would be greatly shocked, and Zhao Fu would not dare to offend him. If Zhao Fu revealed his identity, he might be killed, so Zhao Fu would definitely refuse. Hao Dao did not expect this and asked, "Then how can Sir reveal your identity? Even if it's just a trace of it." Now that he had met someone in the heaven-awakened world who would shake the entire celestial world, Hao Dao definitely wanted to know everything about Zhao Fu, even if it was just a trace. However, Zhao Fu still smiled as he replied, "I'm sorry, but it's impossible for my information to be leaked." Hao Dao felt quite helpless. Seeing that Zhao Fu was not willing to say anything, he did not force him and smiled as he said, "Forget it then. Also, you don't mind being friends with me, right?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Of course I don't mind." Hao Dao also gave a trace of a happy smile because someone like Zhao Fu would definitely shake the entire celestial world in the future. To be able to become friends with someone of this level was definitely a very good thing. Hao Dao continued to speak, "What plans does Sir have after the god competition ends?" "I plan to properly travel around the godly world with Sir." Zhao Fu replied, "I don't have such plans. After the god competition ends, I'll take them back to where I came from." Hao Dao felt quite disappointed. He had wanted to use this opportunity to understand Zhao Fu better, but Zhao Fu wanted to go back to where she came from. He naturally could not go with her, as it was impossible for Zhao Fu's identity to be leaked. How could he take him to where Zhao Fu was? In the end, Hao Dao could only shorten the time. Then we'll meet again if fate wills it. If you go to the celestial world and want to find me, you can go to the 7th immortal domain to find the Yuan Dao family. Zhao Fu naturally did not know what the 7th immortal domain was, but he nodded and smiled as he said, I understand, we'll meet again if there's a chance. Tianyu listened by the side. He had wanted to find out some information about Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu did not reveal anything at all. He did not go over to talk to Zhao Fu because he had never talked to Zhao Fu before. Moreover, he was currently talking and laughing with Hao Dao. Both of them were extremely terrifying existences, and if he went over now, it would be quite awkward. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy covered everyone, and everyone understood that everyone was about to be forcefully teleported out of the secret realm. In the next second, everyone else was teleported out of the secret realm, and those who remained in the secret realm appeared on the stage, including Hao Dao and Tianyu. Countless people's gazes were gathered on the stage, searching for a person's figure. They could not help but feel excited and moved. They wanted to see that person, the second king of kings. The various experts were the same. Of course, there were many people who wanted to capture Zhao Fu and obtain all of Zhao Fu's secrets and power. They felt incredibly nervous and wanted to capture Zhao Fu the instant he came out. However, after everyone looked over, they could not find Zhao Fu's figure, nor could they find any of those women. The countless people who had been looking forward to this were all disappointed. At the same time, they felt quite strange as to why they had not been teleported out. Under normal circumstances, they would have been teleported to this stage. In actuality, when that power had covered everyone, Zhao Fu had given off a wave of 10,000 godly power to change the direction of the teleportation. He had also used his power to cover the women and teleport them to another place. The terrifying experts used their wills to search their surroundings but could not find anything, so they could only give up. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as experts giving off powerful auras descended. There were not just experts from the Heaven Awakened world but also experts from the half-celestial world that could not normally be seen. The massive might seemed to cause the air in that region to freeze, and even from far away, one could sense how terrifying that place was. The godly world's experts were not surprised at all because even the Haotian mirror had come out. This matter was incredibly important, and no one would ignore it. The outer world's experts stood on a mountain and looked at the Heaven Awakened world seriously. That light has finally disappeared. It was so terrifying, and it was the first time I had seen such a terrifying light. Even the insects, who had the outer world's will, felt afraid. It's also the first time I've seen such a terrifying light, and it's the first time I've seen the insects look so afraid. I was also quite afraid of that light, and I felt that the white light had the same power as the outer world's will. Was it really that terrifying? The outer world's will is an existence that rules over the outer world, and its power surpasses countless people's imaginations. It can even casually kill celestials. Was that white light really that terrifying? That's right. Was it really that terrifying? Only the Heaven Awakened world's will has that kind of power, but that white light didn't have the Heaven Awakened world's will. What was going on? Do you know what that thing is? We've fought with the Heaven Awakened world for so many years, but we don't know about such a terrifying thing. I think we should go into the Heaven Awakened world to see what's going on. I agree. That white light's power is simply too terrifying, and we can't act rashly. Perhaps we'll suffer greatly because of that thing, so it's best to prepare early. In the battle between the Alchemy world and Heaven Awakened world, the Alchemy world had a greater advantage and was suppressing the Heaven Awakened world. However, when the countless rays of white light penetrated through the world and shone on their world, the many powerful alchemy factions were so frightened that they stopped their attacks and gathered together for a discussion. This white light is definitely not an ordinary white light. It's a white light that contains the entire world's source energy, which is why it can cause the elements to collapse. If we're found by that white light, we'll die very miserably. That's right. When I sensed the elemental collapse, I immediately gave the order to retreat. However, there were still a small number of people who were unable to escape. Their bodies disintegrated into countless dust particles, and they let out miserable screams. I wonder where that white light came from, but it actually contained the source energy of a great thousand world. We need to properly investigate this matter and see just what happened in the Heaven Awaken world. I think so too. We haven't been fighting with the Heaven Awaken world for long, and even though we have some advantages, we can't underestimate them. As such, we should stop attacking for now and gather information about the Heaven Awaken world. That's right, the most important thing right now is not to attack but to investigate what terrifying thing happened in the Heaven Awaken world for giving off countless rays of terrifying white light. That's the most important thing right now. Then let's discuss how to gather information in the Heaven Awaken world. We need to be careful and not be discovered by the other side, or else things will become even more difficult to deal with. It was not just the people from the two worlds who were shocked. The Heaven Awaken world soldiers and experts who were fighting in the two worlds were also shocked by that light. What kind of light was this for it to be able to pierce through worlds? Everyone was incredibly shocked. Moreover, seeing the Chaos people and Gold Refiner people run away in fear, they felt even more shocked and excited, and they hurried back to investigate just what had happened. In the end, they heard about an existence that caused them to feel incredibly shocked and disbelief. It was the world-shaking second King of Kings, the person with 7 Supreme Emperor stars. All of this had been caused by this person. Heavens, how could such a terrifying person appear in the Heaven Awaken world? How could we not know about this? This is an unforgivable mistake. That's right. That person has long since shaken the entire Heaven Awaken world and caused massive ripples. He's the most important person in the Heaven Awaken world, and yet we did not know about such a person. This is simply inexcusable. With 7 Supreme Emperor stars, that person is the #1 person in the Heaven Awaken world. Our world has never had such a terrifying person before, it's simply too shocking. When I heard this news, I was also shocked. Just thinking about it makes me feel extremely terrified. Moreover, it's a terror that surpasses my imagination, an unforeseeable terror. It really scared me. Such a person's potential is indeed unfathomable, and he'll definitely be even more terrifying than we expected. Such a person is a massive threat to us, and we can't allow him to continue to grow. That's right. If such a terrifying person grows up, who will be able to survive in the future? When that time comes, we'll be doomed. We must kill him, we can't let him live. He's not someone we can kill just because we want to. Right now, the entire Heaven Awaken world is searching for him, but there's no news at all. That person has heaven-defying luck, and it won't be easy to kill him. I'm quite curious. Just who is the second King of Kings? He caused such a huge commotion but did not reveal any information about his identity. Even if he's someone from the Heaven Awaken world, I greatly admire his abilities. Such a genius has never appeared in our world before. If it wasn't for the fact that many people have personally witnessed his power, I wouldn't have believed it. He's indeed an incredibly shocking person. Now, Zhao Fu's name had shaken both worlds, and all sorts of news continuously spread. Most people in both worlds knew about such a terrifying person. They all looked incredibly shocked. The ones who felt the most shocked were the geniuses who had thought that no one could compare to them. Now, they knew that there was a person who was far more terrifying than them. Zhao Fu did not know about any of this, and he was currently playing with the Golden Flower Ancestor's body. Half an hour ago, after Zhao Fu and the others teleported out and confirmed that there was no danger, Zhao Fu told the Golden Flower Ancestor where they were through the demonic energy. The Golden Flower Ancestor was one of the 7 wondrous flowers and was quite important to Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu could not just leave her there and run away. Following this, the Golden Flower Ancestor hurried over. She had never thought that there would be so many women by Zhao Fu's side, and she looked quite displeased. She had bitterly waited for Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu was having fun. As such, Zhao Fu decided to make it up to her. A while later, the Golden Flower Ancestor panted as she leaned against Zhao Fu with a red face. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm sorry for making you wait for so long. Are you satisfied?" The Golden Flower Ancestor's face was red as she nodded and smiled as she said, "Husband, news about you has long since spread. By now, your deeds have already spread far and wide. There is practically no one in the God realm who doesn't know of you." Zhao Fu did not mind and smiled as he said, "It's nothing. Let's go back together." Xianxia went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she smiled and said, "We also want it." However, Zhao Fu smiled as he rejected her and said, "Not now, I'll satisfy you when we get back. Right now, there are countless people looking for me, and this place is not very safe." Xianxia did not continue and smiled as she hugged Zhao Fu and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others continued on their way back. After another half a month, Zhao Fu finally returned to the border region of the God Realm, where the Pantheon Palace was. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, the Jade Goddess and the others were so happy that they could not speak. They leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and tightly hugged Zhao Fu, afraid that Zhao Fu would once again leave. Following this, they pulled Zhao Fu into a room. The room was filled with women's lewd voices. Goddesses kept joining in, such as the Star Goddess, the Sun Goddess, and the Earth Goddess and her daughters. A day later, Zhao Fu hugged the naked beauty with a flushed face and started to ask about the development of the faction and what had happened while he was gone. The various goddesses started explaining things to Zhao Fu. The Pantheon Temple was developing quite well and was now the most powerful place in this place. It had the area of 2 worlds and more than 2,000 gods. The Pantheon's population had reached more than 20 billion, and the army of 10,000 gods had reached 2 billion. They had completely grasped the power of the 10,000 gods and were much stronger than before. There were almost no forces in this place that could resist Pantheon, which was why Pantheon had developed so quickly. Now, there was no need for Zhao Fu to worry about anything. The Pantheon Temple could continue to develop at this speed. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this outcome and hugged the women as he said, "It's been hard on you all these days." The women all gave happy smiles as they said, "It's not hard at all." Following this, Zhao Fu got up and left the room. The various goddesses put on their clothes and followed beside Zhao Fu, their faces flushed red. Looking at the women's enchanting looks, the female attendants naturally understood what had happened. The female attendants all felt envious that they could serve Zhao Fu, the ruler of the gods. The female attendants did not dare to have any wild thoughts, as only the ruler of the gods could enjoy these goddesses. Zhao Fu's notice in the Pantheon Temple was similar to a religious notice. Not only did he want them to submit to him physically, but he also wanted them to submit to him spiritually. Because this was the god world, the god race's commoners could easily accept this. As such, Zhao Fu became a supreme existence, and he was one of the more fanatical ones. In the underworld's Yellow Springs kingdom, Zhao Fu did not have such great influence. Of course, there, Zhao Fu was a supreme existence, but he did not rule them mentally and physically like in the god world. After hearing that Zhao Fu had finally returned, the other generals and godly spirits all gave happy smiles, and the entire Pantheon Temple became much livelier. It could be said that Zhao Fu was the backbone of the Pantheon Temple, and after his return, the Pantheon Temple became completely different. Zhao Fu came to the Pantheon Temple and looked at the mighty statues within the hall and gave a trace of a smile. A small portion of the Pantheon Temple was already filled, and soon, it would be filled with statues. After walking past these statues, Zhao Fu came to the center of the Pantheon Temple and saw a platinum-colored spear stabbed into a platform, giving off a faint platinum-colored light and a powerful wave of divine power. To Zhao Fu, this wave of divine power was definitely quite weak, as it had only fused with 1,000 or so godly spirits' divine power. Zhao Fu did not know how much divine power he had fused with, and he had fused with 24 overgods' divine power and Haoyan's divine power. Zhao Fu's goal in coming here was to send the perfect grade 10,000 gods' power into the 10,000 god spear. The 10,000 god spear was the Pantheon Temple's legacy item, and it was the most important thing in the Pantheon Temple. If Zhao Fu fused the 10,000 gods' power into it, the 10,000 god spear would become even more powerful and give the Pantheon Temple even more attributes. Perhaps the 10,000 god spear would become a world-suppressing armament, and Zhao Fu planned to split the god world, heaven awakened world, and underworld into the heaven, earth, and human realms. The heaven awakened world had the sealing heavens forbidden land formation and the human book, while the underworld had the sealing heavens forbidden land formation and the earth book. The Pantheon Temple still lacked some statues, and they could also set down the sealing heavens forbidden land formation. When that time came, the heaven book would most likely appear. The Pantheon Temple would rule over the entire heaven realm, and the 10,000 god spear was the core item of the Pantheon Temple, so it would naturally become a world-suppressing armament. This world-suppressing armament was similar to a nation armament in suppressing fate, and it also had world-destroying power. Apart from that, it could also stabilize the world and even control the entire world. Apart from the heaven realm having world-suppressing armaments, the human realm also had world-suppressing armaments, and the earth realm also had world-suppressing armaments. Zhao Fu had originally planned to use Qin's nation armament as his world-suppressing armament, but he found that it was not possible. This was because the human realm was the main world that supported the heaven realm and earth realm, so it needed something that contained the world's source energy. Zhao Fu's nation armament, the 12 metal colossi, did not meet this requirement. However, Zhao Fu now had something suitable. Now that Zhao Fu had obtained the origin iron and God's flame, along with the Tao-seeking stone, he would be able to forge the Great Desolate Cauldron. The Great Desolate Cauldron was forged by the Spirit Maiden, who was the human world's consciousness. She was the core of the human world. After the Great Desolate Cauldron was forged, it would fuse with her and contain source energy. It would most likely be the most suitable world-suppressing armament for the human realm. As for an underworld-suppressing armament, Zhao Fu did not have anything suitable, so he could only wait and see. When that time came, the three realms would have corresponding world-suppressing armaments. Zhao Fu came to the stage and walked in front of the 10,000 God Spear. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the 10,000 God Spear. Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense crystalline light as a massive wave of divine power flowed into the 10,000 God Spear. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's 10,000 God power continuously flowed into the 10,000 God Spear, causing it to give off an enormous aura as it excitedly absorbed the 10,000 God power. The rainbow-colored light that the 10,000 God Spear gave off became less and less colorful, but the light and power became stronger and stronger. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the 10,000 God Spear gave off boundless light, forming an enormous pillar of light that shot into the sky. Clouds swirled as heaven and earth power continuously flowed into it. Within the pillar of light, the 10,000 God Spear absorbed the massive amount of heaven and earth power and went through some changes. The platinum material did not change, but a crystal had condensed at the center of the spearhead, giving off resplendent divine light. Divine runes appeared on the spear, looking incredibly complicated and profound. It gave off a terrifying might that covered the surroundings as if it was the ruler of all gods, causing everyone in the surroundings to feel a chill. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the transformed 10,000 God Spear gave off boundless crystalline light. The pillar of light became even more intense as it slammed into the sky, causing an even more terrifying wave of divine power to ripple out. Heaven and earth power once again gathered, causing the sky to become rainbow-colored and cover the entire Pantheon Palace, giving off a powerful divine might. Sensing this wave of power, the countless commoners and soldiers felt incredibly excited. They devoutly knelt on the ground and prayed to Zhao Fu. In villages, towns, cities, temples, rooms, and all sorts of places, the sound of prayers rang out, giving the entire Pantheon a solemn, sacred, and powerful feeling. It also made people feel like they had faith in it. Suddenly, countless flowers descended from the sky. These flowers had 5 petals, and there were red flowers, azure flowers, green flowers, blue flowers, and violet flowers. The rainbow-colored flowers floated down from the sky, creating a beautiful scene that made people's hearts tremble. After these flowers floated down from the sky, they fused into the bodies of countless commoners and soldiers. Waves of divine power spread through their bodies. Their physiques and powers were changing. Some of their ailments and fatigue were disappearing. Their physique attributes were also increasing. Their powers were slowly transforming into greater divine powers. Even their bloodlines were changing. Under normal circumstances, it was more common for one's physique and power to be changed. However, it was extremely rare for one to be able to change one's bloodline. It was something that could only be achieved by extremely powerful phenomenon fluctuations. The countless commoners and soldiers sensed the changes in their bodies, and their gazes became even more fervent. Their expressions became even more devout, and they knelt on the ground with their hands clasped together as they continuously prayed. The nearby factions saw that the sky in front of them became multicolored and gave off a massive divine might as colorful flowers floated down, making it seem as if it was raining flowers. Although the scene was beautiful, they felt intense fear. That flower gave them an immense sense of pressure. Divine power, bloodline, and spirit could all be felt. What kind of terrifying power is this? The countless factions looked at the rain of flowers in terror, not daring to take a step closer. They had originally been incredibly afraid of such a terrifying faction, but now, this faction seemed to have become even more dangerous. Some factions felt that they could not afford to offend it and could only move away, while others planned on submitting to the Pantheon Temple. This place no longer had any faction that could resist the Pantheon Temple, so they only had these two choices. After an hour, the pillar of light dissipated, and the colorful lights disappeared as well. The world once again returned to peace. However, the countless commoners and soldiers still knelt on the ground with their hands clasped together, devoutly and fervently praying to Zhao Fu. These commoners and soldiers would now resolutely carry out Zhao Fu's orders, even if they had to die. However, Zhao Fu naturally would not want them to die. As long as they were his subjects, he would treat them equally. Back at the Pantheon Temple, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and withdrew his hand. Now that the 10,000 God Spear had successfully transformed, its power and attributes would become even more powerful in the future. This was because Zhao Fu had fused with supreme power, and the 10,000 God Spear contained Zhao Fu's source energy. In the future, it would definitely become a supreme weapon like the Haotian mirror. Husband. You haven't given us that type of 10,000 God power yet, Xianxia said as she looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation. Zhao Fu's godly power was unimaginably terrifying, and it was the most terrifying supreme godly power in the world. It was not just Xianxia, but even Hao Dao, who had an emperor star, would be moved by it. Of course, even though they could have Zhao Fu's 10,000 God power, it would not be as powerful as Zhao Fu's 10,000 God power. However, it would still be of great use to them. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I will now give you this power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu stood on the stage and stretched out a hand towards the women below. A massive wave of 10,000 God power flowed out from Zhao Fu's hand, and Zhao Fu's palm gave off boundless crystalline light that shot towards the women. The women felt a massive wave of power enter their bodies, causing their minds to go blank. Their bloodlines and powers quickly became purer and purer. Sensing this wave of power enter her body, Miaolu felt quite startled because this power had a great effect on her peak imperial bloodline. If she could continuously obtain this power, adding on Zhao Fu's fate, it would be possible for her to raise her bloodline to a divine bloodline. When that time came, she would also have an early-stage divine bloodline. Miaolu could not help but feel excited. After she obtained an early-stage divine bloodline, her family's bloodline would be affected by her, and those with pure family bloodlines would receive great benefits. Not only would their power stats increase, but it would also be easier for their bloodlines to rise to divine bloodlines. After all, she had already broken through the divine bloodline restriction, and her family no longer had this restriction. This restriction was incredibly difficult to break through. She already had a peak imperial bloodline, but after awakening her emperor star, she had not broken through. Under normal circumstances, only when a faction became a divine faction would it be possible to obtain a divine bloodline with boundless fate. It was almost impossible to break through without becoming a divine faction. The benefits of staying by Zhao Fu's side were simply too great. Most likely, even those who hated Zhao Fu to death would choose to stay by Zhao Fu's side if they knew that there were unimaginable benefits. After giving the women the 10,000 godly power, Zhao Fu planned to return to Qin City. There were many things that he needed to take care of. As for the godly spirits that Zhao Fu had not personally given the 10,000 godly power, they could also obtain the 10,000 godly power through the 10,000 godly spear. However, the power would not be as great as what Zhao Fu had given them. A few hours later, Zhao Fu returned to the place where he had been teleported to the godly realm. There was now a teleportation channel here, which connected to the teleportation channel in Qin City. Zhao Fu could use the teleportation channel to return to Qin City, or he could use Qin City to return to the godly realm. Everyone wanted to know what Qin City looked like, so they followed Zhao Fu to Qin City. After arriving at Qin City, Bai Qi, Li Si, and the various ministers heard about Zhao Fu's return, and countless people happily gathered by Zhao Fu's side. Within Qin City, Zhao Fu was undoubtedly the backbone of everything, and now that he had returned, Qin City became quite lively. Zhao Fu looked at the familiar faces and could not help but smile. He returned to the palace and sat on the throne, and he asked Li Si, Bai Qi, and the others about Qin City. Nothing major had happened to Qin City, and because of the Kingdom of Heaven's barrier, no one could attack Qin City. As such, Qin City did not have to worry about those enemies at all, and the situation in the outer world was quite normal. Finally, in the alchemy world, the alchemists, who had been pushed back, had come back and launched a few large-scale battles against Qin City. Wang Jian led Qin City's soldiers to defend against these alchemists, but they suffered many casualties. These soldiers were all Stage 2 soldiers, and they quickly made up for the casualties. Qin City could not afford such a war of attrition. Zhao Fu's expression became slightly cold. However, things were different now. Zhao Fu had brought back the time god, and large numbers of time items would appear. When that time came, Qin City and the others would all have philosopher's stones. The alchemists no longer had an advantage, as Qin City also had their alchemy power. Moreover, Qin City had some things that countered the alchemists. Now that Qin City had an even greater advantage, the alchemist Zhao Fu would definitely be able to heavily injure them. There was not much to be said about the internal affairs of Qin City. Li Si and the ministers managed the alchemists quite well, and the alchemists were doing quite well. His fate was also very stable, and it was constantly strengthening. It felt very stable and powerful. There were also 4 things that Zhao Fu cared about. The first was nurturing the evil flower demon seed. Before, Zhao Fu had nurtured the evil flower demon seed, which was the evil spirit abyss flower seed. This type of seed was not a true evil flower seed. Instead, it was an ordinary flower that had been corroded by demonic energy and had the ability to control others. This evil million flower seed was still being nurtured, and it would take a while before it could be successfully nurtured. The second matter was the top-grade Stage 8 Splendor Night Silver Dragons. Qin City did not nurture many of them, and he only had 30 or so proficiently trained them. The results were not very ideal, but there was nothing he could do about it. High-grade dragons were quite difficult to nurture, and Qin City had not nurtured them for a long time. Qin City's main fighting dragon was the wyvern, and there were now hundreds of thousands of them. The third matter was the Yin Soul beasts. Back then, in order to resist the alchemists, Zhao Fu City had nurtured even more Yin Soul beasts. The way to nurture Yin Soul beasts was to seal people in large jars, and after they died, they would contain powerful resentment. Adding on the nourishment of Yin Qi, they would become Yin Soul beasts. Yin Soul beasts could fuse with ghost soldiers and give them immense power. The ghost soldiers had not been successfully nurtured yet, and it would take some time. However, once they were successfully nurtured, Qin City would have 2 billion Stage 2 soldiers. The final matter was that the war god's fury had been completed. Hearing this news, Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted. As long as the war god's fury was successfully nurtured, it would become a powerful weapon for Qin City. Originally, the war god's fury had almost been completed, but Zhao Fu had everyone combine their alchemy power, making the war god's fury even more terrifying. Zhao Fu wondered what the war god's fury had become. Zhao Fu decided to go and take a look later, so he went out to take care of other things. The first matter was the most important, which was to create the Philosopher's Stone. With the Philosopher's Stone, Qin City's overall strength would greatly increase. Zhao Fu had long since discussed the matter of creating a large number of items containing time power with the 3 sisters. This required setting up a large forbidden region, as nurturing such items would cause space-time to fall into chaos. Once any creature entered, they would be lost within the chaotic time, so it was a forbidden region. However, this was also a formless protection, and it would be very difficult for anyone to enter the depths of the forbidden region. Zhao Fu marked out 100 regions at the edge of the human world where there were few people. Right now, most of the powerful items that Qin City was nurturing were in the human world and were not nurtured in other worlds. After all, the human world was the foundation of the Qin Empire, so these important things naturally had to be placed in the human world. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered people to prepare countless materials and brought the 3 sisters to that region. Zhao Fu first ordered people to set up a massive magic formation that was roughly 100,000 meters wide. It was incredibly complex and profound, and it was carved out by thousands of Qin City's talisman masters. This magic formation was the space-time crystallization magic formation, which could condense time power. It was a powerful magic formation that the three sisters had mastered, but it could only be activated by a time god. Now that Zhao Fu had time power, he could also activate this magic formation. However, this magic formation needed to be constantly activated, and Zhao Fu did not have that time. Apart from the magic formation, they also needed to build 3 talisman lighthouses. This was not too difficult, and after a while, the 3 talisman lighthouses were completed. The 3 talisman lighthouses were located at the center of the magic formation, forming a triangle. Each talisman lighthouse was 1,000 meters tall and was made of bronze. There were many runes carved on them. The top of the lighthouse was very thin and looked like a massive bronze needle. There was a 10 or so meter wide space at the top, and it looked like a pavilion. There was also a time magic formation engraved on the ground. Following this, the 3 time goddesses activated the space-time crystallization magic formation. However, before this, they had to evacuate some of the people living here and the talisman masters. Otherwise, if space-time became chaotic and they got lost in the chaotic time, it would be difficult for Zhao Fu to save them. After all unrelated people evacuated, the 3 time goddesses flew to the 3 bronze talisman lighthouses and stood on the time magic formation at the top. Zhao Fu also retreated to the side. Boom! 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 3 massive explosions sounded out as the 3 time goddesses gave off massive amounts of time power. Time ripples appeared around their bodies as the magic formations beneath their feet activated and started to spin. A formless time power spread out as the runes on the 3 lighthouses lit up and gave off boundless bronze light. A massive aura spread out as massive amounts of time power continued to spread out. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the massive time magic formation was activated, giving off boundless light as a massive wave of power spread out, covering the surrounding 100 regions. Immediately, countless traces of time power flooded towards the center of the magic formation. The time power at the center of the magic formation was highly condensed, and bronze crystals started to condense. Moreover, they became larger and larger until they formed pieces of bronze. At this moment, the surrounding 100 regions fell into chaos, as if they had been divided into many different spaces. In some places, the sun was shining brightly, in some places, it was already dark, in some places it was raining, in some places it was cloudless, in some places the vegetation had withered, and in some places there was lush greenery. Without a doubt, this formed a time trap, and anyone who stepped into it would fall into it. Moreover, they would be trapped within that time trap and would not be able to escape at all. As time passed, the bronze at the center of the magic formation continuously condensed. By now, it was 100 meters wide and looked like a small mountain. Zhao Fu had the 3 time goddesses stop the time magic formation and went before the massive bronze. He picked up a fist-sized piece of bronze and sensed it. The time power contained within this piece of bronze was not very powerful to Zhao Fu, but it was already much more powerful than ordinary items that contain time power. It could be used as a material for the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, it was quite fast. To be able to condense such a large piece of bronze in such a short period of time, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this. Now, it was time to maintain the magic formation and continuously condense bronze. Zhao Fu named this bronze time bronze. The 3 time goddesses did not need to stay here all the time, as long as they could maintain the magic formation, it would be fine. Zhao Fu left everything here to the 3 time goddesses. At the center of the magic formation, the flow of time was relatively stable, and there were no disturbances. Later, Zhao Fu planned to order people to build a palace here for the 3 time goddesses to live in. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu ordered people to build 12 temples. Next, Zhao Fu had to do the second important thing, which was the matter of the 12 zodiacs. Not only did the 12 zodiac beasts possess the power of time, but they also possessed the power of the zodiac beasts. Most importantly, they could make the fate of Qin stronger and more stable. They could also bestow the power of the zodiac beasts to every citizen of Qin, strengthening their fate. Such a powerful ability was extremely rare and shocking. It could increase the overall strength of a country. Leaving the 12 temples for his subordinates to continue their cultivation, Zhao Fu summoned the 12 goddesses of the zodiac to Qin's place of inheritance. Now, in Qin's land of inheritance, Zhao Fu had specially built a palace, and it was very luxurious. Xiaofu hadn't been to this place for a long time. At the center of the palace, Qin's legacy stone gave off a rainbow-colored light as it floated in the air. There were many nation armaments around it. These nation armaments had been obtained by Qin from conquering other kingdoms. Xiaofu had also sent a large number of soldiers to guard this place, and there were also countless restriction formations breaking out. This was the core of the entire Qin Empire, and no accident could be allowed here. Xiaofu stood in front of the legacy stone and smiled as he looked at the 12 beautiful women in front of him. They were the rat goddess, cow goddess, tiger goddess, rabbit goddess, dragon goddess, snake goddess, horse goddess, sheep goddess, monkey goddess, chicken goddess, dog goddess, and pig goddess. Some of them did not know why Xiaofu had called them here, and the Naga said flirtatiously, "Your Majesty, I'm very curious. Why did you call us here? You haven't done anything to us in a long time." Xiaofu lightly laughed, "I called you here for something very important. It's good news for the 12 of you. You will all become Qin's 12 most important goddesses." The monkey goddess looked delighted and curious as she asked, "What is it, Your Majesty?" Xiaofu told them about the 12 zodiacs, and the women all smiled. This was an opportunity for them to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Before, the 12 of them had been Xiaofu's ordinary concubines and enjoyed the treatment of ordinary concubines. Now that they had become so important, their statuses had risen by 10 or so times, and they had great authority in Qin. Moreover, they were quite important to Xiaofu, so they could make more requests of Xiaofu and receive more of Xiaofu's favor. Xiaofu took out the 12 orbs of light and gave them to the 12 goddesses. Following this, the 12 goddesses followed Xiaofu's instructions and sat cross-legged around the legacy stone, forming a circle with the legacy stone at the center. They placed the 12 orbs of light in front of them and closed their eyes as they started to absorb their power. The orbs of light gave off traces of power that continuously fused into the 12 goddesses' bodies, and the 12 goddesses' bodies gave off different colored light. The orbs of light became smaller and smaller, and the light from the 12 goddesses' bodies became brighter and brighter. Their auras also became more and more powerful, causing the palace to feel quite oppressive. In the end, the orbs of light became smaller and smaller, and when they were only as big as an egg, they automatically flew into the 12 goddesses' bodies. The 12 goddesses' bodies trembled, and after their godhoods absorbed the orbs of light, they gave off powerful divine power. Their godhoods also gave off intense light as if they were going through changes. Time gradually passed, and the godhoods within the 12 goddesses' bodies became animal shapes. There were 12 types of animals, such as rats, cows, tigers, rabbits, dragons, snakes, horses, sheep, monkeys, chickens, dogs, and pigs. Each of them was not very big, only as big as a walnut. They were also made of crystals, and they gave off different colored lights and different powers. The godhoods had all been rhombus-shaped crystals, and now that they had turned into animal shapes, it was quite surprising. After the 12 godhoods turned into 12 animals, the 12 goddesses' bodies' power and auras went through shocking changes. They were completely different from before, and the auras and power they gave off were all zodiac's auras and power. This type of zodiac power was many times more powerful than the power they had before, so their bodies gave off a godly might. They were no longer weak godly spirits from before, but rather like extremely powerful godly spirits, causing people to feel reverence towards them. After becoming the 12 zodiac gods, the 12 goddesses opened their eyes and gave off different colored holy light, giving off a holy and inviolable aura. Boom, boom. Boom, rumbling sounds rang out as the 12 goddesses looked at the legacy stone floating in the center, giving off waves of powerful zodiac power. Traces of different colored aura flowed out from their bodies and formed 12 animals above their heads: a rat, a cow, a tiger, a rabbit, a dragon, a snake, a horse, a sheep, a monkey, a chicken, a dog, and a pig. After the 12 animals were formed, they seemed to be alive and started to move in the air before giving off massive auras and flying towards the legacy stone. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the 12 animals fused into the legacy stone, exploding out with terrifying power. The entire human world felt this power, and they felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, causing them to feel terror. The heavens and earth started to change as clouds swirled and the aura became chaotic. Traces of black dragon-like aura rose up from the ground and the sky, and they flooded towards Qin's imperial palace. By Qi, Xianru, Li Si, and the other ministers sensed these massive changes, but they were not too surprised. They knew that His Majesty was doing something terrifying. Every time he came back from outside, he would do this, so there was nothing to be surprised about. After the legacy stone absorbed countless traces of Qin's fate, it gave off an intense rainbow-colored light and an extremely terrifying might. Qin's legacy stone had already leveled up to a very high level, and it had 3 colors. Now that it had fused with the 12 zodiac gods, Qin's legacy stone went through changes. Waves of terrifying power continuously flowed out, causing people to feel quite shocked. Qin's legacy stone had been shaped like a cube, and it now had 12 sides. Each side had a picture of an animal, the 12 zodiac gods. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out as the 12 images appeared. The legacy stone gave off boundless black light and turned into a massive ray of black light that shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. A massive black pillar of light stood between the heavens and the earth, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. It continuously spread out like a tidal wave, giving off a soul-stirring yet insignificant feeling. Bai Qi, Xianru, and the others felt quite surprised. This terrifying aura was not a small matter, and they started to walk towards the Qin Imperial Palace. Jiao Shaoyun and Qing Mu, who had been playing in the Qin Empire, looked at the huge pillar of light in shock. They had just heard that Zhao Fu had returned and were planning to ask Zhao Fu why he had disappeared for such a long time, causing them to wait for a long time. Now they had stayed with Qin for a long time and had been investigating all aspects of Qin. They felt that Qin seemed to be covered by a mysterious veil. However, from the information that Qin had leaked, they knew that Qin was really terrifying. Qing Mu and Jiao Shaoyun had wanted to send out the information they had obtained, but ever since Heaven's Barrier had been activated, nothing from the outside could enter or leave, so they could not leave even if they wanted to. When they went to find Zhao Fu, they found out that Zhao Fu had left Qin. They had thought that Zhao Fu would only disappear for a few days and had never thought that he would disappear for so long. They wondered what bad things he had gone to do. They did not know that Zhao Fu had awakened another god race emperor star and had caused the godly world's supreme weapon to descend. This had shaken a few great worlds, including the alchemy world and the outer world. Jiao Shaoyun and Qing Mu naturally knew some information about the second king of kings. After all, this was such a shocking matter. However, they had never thought that the terrifying king of kings was the ruler of the Qin Empire. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. No one would connect these two terrifying people together. Even if Zhao Fu personally told them, they would think that Zhao Fu was lying. No one would believe Zhao Fu unless Zhao Fu brought down 7 emperor stars. Looking at this pillar of light, they understood that Qin was going to go through massive changes. They could not help but feel admiration for Qin. Such terrifying growth and potential was something that their kingdoms could not compare to. With their strength, they definitely would not be able to subdue such a kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that they were so far away, they felt that their kingdoms would have been destroyed by Qin. As fate continuously flowed into the pillar of light, the aura that the pillar of light gave off became incredibly terrifying, and almost everyone in Qin could sense it. Boom, boom. Boom, 12 massive explosions sounded out as the 12 zodiac goddesses stretched out a hand and a massive wave of zodiac power entered the legacy stone at the center, and 12 animals appeared in the sky. They were a rat, a cow, a tiger, a rabbit, a dragon, a snake, a horse, a sheep, a monkey, a chicken, a dog, and a pig. All of them were incredibly large and gave off different colored lights, causing the sky to become 12 different colors and giving off massive might. Within Great Qin, countless people looked at the 12 zodiacs in shock, not understanding what was going on. Suddenly, the 12 animals started to spin, forming a rainbow-colored circle. A massive wave of zodiac power spread out, and countless rainbow-colored motes of light floated down from the sky. The motes of light fused into the countless residents' bodies, and images of animals appeared from their bodies. The image of a sheep appeared above a strong-looking man's head, the image of a mouse appeared above a little girl's head, the image of a pig appeared above an elderly person's head, the image of a snake appeared above a middle-aged woman's head, and the image of a dog appeared above a young man's head. These images were not very big, and they were only as big as watermelons. These were the zodiac images of ordinary people, and those who had great fate had 10 or so meter wide zodiac images above their heads and gave off powerful auras. Now, everyone in Qin, from the commoners to the nobles, felt quite confused. They looked at the zodiac images and could not understand what was going on. However, even though they did not know what was going on, they could feel that there were great benefits. After the zodiac images appeared, their minds and bodies seemed to become a bit better. Some of the more powerful people who could sense fate felt quite shocked because they clearly understood how great the benefits were. They could sense that the zodiac had fused with their fate, causing their fate to become even more stable and powerful. This would greatly affect their fates. There were very few things in the world that could change one's fate. Every single one of them was extremely rare and precious, and they were all very powerful. However, the thing that His Majesty had unleashed could affect the fate of all of Great Qin's people. This was almost impossible, and yet His Majesty had been able to do it. This made Zhao Fu feel even more respect towards Zhao Fu. Qing Mu and Jiao Xiaoyun also looked at the zodiac signs above the heads of the Qin people. They could clearly sense the changes in the people of Qin, which was why they were so shocked. Why didn't they? The two of them understood the reason as soon as they thought about it. All the people here were the people of Qin, except for the two of them. Only the people of Qin could have the zodiac, so they didn't have the zodiac. They also understood the importance of this matter. How could Qin have such an ability? Now, they just wanted to send out the information they had obtained in Qin City, so that the people of the forces would pay more attention to Qin City. They felt that Qin City would definitely become a terrible force beyond their imagination. Seeing that the fluctuation was about to stop, the two of them walked directly to the Qin Imperial Palace. At this time, the beam of light in the sky disappeared. The 12 zodiac beasts were gone as well. Everything returned to normal. In the Legacy Land, Zhao Fu smiled. Now that the 12 Chinese zodiacs had fused with Qin's nation fate had been greatly strengthened and stabilized. In the future, as long as a person was born in Qin, they would have a corresponding Chinese zodiac. The zodiac sign born this year was the rat, the one born next year was the ox, and the one born the year after that was the tiger. This continued until the 12th year, when the zodiac signs rotated again and again. After the 12 goddesses became the 12 zodiac goddesses, their strength and aura greatly increased, and their appearances also became more attractive. At that moment, they stood up from the ground and bowed to Zhao Fu with smiles on their faces. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "I will also specially build 12 temples for you. In the future, I will also leave the matters of that aspect to you." The girls were pleasantly surprised. Their status was not ordinary anymore. The snake goddess went up to Zhao Fu and said flirtatiously, "Your Majesty. Now let us serve you together." The other zodiac goddesses also came forward with charming or expectant expressions, surrounding Zhao Fu. They had been looking forward to this day. Zhao Fu felt a little helpless. Looking at the beautiful 12 zodiac beasts beside him, he really wanted to enjoy them. However, before he made a breakthrough in his cultivation technique, Zhao Fu really couldn't touch women. The snake goddess couldn't wait any longer. Back in Otherworld, Zhao Fu had doted on her every day, and she had long since grown accustomed to such blissful days. Now that so much time had passed, she simply couldn't wait any longer. Therefore, the snake goddess put her arms around Zhao Fu's neck and started to get intimate with Zhao Fu. The other zodiac goddesses also joined in. The indescribable voices of the 12 zodiac goddesses rang out continuously in the palace, making people's hearts race and faces flush. An hour later, Zhao Fu had a bitter smile on his face as he hugged the naked zodiac goddesses. Zhao Fu was still unable to do it with them, so he could only satisfy them in other ways. He didn't know when his cultivation technique would break through. The feeling of only being able to look but not touch was torturous. "Your Majesty. Your cultivation technique needs to break through quickly. I'm not satisfied with it right now," the snake goddess said as she lay on Zhao Fu's body with a flushed face. Zhao Fu said helplessly, "I don't know what's wrong with my cultivation technique. I want to break through as soon as possible, but I can't find a way." Goddess Ma smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, you can't always be like this. Otherwise, what will we do in the future? What about all the women in Qin's imperial palace? For our sake, you have to quickly break through your cultivation technique." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Just as Zhao Fu was about to leave and deal with some other matters, a voice sounded out from outside the door. It was said that Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun wanted to see him. After such a long time, Zhao Fu had almost forgotten about them. It was time to take care of their matters as soon as possible, so Zhao Fu said, "Tell them to come here." The guard outside the door obeyed the order and brought the two women in a short while. By now, the women had already put on their clothes, and their faces were slightly red as they stood next to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun and smiled as he said, "What do you two want?" Princess Qingmu unhappily harumphed, "Where have you been for so long? You made me wait for you for so long." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I left Qin to deal with some matters." Princess Qingmu raised her head and said proudly, "We want to leave this place. Let us go." Also, what happened just now? Why did different animals appear above the heads of Qin's people? Zhao Fu looked at Princess Qingmu and replied, "These are the 12 zodiac animals. They can increase the kingdom's fate and the people's fate." Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun were quite surprised. Why was Zhao Fu, who usually refused to reveal any information, willing to tell them these things? Jiao Xiaoyun asked seriously, "How can I obtain the 12 zodiac animals?" The 12 zodiac animals could increase the kingdom's fate and the fate of countless people. They were very important to any country and would be of great help to the entire country. As such, Jiao Xiaoyun really wanted to know how to obtain the 12 zodiac animals. Princess Qingmu naturally cared about this as well, and she said, "Yes. Tell me quickly, I want to know as well." Zhao Fu replied simply, "This is an opportunity that I obtained outside. You can't have the 12 zodiac animals." Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun were somewhat disappointed. Seeing that Zhao Fu was willing to tell them Qin's secrets and try to get more information, Jiao Xiaoyun asked, "Can we ask you something else? If you can answer me, the Wine Cloud Kingdom is willing to form an alliance with you and become your best friend. I might even become your concubine." Seeing Jiao Xiaoyun say this, Princess Qingmu said, "As long as you can tell us everything we want to know, the Greenwood Kingdom can also be your ally. With our help, you won't have to be afraid of the enemies outside and won't have to hide here anymore. Also, I don't intend to become your concubine. Do you understand?" Now, they understood that Qin's strength was very terrifying and mysterious. It was best to be friends with such a force. It would be very terrifying if they became enemies. Although this place was divided into 5 parts, they believed that the final victor would most likely be Qin. If Qin won, it would naturally be of great benefit to their forces. As such, they decided to form an alliance with Qin. Zhao Fu could not help but chuckle. Qingmu said somewhat angrily, "What kind of attitude is that? Qin is currently being besieged by a few large factions and needs our help. You'd best curry favor with us, otherwise we won't help Qin." Zhao Fu smiled at Aoki Makoto. "I think you misunderstood something? Now Qin is not afraid of them, nor is it afraid of your 2 kingdoms. You two will stay in Qin from now on. Don't think about leaving." Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun were alarmed. They were not afraid of a few factions, but they were not afraid of their 2 kingdoms? These words were too arrogant. Zhao Fu wasn't crazy? He didn't look crazy, so why was he so arrogant? Jiao Xiaoyun also felt that something was wrong, because not only did Zhao Fu arrogantly say that he was not afraid of their power, but he also wanted to imprison them in Qin. No wonder he was willing to tell Qin's secret. Princess Aoki angrily glared at Zhao Fu and said, "Your words make me very angry. Hurry up and apologize to me, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Jiao Xiaoyun understood that it was impossible for her to escape, so she said seriously, "Now that Qin is facing a few major forces and is under a lot of pressure, there's no need to add 2 more enemies. Moreover, these 2 enemies are stronger than the other major forces. Even if you don't want to be friends with us, there's no need to treat us as enemies." There was a trace of a smile on Zhao Fu's face. He did not say anything and walked towards the 2 of them. Aoki Mizu harumphed and was not afraid at all. She gave off a powerful aura and attacked towards Zhao Fu. The only way to escape from here was to capture Zhao Fu. That would make everything easier, and he could even force Qin to submit to him. Aoki Mizu gave off a powerful aura as he charged at Zhao Fu and punched out, sending out a ray of azure light towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and easily grabbed her fist before pulling her into his embrace and hugging her. Aoki Mizu felt quite startled. She was one of the top 10 geniuses of the ancient STEM domain. How could she not be able to retaliate against Zhao Fu? This person was so powerful, she had underestimated him. Aoki Mizu struggled in Zhao Fu's embrace. However, Zhao Fu lowered his head and kissed her, causing the six desires demonic chi to continuously flow into her body. Aoki Mizu's resistance became weaker and weaker, and she started to intensely respond to Zhao Fu. By the side, Jiao Xiaoyun felt quite startled. She had never thought that Zhao of Zhao Fu would be so easily. After a while, Zhao Fu of Fu. Princess Qingmu's face was red as she breathed raggedly in Zhao Fu's embrace. She hugged Zhao Fu with her arms, a lustful look in her eyes. Zhao Fu turned to look at Jiao Xiaoyun, who had a seductive figure. Jiao Xiaoyun understood that she was not a match for Zhao Fu, and she did not feel any disgust towards Zhao Fu. She had always felt that Zhao Fu had a charm that attracted her, so she did not object to becoming Zhao Fu's concubine. She took the initiative and flirtatiously smiled as she walked over to Zhao Fu and wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's neck as she started to act affectionately with Zhao Fu. She could sense why Aoki Mizu had fallen so quickly. This sort of feeling was simply unstoppable. She even took off her clothes, wanting to do it with Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu let go of her and smiled as he said, "All right. In the future, you two will be my concubines and stay in Qin." Aoki Mizu harumphed, "I don't want to." Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at her and said domineeringly, "You don't have a choice, now, you can only become my concubine." Aoki Mizu angrily glared at Zhao Fu and cursed, "You're a bastard." Jiao Xiaoyun lightly laughed as she teased, "Mizu. You weren't like this when you were being affectionate with him just then." Hearing this, Aoki Mizu's face became bright red and she felt quite embarrassed. She had never thought that she would take the initiative and had only wanted to do it with Zhao Fu. Even though she had said that she did not like it, she still enjoyed the feeling of being in his embrace. Jiao Xiaoyun was much more normal and hugged Zhao Fu as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and smiled as she said, "Emperor. Can you tell me everything now?" Zhao Fu felt quite startled and could not help but lightly laugh as he said, "How did you find out who I was?" Aoki Mizu looked quite confused and did not understand why Jiao Xiaoyun had suddenly called Zhao Fu emperor. Wasn't he just a king at the border? What surprised her even more was that Zhao Fu didn't retort. Jiao Xiaoyun happily smiled as she said, "During the ancient STEM banquet, I was attracted by your aura. Only after kissing you did I confirm that you're the mysterious emperor who shook the entire ancient STEM domain." Aoki Mizu immediately felt quite shocked. The person in front of her was the mysterious emperor who had shaken a few large domains? Before, the entire ancient STEM domain had been madly searching for him. She had never thought that he would be here. At that moment, Jiao Xiaoyun stretched out her hand and took off the cloak that was covering Zhao Fu's appearance, revealing Zhao Fu's peerlessly beautiful face. Now that Aoki Mizu had personally seen Zhao Fu's appearance, she did not doubt it at all. Even though Zhao Fu's appearance was much better than before, she was still able to recognize him. He was that mysterious emperor from back then, that incredibly terrifying emperor who even the ancient sword sect feared. Back then, she could not help but feel great admiration towards such a terrifying emperor and felt that she was inferior to him. Back then, when she had fought with Zhao Fu, how could she not have thought that Zhao Fu was that mysterious emperor? Wasn't Zhao Fu hiding his strength too deeply? Most likely, no one in the ancient STEM domain knew about this. If they had known that Zhao Fu was that terrifying emperor, the various royal kingdoms in the ancient STEM domain would have long since come to curry favor with him. After all, they all knew how terrifying this mysterious emperor was. Of course, they could also go crazy and do everything they could to destroy Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu had terrifying potential and power, his true identity was just the king of a small border kingdom, so they did not have to worry about him. They definitely could not allow such a person to exist, or else their fates would be quite terrible. As such, they had to kill Zhao Fu. Aoki Mizu thought back to how Zhao Fu had resisted a world realm expert back then, and that scene was still fresh in her mind. She was confident that Zhao Fu would make the Qin kingdom a terrifying faction, and no one would be able to stop Qin kingdom from rising up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you hide it for so long? If you had said so earlier, I might have become your concubine, Aoki Mizu said as she happily smiled. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, back then, I did not think about it that way. I was indeed afraid of royal kingdoms, so I did not dare to do anything to you. What about now? Do you like me now? Aoki Mizu's face was red as she asked in embarrassment. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. He had just tasted Aoki Mizu, and it was indeed quite good. Hearing this, Aoki Mizu happily hugged Xiaofu. Jiao Xiaoyun smiled as she said, Emperor, since we become your women, you don't have to hide anything from us anymore, right? Xiaofu smiled as he replied, you can go to all the places in Qin. If there's anything you don't know, you can find Li Muqing. I still have things to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. Jiao Xiaoyun smiled and nodded, thank you, Your Majesty. Following this, Jiao Xiaoyun and Qin Muqing could not help but feel curious and started to look around Qin. Many places in Qin were forbidden areas, and they could not enter at all. However, they wanted to know what was inside and what terrifying things might be hidden there. As such, they had tried all sorts of methods to enter, but they had all failed. Now, they could enter openly, and no one would stop them. After looking at the forbidden areas, Jiao Xiaoyun and Qin Muqing's expressions became more and more serious. The hidden strength of Qin was simply too terrifying, and it was beyond what they could bear. They did not believe that the Qin Empire would not become a super-large faction in the future. Zhao Fu came to the flower domain and was about to deal with the golden flower ancestor and flower bell. After going to the god realm and bringing back 2 of the 8 great mystical flowers, Zhao Fu had not expected this. Now, Zhao Fu already had the world flower, evil spirit abyss flower, dark night flower, otherworld golden flower, and soul bell tree flower. He was only 3 more to complete the 8 great mystical flowers. Zhao Fu first went to the flower domain palace. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, the flower fairy was very happy. The 12 madams also came, and they also missed Zhao Fu greatly. Following this, some indescribable things happened. Zhao Fu left behind the madams and flower fairies who were panting on the bed and went to the edge of the flower domain by himself. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to expand the flower domain because he needed to nurture the golden flower ancestor's golden soldier ability and the soul bell tree flower's ability to create godly souls. This was especially so for Hua Ling, the soul bell flower ancestor. She had brought countless godly soul soldiers, so she needed a large area. Zhao Fu picked 2 places and called the golden flower ancestor and Hua Ling over. Boom, the golden flower ancestor followed Zhao Fu's instructions and came to a flat area. It half squatted on the ground and pressed its hand against the ground, and a massive wave of golden power surged out. The golden flower ancestor's body gave off a golden pillar of light that gave off a massive aura as it shot into the sky. An enormous golden pillar of light appeared in the heavens and earth, and countless traces of heaven and earth power quickly gathered. A massive image of a golden flower giving off boundless golden light and giving off a massive aura slowly appeared within the pillar of light. This flower looked like a peony, and it seemed to be made of gold. Its branches were curved, and there were many golden leaves on it. It wasn't very big, and the flower at the top was very big, like the crown of a tree. Every petal was golden and gave off an intense golden light, dyeing the sky gold and giving off an extremely noble feeling. After the golden flower image appeared, the golden flower ancestor vigorously pressed down on the ground, and a massive wave of golden power exploded out. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the image of the golden flower gave off a massive wave of golden power, and it gave off a massive aura as it spread out in all directions. The ground and sky also started to turn golden. It spread like a tide. In the end, the entire world became golden. At that moment, the golden flower ancestor coldly stood up from the ground. The golden flower disappeared, but the golden world did not disappear. This was because the golden flower ancestor was in existence on the level of a flower ancestor and was no longer restricted by being a plant. It could move around and did not have to stay in one place. This golden land was created with the golden flower ancestor's power. If the golden flower ancestor did not take back the golden power, this golden land would continue to exist. This golden land was mainly used to nurture gold soldiers. The golden flower ancestor's golden power could corrode all sorts of creatures and turn them into gold creatures, giving them immense power. Now that the golden land had been formed, Zhao Fu just had to throw in some creatures or enemies. Their bodies would be continuously corroded by the golden power and would eventually become gold creatures. Zhao Fu also planned to research whether the Golden Alchemy World's golden arts could be fused with gold creatures. After all, the Golden Alchemy World's golden arts were related to all sorts of metals, and gold creatures were gold creatures. Perhaps fusing the two together would result in shocking changes. After inspecting the Golden Land, Zhao Fu brought the two of them to another place. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Hua Ling followed Zhao Fu's instructions and half-squatted on the ground. She pressed a hand against the ground and exploded out with a massive wave of divine soul power, causing countless traces of holy light to fall from the sky. An illusory image of a tree with powerful spiritual energy slowly appeared in the sky. This tree was only 10 or so meters tall and had a trunk that was 3 or 4 meters wide. The trunk was snow white and had a smooth surface. There were no runes on it, and it did not seem like a tree at all. The tree's crown was quite big, and it spread out like an umbrella. There were many small silver-white flowers blooming on it, and each flower had a divine character imprinted on it. The divine characters flashed and emitted countless crisp sounds of wind chimes. After the divine tree appeared, it gave off boundless light and a silver domain containing massive power spread out, covering the surroundings. Before the tree's flowers disappeared, Hua Ling stood up and waved her hand, causing countless silver seeds to fly out like raindrops. They densely covered the surroundings, and it was impossible to tell how many there were. The seeds gave off faint light and fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, they quickly sprouted and became small trees before growing into large trees. Finally, a forest of flowers was formed in a short period of time, and it gave off a faint fragrance that could make people feel intoxicated. This was the place where Hua Ling nurtured his divine soul. The nurtured divine soul also had a very strong power, and had many uses. Of course, it required countless souls to nurture them, and this required countless godly spirits to be slaughtered. It felt that Qin's development could not be separated from slaughter. Zhao Fu gave the Golden Land and Flower Forest to the Golden Flower Ancestor and Hua Ling to manage, and he would also build 2 palaces for them. Even though they did not have to stay here all the time, nurturing gold soldiers and divine souls depended on them, so they would often stay here. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu thought about it and found that there were still some things he had to take care of. He felt that there were quite a lot of things to take care of, and it would take him a few days to finish them. In the end, Zhao Fu went to the fish scale world and ordered people to build a massive temple. He also ordered people to carve a statue out of precious sea jade. Now, Zhao Fu had come to deal with the ocean goddess. In the godly world's secret realm, the ocean goddess, one of the 24 core gods, had fused her consciousness into Zhao Fu's body. In order to avoid being sensed by the secret realm, after fusing into Zhao Fu's body, the ocean goddess had sealed herself within Zhao Fu's body and did not give off any information or ripples. Now, she had been successfully brought out by Zhao Fu. Even though the ocean goddess no longer had any divine power, she was one of the 24 core gods, and her power and potential were unfathomable. If she was properly nurtured, she would undoubtedly be one of Qin's most powerful forces. Because the fish scale world was a water world, the ocean goddess was most suited here. As such, Zhao Fu decided to build a godly palace here and not in the human world. A few hours later, the godly palace's preliminary construction was complete. Later on, it still needed to be decorated, and the statue had been carved. The statue only had a simple humanoid shape and was not very detailed, as it required the godly spirit to fuse with it. It was dark blue and looked like jade, and it was 3 meters tall. Zhao Fu stood in front of the statue and closed his eyes as he sensed the blue orb of light within his body. This was the ocean goddess consciousness that had sealed herself, and now, he just needed to fuse her into the statue. However, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to do this, as Zhao Fu would not easily trust anyone. Moreover, nurturing the ocean goddess would cost countless resources, so Zhao Fu decided to do some things just in case. Countless traces of 6 desires demonic qi continuously flowed towards the blue orb of light. The blue orb of light could not resist at all, and the 6 desires demonic qi directly flowed into it. A while later, the blue orb of light gave off boundless light, and a woman appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. She had dark blue hair and a beautiful face. She had a mature figure and wore very little, only covering her important parts. She held a spear and gave off a beautiful aura. Her eyes were glistening with tears as she looked at Zhao Fu with a blushing face. She said in a seductive voice, "What did you do to me?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "It's just a restriction, I'll seal it now. Now that you've come to my faction, I've constructed a god palace and god statue for you, you just need to fuse into them." The face of the Ocean Master God was flushed red as he said with a slight panting tone, "We can talk about that later. I want you right now." Zhao Fu looked quite startled and understood that he had injected too much Six Desires demonic chi into the sea goddess. Now, the sea goddess' reaction was too intense, and she was already deeply affected. However, the crux was that Zhao Fu could not do anything and was about to seal the Six Desires demonic chi within the sea goddess body. Suddenly, the Ocean Master God pounced at Zhao Fu as though she had lost her mind. Zhao Fu's consciousness automatically turned into a human form and was pinned down by the Ocean Master God. She then rode on Zhao Fu's body and it was indescribable. Zhao Fu's face was stunned. He had not expected that this could work. Furthermore, the feeling was no different from a real lovemaking. Zhao Fu did not know how the Ocean Master God did it. Didn't she have no strength at all? Looking at the Ocean Master God who was riding on him, Zhao Fu poured out his repressed desires onto her. After a full day, the Ocean Master God was already lying there like a puddle of mud, panting with a flushed face. Zhao Fu revealed a smile. All the repressed desires were poured out, and his mood was much better. However, Zhao Fu had not had his fill yet. Suddenly, Zhao Fu heard panting sounds within his body, and hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. His consciousness left where he was and went to another place. There was a peerlessly beautiful woman with jet black hair and a pair of golden eyes. She had a fiery figure and white and tender skin. She wore a golden robe and gave off a noble aura. Her appearance was quite similar to Diyu's. Diyu was the emperor killing sword spirit, while this woman was Dishi, the golden dragon within Zhao Fu's body. Now, Dishi was lying on the ground with a flushed face, her hands on her body as she twisted. The scene was indescribable. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and did not know what had happened. He then thought about it and realized that it was most likely because of the matter with the Ocean Master God. Seeing Dishi like this, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and ravaged her in all sorts of ways. Dishi lewdly responded to Zhao Fu and gave off those blushing moans. As he continuously ravaged Dishi, Zhao Fu was delighted to find that the bottleneck that the Six Desires celestial art had been stuck at was starting to loosen. Only then did Zhao Fu realize that Dishi was most likely hiding something from him. Half a day later, Dishi could not take it anymore. Zhao Fu hugged her and came to the Ocean Master God's side and ravaged them together. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the two of them and gave a smile. The Ocean Master God lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and pouted coquettishly as she said, "You're a bad fellow, but I misjudged you and actually tried to do it with me." Zhao Fu innocently smiled as he said, "Just then, you were the one taking the initiative, I was the victim." The Ocean Master God thought about the crazy things from before and her face became red, too embarrassed to say anything. Dishi sighed. Zhao Fu hugged her and started to play with the things in front of her chest as he smiled and said, "Have you been hiding something from me?" Dishi's face became slightly red as she said, Also, have you always had such thoughts about me that you didn't hesitate to ravage me?" Zhao Fu did not hide anything and smiled as he said, "We've been together for so long and are very familiar with each other. Moreover, you've been mine from the start, so there's nothing wrong with me doing this, right?" Dishi blushed and felt inexplicably happy. "You're right, but I don't plan on giving my body to you. I cultivate the Six Desires celestial art of abstinence, so I can't do it with men. Once I do it with men, I can only walk the carnal art of abstinence." Zhao Fu continued to ask, "Tell me what you're hiding." Dishi explained, "I've already warned you about the pros and cons of the carnal art of abstinence and the carnal art of abstinence. Abstinence can make one's power purer and make breakthroughs easier. Even though carnal art of abstinence allows one to cultivate quickly and can easily control all sorts of women, if one's power is not pure, it will be very difficult to break through in the later stages. If you can't break through for a long time and can't help but do it with women, your body will be changed by the Six Desires demonic art and you'll become a woman. As long as you do it with many men, you'll become a man again, but your cultivation technique will never be able to break through." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was given a big fright. Become a woman? Do it with countless men? His cultivation technique would never be able to break through, this was not a joke and was an extremely serious matter. Xiaofu did not want to become a woman. He was the ruler of the Qin Empire, how could he become a woman? Moreover, after becoming a woman, he would have to do it with many men before he could become a man again. The key was that he would never be able to break through in his cultivation technique. Wouldn't that mean that he would be constantly changing between a man and a woman, thinking about becoming a woman and doing it with countless men? Xiaofu definitely could not accept it. He would rather die than accept it. Xiaofu's expression became quite unsightly as he said, Dishi, you're not lying to me, right? Dishi lightly laughed, what, now you know how to be afraid? What about when you're lawless and willfully assaulting women? I didn't lie to you, even though the Six Desires celestial art is powerful, it's still a celestial cultivation technique. Adding on the fact that it requires a vessel, there are very few people who cultivate it in the Heaven Murder Empire. So this was true? Would he really have to continuously change between a man and a woman? And do it with men? Xiaofu's face paled and he felt quite angry. Dishi, why didn't you tell me about these flaws earlier? And now that I'm doing it with you, don't tell me you want to see me become a woman? The oceanic woman could not help but laugh. With your looks, if you become a woman, you'll definitely be the most beautiful person in the world. No one will be able to compare to you. When that time comes, you'll be pursued by countless men, you'll have to be careful. Xiaofu glared at her. Dishi laughed as he said, in actuality, I never thought that you would encounter such a big obstacle. With your talent, no matter what cultivation technique you cultivate, you should have no problems. However, this problem has most likely occurred because of the Six Desires Celestial's influence. Xiaofu felt quite confused. What do you mean by the Six Desires Celestial's influence? Dishi explained, do you know about the Six Desires evil images? When your cultivation technique breaks through, the 6 monsters that appear are the Six Desires evil images. They were created by the Six Desires Celestial, and their original bodies are with him. Everyone who cultivates the Six Desires Celestial art is connected to the Six Desires Celestial. An ordinary person might not be able to affect Six Desires Immortal, the creator of the cultivation technique. However, perhaps your karmic luck is too great, and you may have walked the opposite path of Six Desires Immortal, which has had a negative effect on Six Desires Immortal. At the same time, Six Desires Immortal's immense power has begun to affect you, making it harder for you to break through in your cultivation technique. Xiaofu frowned. Did that mean that the Six Desires Immortal had already sensed his existence? Moreover, he had a negative influence on the Six Desires Immortal. Would he be killed by the Six Desires Immortal? It had become an immortal for who knows how many years, and its power was unimaginable. If it met such a person, even the Holy Empire might not be able to stop it. Xiaofu asked, what should we do now? Can I abandon the Six Desires Immortal scripture and start from scratch? I don't want to be enemies with such an existence, but I also don't want to become a woman. Dishi lightly laughed as he said, Xiaofu, you don't have to be so afraid. If you're strong enough, you'll be able to deepen your influence on Six Desires Immortal. In the end, you might even be able to control it. Although the cultivation technique is harder to break through, the benefits of breaking through are huge. My strength and ability to control women will also become stronger. Xiaofu said with a headache, the most important thing now is how to break through the current cultivation method. Also, I haven't done it with you yet. Does that count as breaking the restriction? Emperor Shi said with a smile, the time you had with the ocean chief god doesn't count. Hearing this, Xiaofu was about to let out a sigh of relief. However, Emperor Shi said, if you don't find a way to break through now, you'll slowly become a woman. Xiaofu felt quite confused and did not know what to do. However, he suddenly thought of something and gave a trace of a smile. Why did it not count for the ocean chief god, but Emperor Shi did? Moreover, when he had done it with Emperor Shi, his cultivation method had shown signs of breaking through. As such, if he continued doing it with Emperor Shi, he would be able to break through. Xiaofu gave an evil smile as he looked at Emperor Shi in his arms. Emperor Shi understood that Xiaofu had thought of a way and she blushed, I can't do it by myself. You need to find other people who cultivate the Six Desires Immortal scripture, and they need to walk the path of abstinence, or you can nurture someone who cultivates the Six Desires Immortal scripture. Now, he needed a woman who also cultivated the 6 desires immortal scripture. This was because Zhao Fu walked the path of abstinence, so he needed to find a woman who cultivated the 6 desires immortal scripture. She also cultivated the path of abstinence, and she was the vessel for Zhao Fu to cultivate the 6 desires immortal scripture. If she told Zhao Fu about this, she would definitely have to do it with Zhao Fu. Once she did it, she could only walk the path of abstinence and become very slutty. That was why Emperor Shi had never said it and wanted to see if Zhao Fu could find another way to break through. However, she had never thought that he would communicate more deeply with the ocean goddess in his consciousness and affect her. Now that he had found a way, Zhao Fu smiled and said, I don't know where people are cultivating the 6 desires immortal scripture, but I can only nurture someone who cultivates it. Emperor Shi, how do you think I should do that? That's right, does your little sister Du also cultivate the 6 desires immortal scripture? Emperor Shi rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. My little sister does not cultivate the 6 desires immortal scripture, she cultivates the Heaven Murder Empire's legacy technique, the Imperial Heaven Art. Also, this is a celestial art, do you think you can nurture her just because you want to? Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, then what should we do? Emperor Shi explained, first, we need a woman with very high talent who is also a virgin. The second is to find a suitable vessel for a celestial art, which is very rare and difficult to find. Zhao Fu thought about it, he did not lack women with very high talent. Miao Lu, Xianxia, Yu Chan, the Golden Flower Ancestor, and Hua Ling were all of them. Moreover, Zhao Fu had not touched them yet, so they were all virgins. Now, the difficult thing was to find a vessel for a celestial art, because a vessel for a celestial art was indeed very difficult to find. Zhao Fu decided to put this aside for now and deal with the current matters first. Zhao Fu's consciousness left his consciousness space and stretched out a hand. A blue orb of light floated out of his palm and floated into the statue. The statue gave off boundless blue light and its appearance changed slightly. In the end, it looked exactly like the ocean god, and a formless blue godly spirit domain spread out. Zhao Fu had asked her about the ocean god's abilities before. As a powerful ocean god, apart from having terrifying power, she also had the ability to create a powerful navy. Right now, the god spirit domain that was spreading out was the sea god world. As the ocean master god grew stronger, the area of effect would expand as well. In fact, it might even be able to cover the entire territory. With that, the cultivation speed and strength of the countless marine race beings within it would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, it would give birth to ocean god servants. These ocean god servants were formed from ocean god power and water elemental essence, and they would be incredibly powerful. Most importantly, they could be mass-produced to form an army. Apart from this, there was also the ability to nurture powerful sea beasts. Sea beasts were usually huge and had terrifying destructive power. Qin's 8 guardian beasts were the 8 sea beast kings, and they were all absorbing the world's source energy to grow into even more terrifying existences. Qin had always wanted to nurture sea beasts, but he had not grasped the method, so he had not succeeded. Now that he had the ocean goddess, she could nurture a large number of sea beasts, which would greatly increase Qin's strength. Moreover, these sea beasts and sea god servants all had very high-level god powers, which made them far stronger than ordinary people. For example, the ocean master god would be able to deal with someone of the same level 1 cultivation state. If he were to come across someone of level 1 level 5 cultivation state, he would be able to fend them off as well. This was the immense advantage of having a higher cultivation state, it could make up for the disadvantage of having a lower cultivation state. With the ocean chief god, it could be said that he had a powerful navy, and it would be much easier to fight against the water race in the future. At that moment, the ocean chief god appeared beside Zhao Fu, looked around, and said, "Your conditions here are really bad, but I like your potential. I believe you won't disappoint me in the future." The ocean chief god was one of the 24 ancient chief gods, a supreme existence in the god world. Qin's conditions were indeed extremely bad for her, and even Zhao Fu felt that he had wronged her. However, Qin was only like this now, and he would definitely become a super powerful force in the future. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her, I won't disappoint you." The ocean goddess hugged Zhao Fu and smiled happily. After being alone for so many years, she quite liked this feeling. A golden light shot out of Zhao Fu's body, and Dishi's body appeared beside Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite surprised. It turned out that Dishi could freely enter and exit his body. He had never seen her like this before. Now that Zhao Fu's relationship with her had improved, Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her and asked, "Why did you come out?" Dishi rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu and replied, "Staying in your body is quite stuffy, so I came out to get some fresh air." Zhao Fu did not say anything else, and he ordered people to continue building the god palace. He also gathered the fish-scale residents to worship the ocean god and provide him with faith energy. After dealing with the ocean goddess, Zhao Fu brought Emperor Shi to the core of the sealed sky forbidden land. "Master." The spirit maiden, the human world's consciousness, appeared from the void and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she gave a gentle smile and called out. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "This trip to the god realm has come to a successful conclusion. I've also brought this back." After saying that, Zhao Fu took out a multicolored fireball. It was none other than the Pantheon flame. Seeing the Pantheon flame, the spirit maiden was delighted and took it from Zhao Fu's hands. She looked at it seriously and smiled as she said, "This god flame is very powerful and can be used as a material for the primordial cauldron. Now, Master is only missing Dao-seeking stones." The Dao-seeking stones could be found in the alchemy world's exchange stone steel, and they could be exchanged for with a large number of alchemy points. Qin had killed countless alchemy race people and obtained countless alchemy points, but he had not used any of them. After a while, he would be able to exchange them for Dao-seeking stones. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "After you have enough alchemy points, I'll immediately forge a primordial cauldron for you." Zhao Fu gave the origin god metal and countless other materials to the spirit maiden. Forging a primordial cauldron was not a simple matter, so he had to make preparations. The spirit maiden smiled as she said, "Thank you, Master." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "How is the nation beast I asked you to nurture?" The spirit maiden replied, "Master, come take a look with me." After speaking, the spirit maiden waved her hand, and a black hole appeared. Zhao Fu and the others entered the black hole and arrived in a very large space. It was unknown how big this space was, but there was a massive rainbow crystal at the center. It was over 10,000 meters wide, and it gave off boundless rainbow light. There was also a powerful wave of world essence energy. The rainbow crystal in front of them was most likely the realm core, the most important item of a world. It contained the world's most powerful essence energy, and if the realm core was destroyed, the entire world could be destroyed. The realm core was controlled by the world's consciousness, and most people would not be able to discover it. Even if they discovered it, they would have to defeat the world's consciousness if they wanted to snatch it. Apart from the realm core, there were 12 massive creatures in this space, all of whom had their eyes closed and were fast asleep. Among them were the 8 oceanic beast kings, Gross 9 celestial enchanting deer, Tina Pendragon Sky Desolation Azure Dragon, Masanori Hanos Yamada no Orochi, and Zhao Fu's world cleansing butterfly. The last 4 also had immense potential, so Zhao Fu planned to nurture them into nation beasts. A rainbow orb of light had appeared on the 8 oceanic beast kings' foreheads, giving off powerful world energy. Their bodies had not become larger, and they had instead become smaller. They were now only 10,000 meters long, while the 8 oceanic beast kings had devoured countless pieces of flesh and medicinal pills, making them nearly 20,000 meters long. Now that they had become smaller, Zhao Fu was quite surprised. However, their power had greatly increased, and their defense was many times greater than before. Although the oceanic beast kings were quite big and powerful, they were still a bit weaker than other creatures of the same realm. Now that the 8 oceanic beast kings were absorbing the world's source energy, they did not pursue larger bodies and instead pursued greater power and defense. They also sought to make their power purer so that they could become supreme beasts in the future. The other 4 creatures also had rainbow orbs of light on their foreheads, giving off powerful world energy. They had become much larger, and they were now 10,000 meters long, almost as big as the 8 oceanic beast kings. The 9 celestial enigmatic deer and the sky desolation azure dragon gave off massive might and were like divine beasts that had protected the world in the past. The Yamada no Orochi also gave off a terrifying, evil, and savage aura, causing people's hairs to stand on end. However, Zhao Fu's world-cleansing butterfly was still the same and had not become a butterfly. It still looked like a bug and was lying there, snoring away. Now, they had almost been nurtured, and they only needed a bit more time before they could be used on the battlefield and display their power as Qin's nation beasts. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and left the center of the Sealing Heaven's Forbidden Land's magic formation. After taking care of some matters, he returned to the Sealing Heaven's Forbidden Land. After taking care of some matters, Zhao Fu went to the Primal Chaos world. Zhao Fu mainly checked on the situation here and the mechanical blood mosquitoes. Before, Zhao Fu had ordered people to fuse the blood-sucking mosquitoes with alchemy power, forming a type of mechanical blood mosquitoes. The mosquitoes' reproduction speed was quite shocking, and Qin had countless philosopher's stones. After such a long time, they had most likely developed quite well. 33. After arriving at the cultivation site, Zhao Fu was shocked by what he saw. There were many large craters on the flat ground, and there were blood-colored crystals floating in the craters. The surroundings were densely packed with half-machine, half-living mosquitoes. They covered the ground, making rustling sounds that made one's hair stand on end. Zhao Fu felt that there might be 50 to 60 million of them. If so many mechanical mosquitoes flew up, they would cover the entire sky, and they would be even more useful. The mouthparts of these mosquitoes and some parts of their bodies were covered with metal, and their mouthparts were extremely sharp. They could easily pierce through metal, and even alchemists would find it difficult to stop them with their alchemy power. Moreover, these mechanical mosquitoes were blood-sucking creatures. Once a mosquito pierced a person's body, they would be sucked dry in just a few seconds. The mechanical mosquitoes were 3 meters tall and could store large amounts of blood. When necessary, they could even burn the blood to increase their strength or heal injuries. Adding on the fact that the blood-sucking mosquitoes had stage 3 strength, it would not be difficult for a single mechanical mosquito to deal with 10 or so stage 2 soldiers. A single mechanical mosquito could deal with 10 stage 2 soldiers, so 50 million mechanical mosquitoes could deal with 500 million stage 2 soldiers. Of course, this calculation was not very accurate. After all, the combined strength of 500 million stage 2 soldiers was far greater than a small team of 10, but the mechanical mosquitoes could still be very useful. Zhao Fu remembered that when he had left, there had only been a few million, and now, there had been tens of millions. In another year, there would definitely be a few 100 million. With so many mechanical mosquitoes, ordinary factions would not dare to attack. Moreover, even though alchemy power could increase strength and defense, Zhao Fu did not plan to fuse all of his people or beasts with alchemy power. Instead, he wanted to maintain the diversity of his people. After all, who knew if they would encounter enemies that countered alchemy power? The chaos power in the outer world could break down alchemy elements and suppress alchemy power. Zhao Fu was naturally quite satisfied with this result. He understood that this was all because of Aracena and the others' efforts, so Zhao Fu rewarded them well. After understanding that there was nothing going on in the outer world, Zhao Fu went to the underworld to check on some things before returning to Qin City to take a look at the War God's Fury. The War God's Fury was originally huge, about the size of an entire region. However, because it was made up of mud and stone, it was extremely fragile and could be easily destroyed. After adding in the celestial peach tree, Earth's soul, and some other things, it became a lifelike existence with powerful defenses. However, Zhao Fu was still not satisfied. He then combined it with alchemy power to increase its destructive power and defense. Now that Zhao Fu heard that the research was successful, he did not know what it would look like. After arriving at the War God's Fury, Zhao Fu was once again shocked. The War God's Fury was completely the same as before. It floated in midair, and its base was cone-shaped. It was completely covered in silvery white metal, and there were tall walls around it. The walls were also made of metal, and there were minarets at regular intervals. There were also cannons, and there were many of them. Apart from these, there were many structures on the outside that were also made of metal, and they took up 1/7 of the area. The center was filled with lush greenery, and the most eye-catching thing was the peach tree at the center. It was over 10,000 meters tall, and its crown seemed to be able to cover the sky, giving off a powerful aura. The War God's Fury looked like a perfect fusion of machinery and nature, and it had a unique sense of beauty and gave off a shocking feeling. Mu Minxian was the alchemist that Zhao Fu had brought back, and she smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, I didn't disappoint you, right? I hope I didn't disappoint you. Let's go up now, and I can explain to you the war god's fury's abilities in detail. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and the two of them flew onto the war god's fury in the sky. Now that he was standing on it, Zhao Fu could clearly sense how powerful it was, and it felt like a powerful and firm fortress. Mu Minxian started to explain to Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty, look at this minaret. There's a powerful magic formation that can release a massive energy barrier that protects the interior of the war god's fury. This energy barrier is connected to the war god's fury source energy, and it is incredibly difficult to break through. There are 300,000 large cannons, and they can shoot out extremely powerful beams of light. There are also millions of small cannons on the walls, and they can shoot out small artillery shells. All of this consumes philosopher's stones, and every time it's used, it consumes a massive amount of philosopher's stones. Apart from these offensive abilities, the war god's fury also has two powerful abilities. The first is the war god's might. The war god's fury is incredibly large and can give off a massive might that can suppress the surrounding 1 million meters. Those under the Emperor Heaven realm will not be able to withstand it. The second is the war god's fury, which is the war god's fury's most powerful attack. It gathers all of its power in a single attack, and it has the power to destroy everything. However, it consumes a lot of the war god's fury source energy. After hearing Mu Minxian's explanation, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. This war god's fury could rival an army of hundreds of millions of soldiers. Moreover, this war god's fury could continue to be nurtured. It was said that the war god's fury had become a different kind of life form, and it had great potential for growth. In the future, it would be even more terrifying than it was now. Zhao Fu had left the construction of the war god's fury to Mu Minxian, and it was mainly because of her that the war god's fury had become so powerful. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What reward do you want?" Mu Minxian's face lit up. She had the highest status among all the people of the gold refining clan. However, her status was only in the lower middle level in the entire Qin kingdom. She didn't have any real power other than being in charge of some affairs related to the gold refining clan. Now, she could use this opportunity to leap into the upper echelons of Great Qin and wield true power. As such, Mu Minxian said, "Your Majesty, this is a great opportunity. I want to be the person who manages the war god's fury." The war god's fury was so powerful that controlling her was equivalent to having hundreds of millions of soldiers. In the future, as the war god's fury performed, her status would also rise. Zhao Fu chuckled and nodded. No problem at all. To Zhao Fu, there really wasn't anyone else suitable, and the defense and offense of the war god's fury required alchemy power. Thus, the alchemists were the most suitable, and Mu Minxian was undoubtedly the most suitable person. Mu Minxian smiled as she said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "This is what you deserve. After Qin obtains a large number of philosopher's stones, he will launch a counterattack against the alchemy world. When that time comes, your status will rise even more." Mu Minxian felt quite shocked. Qin now had the power to counterattack against the alchemy world? It seemed that His Majesty Qin had made great gains from his trip to the godly world. She had waited for this day for a long time. When she had joined Qin, she had one goal, which was to become the leader of her family and control her alchemy family. Hearing that Qin was going to counterattack against the alchemy world, Mu Minxian smiled. She did not doubt this at all. She knew how terrifying the person in front of her was. Without great confidence, he would not have said such a thing. Zhao Fu was about to leave and go to the center of War God's fury to have a look. Mu Minxian's face became slightly red as she suddenly asked Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty, can I be your concubine?" All of the powerful women in Qin were controlled by Zhao Fu's 6 desires demonic qi. Their bodies were affected by the 6 desires demonic qi, and they would feel that intense feeling every day. If they could endure it for a few days, they would be able to endure it, but they could not endure it for such a long time. However, apart from a large number of women who were controlled by the 6 desires demonic qi, there were also a small number of women who were not controlled by the 6 desires demonic qi and had extremely high statuses in Qin. Moreover, even now, Zhao Fu had not touched them. For example, Ba Qing, who controlled Qin's business, Xianru, who was an imperial teacher, Li Muqing, and Li Shaoling, the top scholar in arts. To others, their existence was a miracle. This was especially so for Shanru, who had known Qin since they were in a small village. As soon as they met, she had decided to follow Zhao Fu until now. Adding on her peerless beauty, she should have been Zhao Fu's first woman. However, Zhao Fu had never planned to make her a concubine. Right now, Mu Minxian not only wanted to obtain Zhao Fu's favor, but she also wanted to consolidate her current position. At this time, there were not many alchemists in Qin Kingdom. Once Qin Kingdom started to counterattack the alchemy world, there would be many alchemists. There was no lack of outstanding people among them. If they could be favored by Zhao Fu, they would have a great advantage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu was startled. He lifted Mu Minxian's chin and looked at her beautiful face. Most of the alchemist race's bodies were mechanized, and it gave off a strange feeling. Moreover, it seemed that Zhao Fu had never pampered an alchemist woman before. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Mu Minxian's face became red and she stretched out her hands, preparing to take off Zhao Fu's clothes. She understood that Zhao Fu was interested in her. Zhao Fu chuckled, "I'll enjoy you properly after this. You go down and settle your matters. I'll leave after taking a look at the immortal peach tree." Mu Minxian lightly smiled and nodded before leaving. After coming to the alchemist race's location, a few alchemist women came over. They were the women who had been captured by Zhao Fu along with Mu Minxian. "Big Sister Mu. Why did His Majesty ask you to tell him? Also, have you obtained His Majesty's favor? I don't know why we're always trying to get His Majesty's favor, but Her Majesty doesn't seem to like us." Mu Minxian smiled as she said, "His Majesty has many beauties by his side, but he has already acknowledged my position. You can all serve His Majesty with me." The alchemist women looked incredibly delighted. Being able to serve Zhao Fu was an incredibly good thing for them, and they said gratefully, "Thank you, Big Sister Mu." Mu Minxian smiled and nodded. She was helping these people because she needed them to consolidate her position. At that moment, Zhao Fu flew in front of the immortal peach tree at the center of Wargood's fury and looked at the 10,000-meter-tall immortal peach tree. Before, the immortal peach tree was only 10 or so meters tall, but it was now 10,000 meters tall. The speed at which it was growing was simply shocking. This immortal peach tree was no ordinary immortal peach tree but a 9,000-year purple rune immortal peach tree. It had terrifying effects. Not only could it greatly increase one's lifespan and cause one's body to be reborn, but it could also cure all sorts of illnesses and give one true celestial energy. Zhao Fu's 5 celestial senses were because he had eaten the immortal peach tree, turning into celestial mode and giving him even greater power. Right now, Zhao Fu's main goal was to come here. Now that the immortal peach tree had become so big, he wondered if it could bear fruit in advance. Zhao Fu did not want to wait 9,000 years to harvest immortal peaches. By then, even Zhao Fu would not be sure if Qin still existed. Walking to the side of the tree, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed it against the tree, sensing the immortal peach tree's power. Zhao Fu smiled. The immortal peach tree and Wargood's fury had fused together, and the time it took for the immortal peach tree to bear fruit had been brought forward by many years. Now, it seemed that it only needed 6,000 years to bear fruit. Even though this was still a long time, as Wargood's fury grew, the immortal peach tree's time would continue to shorten. Such a big immortal peach tree would most likely be able to bear many immortal peaches. Suddenly, Zhao Fu sensed a trace of mental energy ripple from the immortal peach tree. Following this ripple, Zhao Fu discovered a green tongue of flame that was the size of a thread. Seeing this green tongue of flame, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that the immortal peach tree would give birth to a tree spirit so quickly. Having a tree spirit was a good thing. It had all sorts of benefits for the immortal peach tree. However, Zhao Fu sensed that this tree spirit thirsted for celestial energy. It seemed that he needed to find many things that contained celestial energy to nurture, and it would be best if it was real celestial energy. Zhao Fu was in a difficult position. Ordinary celestial energy was extremely weak and had a lot of impurities. This kind of thing was not rare, but things that contained real celestial energy were extremely rare. There might be a lot of them in the half-immortal world and the immortal world. He would see if he could collect them first. If he couldn't, he would see if there was a chance to head to the half-immortal world. After inspecting the immortal peach tree, Zhao Fu came to another place. There was a huge platform being built here, and there were many alchemy arrays. These were all arrays used to create the Philosopher's Stone. Zhao Fu had the 12 zodiac goddesses head to the chaotic land of time to help the 3-time goddesses mass-produce time bronze. With a large amount of time bronze, he would be able to create the Philosopher's Stone. Zhao Fu wanted to mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone and then give it to Qin's soldiers to fuse with it, allowing them to have the power of alchemy. As long as they had the power of alchemy, the first thing that Qin would do was to counterattack the alchemy world. From the very beginning, the alchemy world had been suppressing Qin. Facing the alchemy world's ferocious attacks, Qin could only passively defend. After being beaten up by Qin, they had been afraid for a while before attacking Qin again. Zhao Fu was quite angry about this, so Zhao Fu made the alchemy world his first target. As for the other places, they were fine. Within the Heaven Awakened world, Qin had Heaven's protection, so they did not have to worry about the large factions attacking. Zhao Fu wanted to wait until Heaven's protection's time was up before attacking the outside factions. Otherwise, he felt that it would be a waste of Heaven's protection's power. A few days later, the massive platform was finally completed. There were alchemy formations engraved on the ground, and there were all sorts of materials around the formations. The alchemy formations were activated and gave off boundless light. Waves of energy spread out, and the materials were gradually decomposed and condensed within the magic formations. Heaven and earth power from the surroundings flowed in, forming green stones that were as big as cherries. The process was quite smooth, and there were no accidents. There were 1,000 magic formations on the platform, so they were able to create 1,000 Philosopher's Stones. Zhao Fu took a Philosopher's Stone and examined it. After finding that there were no problems, he gave it to a soldier to refine. After a few hours of refining, the green Philosopher's Stone fused with the soldier, and the soldier's strength immediately increased and he grasped alchemy power. Zhao Fu had the soldier take a look at him for now. The soldier obeyed and displayed his alchemy power. He stretched out a hand, and a green metallic aura continuously flowed out. It continuously condensed and changed in his hand, and a sharp saber slowly formed. Following this, the soldier's body gave off countless traces of a green metallic aura, and his body started to turn into metal, making his body as tough as steel. Most importantly, his movements were incredibly nimble and did not seem stiff at all. Now, not only did the soldier have great strength, but he also had powerful defenses and was incredibly nimble, and he was not affected at all. The gold refiner race had this advantage, and adding on the fact that almost all of them had stage 2 cultivation, they were able to suppress Qin. Now that Qin also had alchemy power, the gold refiner race's advantage no longer existed. Now, Zhao Fu would continue to construct the platform and engrave alchemy formations to mass-produce Philosopher's Stones and give them to the soldiers to refine. This would allow them to have Qin's power, and Qin's overall strength would greatly increase. However, Zhao Fu would have to wait for a while. Once most of Qin's soldiers had alchemy power, they would be able to attack the gold refiner world. After taking care of everything, Zhao Fu relaxed and returned to Qin's imperial palace. After spending some time with Nu Lu, Wu Qingyang, Yuan Ziyuan, and the other women, he started to think about his cultivation technique. Although he had found a way to break through the secret art, the matter was not easy to solve. Zhao Fu absolutely could not accept that he had become a woman and that he had done it with so many men. Zhao Fu thought about it and went to the Heaven Spirit Stele. He felt that it had been a long time since he had been here. The reason he had come here was because Zhao Fu could not find anyone to cultivate the 6 desires celestial art. As such, he could only find a vessel for the 6 desires celestial art so that others could learn it. Also, he could get real immortal stones here. Although it was difficult for Zhao Fu to get immortal stones, it was relatively easy for those real experts. Zhao Fu could get immortal stones from them to cultivate tree spirits. After entering the Heaven Spirit Stele, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that his account would be a supreme level account, and it gave off a rainbow-colored light. What was going on? If it had been a mistake and given to him a supreme grade account, that would have been understandable. However, not taking it back after such a long time meant that there was a huge problem. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something. It seemed that using the Heaven Spirit Stele required his blood to bind with it. Could it be that the Heaven Spirit Financial Group knew who he was, even though the blood had left Zhao Fu's body? As Zhao Fu's blood, it would still change according to his body. If they had his blood, they would definitely know who he was. This explained why he had suddenly obtained a supreme grade account. In their eyes, he was a supreme grade account. Now, Zhao Fu started to hesitate and wondered if he should continue using the Heaven Spirit Steel. Now that they knew who he was, if he continued using it, it would be incredibly dangerous. It was possible that they would find out where Qin was. However, Zhao Fu thought about it. They had already known who he was, and he had used it so many times. If they could find him, they would have done so long ago. As such, Zhao Fu decided to use the Heaven Spirit Steel. Within a simple and unadorned room, a white-haired elder was writing with a brush. In front of him was a screen of light, and a 7-colored mode of light appeared. The elder immediately sensed something, and his heart trembled. He looked up at the mode of light and hurriedly ran out. Following this, a large group of people hurried over because they heard that a terrifying figure had come online. It had been less than a month since he had obtained the God Race's Emperor Star, but things had not ended just because he had disappeared. Now, everyone was madly searching for him. It was said that he had attracted the attention of countless terrifying figures in the outer world and alchemy world, and they had given out orders to kill him at all costs. It could be said that in the history of the Heaven Awakened world, he was the first person to cause such a stir in multiple worlds, and experts from all over were searching for him. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group did not dare to reveal this matter, nor did they dare to have any contact with Zhao Fu. Once this news spread, experts from all over would rush to them, and even 10 Heaven Spirit Financial Group would not be enough to destroy them. Despite this, they still paid attention to his movements and paid great attention to everything related to Zhao Fu. Moreover, they had no way of finding Zhao Fu's whereabouts. Even though they had created and managed the Heaven Spirit, they were unable to locate every part of the Heaven Awakened world. Let alone them, even Celestials would not be able to locate a person in such a large world. Even if he was at the center of the Heaven Awakened world and had a massive amount of fate protecting him, they would not be able to locate Zhao Fu. Moreover, they did not have any ill intentions towards Zhao Fu. They were a one-person financial group, and they felt that Zhao Fu was harmless to them. They even wanted to curry favor with Zhao Fu, so there was no need for them to locate Zhao Fu. Now that Zhao Fu had shaken a few large worlds, they did not dare to do such a thing. This matter was simply too dangerous. After everyone gathered in the room, they stared at the screen of light, wanting to know what this terrifying existence was doing. Zhao Fu had no idea that a small action of his could shake such a powerful faction. After deciding to use the Heaven Spirit Steel, the first thing Zhao Fu did was search for a vessel. Because Zhao Fu had a supreme level account, there were no restrictions, and many things popped up. Zhao Fu looked at it. As a vessel for a celestial art, it was incredibly rare. It was either something that contained powerful celestial energy or powerful source energy, and it had to be something that matched the cultivation technique. If the vessel's attribute did not match the celestial arts, the vessel would violently explode, and if it exploded, it could be life-threatening. The Six Desires demonic art was a half-celestial and half-demon art, so the vessel had to contain these two attributes. Zhao Fu searched for information about this and found a type of immortal demon jade that contained these two attributes. It was incredibly powerful and could be used as a vessel. However, the person who had this immortal demon jade also had a sovereign grade account and was most likely a higher being. Moreover, the immortal demon jade could be exchanged for something of equal value. Zhao Fu did not have such a thing at all. As such, Zhao Fu could only continue to search for other information. Unexpectedly, Zhao Fu found that as long as they could provide some information, they would be able to satisfy all of their requests. They were willing to give celestial-grade arts, half-celestial-grade weapons, and powerful holy pills. Were these people crazy? Why did they want to find him so badly? This could not be blamed on anyone else. After all, the commotion that Zhao Fu had caused was simply too great, and even the other great 1,000 worlds knew about this terrifying existence. However, the information they received did not contain as much killing intent as before. Before, the people who were looking for Zhao Fu either wanted Zhao Fu's head or Zhao Fu's life, as if they were determined to kill Zhao Fu. Now, most of them wanted to know about Zhao Fu, so they did not reveal any killing intent or ill intent. After all, even an idiot would understand how terrifying Zhao Fu would become in the future. If they dared to openly say that they wanted to kill Zhao Fu, they might bring disaster upon themselves in the future. Zhao Fu already had the potential to threaten them. Those were 7 emperor stars, and when the 7 emperor stars gave off dazzling light, even higher beings would feel a trace of fear. Zhao Fu thought that if they leaked some information about him, let alone one immortal demon jade, even 10 would not be a problem. However, Zhao Fu was not that stupid. If he was not careful, he might bring trouble upon himself. Following this, Zhao Fu found an item that contained powerful immortal demon power, and it was a very suitable vessel, the immortal demon book. However, the person who possessed this book needed even more precious items, and Zhao Fu did not have any. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. Even though he had found a vessel, he did not have the ability to obtain it. It would be great if he could open the King of Kings' treasury. There would definitely be suitable items within. The people from the Heaven Spirit Steel watched as Zhao Fu searched for relevant information. They felt quite curious, but they were not too surprised. After all, it was quite normal for such a person to have a celestial art. What they were curious about was why Zhao Fu was looking for a vessel. The vessel's only use was to pass down immortal level cultivation techniques. What was his purpose in passing down immortal level cultivation techniques? The Heaven Spirit Financial Group definitely had a vessel, and they even wanted to give it to Zhao Fu to curry favor with Zhao Fu. They also wanted to satisfy all of Zhao Fu's conditions. However, this matter was too important, and they didn't dare to do that. Zhao Fu continued to look through all sorts of information, looking for information on how to solve the problem with the cultivation technique. He had never thought that he would actually find something. This information was about a sect, which was the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. It was a powerful faction in the spirit domain, and its people were all emotionless and incredibly powerful. Not only were their disciples powerful, but the sect also had 6 higher beings. The top-tier existences in the world were higher beings, and the 6 Desires Celestial Sect had 6 of them. This showed how powerful this sect was, and it was most likely one of the top factions in the spirit domain. What caught Zhao Fu's attention was the 6 Desires Celestial Sect's name. Zhao Fu cultivated the 6 Desires Celestial art, and this sect was called the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. As such, Zhao Fu felt that there was definitely a connection between the two, so he started to search for information about the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. In the end, he found that the 6 Desires Celestial Sect was indeed closely related to the 6 Desires Celestial art. After all, the 6 Desires Celestial art they cultivated was the 6 Desires Celestial art. Moreover, the disciples who cultivated this cultivation technique seemed to walk the path of abstinence and were all incredibly cold. When it came to cultivation, cutting off all desires and focusing on cultivation was very beneficial. However, it was very difficult for ordinary people to do so, and even if they did, their lives would become quite boring. Zhao Fu was now sure that the 6 Desires Celestial Sect was closely related to the 6 Desires Celestial art. However, Zhao Fu could not find out how the 6 Desires Celestial Sect had obtained the 6 Desires Celestial art. The 6 Desires Celestial art that he cultivated came from the Heaven Murder Empire, and the Heaven Murder Empire's 6 Desires Celestial art was obtained by a Heaven Murder Empire's emperor after he charged into the 6 Desires Celestial Palace. Zhao Fu asked Dishi in his body if she knew anything. Dishi looked quite confused and did not know what was going on. Zhao Fu guessed that since the 6 Desires Celestial had not died yet, he had most likely left behind some other legacy, and the 6 Desires Celestial Sect was one of the people who had obtained that legacy. Even though he could not obtain a vessel, finding out about the 6 Desires Celestial Sect was not bad. After all, it was possible that Zhao Fu would go to the spirit domain in the future to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Zhao Fu now had the human race's Emperor Star, devil race's Emperor Star, outlander race's Emperor Star, death race's Emperor Star, and god race's Emperor Star. He only had the spirit race's Emperor Star and the water race's Emperor Star. If he could gather these 2 types of Emperor Stars, Zhao Fu would have 9 Emperor Stars. Just thinking about it was quite shocking. Zhao Fu put this matter aside for now. After he dealt with Qin's matter, he would deal with the matter of the cultivation technique. Following this, Zhao Fu left. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group's experts watched as that person searched through a large amount of information about the 6 Desires Celestial Sect, and they understood that his next destination was the spirit domain. As for what he wanted to do, everyone immediately understood. He most likely wanted to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Ever since he had gone to the godly world, almost everyone knew about Zhao Fu's goal. Awakening the supreme Emperor Stars of various races was no longer a secret. Out of the 8 major races, only 2 of them did not have a supreme Emperor Star, so his target was the remaining 2 regions. There were many terrifying higher beings lying in ambush in those 2 domains, waiting for Zhao Fu to come. The 6 Desires Celestial sect was also in trouble. Being targeted by such a terrifying person, something big would definitely happen. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu went to the alchemy world. Qin was currently mass-producing philosopher's stones for the soldiers to use, and it would take some time before they could attack the alchemy world. Right now, Zhao Fu planned to gather some information about the alchemy world in order to prepare for a counterattack. After coming to the alchemy world, Zhao Fu first went to find Wang Jian. He had been standing guard here this entire time, and he most likely knew the most about the alchemy world. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing that Zhao Fu had come to the alchemy world, Wang Jian gave a trace of a smile and bowed to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and he told Wang Jian about the current situation in the alchemy world. Wang Jian started to explain to Zhao Fu that the alchemy world had gathered 3 billion soldiers and had all sorts of methods. They had long since gotten rid of Qin's teleportation ability. That teleportation ability was the ability that Qin had used to heavily damage the alchemy world. Now, there were 1.3 billion alchemy world soldiers imprisoned there. 33. Zhao Fu was not too surprised, as this sort of method had shocking effects. However, if someone else thought of a way to deal with it a second time, this method would naturally be useless. The last time the Heaven Refining World had attacked Qin Kingdom was a month ago, and Qin Kingdom had used 5 billion Stage 2 soldiers to defend against them, and they had suffered great losses. Qin Kingdom was under great pressure, and if the Heaven Refining World attacked again, Qin Kingdom would have to use other powerful methods, or else they would not be able to defend against the Heaven Refining World's ferocious attacks. According to the news, the Heaven Refining World had been preparing to attack Qin Kingdom half a month ago, but for some reason, they had stopped attacking Qin Kingdom. It was not just them, the entire Heaven Refining World had temporarily stopped attacking the Heaven Awakened World. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. He did not know why the entire Heaven Refining World had stopped attacking. Zhao Fu was also quite curious about the reason. It was definitely something terrifying, or else the entire Heaven Refining World would not have stopped attacking. This was definitely not a small matter and was a shocking matter. Zhao Fu felt quite confused. Even if he was in the godly world, he would definitely be able to sense something like this. However, why had Zhao Fu not sensed anything at all? Moreover, he had not heard of anything terrifying happening. After asking Wang Jian, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. Wang Jian said that after countless rays of white light shot out from the Heaven Awakened World, the Heaven Refining World soldiers had retreated in terror. Those countless rays of white light had been given off by the Haotian mirror, which meant that all of this had been caused by him. However, after such a short period of time, the Heaven Refining World soldiers, who had stopped attacking, could not wait any longer and wanted to attack Qin Kingdom. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear. After all, he was preparing to counterattack the Heaven Refining World, so why would he be afraid? Wang Jian was not worried, and all of the soldiers defending the Heaven Refining World no longer felt any fear. After all, Qin Kingdom's soul, the ruler of everything, was personally presiding over this place, so there was nothing to be afraid of. In addition, the alchemy army had dispatched more than 10,000 war sacred beasts. Not only were there offensive sacred beasts, defensive sacred beasts, and rapid-type sacred beasts, but there was also a humanoid sacred beast. These humanoid holy beasts were relatively rare, but their strength was far more terrifying than other holy beasts. Most importantly, they could use all sorts of attacks, unlike other holy beasts that only had one attack. Qin had suffered a few losses in its hands, causing a lot of losses. Because Zhao Fu had never seen the humanoid holy war beast before, he wasn't sure of its strength and abilities. However, he had already decided to deal with this humanoid holy war beast first in the next battle. Apart from this, there was no other important information in the alchemy world. Now, they could only wait for Qin's soldiers to absorb a large number of Philosopher's Stones. After looking around the alchemy world for a while, Zhao Fu was planning to sneak into the major forces of the alchemy world to investigate some information himself. Suddenly, a ring on Zhao Fu's finger emanated intense ripples and waves of death power flowed out, causing their surroundings to become icy cold. This ring was the Disaster King's ring. The Disaster King's ring was Zhao Fu's most important ring, and there were all sorts of important things within it. Moreover, this ring had been by Zhao Fu's side for the longest time. It was formed by fusing the Death Ring and an ancient king armament. Not only was it incredibly large, but it also had all sorts of attributes and 10 disaster death cavalrymen. The terrifying ripples that the Disaster King's ring gave off did not seem to be coming from itself, but rather because it had been affected by some sort of power. The only things that could affect the Disaster King's ring were the Disaster Death Cavalrymen. In the early stages, the Disaster Death Cavalrymen had been incredibly useful. They had activated Undead Disaster, but as Qin had become more and more powerful, the Disaster Death Cavalrymen had become less and less useful. Sometimes, when they activated Undead Disaster, some experts and soldiers would band together to stop them. Zhao Fu had given the 10 Disaster Death Cavalrymen absolute freedom and did not restrict their actions. Similarly, Zhao Fu did not pay much attention to their matters. Now that they were giving off such powerful ripples, Zhao Fu felt quite curious about what had happened to them. Even though they were not very useful anymore, Zhao Fu still cared about them. As such, Zhao Fu did not go to the alchemist faction to gather information and instead went to see what had happened to the Disaster Death Cavalrymen. Following these ripples, Zhao Fu found that the 10 Disaster Death Cavalrymen were in the underworld, so he headed there. After arriving, Yellow Springs said with a serious expression, "Husband, why are you here? I was just about to go and inform you." Seeing how serious she looked, Zhao Fu's heart sank and he asked, "What happened? Is it related to the 10 Disaster King Cavalrymen?" Yellow Springs nodded. After a battle, the 10 Disaster King Cavalry entered the Yellow Springs River and haven't come out since. It's been about a year, and now there's been a change. The situation isn't good. Zhao Fu's expression became serious as he asked, "Where are they now?" Hearing this, Yellow Springs said, "Then come with me, husband." The Yellow Springs Kingdom was now as big as 3 worlds, and there was a Yellow Springs River next to it. Zhao Fu had dug a Yellow Springs River into the Yellow Springs Kingdom and used its water to nurture Yellow Springs soldiers. Because there were countless corpses in the Yellow Spring River, and after countless years of changes, it contained all kinds of filthy and evil energies. These filthy and evil energies gathered and formed a kind of yellow spring water. That was why the Yellow Spring water was also filthy and evil. This filthy energy was quite terrifying and could pollute everything. In fact, some filthy energy even gave higher beings headaches and did not want to come into contact with it. Following Yellow Springs, Zhao Fu came close to the Yellow Springs River. The Yellow Springs River was many worlds wide and stretched out as far as the eye could see. The river water was yellow and flowed incredibly slowly, as if it was not flowing at all. There were all sorts of creatures' corpses within it. Now, there were 10 massive whirlpools within the Yellow Springs, giving off terrifying power and stirring up the Yellow Springs. At the center of the whirlpools were 10 figures. They were the 10 Disaster King Cavalrymen. Their situation was quite bad, and the soul flames in their heads had become quite weak as if they could be extinguished at any moment. Seeing this, Zhao Fu could easily guess the Disaster King Cavalrymen's goal. It was most likely that after that battle, the Disaster King Cavalrymen had absorbed a large amount of deathly energy and were unable to become more powerful. As such, they had entered the Yellow Springs River and planned on using Yellow Springs' power to break through. /33. Everything had gone as they had expected. They had absorbed the Yellow Springs' power from the bottom of the Yellow Springs, and their bodies had been corroded by the Yellow Springs' power, causing them to quickly become stronger. However, things were not as simple as they had thought. Just as they were about to go through the final changes, a massive amount of Yellow Springs' power flowed into their souls. This caused their souls to quickly weaken. If this went on, their souls would be corroded by the Yellow Springs and they would become nameless corpses within the Yellow Springs, forever remaining there. Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious as he stood in the air and looked at the disaster cavalry within the 10 vortexes. The 10 disaster royal cavalrymen also sensed Zhao Fu and felt incredibly excited and happy. Even though they had been given the cold shoulder by their king, their loyalty towards their king had never changed. They were willing to give up everything for their king and swear loyalty to their king. Even though they were in a dangerous situation, they still half knelt on the ground and weakly called out, "King." Zhao Fu replied seriously, "Don't move anymore. Next, I will pass my origin energy to you. You will receive my origin energy and fuse it with the power of the Yellow Springs." The disaster kings, who had been quite weak, became even weaker because of what they had just done, and their bodies seemed as if they were about to collapse. The 10 disaster cavalry obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and did not move at all, maintaining their half-kneeling posture. Standing in the air, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and slashed at his palm with his fingernail, causing black, gold-like blood to flow out of Zhao Fu's wound. Under Zhao Fu's control, the blood formed 10 lychee-sized orbs of blood and lined them up, giving off an aura of source energy. Now, Zhao Fu's bloodline was the source bloodline, and it had unimaginable power. Zhao Fu wanted to use the source bloodline's power to help the disaster cavalry break through and cause them to go through even greater changes. Boom, a massive wave of source energy flowed out of Zhao Fu's hand and entered the 10 orbs of blood. The 10 orbs of blood gave off an intense light and runes appeared on them as powerful waves of power spread out. Xiao xiao xiao, Zhao Fu pushed out with his hand, and the 10 orbs of blood gave off an intense black light and turned into rays of light that shot into the disaster ruler cavalry's forehead. Bang! The disaster cavalrymen felt an immense power rush into their heads, and they felt as if their heads were about to explode. A power that seemed to dominate the heavens and the earth, but also seemed to be the source of all things, spread out from their heads like floodwaters. This is the power of their king. The 10 disaster cavalrymen fell into a state of shock. They couldn't help but feel even more respectful towards their king. Their king was the ruler of everything. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as origin energy and origin blood spread out within the disaster cavalry, causing their bodies to go through massive changes and give off boundless black light. The power of the Yellow Springs that was corroding them was easily suppressed by them. They even needed an even stronger power of the Yellow Springs. The 10 disaster cavalrymen gave off even greater power, causing the 10 vortexes to become even larger. They swirled with immense power, and countless amounts of Yellow Springs water were sucked in. The area around the disaster cavalrymen started to crystallize, and the Yellow Springs power condensed within their bodies, causing their bodies to go through changes. In the end, the disaster cavalrymen were completely covered by the yellow crystals and gave off a massive wave of Yellow Springs power, as well as a terrifying might that covered the surroundings, causing people to feel a trace of terror. The 12 Yellow Springs queens came to Zhao Fu's side but did not say anything, as they were worried that they would disturb Zhao Fu. Time gradually passed. Boom. Boom, massive sounds rang out as the yellow crystals gave off boundless yellow light and flew out of the Yellow Springs. They flew into the air and gave off a massive aura. The heavens and earth started to change as countless traces of underworld power ferociously gathered and flooded into the 10 enormous yellow crystals. Ka-cha, ka-cha, ka-cha. Clear cracking sounds sounded out as the yellow crystals around the disaster cavalrymen cracked and fell off piece by piece. An extremely terrifying power flowed out, and the heavens and earth seemed to feel terror. Everything fell silent, and even the air seemed to freeze. In the end, all of the yellow crystals fell off, revealing the disaster cavalrymen's bodies. The disaster cavalrymen stood in the sky, wearing pale white bone armor and holding a pale white bone spear. They also had a pale white bone rune sword at their waist, and their bones were black like black iron. Gray, black, yellow, and violet flames burned within their heads. The 4 flames represented different powers. Gray represented death power, black represented king power, yellow represented Yellow Springs power, and violet source energy. Their bodies gave off 4 different colored auras, and there were many ghosts surrounding them. There were men, women, elderly, and children, and their expressions were savage, hateful, and furious. Each disaster cavalryman was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of ghosts, and the sky was covered by them. The disaster cavalrymen at the center seemed to be the masters of these ghosts, and they gave off an incredibly terrifying feeling. They seemed to rule over all living beings, and they gave off boundless death, disaster, boundless coldness, and a trace of source energy. Now, the disaster cavalrymen could no longer be called disaster cavalrymen and were instead called Yellow Springs Emperor cavalrymen. Their power was far more terrifying than before, and they now seemed to be the rulers of death. Their power would continue to grow and become even more terrifying. They would become true rulers of death and surpass everything in the world. Sensing the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalrymen's power, the 12 Yellow Springs Empresses felt quite shocked. They were dozens of times more powerful than before, and they all felt immense danger. With their current power, even if they did not activate Undead Disaster, they could still be very useful, such as hunting down experts from all sides. Moreover, they were undying existences because their soul source energy was fused with their rings. As long as Zhao Fu's rings were not destroyed, they would not truly die. With this ability and the source blood that Zhao Fu had given them, the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalrymen would definitely become the most terrifying existences in the world. Their names would spread through countless worlds and strike fear into the hearts of all living beings. King. However, even though the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalrymen had become so terrifying, they still respectfully knelt in the air and called out to Zhao Fu. Even though they had become so powerful, without their king's help, they would not have their current power, and it was possible that they would have died. They understood that all of this was a reward from their king, so they had to be even more loyal to him. Sensing the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalryman's power, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. /33. As the owner of the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry, Zhao Fu could look at its stats and knew how powerful it was. Not only was the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry much more powerful than before, but it was also much more powerful than before. Before, the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry's power was a combination of death power and disaster power. Even though they were quite powerful and people of the same cultivation could not defeat them, they were not terrifying enough. At that moment, the Yellow Springs Force and the Peak Origin Force fused together to form the Yellow Springs Force of Death. Even though the Yellow Springs Death power could not compare to Zhao Fu's 6 paths of reincarnation power, it was still an extremely terrifying power. It did not lose to Emperor's power or Saint's power because this power contained source energy. This power was of the death attribute. Although it had fused with Calamity, Yellow Springs, and Origin energy, its main attribute was still the power of death. Calamities contained all sorts of calamitous powers, and they could strengthen the deathly power to form deathly calamities. The Yellow Springs power was a kind of filthy power, but it was formed from countless corpses, and it could also be considered a power related to deathly power. Finally, the source energy strengthened the Yellow Springs Death power's deathly attribute, causing it to go through qualitative changes and become Yellow Springs Death power. If the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry continued to grow like this, it would definitely become a powerful ruler of death. Now, the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry had this Yellow Springs Death power and all sorts of different abilities, all of which were quite powerful. For example, they had the ability to summon countless ghosts. Now, they were like underworld experts and could use their own power to summon countless ghosts. Moreover, the ghosts that they summoned were not ordinary ghosts but powerful ghost soldiers. In the beginning, the 10 of them had been skeleton soldiers, and after absorbing the king's power, they had become commander-level skeletons, which was equivalent to skeleton generals. Now that they had fused with their source energy, they had become Lord Skeletons. Moreover, they were not ordinary Lord-level skeletons but skeletons that surpassed Emperor-level skeletons. It was just that they had not fully grown yet. In the past, a Lord-level creature's territory was a region, a King-level creature's territory was a world, an Emperor-level creature's territory was 10 worlds, and an Emperor-level creature's territory was 100 worlds. Beyond the Overlord rank was the Saint rank, and its territory could cover 1,000 worlds. As long as the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry matured, it would be able to have a territory of 1,000 worlds. Just thinking about it was shocking. Due to the influence of this lord's power, the 10 Yellow Springs Imperial cavalrymen could only summon powerful ghost soldiers instead of ghosts. A single one of them could summon tens of thousands of Een soldiers, and when 10 of them worked together, they could even unleash a joint summoning ability. This ability was called the Great Emperor's Army. 10 Yellow Springs Emperor cavalrymen could summon hundreds of thousands of Een soldiers. This ability could become stronger as they grew stronger. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to summon 10 million Een soldiers. Apart from the ability to summon ghost soldiers, they also had some of the abilities of a lord, such as the might of a lord, their own death domain, and their powerful senses. Most lords had these, so there was no need to explain too much. The second, more powerful ability was the ability to gather countless ghosts. Right now, each Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of ghosts, and the aura they gave off was extremely terrifying. Ghosts were remnant souls left behind after a person died, and they weren't very powerful. However, if there were many of them, they would be quite terrifying. The Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry could now control these spirits that had gathered. They could attack or defend, and they could even absorb them to temporarily increase their strength. There were many ghosts and they could be found everywhere, so the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry's ability was quite useful. This ability was called the Ghost Lord. There was also a more powerful ability, which was the third ability, which was the ability to control the Yellow Springs. Because the main purpose of this breakthrough was to absorb the Yellow Springs water, their names had the Yellow Springs in them. Because of this, they also had the ability to control the Yellow Springs water. Now, they could absorb and control the Yellow Springs water below and didn't have to worry about being polluted by the Yellow Springs power. More importantly, they could use their own power to summon the Yellow Springs River elsewhere. The Yellow Springs power was extremely terrifying. It could pollute almost everything and could be said to be the most filthy thing in the world. If they summoned the Yellow Springs River and used it to attack, the power would be terrifying. There was also their fourth ability, Death Disaster. They could gather countless amounts of death energy to change the weather. The sky would be covered by dense death energy, and not a single ray of sunlight would leak out. The ground would also be corroded by the death energy, causing the world to darken, and an aura of death would fill the air. Under the corrosion of death energy, countless plants would wither, countless beasts would die, and the world would become silent, welcoming the end of death. This ability was extremely terrifying. Of course, the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry couldn't destroy an entire world, but it could destroy an entire region. Moreover, this ability would become stronger as the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry grew stronger. When it reached a certain level, let alone a world, it could even destroy a few worlds, or even tens of worlds. Death Disaster was a disaster of death, but it was even more terrifying than ordinary disasters of death. The 10 Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry were like 10 calamity beasts. In the future, people would describe them like this. They were knights that walked the Yellow Springs with countless ghosts following them. They came to the human world and brought endless death. They were the rulers of death, the enemies of all things in the world, and terrifying beings of the end world. No one in the world had seen them before because everyone who had seen them had died. This was naturally something that would happen in the future, and there was no need to talk about it. For example, the Death Disaster had such a large area of effect that it could bring death to an entire region. If it was used in a war, who could resist it? Just thinking about it was shocking. Once this ability was activated, the enemies would fall in droves, and not a single one would be left alive. However, this could only be done if the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry's power suppressed the enemy. Otherwise, if they worked together, they might be able to resist the corrosion of death energy. If they were stronger than the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry, they might be able to break this ability. However, Death Disaster was definitely a terrifying ability, far more terrifying than the previous 3 abilities. The previous 3 abilities' area of effect and power were limited, while Death Disaster was a true disaster. However, Death Disaster was not the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry's most terrifying ability. Their most terrifying ability was the evolved Undead Disaster, but it was no longer called Undead Disaster but Underworld Descent. Undead Disaster could be said to be the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry's most terrifying ability, and it was one of Qin's most powerful abilities. It could turn countless people into skeletons in an extremely short period of time, forming a boundless ocean of skeletons. It gave off a boundless deathly aura and had the power to destroy the world. Back then, Qin's Undead Disaster had caused a disaster, and countless people had died. He had used it to fight against China's Northern Alliance army, causing the northern side of China to suffer heavy losses. Now, there was no faction in the northern side of China that could stop Qin's rise. The Undead Disaster had been a very correct step for Great Qin. After the northern side of China was no longer a threat, Great Qin had continued to quickly develop, and in the end, it had successfully unified the northern side of China. With that as a foundation, it had devoured all of China. If it hadn't been for undead disaster, Qin would have been suppressed by the Northern Alliance army. Even if he hadn't been destroyed, he would have been in a difficult situation. He definitely wouldn't have been as powerful as he was now. As such, Zhao Fu felt very grateful towards the Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry. When they were in danger, he had even used his origin blood to help them. Zhao Fu's origin blood was incredibly precious and had many uses. It was definitely a treasure of the heavens and earth, and there was no one who wouldn't be tempted by it. Moreover, losing his origin blood would cause Zhao Fu to fall into a state of weakness. In the past, undead disaster had been very terrifying, but as Qin had become stronger, undead disaster had become less and less useful. Now, Zhao Fu was quite curious. Just how terrifying would the underworld descent, which was upgraded from the undead disaster, be? Zhao Fu carefully looked at underworld descent's information. First, underworld descent required 10 Yellow Springs Emperor cavalry to cast together, and they couldn't be cast individually. Compared to the undead disaster, underworld descent had also undergone massive changes. It was almost completely different. Undead disaster turned countless corpses into skeletons. Even though individual skeletons were very weak, when gathered together, they were incredibly terrifying. They had the power to destroy everything, which was why it was called undead disaster. The underworld's descent was even more terrifying than the undead disaster. Under the underworld's descent, what resurrected were not countless skeletons, but countless corpses. As countless corpses descended from the underworld, the Yellow Springs of Disaster's power would first enter their heads, and the countless corpses would be corroded by the underworld's boundless qi. Under the control of the Yellow Springs of Calamity in the head, the countless corpses began to regenerate. Their flesh and blood would melt and fuse with their bodies, making them look like dried corpses. They looked rather hideous and terrifying. Because the Yellow Springs of Disaster's power was first integrated into the skull, the mummy's eyes were yellow. Some of the more powerful resurrected people had 4 colors in their eyes. The most frightening thing was that these mummies had retained a large amount of their strength. They were not as weak as the skeletons, and their movements were extremely fast and fierce, not as slow and clumsy as the skeletons. Their skin had also become tougher, making it harder for ordinary weapons to cut through. This undoubtedly formed a layer of defense, increasing the difficulty of killing the mummies. Moreover, they also had 3 attributes. One was the most ordinary and had death power, and they were the most numerous. They were called death nether corpses. The other had disaster power, and they were less numerous than the first, and they were called disaster nether corpses. The final type was the most terrifying. They gave off the aura of the Yellow Springs, and not only were they incredibly powerful, but they were also incredibly difficult to kill, and they had the ability to contaminate other things. This type was called Yellow Springs nether corpses. These 3 types of power corresponded to the 3 types of power within the Yellow Springs of Death. As for the final type of power, it was very difficult for these mummies to obtain it, and only some extremely terrifying corpses would have it. Not only were the revived nether corpses more agile than the skeletons, but they also had decent defenses and 3 different types of power, making them far more powerful than the skeletons. Individually, the skeletons were very weak, but when they gathered together, they were quite terrifying. Now that each of the nether corpses was very powerful, when they gathered together, they would be even more terrifying. It could be imagined just how terrifying it would be if the ground was covered with these kinds of corpses. This was why the underworld's descent was even more terrifying than the undead disaster. Apart from the nether corpses being more powerful, the range of the underworld's descent was also larger, and the method it used was somewhat different. The undead disaster gathered boundless deathly aura and formed a massive death magic formation. The death magic formation spun and gave off boundless deathly light that covered a certain range. All of the corpses within this range were affected by the deathly light, and their flesh would split open and fall off like dirt, revealing skeletons. Those skeletons' heads would ignite with spirit flames, and the skeletons would be revived. If they attacked the death magic formation and destroyed it, they would naturally be able to stop the undead disaster. However, the underworld's descent was different. It was like a domain, and not only was it very difficult to stop, but its revival power was also very powerful. It could turn all sorts of creatures into mummies, and no creature could resist it. As for the specifics, Zhao Fu had not personally seen them use it, so he did not know. These were the 5 abilities of the Yellow Springs Emperor Cavalry. With such terrifying abilities, they would definitely become the most terrifying existences in the world in the future. They would also become important to Qin, and they would become a powerful trump card for Qin. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You may rise." The 10 Yellow Springs Emperor Cavalry respectfully stood up in the air and waited for Zhao Fu's next order, not saying anything else. Under normal circumstances, after the 10 Yellow Springs Emperor Cavalry became so powerful, their intelligence would definitely be very high, and they might even be smarter than ordinary people. However, the Yellow Springs Emperor Cavalry was different. Zhao Fu did not know if they were affected by Zhao Fu's king's power or if they were willing to be like this. To them, Zhao Fu was their everything, and they were willing to be emotionless swords that cut through the countless thorns in front of them and follow Zhao Fu to the throne. In actuality, they were more emotional like ordinary people, and they were not as cold as they were now. They did everything for him and resolutely carried out orders, and Zhao Fu could accept this. Most importantly, they were loyal to him. The Yellow Springs Emperor Cavalry still needed power to grow. They could stay in the Yellow Springs River and continue to absorb Yellow Springs power to grow, or they could kill and absorb large amounts of deathly aura to grow. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that there was no battle, so he did not need them yet. He had them continue to cultivate in the Yellow Springs River and make them stronger. Moreover, they could be used as a trump card for Qin, and they would be able to turn the situation around. Time passed quickly, and soon, half a month had passed. Zhao Fu went to the place where the Philosopher's Stone was made and started to look around. Several million platforms had been built here, and each platform was a kilometer wide. There were 10 alchemy arrays, and each array could produce 10 Philosopher's Stones a day. Each platform could create 100 Philosopher's Stones per day, and millions of platforms could create hundreds of millions of Philosopher's Stones. Now, many of Qin's soldiers had obtained alchemy power. Zhao Fu first used the Philosopher's Stones on the army stationed in the alchemy world. Now, almost all of them had obtained alchemy power, and their strength had greatly increased. Moreover, Zhao Fu had them learn some alchemy techniques. Now that Qin's soldiers had obtained alchemy power, they could naturally use alchemy techniques as well. This way, the alchemist's advantage was reduced, and Qin could use alchemy techniques to deal with them. Similarly, Zhao Fu did not have all of Qin's soldiers use the Philosopher's Stones. He wanted to maintain the diversity of soldiers in order to avoid being countered in the future. At that moment, a soldier half knelt on the ground and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, news has come from the alchemy world. The alchemy world's army is gathering, and their goal is to attack Qin. This subordinate has come under General Wang's orders to report." Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. He had been preparing to attack the alchemy world, and he had never thought that the alchemy world would deliver itself to him. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, Got it." Following this, Zhao Fu headed to the alchemy world. Qin's generals and soldiers had already arrived at the city walls and were seriously guarding. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, everyone bowed and said, "We greet your Majesty." Zhao Fu came to Wang Jian's side and smiled as he asked, "How are the preparations?" A smile appeared on Wang Jian's face. "Everything is ready. Now, we are just waiting for the gold refiner race to attack. Also, according to the intelligence, the gold refiner race's attacking force has reached 3.5 billion, and there are as many as 15,000 holy beasts." Zhao Fu nodded and looked ahead. Rumble, massive explosions sounded out as a flood of alchemist soldiers gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they flooded towards Qin. The massive holy beasts gave off massive auras as they walked forward with heavy steps. Each step left a footprint on the ground, and they looked quite terrifying. Apart from Huagui and Binghan, there was another person in charge of attacking. It was a young man who looked quite arrogant and came from a large faction. His name was Ren Nua. The humanoid sacred beast that caused great damage to Qin was provided by his family. After a while, the alchemy army arrived in front of Qin. When Fire Demon saw Zhao Fu on the city wall, he looked surprised. He had led troops to attack Qin City a few times, but he hadn't seen Zhao Fu. He didn't know where Zhao Fu had gone, but now that he had finally appeared, the person he wanted to kill the most was definitely Xiao Fu. Ha ha ha, you finally appeared. I thought that you were hiding there and didn't dare to come out. This time, we'll definitely destroy your Qin city and make you die a horrible death. Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, you've said this many times, but isn't Qin city, still alive and well? Huigue looked furious as he said, this time is different from before, we have enough strength to destroy Qin city. You'll know how powerful we are in a while, and it's not something that a small Qin city like you can resist. Ren Nuo looked at Xiao Fu proudly as he said, you're the king of Qin city? Now that my family has joined the alchemy army, can you still resist? Xiao Fu said with a provocative smile, whether I'm capable or not, you'll know once you try. Ren Nuo coldly harumphed and gave the order to attack. Boom! Boom! Just like before, countless terrifying holy beasts shot out cannons towards Qin city and shot out massive beams of light. The beams of light contained terrifying power as they shot towards Qin city, seeming as if they were going to explode the sky. Having war holy beasts was a great advantage for the alchemy race. They could directly use holy beasts to bombard their targets, and the battle would end before it even started. Just like before, a massive wave of chaos power spread out and a black energy barrier appeared, covering Qin city. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as terrifying beams of light hit the defensive barrier, causing shockwaves to spread out. The defensive barrier quickly cracked and shattered, turning into motes of light and dissipating. Huigue, Bing Han, and Ren Nuo gave confident smiles and continued to give the order to attack. Boom! Countless alchemy soldiers gave off powerful auras as they flooded towards Qin city, seeming as if nothing could stop them. Swish, 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 the alchemy soldiers at the front held alchemy spears and threw them out. The spears contained immense power and left behind afterimages as they shot towards Qin city. On Qin city's side, shield bearers went up and formed a shield wall. Boundless light shined out from their shields, forming a black shield of light. Bang, bang. Bang, as the alchemy spears hit the shield of light, countless alchemy runes lit up and the spears violently exploded. Countless shards shot out in all directions, piercing through the defensive barrier. However, the soldiers at the front were all shield bearers, so when the shards hit the shields, they were forced back a few steps and did not deal much damage. Behind the alchemy army, countless ladder users walked out and pressed their metal arms against the ground. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sounds rang out as metal stairs stretched out from the ground and gave off immense power as they quickly flew towards Qin city. Countless alchemy soldiers rushed up the metal stairs and rushed towards Qin city. Boom, a huge wave of alchemy power spread out as a huge alchemy array appeared on the ground. Boundless alchemy power quickly gathered and poured into the bodies of the countless alchemy soldiers. The bodies of the countless alchemy soldiers shone with light and felt that they had become a bit stronger than before. They gave off an even more ferocious aura as they rushed towards Qin city. Before the countless alchemy soldiers could reach Qin city, the many war saint beasts aimed their cannons at Qin city. Countless lights shone within the cannons as terrifying power spread out. Boom! Boom! Loud explosions echoed as powerful beams of light tore through the sky, bringing with them power to destroy everything. They were extremely fast as they shot towards Qin city. Boom! Boom! Huge white pillars of light rushed into the sky as 100-meter-tall holy light god emissaries appeared. There were over 100,000 of them, and they lined up in a row, giving off a powerful aura. During the time that Xiao Fu had been away, Qin had developed in many aspects. For example, his ability to summon holy light god emissaries had been greatly strengthened. Before, Qin could only summon 50,000 holy light god emissaries, but now, he could summon 100,000 holy light god emissaries, which was twice as much as before. After the holy light god emissaries appeared, they stretched out their hands and massive waves of holy light power flowed out. Their palms gave off boundless white light, and defensive barriers once again formed, giving off powerful holy light power. Bang, bang. Bang, a series of loud explosions rang out, and terrifying beams of light shot at the defensive barrier. Massive explosions sounded out, and terrifying power spread out, causing some of the defensive barriers to shatter. The countless beams of light were incredibly powerful, but the holy light god emissaries were able to block this wave of attacks. Scree, massive cries sounded out as metal birds appeared in the sky. The smallest of these metal birds was 1,000 meters long, and their bodies were made of machinery. Their feathers were like pieces of iron. They did not have cannons, but there were holes under their bodies. There were over 100 of them, and each of them was 1 meter wide. Countless rays of light gathered within the holes, forming orbs of light that gave off terrifying power. These mechanical birds could shoot down orbs of light, which would cause massive damage. Before, they had caused many casualties to Qin, so Wang Jian had immediately come down. The mechanical dragons that Qin had created gave off dragon roars as they spread their wings and rushed into the sky. Qin's mechanical dragons were formed from insect hive wyverns that had fused with insect hives. After all, ordinary wyverns could not fuse with the alchemy world's philosopher's stone. Because the alchemy world's attacks were too ferocious, Qin had gathered all of his mechanical dragons. However, because of the insect hive's restrictions, there were only 4,000 of them. There were now 3,000 or so mechanical birds. Although the mechanical dragons had a slight advantage in terms of numbers, the mechanical birds were not weak at all. Seeing the mechanical dragons rush over, orbs of light descended from below the mechanical birds, and under their control, they quickly shot towards the mechanical dragons. Boom, boom. Boom, the mechanical dragons opened their mouths and shot out massive beams of light that contained terrifying power towards the countless orbs of light. Bang, 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 explosions sounded out as the massive beams of light caused the orbs of light to explode. Countless rays of light scattered, and shockwaves spread out. However, a small number of orbs of light dodged the wyvern's beams of light and hit the wyvern's body, causing intense explosions. The mechanical wyvern's hard metal body was also blasted open, and silvery white blood flowed out. These mechanical wyverns were different from the pure mechanical holy beasts. They were a fusion of machinery and life, so they still had blood. On the other hand, pure mechanical creatures didn't have blood. As the number of light balls was relatively small, they did not deal too much damage to the mechanical wyvern. The cracks were less than a meter wide. This was not a problem for the 1,000-meter-long mechanical wyvern. Bang, 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 however, this pain made the mechanical wyvern furious, and it charged towards the mechanical birds, engaging them in battle. It used its mouth to bite, its claws to scratch, its tail to lash, and its body to ram. The mechanical birds weren't weak either, and they used their sharp claws and beaks to attack the mechanical wyvern. The two sides fought in the sky, causing massive sounds to ring out. A mechanical wyvern bit onto a mechanical bird's neck and vigorously pulled, tearing off a large piece of metal. Another mechanical bird swiped with its sharp claws, leaving behind a few long gashes on the mechanical wyvern's body. One of the mechanical wyverns went berserk and slammed into the mechanical birds with ferocious power, sending them flying. Another mechanical bird swooped down, its sharp beak piercing into the mechanical wyvern's body, pecking out a large hole. Boom! Boom, massive explosions once again sounded out as the 100,000 holy light emissaries stretched out their hands towards the holy beasts. Massive white beams of light containing purifying power shot towards the holy beasts. The holy beasts gave off massive alchemy power, and energy barriers appeared, covering their bodies. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the white beams of light containing immense power slammed against the energy barriers. A few cracks appeared on the energy barriers, but they were not destroyed. By now, the countless holy light soldiers were about to rush in front of Qin. Qin's side shot out a large number of arrows, and the countless arrows containing sharp power rained towards the holy light soldiers. Boom, boom. Boom, the holy light soldiers gave off waves of holy light aura, which condensed together and looked like rivers of aura flowing upwards. Even though this aura was just aura, it was as tough as metal, and when the arrows hit it, they were all sent flying away. Only a small portion of the countless arrows hit the holy light soldiers' bodies, and most of them were blocked by the holy light soldiers. After successfully blocking Qin's attack, the holy light soldiers felt even more confident, and they gave off ferocious auras as they continued to rush at Qin. Swish, 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 sharp sounds of the air being torn could be heard as rainbow rays of light shot out, bringing with them shocking power. This time, Qin had shot out talisman arrows. Chi, 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 this time, the tough metal aura was unable to stop the arrows, and the arrows pierced through the holy light soldiers' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere and howls to continuously sound out. Qin's soldiers also gave off powerful auras, and these auras gathered together to form weapons or balls that gave off shocking power as they smashed against the metal stairs. The metal stairs were unable to withstand so many attacks and shattered, and the holy light soldiers on them were about to fall from the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive magic formation behind the holy light soldiers once again gave off a massive wave of holy light. The falling holy light soldiers landed on a transparent surface and did not fall to the ground. The holy light soldiers stood on the transparent surface and gave off powerful auras as they continued to rush at Qin. Swish, 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 the holy light soldiers also started to counterattack, and metal arrows shot towards Qin incredibly quickly, causing some casualties to Qin. Powerful auras spread out as the staircase builders sent more power into the magic formation. The shattered metal stairs once again repaired themselves and continued to extend forward. The holy light soldiers on the stairs continued to give off powerful auras as they rushed at Qin, and they quickly reached the city walls. The holy light soldiers grinned. Now that they had reached the city walls, it would be much easier to kill Qin's soldiers. They had fought with Qin's soldiers many times and knew that even though Qin's soldiers were not weak, they had a greater advantage, whether it was in terms of defense or offense. If they had the same number of people and power, the side that would win would most likely be the side from the Golden World. Moreover, they had made preparations to prevent Qin's soldiers from using any other methods. They could not allow something like the teleportation from before to happen again. They gave confident smiles, but when they saw Zhao Fu's expression, they felt that something was off. Facing the alchemist soldiers attacking the defensive walls, Zhao Fu did not seem worried at all, and he instead gave a trace of a smile. Boom! Boom! Explosions continuously sounded out as countless Golden World soldiers looked at Qin's soldiers in shock. Their bodies gave off waves of azure Golden World power, and their bodies gave off a metallic luster. How is this possible? How can Qin's soldiers also have Golden World power? They're from the Heaven Awakened world, so it's impossible for them to have Golden World power. Just what's going on? Before, the Golden World soldiers had Golden World power and Golden World skills, and their cultivation was slightly higher than Qin's soldiers. Adding on the Golden World's advantage, the Golden World soldiers could easily defeat Qin's soldiers. However, things were different now. Even though the alchemy power that great Qin's soldiers unleashed was a bit weaker than theirs and was not pure alchemy power, it was not much weaker. Most importantly, the Qin's soldiers' cultivation had risen by 3 stages after releasing Golden World power, and they were now more powerful than the Golden World soldiers. The Golden World soldiers were so shocked that they could not react. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a confident smile and officially launched an all-out counterattack. Clang, clang. Clang, the sound of metal colliding sounded out as powerful auras exploded out, and the sounds of fighting and cries continuously sounded out. The top of the Great Wall descended into a chaotic battle. A Qin soldier rushed at a Golden World soldier and slashed his saber into the Golden World soldier's body, splitting the metal-covered body in half. A Qin soldier sent his Golden World power into his sword, making it abnormally sharp, and he sliced off a Golden World soldier's head with a single strike. A Qin soldier swung his large axe and spun, sending 3 Golden World soldiers flying back. A Qin soldier held a spear and pierced through a Golden World soldier's chest. A Qin soldier loudly laughed and gave off a powerful azure aura flame. He held 2 scimitars and rushed into the crowd. He continuously swung his scimitars, sending out a few saber lights and slashing apart Golden World soldiers' bodies. A Golden World soldier furiously rushed over with his spear and stabbed towards a Qin soldier. The sharp spear pierced through the Golden World soldier's armor and stabbed into the soldier's body. However, the spear only pierced a little and did not go very deep. This was because not only did the Qin soldier's armor contain materials from the primal chaos world, but the Qin soldier also used Golden World power, causing his chest to turn into metal to block this attack. The Golden World soldier stared at this scene in shock, and before he could react, the Qin soldier's spear pierced through his body. Even though the Golden World soldiers also had armor, the Qin soldiers' weapons contained materials from the primal chaos world and had Golden World power, so they were able to easily pierce through the Golden World soldiers' armor. Arg! Pained cries continuously sounded out as blood continuously flew everywhere. Golden World soldiers fell to the ground and became corpses. Looking at the massacring Qin's soldiers, the Golden World soldiers looked terrified. Most of the people who died were from the Golden World, while Qin's side had very few casualties. The Golden World soldiers, who had been ferociously charging up the city walls, were forced back by Qin's soldiers. Seeing this scene, the Golden World soldiers at the back did not dare to rashly rush up. The Golden World leader's expression was quite unsightly. Even though Qin's soldiers had not used any methods, they also had Golden World power. They were all stronger than the Golden World soldiers, and they had more people than the Golden World soldiers. How were they supposed to fight? Rushing up was equivalent to throwing away their lives. Without needing Flame Ghost and the others to give the order, the Golden World leaders gave the order to retreat. They did not want their people to die here, let alone be massacred. They did not know what had happened, but Qin's overall strength was much stronger than theirs. This was not because he had used any methods, but because his true strength was stronger than theirs. In a head-on battle, they could no longer defeat Qin. In the past, although Qin had resisted them several times, it was only because Qin had used some method to block their attacks. They could find corresponding solutions. As long as their overall strength was stronger than Qin's, they could defeat Qin. But now, Qin's overall strength was stronger than theirs. Not only could they not defeat Qin, but they were also on the weaker side. The situation had been reversed. In the future, it was not about how they wanted to attack Qin, but how they should resist Qin's attacks. Flame Ghost was very angry. He had said before that he would kill Qin and make Xiao Fu die an ugly death. But now, not only did the alchemy army not defeat Qin, but they were also forced to retreat by Qin. This made him lose face. He wanted to cut Xiao Fu into pieces and feed him to the dogs. But now, he could not solve the current situation. Although he still had some methods that he had not used, he could not solve the current situation. In the end, Flame Ghost could only suppress his anger and order a retreat. With a cold face, I stared at Xiao Fu. He did not speak, but his eyes were cold and murderous. It was obvious that he also wanted to kill Xiao Fu for revenge. But this time, they failed again. Ice was also very unwilling, but he also understood that there was no need to continue fighting. Even if he wanted to continue fighting, the others would not agree, so he could only order a retreat. Ren Nua also had a look of resentment. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that, and he was still alive and well. More importantly, he was defeated by this person. Now, Ren Nua also wanted to kill all of Qin's people and all of his women as female slaves. He also wanted to torture and kill Xiao Fu in 100 ways, so that he could die in extreme pain. Otherwise, his anger would not be able to dissipate. However, there was no way for him to reverse the situation. He could only go back and find ways to increase his strength, and then attack Qin, or gather more people to attack Qin. Although the overall strength of Qin was stronger than them, as long as there were enough people, they could make up for this weakness. They still had a chance to defeat this hateful Qin, and then they could torture Xiao Fu. Thinking of this, Ren Nua also ordered a retreat. Xiao Fu looked at the retreating alchemy army with a sneer on his face. Xiao Fu did not want to let them go so easily. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as rays of light shot out from Qin's side, streaking through the air and bringing with them shocking power as they descended like raindrops. Chi, 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 the rays of light easily pierced through the soldiers' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. Screams continuously sounded out as the soldiers fell and died one by one. After shooting out this wave of arrows, Qin officially launched a full-scale counterattack. Qin's soldiers gave off great power and ferociously chased after the retreating soldiers, making it difficult for the soldiers to retreat. Some of the soldiers at the front could only stay behind to defend, or else they would be slaughtered if they tried to escape. Those at the back did not have to worry about anything, with the people at the front blocking, they did not have to worry about Qin's attacks. The most important thing now was to escape. However, the soldiers at the front were unable to stop the Qin's soldiers for long before they were all killed, and the Qin's soldiers ferociously chased after the soldiers at the back. Looking at the ferocious killing machines behind them, the soldiers felt fear in their hearts. They were now truly afraid, and they were no longer as fearless and ferocious as before. Seeing that the army couldn't retreat quickly, the leaders of the alchemy forces immediately roused the huge array on the ground. A huge wave of alchemy power spread out, and the numerous alchemy soldiers felt pulled by that power, making them run even faster. Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as the leaders gave orders for the holy beasts to help the army retreat. They shot out massive beams of light towards Qin's soldiers, seeming to want to destroy everything. Countless holy light emissaries flew before the army and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of holy light power flowed out, forming white barriers of light that blocked in front of the Qin soldiers. Bang! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as the beams of light landed on the defensive barrier, resulting in intense explosions. Waves of terrifying power spread out, causing the defensive barrier to crack. However, it was still able to defend against this wave of attacks. Kill! On the ground, Qin's soldiers loudly roared, giving off powerful auras as they ferociously chased after the retreating army. The mechanical birds in the sky couldn't help because they were being suppressed by the many mechanical wyverns. The mechanical wyverns were stronger than the mechanical birds, and there were more of them, so the mechanical birds had no advantage. Seeing this scene, the leaders of the various alchemy forces had ugly expressions. They ordered the ladder builders to unleash their powerful alchemy power. The ladder builders pressed their arms against the ground. Waves of alchemy power spread out. Metal walls emerged from the ground, blocking the path of Qin's soldiers, helping the alchemy army escape. The Qin soldiers at the front sent waves of alchemy power into their weapons, causing them to give off a metallic aura and become incredibly sharp. They vigorously slashed at the metal walls. Clang! A cold light flashed, and the metal wall was split open. Many Qin soldiers jumped over the wall and continued to rush towards the alchemist soldiers. The alchemy army was desperately running away, and their faces were full of fear. How did Qin's soldiers become so terrifying? I've never felt like this before. The current Qin is not the previous Qin. Seeing this, Ren Nua did not hesitate and released his family's war saint beast. Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as terrifying auras spread out like floodwaters, drowning everything within them. No one was able to resist. One after another, robots that were thousands of meters tall appeared in front of everyone. These androids were muscular and tall, and their bodies were green. Their expressions were cold and stiff, and they wore armor and carried large metal swords on their backs. They looked like robots from a futuristic sci-fi world. There were more than 500 of them. After the androids appeared, countless rays of light shot out from their backs, and their bodies flew into the air, rushing towards Qin's soldiers incredibly quickly. In the sky above the alchemy army, the androids took out the large swords on their backs and sent waves of powerful power into them. The large swords gave off intense saber lights and sharp saber chi. Boom! 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 The androids slashed out again and again, and thousands of meter-long saber lights containing power that seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth slashed towards Qin's soldiers. They were incredibly powerful, and there was nothing that could stop them. The holy light emissaries in the sky above Qin's soldiers stretched out their hands, and waves of holy light poured out from their palms as huge white barriers of light appeared. Bang! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as the terrifying saber lights slashed on the white barriers, shattering them and even splitting the holy light emissaries in two, as well as killing some Qin soldiers. There were originally 100,000 holy light emissaries, but in just a single wave of attacks, over 10,000 of them had been wiped out. Now, there were only 80,000 left. The strength of these androids was truly terrifying. Although there were only 500 of them, they could cause so much damage. Moreover, their movements were nimble and not clumsy at all. They even had the ability to fly, and their armor seemed to be very tough. Boom! 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 Massive explosions once again sounded out as the Saint War beasts grasped this opportunity and once again shot out beams of light that contained immense power towards the Holy Light God Emissary. The Holy Light Emissaries had no choice but to once again unleash powerful Holy Light power. Their bodies gave off boundless white light, and huge white barriers of light appeared. Bang! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as the white beams of light containing shocking power slammed against the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier blocked the beams of light and only cracked, but it did not shatter. Because of the threat of the androids and war saint beasts, Qin's soldiers could not attack without restraint and could only slow down their attacks. The gold refiner soldiers ran even faster. If they did not run now, they would not be able to escape. The leaders of the gold refiner factions let out sighs of relief. They had finally stopped Qin's attacks. If they could not stop them, it would be very difficult for their armies to escape, and even if they managed to escape, they would suffer heavy losses. At that moment, they ordered their soldiers not to worry about anything else. It was more important to run for their lives. Zhao Fu coldly smiled as he looked at the countless gold refiner soldiers fleeing in panic. He stretched out a hand, and a crystal ring on his finger flashed with countless rays of light as a beam of light shot into the sky. After the beam of light shot into the sky, a massive circle spread out, and it continued to spread in all directions. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. An incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was as if space itself was being crushed. It was extremely terrifying. An indescribably massive metal object slowly sank from the hole, and its massive size covered the entire sky, causing the light to dim. Countless people in the alchemy world looked at the massive object in shock, their minds going blank, and their bodies could not help but tremble. What was this terrifying thing? The metal object gave off heaven-toppling might as it continuously sank and finally appeared in front of everyone. It was a massive city covered in metal. No, it couldn't be said to be a city, but a fortress. It was covered in metal, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. Huge cannons could be seen protruding out of it, giving off a terrifying feeling. Moreover, the city wall was incredibly tough, and countless people could live within it. The center was filled with lush greenery, and there was a massive tree at the center that gave off intense ripples of life. This was Qin's war god's fury, and it covered an area of 10,000 kilometers. No spatial ring could contain it, so Zhao Fu used a summoning ability to summon war god's fury into the alchemy world. Run! Sensing that destructive aura, the leaders of the alchemy world roared in terror. How could Qin create such a terrifying thing? Facing such a terrifying thing, the leaders of the alchemy world were incredibly terrified and did not have any thoughts of resisting. They could only run, or else they would all be wiped out. Na Renua, Huigue, and Bing Han looked at the terrifying object that covered the entire sky, and their hearts were filled with fear. War God's Fury's icy cannons slowly moved and aimed at the countless god beasts. Countless rays of light shone from the cannons, and waves of destructive aura spread out. In that instant, the world seemed to be in a state of destruction. Boom, boom. Boom, heaven-shaking explosions sounded out as massive beams of light containing world-destroying power shot towards the holy beasts with unstoppable momentum. Nothing could stop them, and space seemed to collapse. The god beasts hurriedly released all of their alchemy power, and 3 layers of metal barriers covered their bodies. Bang, bang. Bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as countless rays of light shot out, illuminating the surroundings. Waves of terrifying destructive power instantly spread out, and the ground, rocks, trees, and flowers all shattered in that instant. A shockwave formed into a wild gale that spread out, uprooting countless trees and blowing gravel away. It was as if a disaster had descended. After the dust settled, there was a crater over 1,000,000 meters wide in the ground. There were rocks and wood scattered around, as well as pieces of Saint Beast metal. Apart from the holy beasts that were directly destroyed, there were also quite a number of holy beasts that were damaged. Some had some cracks, some had a part of them broken, and some even had a hole in them. There were originally more than 10,000 beasts in the war, but after this wave of attacks, more than 1,000 holy beasts were directly destroyed, and more than 2,000 were injured. If such a terrifying attack was unleashed a few more times, all of the saint beasts would be destroyed. This scared countless people into storing the saint beasts in special containers, not daring to let them out again. The mechanical birds in the sky were also fleeing in fear. They couldn't be kept like the other holy beasts. This was because the other war saint beasts were at the back of the army and could be used to escape after collecting them. However, the mechanical birds were in the sky and were still at the front of the battlefield. If they were put away, they would have to face the pursuit of countless mechanical dragons. Without any obstructions, they would not be able to escape at all, so they could only control the mechanical birds to escape. That way, their chances of survival would be slightly higher. Roar, 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 the mechanical dragons chased after the mechanical birds in the sky, giving off massive dragon roars as they shot out massive beams of light with great power towards the mechanical birds. The mechanical birds gave off intense alchemy light and released metallic defensive barriers that covered their bodies, giving off powerful alchemy power. Bang, bang. Bang, a series of loud sounds rang out as the powerful beams of light struck the light barrier. Some shattered the light barrier, while others blasted down the mechanical birds in the sky, smashing them into the ground and creating a large crater. The mechanical birds excitedly and savagely flapped their wings, bringing with them a wild gale as they ferociously rushed towards the mechanical birds. The many holy light emissaries looked at the hundreds of massive robots, scaring them into fleeing. They quickly fled, while the many holy light emissaries continued to rush forwards. White beams of light shot towards the massive robots, and the robots gave off energy barriers that dodged and blocked. However, some of the barriers were still destroyed. The war god's fury in the sky aimed small cannons at the countless escaping holy beast soldiers, and countless beams of light shot out. Boom, boom. Boom, loud sounds rang out, and balls of light shot out from the barrels. There were so many of them that they covered the entire sky. Then, like raindrops, they shot towards the alchemy army on the ground. The holy beast soldiers gave off waves of metallic aura in fear as they defended with all their might while desperately fleeing. Bang! Bang! Explosions sounded out as countless pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere. Rocks were sent flying, and 3-meter-wide craters were smashed open on the ground. Blood and dismembered corpses were scattered everywhere, and a dense stench of blood spread out. This wave of attacks had caused the deaths of at least 10 million holy beast soldiers. Looking at the ground covered in blood and dismembered corpses, it was like a charaba. It was incomparably terrifying. Whether it was the soldiers or the holy beasts, the holy beast army had been completely defeated by Qin. They could not fight back at all. Xiaofu smiled as he watched the holy beast army flee. He had wanted to rush towards the leaders of the holy beast army and capture them, but they had run the fastest. As such, Xiaofu could only focus on the holy beast soldiers. Now, there was no need for a massacre. It was time to subdue some holy beast soldiers. If Xiaofu wanted to set up a magic circle in the holy beast world, he had to subdue countless people from the holy beast world. Otherwise, he would not be able to develop at all. Moreover, their participation would increase Qin's combat power. Every war would consume a lot of resources, so Qin had to obtain enough benefits. Otherwise, Qin would be exhausted to death. As such, Xiaofu was quite willing to take some captives. He would only kill those who refused to surrender or those who had done many evil things. Xiaofu had Qin's soldiers spread out on both sides, surrounding the escaping holy beast army. The mechanical wyverns cut off the holy beast army's rear, and the war god's fury soldiers attacked from the middle, destroying the holy beast army's cohesion and confidence. Qin's army obeyed Xiaofu's orders, and they quickly split into two and spread out, forming an encirclement. The alchemist army understood Qin's goal and retreated in terror. Once they were surrounded by Qin's army, it was possible that they would all be annihilated, and not a single person would survive. Roar! Roar, roar! The 4,000 or so mechanical wyverns flapped their wings and quickly came to the back of the alchemist army. They gave off dragon roars and shot out powerful beams of light that shot towards the back of the alchemist army, resulting in explosions. The holy light emissaries also flew towards the back of Qin's army and unleashed attacks that blasted onto the back of the alchemist army, causing countless people to die. Bang, bang! Bang! Explosions continuously sounded out from the back, and terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the alchemist army to understand that the back had become even more dangerous. As such, they no longer ran towards the back and instead rushed towards the sides. Even though there were Qin's soldiers on both sides, they were in a better situation than the mechanical wyverns and holy light emissaries. After all, the mechanical wyverns and holy light emissaries madly blasted them, making them unable to retaliate at all. Facing Qin's soldiers, they at least had the ability to retaliate. However, at that moment, they felt that they were covered by a large shadow, and when they looked up, they were horrified to find that the war god's fury had arrived between them. Boom! The war god's fury sank down and gave off a massive might that contained shocking power. It landed on the alchemist army's bodies, causing even space to tremble. The soldiers at the center of the might seemed to be crushed into meat paste by a formless power, and the countless alchemist soldiers around them felt their bodies sink as if there was a large rock weighing down on them. The Qin's soldiers on both sides started to shrink, forcing the alchemist soldiers to retreat. In the end, Qin's soldiers successfully surrounded the alchemist army. Countless alchemist soldiers looked around in terror, their bodies trembling. They looked like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and they no longer looked as cold and bloodthirsty as before. After Zhao Fu arrived in front of them, everyone fell silent. The city refiner soldiers looked at Zhao Fu in terror. He was the ruler of Great Qin, the person who had completely defeated them. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu in fear. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu gave off a terrifying emperor's aura that flooded out. He coldly looked at the alchemist army and said with a dignified and domineering voice, "Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die." Even though Zhao Fu's voice was not loud, it sounded like thunder in the ears of the gold refiner soldiers. They felt an unparalleled pressure from an emperor, and they felt a sense of inferiority and despair. The soldiers looked around. They had been surrounded by Qin, and there was no chance for them to escape. An alchemist soldier was terrified. He dropped his weapon and knelt on the ground, crying, "I'm willing to surrender. Don't kill me." Then, more alchemy soldiers knelt down and expressed their willingness to submit to Qin. Zhao Fu smiled and ordered Qin's soldiers to accept the surrender of the alchemist soldiers. They killed those who refused to surrender and then cleaned up the battlefield. By this time, the various alchemy forces had already fled back to their own forces. The news quickly spread, causing a huge uproar. What? So many of our gold refiner soldiers lost, and to a Heaven Awakened World faction at that? Is a Heaven Awakened World faction that powerful? They must have used some sort of despicable method. It's just like last time. No, this time it was Qin who truly defeated the gold refiner army. We don't know what they did, but they also obtained gold refiner power and became even more terrifying than us. We weren't a match for them at all. Is this true? How could the Heaven Awakened World's people have gold refiner power? And they're even more terrifying than us? Why would I lie to you? This time, the alchemy faction dispatched 3 billion soldiers and 15,000 Saint War beasts, but they suffered a crushing defeat. Only 400 million soldiers managed to escape, and over 4,000 of the 15,000 Saint War beasts were destroyed. Some of them were heavily damaged. So pitiful? Isn't that Qin a bit too terrifying? What should we do now? Losing so many people and Saint War beasts will be a heavy blow to our factions. How would I know? All of the factions' expressions are quite unsightly, and we're thinking about how to deal with this. However, I feel that it will be quite difficult to deal with. That Qin is simply too terrifying, and we've lost so many people. Now that Qin's strength has become so terrifying, will they attack us? I'm so afraid that they will attack. If we can't stop them, we'll have to run and leave our home. Humph. I don't believe that a Heaven Awakened World faction would dare to attack the Heaven Awakened World. Our Heaven Awakened World has a big advantage on the battlefield, and if they're not afraid of death, I want to kill a few people from the Heaven Awakened World. I feel that they might attack. That Qin is different from ordinary Heaven Awakened World factions, and more importantly, they're powerful while we're weak. Is it possible that they won't attack us? AI. Now, we can only wait and see how things develop. I'm so worried about the future of our families. How could we encounter such a terrifying faction? The various families gathered together, and their expressions were quite unsightly. Losing so many soldiers and beasts had dealt a heavy blow to them. More importantly, if that Qin attacked them, what should they do? This gave the various families quite a headache, because with the strength that Qin had displayed, it would be very difficult for them to defend against him. If they could not defend against him, their families would be wiped out. Some people even suggested that they retreat from this region. Since they could not defeat him, they could only hide. However, they had developed here for so many years, and their foundations were here. If they retreated, they would suffer massive losses, and their families might fall. Moreover, where could they retreat to? Every region was controlled by an alchemist family, and if they retreated there, the other families would definitely not agree. In the end, there would definitely be a battle, and they would suffer great losses. The various families continued to think about how to deal with Qin. As for the three people in charge, Flame Ghost, Ice, and Ren Nua, they were also severely punished. They were stripped of their authority and their identities as young masters. Even though they had not made any mistakes this time, it was mainly because Qin was too powerful. If it had been anyone else, they would have lost. However, they had led the army to attack, and now that they had suffered such heavy losses, they had to be severely punished. The three of them, who had noble statuses and could become the next leaders of their families, had lost the possibility of becoming the next leaders of their families. They had fallen from their high positions, and others naturally mocked and ridiculed them. Now, the situation had completely reversed. It was no longer Qin worrying about the Heaven-awakened world attacking, but the Heaven-awakened world worrying about Qin attacking them. On the other side, Qin had already cleaned up the battlefield. He had killed more than 700 million alchemy soldiers and subdued 1.5 billion alchemy soldiers. More than 400 million alchemy soldiers had run away. The 400 million soldiers that had run away did not directly follow the leaders back. Instead, they had fled in all directions. Perhaps there were still alchemy soldiers hiding in the forest somewhere. Apart from the soldiers, there were also more than 300 broken mechanical birds. The holy beasts had basically been taken away. Even if they were damaged, they would be taken away. The group of mechanical birds had been chased by the mechanical dragons. Not many of them had escaped. Some had been directly smashed, and some had been seriously damaged. The 300 mechanical birds that Qin had obtained were the ones that had been seriously damaged and could not escape. Now, they were more seriously damaged, but they could be repaired. Zhao Fu wanted to keep them for Qin to use. This was because Zhao Fu had seen the strength of these mechanical birds with his own eyes. They were indeed very powerful. If Qin could control these mechanical birds, Qin's strength would increase a lot. However, it was not easy to use holy beasts. As mentioned before, people who controlled holy beasts all had family marks, and holy beasts and family marks were bound together. To use holy beasts, one had to subdue a family. Only after controlling a family could one control the holy beasts of the family. Families were the main forces that controlled the alchemy world. Other types of forces were very rare. The alchemy world could be said to be a world of families. These mechanical birds were like dead things without anyone to control them. Zhao Fu ordered people to put them on the wrath of the war god. Now, the wrath of the war god was not only an attack weapon, but also a fortress that could be lived in. There was also a special alchemy research room in it. It would be easier to put the mechanical birds there to repair them. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu let the soldiers rest. After such a big battle, Qin had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, Qin had just subdued 1.5 billion alchemy soldiers. This was a very large number, and they needed to be handled carefully. They could easily rebel. Zhao Fu had also left many restrictions in their bodies to prevent this. Qin's current troops were only 5 billion. If the 1.5 billion alchemy soldiers rebelled, the consequences would be very serious. There were also 1.3 billion alchemy soldiers imprisoned in the alchemy land. If something happened there, it would be 2.8 billion alchemy soldiers rioting. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Zhao Fu thought that Qin's soldiers had consumed a lot of energy, and because of these alchemy soldiers, he temporarily gave up the idea of directly attacking the alchemy family. When he was fully prepared, he would officially attack the alchemy world. Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to deal with the gold refiner soldiers. The 1.5 billion gold refiner soldiers had restrictions within their bodies, so there was no need to worry about them for now. What Zhao Fu needed to do was deal with the 1.3 billion gold refiner soldiers. If he could subdue them as well, Qin would gain 2.8 billion Tier 2 alchemy soldiers. Moreover, all of these alchemy soldiers were Tier 2, which would significantly improve Qin's strength. Originally, Zhao Fu had wanted to use the evil flower seeds to control the imprisoned gold refiner soldiers. Now that he had seen so many alchemy people submit to him, he wanted to see if he could subdue them. If he could not, he could continue to imprison them and wait for the evil flower seeds to be successfully cultivated. Zhao Fu also found some alchemy generals and asked them to help him persuade the gold refiner soldiers. This should be very effective. Following this, Zhao Fu brought dozens of alchemy generals to the alchemy land. The alchemy generals looked shocked as they looked at the soldiers imprisoned in place, unable to move at all. They had thought that these soldiers were dead and had never thought that they would be imprisoned here for so long. Apart from these generals, Zhao Fu also brought many soldiers to prevent any accidents. Zhao Fu first ordered some of the imprisoned gold refiner soldiers to be released, then he said to the generals next to him, "Go up and see if they will submit to Qin. If they are unwilling, don't blame me for being ruthless." The dozens of generals nodded in fear. They were very afraid of a terrifying person like Zhao Fu, and they knew that he was not a merciful person. His hands were stained with blood, and if he said he would kill them without batting an eyelid. A part of the imprisonment formation stopped, and some gold refiner soldiers standing on the periphery regained their freedom. However, they did not dare to move, because there were rows of archers and ballistas facing them. If they dared to move, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although their bodies were imprisoned, their minds were not. When they saw Zhao Fu and the generals they were familiar with, they understood what was going on. The generals stepped forward and started to persuade these gold refiner soldiers to join Qin and listen to Qin's master. At first, these people were naturally unwilling. They believed that the alchemy world could definitely destroy Qin and save them. Even if they could not save them, they could still avenge them. However, after the generals explained the current situation, the gold refiner soldiers were stunned. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. How did Qin become so terrifying? On the contrary, the alchemy world was the weaker side, and they had to worry about Qin's attack. This was completely different from what they had imagined. "Generals, is what you said true?" A soldier still did not believe it. He looked at the generals and asked. The generals sighed and nodded. "Now that we have all surrendered to Qin, why would we lie to you? The surrounding gold refiner families are no match for Qin, and it is only a matter of time before Qin destroys them. Think about your families, and surrender to Qin." The gold refiner soldiers hesitated. If they did not agree, they would either die here or continue to be imprisoned here. It was very difficult to be imprisoned like this, and no one wanted to continue living like this. Now that Qin was so powerful, if the gold refiner families were destroyed, they really needed to consider joining. Now that they joined Qin, the safety of their families would be guaranteed, and there would be more opportunities for advancement in the future. As such, after thinking for a while, the gold refiner soldiers agreed to surrender to Qin. Of course, there were also people who were very stubborn and loyal, and they cursed these people as traitors and lackeys who had betrayed their families and should be executed. Unsurprisingly, these people were all killed by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu skinned them, cut them open, and dug out their hearts to show everyone. Such a bloody scene made the gold refiner soldiers even more afraid to resist, and they were willing to surrender to Qin. In the end, Zhao Fu subdued the 1.3 billion gold refiner soldiers, and he did not have to wait for the evil flower seeds to be cultivated before he could control them. Now that Qin had 2.8 billion gold refiner soldiers, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. Qin only had 5 billion gold refiner soldiers in the alchemy world. This was incredibly important to Qin's future development in the alchemy world. Moreover, these were all Stage 2 soldiers, and Qin only had about 6 billion Stage 2 soldiers. The rest were all Stage 1 soldiers. Now, Qin was mass-producing Philosopher's Stones, which had the ability to increase cultivation. Qin's Stage 2 soldiers would quickly increase. After subduing these alchemy soldiers, Zhao Fu put some alchemy people in important positions to pacify the army. He also used Qin's generals to lead these alchemy soldiers so that they would slowly get used to Qin. Following this, after Qin finished his preparations, Zhao Fu would launch a counterattack against the surrounding alchemy families. Within a room, Huigue sat paralyzed on a chair, a look of disbelief on his face. He was the Hua family's young master, the person with the highest status in the Hua family. Now, he had been stripped of his status and had become an ordinary family disciple. He could still remember the mocking and disdainful gazes around him, and it was like a knife stabbing into his heart. He had wanted to teach those people a lesson, but they had not placed him in their eyes at all and had instead taught him a lesson. This made him incredibly angry, and he wanted to kill all of those people. However, he did not have the ability to do so, as he was no longer the young master and was just an ordinary family disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that his father was the clan chief and had resisted the pressure from the various factions, he might have been killed by others. In the past, as the Hua family's young master, he had been incredibly arrogant and had offended many people. Many people had wanted to kill him, but because he was the young master, they had not dared to do so. Now that he was no longer the young master, those people would kill him. He was not going to take revenge on others, but he was worried about whether he would be killed. Huague was also incredibly angry at Qin. Qin had caused him to become like this, and his hatred towards Qin had reached its peak. He wanted to turn Qin's people into meat paste. Moreover, they could not be blamed for this war. Qin had become so powerful, and anyone who went up against him would lose. Huague was quite dissatisfied with this. Suddenly, the door was opened, and a beautiful woman with a fiery figure walked in. She wore a red dress and had a pair of mechanical ears. She was Huague's mother, Huaduome. Seeing his mother come in, Huague immediately stood up and asked with concern, "How is mother? Can't I let me continue to be the young master?" The beautiful woman's expression was unsightly as she shook her head. "Although your father is the family head, he can't face the pressure of so many elders. He has already decided to give up on you and choose your cousin as the Hua family's young master." Flame Ghost's face was pale and his eyes became empty. His only hope was gone. The beautiful woman could not bear to do this and she hugged Flame Ghost as she comforted him, saying, "Flame Heir, don't feel bad. It's fine to be an ordinary family disciple. With your father's protection, no one would dare to harm you." Flame Ghost shook his head and cried, "Mother, I don't want to be like this. I don't want to be a disciple of an ordinary family. Countless people will laugh at me. That's a humiliation. I'd rather die than accept it." The beautiful woman also began to cry. "Hua you can't do anything stupid. If you die, what will happen to your mother? If you don't want to stay in the Hua family, I'll discuss it with your father and take you away from the Hua family to another place." Flame Ghost cried as he said, "I don't want to be like this either." This was indeed worse than the previous option. Even though the previous option would be somewhat humiliating, their statuses were more prestigious. However, if they left the Hua family, they would be nothing and would be like ordinary people. The beautiful woman cried as she felt quite troubled. "Hua heir, what do you want?" Flame Ghost said with a pleading expression, "Mother, please beg Dad and tell him to convince those people to let me continue to be the Hua family's young master. I swear that I'll work even harder to cultivate and become a peerless expert before destroying Qin." The beautiful woman looked at Flame Ghost and did not know what to say. Now that the matter had been decided, even if she went to beg, it would be useless. At that moment, two more people walked in. One had a similarly fiery figure and wore a purple dress. She had a pair of mechanical eyes and looked quite ambitious. The other was slightly younger and had a graceful figure. She had long hair and a pair of mechanical eyes, and she gave off an intellectual aura. The beautiful woman was called Hualin and the other was Hualingyan. Hualin was the Hua family's second wife and Flame Ghost's second mother. The other was Hualingyan, her daughter and Flame Ghost's big sister. Huaduome was Flame Ghost's mother. Seeing the two of them come in, she wiped her tears and asked, "Why are you two here?" Hualin lightly laughed as she said, "We naturally have a way to deal with Big Sister's problem." Hearing this, Flame Ghost looked at Hualin and hurriedly asked, "Second mother, you have a way to deal with this? You want me to continue to be the Hua family's young master?" Hualin confidently nodded and smiled as she said, "As long as your mother is willing to listen to me, you'll always be the Hua family's young master and no one will be able to replace you." Flame Ghost said in delight, "Second mother, hurry and tell me what it is. My mother will definitely agree for me." Hualin smiled as she looked at Huaduome with her beautiful eyes. Huaduome said, "Second sister, tell me what it is. If it can really protect Hua heir's position as the young master, I'm willing to do anything." Hualin gave a satisfied smile and said, "Hua heir, leave for a while. I have something to discuss with your mother." Flame Ghost felt quite confused as to what it was that could not be said in front of him. However, for the position of young master, he readily agreed and left the room. After Flame Ghost left, Huolin told Huoduomei about her method. Huoduomei's expression greatly fell and she hurriedly shook her head. I definitely won't do such a thing. Second sister, why do you have such an idea? Huolin lightly laughed as she said, big sis. Moreover, this is the only method and you don't have to worry about the future. Huoduomei hesitated, and after a while, she asked with certainty, second sister, can you promise? Huolin nodded, don't worry, I promise to do as I say. Huoduomei let out a sigh of relief as she said, then I'll promise you. Wait for me here for a while. Huolin smiled as she said, no problem. Following this, Huoduomei left. By the side, Huolingyan gave a trace of a smile as she said, Mother. The plan was very successful. Huolin also gave a happy smile as she said, since the Hua family has been so heartless towards me, don't blame me for being unjust towards them. No matter how you look at it, you're the most suitable person to be the young master, but they despise your mother's bloodline for being impure and refuse to make you the young master. Also, it's one thing to make your trash little brother the young master, but they actually chose an outsider as the young master. I can't take this lying down. Huolingyan smiled as she said, Mother, I won't let you down. I'll become someone that the entire Hua family will look up to, and I won't let you suffer any grievances. Huolin looked at her daughter with her beautiful eyes and smiled in relief. Huolingyan then asked, Mother, do you think Auntie can get that thing? Huolin smiled as she replied, your auntie has a noble status and is the daughter of an extremely high-ranking elder. Her bloodline is also very pure, and she's the patriarch's wife, so there shouldn't be any problems. If I had her status and bloodline, I wouldn't need her help, and we could directly go to Qin City. Hearing this, Huolingyan nodded. More than an hour later, Huoduomei nervously returned to her room and said, now that thing has been recorded in my bloodline. Huolin smiled as she said, then let's go. Zhao Fu sat in a room and looked at the three cloaked people in front of him as he smiled and said, are you really willing to help Qin break into the Hua family? You even brought the method to make the ball of destruction? Huolin took off her cloak and smiled as she said, it's true. With Qin's power, no one here can resist him. It was the right choice for us to submit to you. Hearing this, Zhao Fu laughed as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Huolin's smile became even wider as she continued to say, as for the method to make the ball of destruction, it's a taboo in the family and must be recorded in the bloodline. It's now with her. Huolin then looked at Huoduomei. At that moment, Huoduomei and Huolingyan took off their cloaks, revealing their appearances and figures. Zhao Fu looked at Huoduomei. The ball of destruction that Huolin spoke of was the metal ball that Huogui had used before. It had terrifying, destructive power, and Zhao Fu had seen its power several times, which had caused great casualties to Qin City. If he could obtain the method to make it, it would be of great help to Qin City. Huoduomei looked at Zhao Fu and said seriously, I can give it to you, but you have to promise us that you can't hurt our relatives and my son, Huogui. You can't hurt him, and you have to support him to become the young master. Looking at Huoduomei, Zhao Fu could not help but chuckle and understood that this beautiful woman was Huogui's mother. As for the flame ghost, Zhao Fu had not placed him in his eyes from the very beginning. As long as there were large amounts of benefits, it would not be difficult for him to let him go, so he agreed. Huoduomei felt at ease. She had thought that because her son had attacked Great Qin a few times, there was a great enmity between them, and Great Qin would not let him off easily. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would let him off so easily. The hut. Chenduomei now, to hut. Hut, hun to say, ti hua chen hut to also, hut. Otherwise, Huoduomei would not have betrayed her family. At that moment, Huoduomei pulled up her sleeve, revealing her white arm. There was a fire-red pattern on it that gave off a faint light. Huoduomei said, it's in my body, but only those with the Hua family's bloodline can understand it. Moreover, only those with pure bloodlines can accept this forbidden technique. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. This meant that only the Hua family could make it and pass it down. Most importantly, it required a pure bloodline, which was quite restrictive. Indeed, the alchemy world was dominated by families. Whether it was the war beast or this powerful forbidden technique, they were bound to the bloodline and could not be used without a bloodline. Seeing Zhao Fu's disappointed expression, Huolin smiled and said, Sir, after you subdue the Hua family, you just need to have them make the ball of destruction. Also, this is my daughter, the Hua family's #1 beauty. She's willing to serve Sir. As long as she became Zhao Fu's woman, it would be much easier for her to deal with matters in the future. She would also be able to directly see Zhao Fu, and with Zhao Fu's support, she would have no problems becoming the family's leader. This was Huolin's goal. She did not care about a mere young master. What she wanted was the position of the Hua family's leader. She wanted her daughter to be the Hua family's leader, the most prestigious person in the family. Huolingyan looked at Zhao Fu and gave a moving smile as she went up and sat in Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu hugged her and lightly smelled her fragrance as he started to play with her body. He then looked at Huolin and lightly smiled as he said, You come over as well. Huolin flirtatiously smiled and prepared to walk over. Huoduomei immediately said angrily, Second sister, you can't be like this. You have a husband, how can you and your daughter serve a man? Huolin lightly harumphed, Don't mention him. Didn't he love you and your mother the most back then? I don't want to be his woman anymore. Since Sir has taken a liking to me, it is my honor. Huoduomei looked quite angry as she said, If you feel wronged, you can tell your husband, or I can give the position to you. However, you can't betray your husband. Also, you didn't tell me about this before. Huolin coldly laughed as she said, Do you think your words will matter? I've had enough over the years. Moreover, he's just a clan leader who will soon be dethroned. I don't want to stay by his side. Huoduomei felt quite startled and said angrily, Didn't you promise me? Huolin said mockingly, I only promised to protect your son's position as the young master and that your family will not be harmed. I don't think I promised anything about the clan leader. Huoduomei angrily glared at Huolin because Huolin had indeed not promised her anything in detail. By now, Huolingyan's clothes had been taken off by Zhao Fu, and she said shyly, All right, mother, stop arguing with auntie. Hurry up and serve Sir, don't make Sir unhappy. Huolin gave a flirtatious smile and took off her clothes as she sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and started to be intimate with Zhao Fu. Seeing this scene, Huoduomei's face became red and she suddenly thought of something as she said, Sir, I want to protect my husband's position as clan leader. If I'm willing to bring about an orb of destruction for you, I'll die here. Once I die, the Hua family will sense it and the entire plan will fail. Zhao Fu let go of Huolin's lips and looked at Huoduomei as he said condescendingly, No one dares to threaten me, especially women. A wave of 6 desires demonic qi flowed out of Zhao Fu's body and quickly flowed forwards. Before Huoduomei could react, the 6 desires demonic qi entered her body. Huoguei was excitedly waiting for the good news, while on the other side, his mother, second mother, and big sister were being toyed with by the man he hated the most and were serving him. After an indescribable period of time, Zhao Fu hugged 3 women with red faces and no clothes as they sat in his embrace. Huoduomei powerlessly lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. She had never thought that such a thing would happen. She had just been blaming others, but she had betrayed her husband and acted so lewdly. She didn't know why, but she felt a little infatuated with this feeling. She wanted to do it with this man every day. However, things had already come to this and could not be changed. But she wanted greater benefits, so she could not give her body to Zhao Fu for nothing. Thus, he said, My lord. Now that I've given you my body, doesn't that mean that I can protect my husband's position as clan head? You enjoyed my body just now, didn't you? If I have time, I will come and serve you. Hearing this, Huolin, who was in Zhao Fu's embrace, immediately gave a flirtatious smile as she said, Sir, it's not a big deal. You enjoyed my body just now, and my daughters and my bodies have been given to you. Now, they belong to you, and we can serve you at any time. Also, in terms of aptitude and ability, my daughter is very suitable to be the clan leader. So, please let my daughter be the clan leader. Zhao Fu thought about it, looked at Huolingyan and said with a smile, That's good. After I break through the Hua family, I'll make you the clan leader. Choosing Huolingyan to be the patriarch was indeed better because Zhao Fu could completely control her and did not have to worry about her betrayal. Moreover, she was talented. Finally, it was to reshuffle a faction. This way, the faction would be easier to control, and the strength of some people would be reduced to the minimum. Even if they resisted, they would be powerless. Huolin smiled and kissed Zhao Fu. My lord. You treat me better than my husband. From now on, we will be loyal to Qin and serve you wholeheartedly. Huolingyan also revealed a faint smile. Many thanks, my lord. Huoduomei was a little angry. My lord, you can't do this. I've given you my body and the forbidden technique. Zhao Fu looked at her with a trace of overbearingness. Your Hua family has given Qin a lot of trouble. It's already good enough that I didn't kill your husband and son. Even if you didn't surrender, I could easily break through the Hua family. Also, from now on, you're mine. Do you understand? Huoduomei felt a bit wronged and her eyes became red. Everything was different from what she had imagined. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu's attitude softened, and he said softly, if your man and that son of yours behave themselves, I will not treat them unfairly. I will keep your son's position as the young master, and you should also perform better in the future. Huoduo felt much better. Her beautiful eyes looked at the man in front of her and revealed a happy smile. Although she was still deeply in love with her husband, she could not leave the man in front of her. She had just done it intensely with him, and now she could not help but want it. She shyly took the initiative to kiss Zhao Fu. A few hours later, Huogui, who had been waiting excitedly in his room, finally saw his mother and second mother. Looking at their red faces and slightly flirtatious looks, Huogui felt quite curious. However, he did not want to care about it and asked caringly, how is mother? Did I keep my position as the young master? Huoduomei gave a trace of a smile and nodded. Huogui finally woke up and could not help but loudly laugh. He was the Hua family's young master, and he would teach those who had dared to mock and humiliate him a lesson. However, Huogui felt quite curious. This matter had already been decided, and even his father would not be able to change it. He asked, Mother, how did you do it? How did you let the family keep me as the young master? Huoduomei could not help but blush, and she could not help but think of the scenes of her being violated by Zhao Fu in all sorts of positions. She said in embarrassment, Hua heir, you don't need to worry about that. In the future, no one will dare to take your position as the young master. Go back to your room and rest, no matter what happens, don't come out. Huogui looked at his mother in confusion, but now that no one would take his position as the young master, Huogui was so happy that he did not care. He was quite tired, so he went back to his room to rest. Seeing how embarrassed Huoduomei was, Huolin could not help but laugh as she teased, Big sister, you were so lewd under the Lord. If Hua heir knew that his position as the young master was obtained with his mother's body, I wonder what he would think. Huoduomei's face became red as she said, aren't you the same as Yan heir? Also, don't do Hua heir so quickly, or else I won't have the face to see him and his father in the future. Huolin smiled as she said, I was just saying. In the future, we still need to serve the Lord together, so let's start planning. Try to avoid unnecessary casualties. The Hua family is going to be my daughters, I don't want to suffer any great losses. Huoduomei nodded. At that moment, Zhao Fu had already led his soldiers over stealthily. In order to avoid being discovered, there were not many of them, but there were still a large number of soldiers behind them. The people that Zhao Fu had brought were just a vanguard. The Hua family now had around 5 billion people and 700 million soldiers. Even though they had suffered great losses, they were still one of the most powerful factions in the region, and no one dared to offend them. Zhao Fu's plan was very simple. Huolin and Huoduomei had some of their trusted subordinates, and they would be in charge of a defensive wall. Zhao Fu would then take people over, and the army would directly attack the Hua family and destroy it as quickly as possible. Huolin and Huoduomei first told their trusted subordinates about this. No one had thought that the two patriarchs' wives would betray the entire Hua family. However, after Huolin told them about Qin's strength and how the 8 billion alchemist soldiers had submitted to Qin, everyone looked terrified. Qin was already very terrifying, and they were no longer his match. Now that there were 8 billion alchemist soldiers, how could they stop them? Huolin had told them to think about themselves and their families, so almost no one opposed this plan. The Hua family was fated to be destroyed, so they should obtain all sorts of benefits at this time. Following this, their people easily took control of a defensive wall. They knew that these people were the two patriarchs' wives' subordinates and would not betray the Hua family, so there was nothing to worry about. Zhao Fu and his people also arrived and easily took over this defensive wall. They then sent back orders for Qin to attack. The Hua family had been paying attention to Qin's movements this entire time, so they immediately reacted and gathered their forces to stop Qin. They also asked for help from various factions because they knew that with the Hua family's strength, it was impossible for them to stop Qin's attack. Hearing this, everyone was startled. As expected, Qin had launched a counterattack against the alchemy world. Everyone was quite afraid, but they still quickly ordered reinforcements to the Hua family. They didn't really want to save the Hua family, but because once the Hua family was destroyed, they would be next. The armies hurried towards the Hua family, but they didn't have much confidence in stopping Qin. However, this was better than sitting there and waiting for death. But when they were halfway there, they learned a shocking piece of news. The Hua family had already been breached. So fast? Countless people were dumbfounded. They had never thought that Qin would be able to breach the Hua family's defenses so quickly. It felt like the Hua family hadn't been able to stop them at all. Now, Qin's forces were incredibly terrifying. Now, no one dared to spread out their forces and gathered together. That way, they would still have a fighting chance. If they spread out, they would be swept away by Qin. Everyone turned to look at the Hua family. After hearing about this, the Hua family had immediately gathered their forces to defend in that direction. However, the soldiers they had gathered there had been attacked, and many of them had been killed or injured. More than 3,000 mechanical dragons shot out terrifying lasers in the sky, destroying city after city. Explosions continuously sounded out, and flames dyed the sky red as countless screams sounded out. Hearing this, the Hua family's people's minds shook and went blank. They felt that the Hua family was about to be destroyed. Following this, Qin's army ferociously charged into the Hua family and started fighting and killing. The Hua family's people grabbed their belongings and ran in terror. Screams and cries continuously sounded out, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing the demon-like Qin's soldiers charge in, the Hua family's soldiers looked terrified. Some turned and ran, while others threw down their weapons and surrendered. Now, everyone understood that the Hua family was truly doomed. They only had two choices: run or submit to Qin. Clang, clang, clang. Within the Hua family's center, countless sounds of weapons colliding could be heard, and blood flew everywhere. People continuously died. Now, the Hua family's most loyal soldiers were making a final stand, but they were unable to stop at all. Great Qin's soldiers flooded over like a flood, but they were all cut down and died. In the end, Qin's soldiers surrounded the center of the Hua family so tightly that not even a fly could get in. The Hua family's patriarch was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with short hair. His expression was extremely unsightly. Next to him was Hua Gui. Although his mother told him not to come no matter what happened, the Hua family was about to be destroyed, so he had to come out. He had never thought that the Hua family would have such a day. Now, even if he wanted the position of young master, it was meaningless. It was very likely that he would die here today. Thinking of that, Hua Gui felt both fear and bitterness. All around them were members of the Hua clan. They had the pure Hua clan bloodline, and their statuses were all very high. Right now, their expressions were extremely unsightly, because as long as the Qin soldiers in front of them attacked once more, they would all die here. No one was not afraid of death, and some even wanted to surrender to Qin. They looked at the Qin soldiers surrounding them in front of them. They saw that they were only surrounding them but did not attack. For some reason, the atmosphere was very oppressive. Suddenly, the Qin soldiers respectfully spread out, making a path. A person with a trace of a smile slowly walked in front of the Hua family. Hua Gui's expression became furious, and he glared at Zhao Fu. He immediately recognized Zhao Fu. Just as he was about to angrily say something, he found that his mother and second mother, as well as his big sister, were behind him. Everyone quickly realized why there was no resistance at all. It turned out that someone had betrayed the Hua family, which was why the Hua family had been so easily destroyed by Qin. You three traitors, sinners of the Hua family. Sluts. Whores. For doing such a thing, you will definitely die a horrible death. Everyone couldn't help but angrily curse. The Hua family's patriarch's expression became even more unsightly, and he couldn't believe that his two wives and daughter had betrayed him. Huagui's face was pale, and he had never thought that his mother would betray the Hua family. He couldn't help but think of what his mother had said before, that he would always be the young master, and that no one would take his position. Finally, there was that red and alluring face, as well as that seductive look. Could it be that his mother and second mother didn't want that bastard to do it with them? It was his mother who had betrayed the Hua family for the position of young master, and she had even given her body to that bastard. Thinking about that, Huagui felt incredibly pained and guilty. He had forced his mother to do this. Facing everyone's curses, Huaduomei lowered his head in shame and did not have the face to face everyone. However, Hualin did not mind at all and instead smiled as she looked at Hualingyan. Hualingyan gave a trace of a confident smile and walked to Zhao Fu's side as she smiled and said, "Sir, I'll take care of this." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he nodded. After receiving Zhao Fu's permission, Hualingyan felt even more confident. She gave off a formless aura as she took a step forwards and said, "Anyone who dares to curse again will be executed by 1,000 cuts." With just one sentence, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to say another word. Even the elders, who were usually high and mighty, were the same. No one wanted to die in such a painful way. The point was that they were all in the hands of Qin. Qin could torture and kill them in any way he wanted. Seeing everyone quiet down, Hualingyan smiled and said, "Right now, I am the Hua family's patriarch, and Huagui is the young master. The other positions do not change. You should all know by now that the Hua family has been destroyed. Only by submitting can you live. I surrender." Originally, there were some people who were afraid of death and wanted to surrender to Qin. Now that Hualingyan said this, they couldn't help but speak up. This infuriated the elders. This group of spineless guys submitted to Qin so easily. Hualingyan revealed a trace of a smile, then looked at the others. "Do you guys still want to persist?" There was no one in this area who could resist Qin. With Qin's power, he would become the overlord of this area and expand. If the Hua family can follow him, we will definitely welcome glory and obtain unimaginable power. I will only say this once, if you don't choose, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing this, an elder thought about it and said, "I feel that Hualingyan is right. There is no longer anyone here who can resist Qin. Qin isn't an ordinary faction and far surpasses the Heaven Awakened faction. I believe that we can submit to Qin for the sake of the Hua family's glory. What do you all think?" The other elders didn't want to die either, and now that they had a way out of this embarrassing situation, they all nodded in agreement. Moreover, Hualingyan was right. Great Qin was the overlord of this place, and submitting to it would definitely give him a great advantage. Seeing that the prestigious elders had surrendered, everyone else could only choose to surrender as well. They did not want to die either. However, the previous chief did not say anything and only heavily sighed. No matter what he said, it would be meaningless. Moreover, the betrayal of his two wives made him feel incredibly pained. This was especially so for Huaduomei, he deeply loved her. Following this, Zhao Fu accepted the Hua family's surrender and spread the news. After hearing about this, the Hua family's various regions did not resist and chose to submit to Qin. Zhao Fu impatiently went to the alchemist family's legacy land. He had always wanted to destroy an alchemist family, and he had finally done it. The alchemist family's legacy land was different from the Heaven Awakened world's legacy land. The Hua family's legacy land was a metal platform with many alchemist runes carved on it. At the center was a metal pillar that was 1 meter tall and round. At the top of the pillar was a tongue of flame that gave off a legacy aura. Zhao Fu went up and touched the stone steel with his hand and felt a massive wave of fire alchemy power flow into his body, and the runes on the metal platform lit up. This wave of fire alchemy power was the Hua family's legacy power, and the family's mark was a flame diagram. Zhao Fu did not need this power, and this power was quite low-grade to Zhao Fu, so he did not absorb it. Zhao Fu chose to occupy this metal pillar, and this way, the Hua family would belong to Qin's faction. What was important to note was that this legacy metal pillar could only be occupied by someone from the alchemist world, just like the insect hive and legacy crystals in the outer world. However, Zhao Fu had created his own alchemy power a long time ago and had obtained an alchemy bloodline. He had ordered people to capture geniuses of the various alchemy races, which was why Zhao Fu was able to occupy the metal pillar. Zhao Fu's goal here was not only to occupy the Hua family's legacy pillar but also to obtain the family mark and the holy beasts. Holy beasts had unimaginable destructive power, and they were things that Qin had always wanted. However, they could only be used after destroying an entire family. Now that Qin had destroyed the Hua family, he wanted to know more about them. Zhao Fu placed a hand on the metal pillar and sent his consciousness into it. Within the flames, Zhao Fu felt an incredible heat that seemed to be able to burn anything. This was the Hua family's source energy. Zhao Fu did not belong to the Hua family, so he could only feel the immense heat. If he was from the Hua family, he would not feel any heat. Through the Hua family's origin flame, Zhao Fu could clearly sense where the Hua family's holy beasts were, as well as their numbers and conditions. However, Zhao Fu could not use this to control them. If the Hua family's leader came here, he would have the ability to control all of the holy beasts, and that was only because of his bloodline. Zhao Fu felt a bit disappointed. In the alchemy world, everything depended on bloodlines. Since he could not control the holy beasts, Zhao Fu could only put this matter aside. Apart from controlling the holy beasts, the family's flames would also record a lot of information. In the alchemy world, all families would record important information, powerful taboo skills, and all sorts of other things. Zhao Fu wanted to find a way to nurture holy beasts, but he found that he needed a bloodline to see it. Otherwise, he would not be able to see the information even if he destroyed it. This made Zhao Fu feel quite helpless, but fortunately, Zhao Fu had the 8 forbidden blood technique. He called Hua Duomei over and had her release some blood. Zhao Fu used the 8 forbidden blood technique to fuse it into his body, giving Zhao Fu the Hua family's bloodline for a short period of time. Zhao Fu could also truly possess the Hua family's bloodline, as long as he found something with the Hua family's inheritance, or a few people with the purest bloodline. But Zhao Fu did not want to do that, because Zhao Fu currently had a top-notch bloodline. Fusing with a bloodline that was too inferior would lower the bloodline's attributes. Through his bloodline, Zhao Fu obtained the information he wanted from within the flames. In fact, Mu Minxian had also mentioned how to nurture holy beasts. It was roughly to metalize a holy beast from a young age and then slowly nurture it until it grew into such a powerful holy beast. Although it was relatively simple, it involved a lot of things, such as the fusion of cannons, the support of various alchemy techniques, the carving of alchemy runes, the method to control holy beasts, and so on. Now, Zhao Fu had completely grasped this method, and Qin had also grasped the ability to craft sage stones. Therefore, Qin could now make his own holy beasts. This was a very big harvest, and it would be very beneficial to Qin. One could imagine the scene of Qin creating many holy beasts to attack the world. It would definitely be very exciting. But even though he had grasped the method to nurture holy beasts generally took a long time to nurture. It was impossible to nurture holy beasts in a short period of time. This was also a weakness of holy beasts, but because holy beasts had such terrifying destructive power, nurturing them for a long time was acceptable. Zhao Fu wanted to bring this method back and let Qin study it carefully, creating a kind of holy beast that was slightly weaker but could be mass-produced. At the same time, the Hua family could continue to nurture their own holy beasts to serve Qin. The more clans they subdued, the more holy beasts they could nurture. If Qin's research failed, they could use this method to obtain a large number of holy beasts and create a large number of holy beasts. Moreover, Zhao Fu had a big advantage, which was that he could occupy the clan's metal pillars. This was because Zhao Fu had created an alchemy bloodline. If others did not have an alchemy bloodline, even if they destroyed an alchemy family, they would not be able to occupy the metal pillars. This made it impossible to truly subdue an alchemy family. At most, they could only subdue them in name, and they would not be able to control the family. Under normal circumstances, they could only destroy the metal pillars. Zhao Fu memorized the method to create holy beasts and continued to look at other information. The Hua family was very powerful and had existed for a long time, so they had recorded many things. After a while, Zhao Fu finished looking through the information and left the legacy land with a trace of a smile on his face. By now, the Hua family had basically stabilized, and some of the destroyed buildings were being rebuilt. Zhao Fu did not plan on moving the Hua family to Qin's residence. This was because Qin's residence was very small and could not accommodate so many people. Moreover, all sorts of things needed to be rebuilt, which required countless resources and manpower. News of the Hua family submitting to Qin quickly spread, making everyone feel quite surprised. They had never thought that the powerful Hua family would submit to a heaven-awakened world faction so easily. They cursed at how spineless they were and how they had lost face for the alchemy world. However, they started to feel quite afraid. Qin's faction was already quite terrifying, and they had been powerless to stop him. Now that he had devoured the Hua family, what should they do? Some of the smaller factions did not want to take their soldiers and leave. They planned to relocate to this place. Their factions were quite small, so they would not suffer many losses. This place no longer had the power to stop Qin, so they could only choose to relocate or submit to Qin. The most difficult thing was for the larger factions. Not only did they suffer great losses, but they also did not know where to go. There was no place that could accept their massive factions. The factions that had gathered scattered like monkeys when a tree fell, and they all returned to their own factions. As the two most powerful factions, the Bing family and the others decided to send reinforcements to other regions. This place no longer had the power to stop Qin, so they could only ask for reinforcements from others. The alchemy world would give great rewards for destroying people from the Heaven-Awakened world. Moreover, the Heaven-Awakened world factions in other regions were being bullied by the alchemy world factions. If this news was leaked, perhaps some factions would be willing to help destroy Qin. After hearing that such a Heaven-Awakened world faction had appeared, the people from other regions were quite happy. The Heaven-Awakened world factions in their regions had already been destroyed, so they did not have any targets to attack. As such, they agreed to the two factions' requests. However, they did not send out many soldiers, only 1.5 billion. They understood that this was another region, and they did not want to lose a large number of people to help others destroy factions. As such, they only wanted to obtain benefits. Apart from the alchemy world, the factions in this region would also give them corresponding rewards. Otherwise, they would not have agreed so easily. The factions that had been planning to escape could not help but stop. Adding on the people from other regions, they now had 6 billion people, and they had the power to fight a final battle with Qin. If they could not win, they could only choose to relocate. This time, they did not choose to take the initiative to attack because they did not have many people to begin with. As such, they chose to defend. The factions started to construct their defenses. Zhao Fu soon learned of this news. He couldn't help but laugh, but he wasn't afraid of them. They gathered their forces together to have the ability to fight against Qin. In other words, their forces were gathered together, but their forces were distributed in different directions. Zhao Fu's Qin family was in the middle of these forces. Now that the Hua family in the south had been destroyed by Qin, there were still some alchemist families around it, and there were also many alchemist families in the other three directions. Qin felt that there was no need to gather forces to fight them head-on. They could send forces to attack the alchemist families in other directions. Now that the main force of the alchemist family was gathered in the east, Qin only needed to attack the north and west. Qin's soldiers divided into two groups and marched in two directions. When the alchemist families heard of this news, their expressions became quite grim. They did not have many people, and if they split up, they would be at a disadvantage. However, they had no choice. Qin did not want to fight them head-on, so they could only defend in two directions. Zhao Fu left over 1 billion soldiers in the Qin territory to defend in case anything unexpected happened. He sent over 7 billion soldiers to attack two places, and each side had about 3.5 billion soldiers. Qin's soldiers marched quickly, and they soon gathered in front of the alchemist family's defensive wall. The defensive wall seemed to have been built temporarily, and it was quite crude. However, because it contained metal, it had decent defensive power. Zhao Fu personally led one group, and Wang Jian led the other. At that moment, Zhao Fu looked at the people on the defensive wall. There were some familiar faces, they had attacked Qin a few times, and Zhao Fu had some impressions of them. There were also some unfamiliar faces. The leader of this group was a middle-aged man dressed in white, and he gave off a calm aura. He looked quite similar to Ren Nua, and he was the patriarch of this family, Rening. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "It's not too late for you to surrender." Rening looked at Xiaofu and said with a serious expression, "It's impossible for us to surrender. Perhaps we can coexist peacefully and have nothing to do with each other in the future." Xiaofu gave a trace of a cold smile. When Qin had been weak, these people had been thinking about attacking Qin. Now that Qin was powerful, they wanted to coexist peacefully. How could Xiaofu agree? He directly said, "Attack." Boom, the black-armored Qin soldiers rushed towards the defensive wall like a black tide. They were incredibly fast, and it seemed as if they were going to destroy everything. The scene was quite shocking, and their auras shook the surroundings. On the alchemist's side, rows of holy beasts had long since been released. They were behind the defensive wall, and their cannons were aimed at Qin's soldiers. Boom, boom. Boom, massive beams of light containing terrifying power shot out incredibly quickly, bringing with them ferocious gales. The power was terrifying, and it seemed as if it could not be blocked at all. Boom, boom. Boom, white beams of light appeared in front of Qin's soldiers, giving off boundless white light. Bald and topless holy light emissaries appeared and lined up in a row. They stretched out a hand, and waves of white power flowed out, forming white light barriers. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the beams of light containing immense power slammed against the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier gave off intense white light, blocking this wave of attacks. The reason why the holy light emissaries were able to block the beams of light was because there were only 6,000 or so holy beasts, while the 100,000 holy light emissaries that Zhao Fu had summoned could block the attacks of 10,000 or so holy beasts. Seeing that the countless beams of light were unable to harm Qin's soldiers, the expressions of the alchemist's leaders became quite grim, and they had a bad feeling. Roar, roar. Roar. Massive dragons' roars sounded out as the mechanical wyverns spread their wings and flapped them as they flew into the sky, sending out wild gales. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as the 4,000 or so mechanical wyverns shot out massive beams of light that contained terrifying power as they shot towards the defensive wall with unstoppable momentum. It was as if they were going to pierce through the sky. The alchemist formations on the defensive wall were activated, and alchemist elemental essence gathered, forming metal shields in front of the defensive wall. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the terrifying beams of light blasted apart the metal shields, causing countless fragments to fly everywhere. A massive shockwave spread out, sending the alchemist soldiers flying back. However, most of the light beam's power was blocked by the metal shields, and many of the soldiers were sent flying, but their injuries were not serious. Rening had no choice but to release his 500 humanoid holy beasts. 1,000-meter-tall mechanical giants appeared, emitting a powerful aura. Behind them, countless rays of light shot out. They charged into the sky and drew the blades on their backs, charging towards the mechanical wyverns. The mechanical wyverns did not show any fear, instead, they ferociously charged over. They opened their mouths and shot out a huge light beam towards the mechanical giant. The mechanical giant poured alchemy power into the blades in its hands, causing the blades to emit sharp light. With a powerful swing, an arc of light appeared, splitting the light beam in two. Pooh! The mechanical wyverns pounced in front of the mechanical giant and bit down on the mechanical giant's shoulder. With a powerful swing of its head, it tore off a large piece of metal. The mechanical giant frantically swung its blade, slashing out a huge blade light that sent the mechanical wyverns flying. The mechanical wyverns that were sent flying also had a sizable wound on its body. Roar! The mechanical wyverns furiously roared and charged over with a powerful aura. The other two mechanical wyverns also ferociously charged towards the mechanical giant. Although the mechanical giant was very powerful, Qin's mechanical wyverns were not weak either. Moreover, there were 4,000 of them, while the humanoid giants only had 500. As such, the mechanical giant was in a very disadvantageous situation. It was being suppressed by the mechanical wyverns, and some parts of it had already been smashed to pieces. When it fell to the ground, it created a large crater. Rening had the many holy beast cannons aim at the mechanical wyverns in the sky. If this went on, the mechanical giant would definitely be destroyed. He would deal with the mechanical wyverns first before dealing with Qin's soldiers. The cannons were raised and aimed at the mechanical wyverns. The cannons emitted light, and a shocking power spread out. At this moment, the 100,000 holy light emissaries also extended a hand and aimed at the city walls, emitting blinding white light. Countless beams of white light shot out in that instant, filling the sky and lighting up the surroundings. The terrifying power they gave off seemed to be able to destroy everything in their path. In this moment of crisis, Renning could only have the combat holy beast stop their attacks and cover the city walls with alchemy shields. Bang, 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 muffled sounds rang out. The alchemy shields were quite sturdy, and they successfully blocked the white light beams. Kill! At that moment, countless Qin's soldiers roared and raised their weapons as they gave off massive auras and rushed towards the Great Wall. Many alchemy soldiers held alchemy spears in their hands and threw them forward. The alchemy runes on the spears lit up and shot into the void. Light circles appeared one after another, and countless spears shot out from them, shooting towards Qin's soldiers like raindrops. On Qin's side, countless soldiers surged with cyan alchemy power, forming a metallic cyan aura that wrapped around Qin's soldiers. Bang bang bang, countless spears were deflected as if they had hit a metal wall. They didn't hurt Qin's soldiers. Qin's soldiers continued to rush toward the city wall like a tide. Soon, Qin's soldiers arrived at the bottom of the city walls and took out siege ladders and flying locks. Some of the soldiers used their strength to punch holes in the walls before climbing up. The alchemy soldiers shot out many arrows and threw heavy objects, attacking the many Qin's soldiers. Arrows pierced through the alchemy soldiers' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. Heavy objects smashed into Qin's soldiers' bodies, causing Qin's soldiers to be heavily injured. Pained cries sounded out, and many of Qin's soldiers also died. Swish, 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 at that moment, Qin's soldiers shot arrows towards the city wall, piercing through the bodies of the alchemy soldiers. The alchemy soldiers continuously died. Soon, Qin's soldiers were about to reach the top of the city wall. Alchemy formations were once again activated, and massive waves of alchemy power spread out. Swish, 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 sharp metal spikes shot out from the city wall towards the many Qin's soldiers. Some Qin's soldiers gave off cyan metal aura flames, causing their bodies to turn into metal to block the metal spikes. Some used their shields to block, while others chose to dodge. However, there were still many Qin's soldiers whose bodies were pierced by the metal spikes, causing blood to fly everywhere as they screamed. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and he had the mechanical dragons in the sky attack. Boom! Boom! Some of the mechanical dragons held up the mechanical giant, while even more mechanical dragons shot out massive beams of light at the city wall. The city wall was blasted apart, and many alchemy soldiers were blasted to pieces. Blood and dismembered corpses were everywhere. Qin's soldiers continued to ferociously attack the alchemy soldiers. With the mechanical dragon's suppression, they successfully reached the top of the city wall. The alchemy army and Qin's soldiers started fighting. An alchemy soldier wielded a long saber and sent a Qin's soldier flying. A Qin's soldier chopped off the head of an alchemy soldier with a saber, while a Qin's soldier pierced through the body of an alchemy soldier with a spear. A Qin's soldier wielded a giant hammer and smashed a person's body into pieces. An alchemy soldier wielded a longbow and shot an arrow through the neck of a Qin's soldier. The Qin's soldier died instantly. Soon, another arrow pierced through the chest of an alchemy soldier, killing that alchemy soldier as well. An alchemy soldier wielded a long sword and pierced the chest of a Qin's soldier. A Qin's soldier wielded a spear and sent an alchemy soldier flying. Another Qin's soldier wielded a long saber and chopped off the head of an alchemy soldier. The battle was very intense. Qin's side had a greater advantage, as most of the casualties were alchemy soldiers. The holy beasts were unable to attack the people fighting together, and they could only aim their cannons at the mechanical dragons in the sky. Many holy light emissaries immediately flew into the sky and formed defensive barriers to block the attacks. They also started to attack the holy beasts. Bang! The mechanical dragons ferociously knocked a mechanical giant into the ground, creating a large crater. The mechanical dragons also quickly attacked the mechanical giants. On the other side of the battlefield, Qin's soldiers gave off a powerful aura as they charged towards the city wall like a tidal wave. This side was mainly made up of alchemy factions from other regions, and the number of soldiers and holy beasts was about the same as the other side. The other regions were quite confident. In their minds, the Heaven Awakened World factions were very weak and were no match for the Alchemy World. It was quite laughable that they could not even defeat such a faction. The people from other regions looked down on the people from this region and felt that they were too weak. They felt that it was quite shameful to be a powerful alchemist clan. Now that they had personally acted, they wanted to show the people of this region what the alchemist world's true power was. They wanted to make the faction called Qin feel fear and understand who the master of this region was. Since they had dared to attack the alchemist world, they would be taught a lesson in blood. Scree, massive bird cries sounded out as massive mechanical birds flew into the sky, and there were 4,000 or so of them. Most of these mechanical birds were from other regions, and many of them had been destroyed or heavily injured by the mechanical dragons. Rays of light shot out from the holes on the mechanical birds' bodies, forming orbs of light that gave off terrifying power. These mechanical birds were quite suited for attacking large numbers of soldiers, and just a single explosion could kill many people and heavily injure the entire army. The other 4,000 or so war saint beasts were also released, and they pointed their cannons at the incoming army, giving off terrifying lights. Wang Jian raised a hand, and a ring on his finger gave off boundless light. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a massive might descended. It was as if the heavens and earth were unable to withstand it and were about to collapse. The alchemist world's countless people looked terrified as they sensed this massive might. They felt as if they were being crushed by a massive boulder, and they felt as if they were going to suffocate. They were unable to resist at all. A massive shadow covered the sky, and a massive metallic object giving off an incredibly terrifying aura slowly descended. Because the other regions had not obtained many of Qin's soldiers, they all looked quite confused and shocked as to what this metallic object was. Some of the alchemist faction leaders who recognized this thing looked terrified as they said anxiously, "This thing has appeared on our side, can we stop it? Hurry up and think of something. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Seeing how terrified the faction leaders were, the other region's factions felt that something was off. Ordinary things would not make people feel such fear. A cold-looking middle-aged man, he was the Bing family's leader, looked at the descending war god's fury and coldly harumphed as he said, "Attack that thing with all of your power." Swish, swish, swish. Balls of light descended from below the many mechanical birds. These balls of light gave off astonishing destructive power, and under the control of the many mechanical birds, they uniformly shot toward the war god's fury in the sky. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as countless Saint Beast cannons shot out powerful beams of light that tore through the sky and shot towards the war god's fury as if they could destroy everything. Boom boom boom, huge arrays were activated on the ground, and a large amount of alchemy power gathered together to form huge metal eyes. They were cold and emotionless, emitting a destructive aura. There were over 1,000 of them. The metallic eyes gave off rays of light and powerful alchemy power. Light cones formed, and each one was 10 meters long. There were over 10,000 of them, and they gave off terrifying auras. Boom boom boom, cones of light containing immense force shot towards the war god's fury in the sky, bringing with them powerful gales that seemed to pierce through the sky, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Boom, facing the countless attacks, the war god's fury emitted a huge amount of power. Its spires lit up one by one, and a huge alchemy barrier appeared, covering the entire war god's fury. Bang 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 bang, countless attacks landed on the barrier, causing fierce explosions. Countless dazzling lights spread out, making people unable to see anything. Terrifying shockwaves spread out from the sky, seeming to pull people into an abyss. Their bodies uncontrollably trembled, and their souls felt extreme terror. Such a terrifying attack could destroy everything, and nothing could stop it. Everyone in the alchemy world was thinking the same thing. That thing definitely couldn't endure so many attacks. The countless lights scattered, and everyone in the alchemy world looked at the war god's fury in the sky with shock. Nothing had happened to it, and only a few cracks had appeared on its defensive barrier. How could this be? So many terrifying attacks couldn't harm that thing in the slightest? That thing's defense was too terrifying. As countless people in the alchemy world were shocked, the war god's fury scattered its defensive barrier, and huge ice-cold cannons aimed at the defensive wall. Countless rays of light burst out, and an aura of annihilation spread out. Boom! 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 Heaven-shaking explosions rang out as huge beams of light shot out with world-destroying power. They were extremely fast, and they seemed unstoppable as they hit the defensive wall below. Bang! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as shocking shockwaves spread out, destroying everything in the surroundings. Nothing could resist. Countless rays of light spread out, causing the world to be filled with white light. The ground violently trembled and waves of destructive aura flooded out like a flood, drowning everything within it. Sensing this destructive aura, everyone's bodies trembled, feeling despair and helplessness. After some of the shockwaves spread out, everyone in the alchemy world looked at the scene in front of them in shock. A crater that was millions of meters wide had been blasted out of the ground, and one of the defensive walls had collapsed. Countless rocks and corpses were scattered everywhere, and the ground was covered with blood. The 10 million soldiers on the defensive wall had died just like that, and they had been unable to resist at all. That was nearly 10 million soldiers. Not only that, but hundreds of holy beasts had also been blasted apart, and some had been heavily damaged. Most of them could no longer be used. You're still attacking? Hurry up and retreat. The people in the other regions finally understood why the people here were so afraid of this thing. It was more terrifying than they had imagined. Qin's power was simply too monstrous, and they could not afford to offend him. How could there be such a terrifying Heaven-Awakened World faction? They had underestimated the other side, and it was not that the Alchemy World factions were weak but that the opponent they had encountered was simply too monstrous. Now, they did not have any thoughts of fighting, they only had one thought, which was to escape. Only by escaping could they survive. The people in the other regions all retreated without any hesitation, and they were incredibly fast. The cold-looking middle-aged man looked at the war god's fury in the sky with a pale face. However, no one had the time to care about him, and the leaders all gave the order to retreat. They understood that they were not a match for this thing at all, and they had already lost. The countless alchemist cultivator soldiers looked terrified. They had been frightened by this destructive attack, and they did not have much morale to fight. All of the alchemist cultivator soldiers started to retreat, panicking like street rats. Wang Jian smiled. The time for Qin to run amok in the alchemist world was over. It was now time for Qin to run amok in the world. Attack! As Wang Jian's calm voice sounded out, Great Qin's countless soldiers roared and gave off ferocious auras as they charged forwards, sweeping through everything in their path. Who could stop them? The outcome of this battle had already been decided, and there would be no more surprises. Zhao Fu's gaze turned to the other battlefield. Under Qin's ferocious attacks, the alchemist cultivator army's casualties continued to rise, and they could no longer withstand Qin's attacks. All of the mechanical giants had been blasted apart, and the mechanical wyverns and many holy light emissaries were fighting against the holy beasts. It was as if the holy beasts had gone berserk, and their cannons shot out beams of light, causing powerful auras to spread out. Some of the mechanical wyverns were injured by the beams of light, and some of the more serious ones fell from the sky, dying. Some holy light emissaries were summoned creatures, so they were easily blasted apart. On Qin's side, the mechanical wyverns continuously shot out massive beams of light that landed on the holy beasts' bodies, shattering them. The holy light emissaries also continuously shot out white beams of light, continuously bombarding the holy beasts and successfully shattering them. The leader of the alchemist cultivator army understood that they could not withstand Qin, so he did not hesitate and gave the order to retreat. They had been completely slaughtered by Qin. As they retreated, more and more people from the alchemist cultivator army retreated. In the end, the alchemist cultivator army completely lost the ability to resist and fled. Now that the outcome of this battle had been decided, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and continued to order his people to chase after the alchemist cultivator soldiers. This time, Zhao Fu did not want to let them off, and he planned to destroy their forces in one go. This was because their last bit of resistance had been defeated by Qin, and they were like fat sheep standing there. If they did not eat them up now, they would run away later. Kill! Qin's soldiers did not face any difficulties and easily broke through cities, rushing in and starting massacres. The people who did not surrender to Qin and those who ran away were all killed, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young. A group of Qin's cavalrymen easily caught up to a group of people and stabbed them with spears, piercing through their bodies. Blood sprayed everywhere as they died. The Qin cavalrymen threw their corpses to the side and continued to chase after the other people. A group of alchemist city commoners held weapons and rushed out from an alley, but they were hacked to death by great Qin soldiers, causing blood to flow to the ground. Some people held weapons and rushed out from an alley, but were hacked to death by Qin soldiers. Those who dared to harm great Qin soldiers were skinned and hung in front of the gates. They did not die and instead held in pain. Those who dared to harm Qin's cavalrymen were skinned and hung in front of the gates. They did not die, but they screamed in pain. There were rows of residents kneeling on the streets, looking down in fear, not daring to move at all. They had personally seen how cruel and cold-blooded great Qin soldiers were, and they did not dare to resist at all. Countless people knelt on the streets, looking down in fear, not daring to move. They had seen how cruel and cold-blooded Qin's cavalrymen were, and they did not dare to resist at all. Countless people became even more cautious and fearful. Even though they did not know who Zhao Fu was, they felt that he had a very high status in Qin, which was why so many terrifying Qin's cavalrymen followed him. Finally, Zhao Fu came to a large courtyard, which was also surrounded by Qin's cavalrymen. This was where the core of the Qin's family was located. A group of people were tied up and kneeling on the ground, and one of them was the person who had retreated. He was the family chief, and he no longer looked high and mighty. Instead, he looked quite wretched. Meng Tian had personally captured him, and she had spent a lot of effort to do so. Beside him was an arrogant and unruly young man, who was the young master of the Qin family. He had a look of fear on his face, and he looked quite dispirited. He had never thought that such a day would come. Not only had he been stripped of his position as the young master, but the Qin family had also been destroyed. Now, he had nothing left, and he did not even know if he would be able to survive. Zhao Fu got off his horse and lightly laughed as he said, "We just met, how did you end up like this? Also, I told you to surrender to me, have you thought about it?" The person raised his head and coldly looked at Zhao Fu as he said, "I admit that I lost to you today, but I won't submit to someone from the heaven-awakened world. Also, don't get too cocky, you'll definitely be destroyed by the other Qin family factions." Zhao Fu's smile did not change as he said, "Is that so? However, even if that happens, you won't be able to see it anymore." As he spoke, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and an arc of light flew out, chopping off the person's head, causing blood to spurt out. "Dad!" Ren Nua cried out in pain before hatefully glaring at Zhao Fu as he said, "I'm going to kill you. Let go of me if you dare, and we'll have a fair fight." Zhao Fu glanced at him and casually waved his hand, and an arc of light flashed out, chopping off Ren Nua's head. Zhao Fu was not interested in fighting with him, it would be a waste of time. Seeing that Zhao Fu had casually killed two important figures from the Qin family, the people kneeling on the ground were so scared that their faces became pale. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at a delicate-looking young man next to him and said, "Take me to your family's legacy land." The young man replied fearfully, "Yes, I'll immediately take Sir there. Please don't kill me, sir." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "If you perform well, I naturally won't kill you." Following this, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and an arc of light cut through the ropes binding the young man. The young man immediately knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Zhao Fu simply nodded before grabbing out with his hand. A wave of energy gathered Ren Nua's blood into a small orb of blood, and he followed the two young men to the Qin family's legacy land. He first occupied the Qin family's legacy pillar before Zhao Fu used the 8 forbidden blood art to absorb the orb of blood into his body, temporarily obtaining the Qin family's bloodline and looking through its information. The Qin family's humanoid saint beast was much more powerful than ordinary saint beasts, and Zhao Fu was quite curious as to how the Qin family had raised such a humanoid saint beast. Time gradually passed, and a few hours later, Wang Jian arrived. He had finished dealing with his own matters and had come here to report the situation to Zhao Fu. In the inheritance pillar, Zhao Fu was a bit surprised because he already knew all about the Saint clan. The Saint clan's origin was not simple. It was not an ordinary alchemy clan, but an alchemy clan that had existed since ancient times. Because of this, not only could they raise humanoid holy beasts, but they were also stronger than other holy beasts. It had been said before that a shocking war had occurred in the alchemy world, causing the deaths of countless creatures and the destruction of many alchemy clans. The Saint clan was one of them. The Saint clan was not originally called the Saint clan, but the Saint clan. They were almost as strong as a Saint-level force. Not only were they very famous in ancient times, but they also had a very high status. All the alchemy clans had been afraid of their strength. Unfortunately, after the ancient war, the Saint clan had suffered heavy losses. Almost all of their experts had died, and their various inheritances had been destroyed. The Saint clan had become weaker with each generation. Not only had they left the alchemy region, but they had also come to this remote inner region and changed their name. With their current strength, they did not deserve the word saint, so they had changed their name. They had always hoped to return to the glory of the past, but with their current strength, it was impossible. Now, they had been destroyed by Xiao Fu. The former Saint clan could be said to have been truly destroyed, but a new Saint clan had been born. However, this Saint clan was no longer a powerful independent clan, but an alchemy clan that belonged to Qin. Xiao Fu looked at the information and said that the Saint clan had put in a lot of effort and hardship for the clan to rise, but in the end, it had ended in failure. Since they could not do this, he would help them complete it and fulfill their long-cherished wish. At the same time, Xiao Fu also changed the Saint clan back to the Saint clan. Xiao Fu himself had power that surpassed the Saint-level bloodline, so he was qualified to use the word saint. Moreover, the Saint clan's cry was a bit strange, as if it was acting coquettishly. Finally, there was the Saint clan's unique alchemy technique and method of raising holy beasts. Most of the Saint clan's alchemy technique was incomplete and needed to be repaired. One could use this as a foundation to repair or create another alchemy technique, or use one's own power of inheritance to repair. Repairing or creating one's own naturally would not be able to be repaired by the power of inheritance. Because the alchemy repaired by the power of inheritance was as powerful as the ancient alchemy of the past, its power would not be weakened. However, this required the legacy power to be very powerful. As a legacy family, as long as the mortal sage family grew stronger, their fate would also become stronger, and their legacy power would also become stronger. In other words, as long as Xiao Fu made the mortal Saint clan very powerful, these ancient alchemy techniques would automatically repair themselves. Finally, there was the method to cultivate humanoid holy beasts. In the alchemy world, humanoid holy beasts were very difficult to cultivate. It was almost several times more difficult than ordinary holy beasts. Moreover, if one did not master alchemy well, they might fail. This caused humanoid holy beasts to be very rare in the alchemy world. However, the mortal sage's method of nurturing was somewhat different. Furthermore, it wasn't called nurturing humanoid holy beasts, but rather nurturing ancient divine weapons. This humanoid sacred beast was called the primordial weapon god, and it was one of the strongest techniques of the mortal Saint clan. It was a famous item in ancient times. The alchemy world was extremely powerful in ancient times. An item that could have such a reputation in that period was definitely something very terrifying. The primordial weapon god also had its own consciousness, and it could change its size at will. In other words, it could become as big as 1,000 meters, as big as a doll, and it could even fuse with the family imprint. If one wanted to use it, they could summon it at any time, and there would be no restrictions. It was very convenient. Moreover, the primordial weapon god could fight on its own, and it could also be controlled to fight. However, it was not controlled by several people at the same time, but by one person. Moreover, the method of control was a bit special. It needed to be fused with the primordial weapon god to achieve the level of fusion between human and machine. The person controlling it would not only be like having a huge mechanical body, but also the various abilities of the primordial weapon god. It was very terrifying. The primordial weapon god was definitely one of the strongest holy beasts in that era. Unfortunately, that was in the past, and the current primordial weapon god was many times weaker. Now, the primordial weapon god no longer had its own consciousness, and it could not change its size at will. It still needed several people to control it, and it could not achieve fusion between human and machine. However, it could still fuse with the family imprint. Even though the primordial weapon god was a bit more powerful than ordinary holy beasts, It was about the same as a basic holy beast. There was nothing special about it. There were two reasons for this. The first was that many holy beasts had rebelled in the ancient era, and the primordial weapon god was one of them. It had dealt a devastating blow to the mortal sage family, which was why it had its consciousness wiped out and used the same method as everyone else. The second reason was that the materials needed to create the primordial weapon god were lacking, and the most important core of the primordial weapon god was missing. The core of the primordial weapon god was a denver. As mentioned before, the first thing to do when creating a holy beast was to find a den to bind to the family's legacy item. However, the den used to create the primordial weapon god had been destroyed in the ancient war, and it could not be used again. In the end, they could only find a giant den to bind to the family's legacy item and use it as a material to create the primordial weapon god. Even though the method to create the primordial weapon god had been preserved, because of these two reasons, the primordial weapon god did not have the power it once had. Xiaofu was quite curious as to what kind of den the mortal sage family had used to create the primordial weapon god. After a simple search, he found out that they had used a martial god giant den. Martial god giants were usually 10,000 meters tall. They had 3 heads, 6 arms, blood-red hair, and blood-red crescent-shaped eyes. They were strong and muscular, and they gave off a powerful fighting aura. In the ancient era, they were a very powerful race that liked to fight. It could be said that they were a race that lived by fighting. Their fighting strength was very shocking, and they could easily shatter the heavens and split the earth. Very few people could defeat them head-on. They had left behind many legends in the alchemy world, and most of them were famous for their battles. The martial god bloodline flowed in their bodies. The martial god bloodline itself was an imperial bloodline, and it had a powerful bloodline power. However, there had never been a lot of martial god giants. They were actually a race, and they were not like ordinary beasts. However, the ancestors of the mortal sage family had used some unknown method to obtain a martial god giant denver. This might be the only martial god giant den in the world. Seeing this, Xiaofu understood that it was almost impossible for him to find another martial god giant denver. If Xiaofu wanted to create something as powerful as the ancient weapon god, he would have to find a den that was as powerful as the ancient weapon god. What's more, it would be a den in the alchemy world. No matter how powerful a den was, it would be useless. Finally, Xiaofu found that the martial giant den had been stored in the legacy space. Xiaofu looked around and found a blood-red box. It was 30 centimeters wide and was made of metal. There were scenes of battles engraved on it, giving off a bloody feeling. This box most likely contained the martial giant den. Xiaofu wanted to open it, but he found that he could not because he did not have the Xing family's bloodline. Furthermore, it did not require an ordinary bloodline. It required an extremely pure mortal saint bloodline, in other words, a direct descendant bloodline. Xiaofu had no choice but to use the 8 forbidden blood art to temporarily turn his bloodline into a pure Xing family bloodline. Xiaofu stretched out his hand and sent some bloodline power into the box. The box gave off a blood-red light and opened by itself, revealing what was inside. There were broken blood-red crystals inside. Each piece was not very big, with the largest being the size of a finger and the smallest being the size of a soybean. They gave off a faint blood-red light and gave off a powerful aura. This aura was incredibly ferocious, and it was like the aura that one would give off during a battle. Xiaofu counted and found that there were 26 pieces in total. Xiaofu wanted to take the martial god den back to see if there was any way to repair it. After all, it was impossible for Xiaofu to obtain a second martial god den, and he did not have the ability to obtain such a high-grade den in the alchemy world. If he could repair it, Qin would be able to create the ancient weapon god and allow his power to see the light of day again. According to the records in the legacy land, the ancient weapon god's power definitely would not allow Xiaofu to die. Perhaps it would become a powerful method for Qin to attack the alchemy world. Of course, Xiaofu did not have much hope in repairing it. After all, even the powerful Xing family could not repair it, and it would be very difficult for him. After looking through all the information regarding the Xing family, a joyful smile appeared on Xiaofu's face. His consciousness returned to his body, and only then did he realize that Wang Jian had been waiting for him. Xiaofu knew his purpose, so he sat on the chair above and asked with a smile, "How's the situation on your side?" Wang Jian smiled as he reported, "Your Majesty. With a terrifying existence like the war god's fury, nothing will be a problem." This time, Wang Jian used the power of the war god's fury, suppressing everything in his way. Even he was shocked in his heart. His Majesty had actually created something so terrifying that it could destroy an entire country. Zhao Fu nodded. "What are the details?" Wang Jian said to Zhao Fu. "Now that all the alchemist clans here have been annihilated by Qin, this place now belongs to Qin. Also, this time, many alchemist clans have escaped, including the strongest Bing clan." This general immediately ordered people to attack the Bing clan, but who would have thought that the Bing clan had already made preparations to escape? By the time we attacked the Bing clan had already escaped. This time, Great Qin's losses were not great. In terms of the final gains, this general has ordered people to tally them up. Including all of the factions that we destroyed, we obtained a total of 20 billion residents from the world of gold refiner. There were 1.5 billion gold refiner soldiers and 3,000 holy beasts that submitted to Great Qin. In just a few days, they had gained 20 billion residents and 1.5 billion alchemist soldiers. These were all Stage 2 alchemist soldiers, and they were of great use to Qin. Finally, there were the Saint Beasts. Qin now had 3,000 or so Saint Beasts, which would be of great use to him. Zhao Fu had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he had finally vented his anger. In the past, Qin had been suppressed by these alchemist clans, and now, they had all been annihilated. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "The harvest is not bad. You've worked hard this time, go and have a good celebration with the general. I'll order people to take care of the rest." Wang Jian smiled as he said, "This general will be taking his leave then." After Wang Jian left, Zhao Fu ordered people to go to the Heaven Awakened world and gather some civil officials. Right now, this wasn't a battle base, but a force that needed to redevelop its buildings. Zhao Fu first planned to unify the scattered clans so that they would not be as messy as before. He would then start to build a unified defense so that the various clans would be more integrated with each other and with Qin. What a faction needed the most was cohesiveness, or else it would be like a pile of loose sand. In the future, the alchemist clans would all be led by Qin. As for the current management of the faction, Zhao Fu did not use alchemists to manage them. Instead, he gathered some civil officials from the Heaven Awakened world, and he could not completely trust them. As a general, even though Wang Jian knew some internal affairs, Zhao Fu only had him manage the military. It was not that Zhao Fu did not trust him, but that a single person's energy was limited and could not handle so many things. Moreover, it was indeed better to leave internal affairs to civil officials. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu gathered the mortal saint family's direct descendants. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to greatly support the mortal saint family's development, so he had to choose a suitable person to be the clan chief. The young man who had led the way was naturally not suitable because he was too young. Even though he had a direct descendant's bloodline, he was not suitable to be the clan chief. Zhao Fu needed someone with true ability. In the future, the mortal saint family would most likely become a very important family in Qin, so he had to carefully consider the matter of choosing a clan chief. He could not make any rash decisions. 10 or so minutes later, the mortal saint family's direct descendants came before Zhao Fu and respectfully bowed as they said, "We greet your majesty." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before looking at the men and women below and saying, "I already know everything about the mortal saint family. I've changed my name to the mortal saint family, and I'll help you fulfill your family's wishes. Also, I want to choose a clan chief from among you. Who do you think is the most suitable for this position?" The mortal saint family's people all looked quite shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would know everything about the mortal saint family. Everyone guessed that Zhao Fu might know through the legacy pillars, but that would require a pure mortal saint family bloodline. How had Zhao Fu done this? Most importantly, Zhao Fu had said that he would help them realize their dreams of reviving the mortal saint family. They could not help but feel incredibly excited. This was something that the entire family had always wanted to do but had never been able to do. Qin's faction was so powerful, and even the ruler of Qin had said such a thing. With Qin's support, it was possible that the mortal saint family could return to its former glory. Now that they felt that it would be more beneficial to surrender to Qin, the mortal saint family's people said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's because your saint family has great potential that I'm willing to nurture you. In the future, you might become the largest alchemist family in Qin, so you have to perform well. Who do you think is the most suitable to be the clan chief?" The saint family looked at each other. A few of them wanted to be the clan chief because the clan chief could control everything in the family. It was the most prestigious person, and everyone wanted to be the clan chief. They were the more capable people and had quite a high status in the saint family, so they all said, "I want to be the clan chief." Zhao Fu looked at them. There were 5 people in total, and they were all beautiful women. One was tall and had a beautiful face, and her right hand was like a machine. She gave off a dignified aura. One was voluptuous and had pink skin, and she gave off a flirtatious aura. One had a sexy figure, short hair, and a machine-like body, and she gave off a heroic aura. One had a slim figure and mechanical eyes, and she gave off a peaceful feeling. One had a mature figure and flirtatious looks, and she looked incredibly alluring. Zhao Fu looked at them and gave a trace of an interested smile as he asked, "Why are the 5 of you wanting to be the clan chief?" The tall and beautiful woman smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, we have the highest status here and have the purest bloodlines. Only the 5 of us have the highest statuses here and have the purest bloodlines. Everyone else with similar statuses have been killed by Great Qin, including my husband and son." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and looked at this beautiful woman. He felt that she was quite similar to Ren Nua, and he smiled as he said, "You're the clan chief's wife?" The beautiful woman smiled as she replied, "That's right." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I've already killed your husband and son, why are you still willing to serve me? And you don't hate me?" The beautiful woman smiled as she replied, "Your Majesty, it was our saint family that offended you. We have nothing to say about being destroyed by you. Moreover, Your Majesty and the others' philosopher's stones were not damaged, and they still have a chance to revive." The alchemist clan had another benefit, which was that they could continuously revive with the philosopher's stone. However, Qin's philosopher's stone did not have this ability, and it was most likely related to bloodline laws. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "If you perform well, I can give them a chance to resurrect." Hearing this, everyone felt even more grateful. Their loved ones who had been killed by Qin could all be revived, and they said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu then asked for their names. They were Ren Yu, Ren Baimin, Ren Lily, Ren Wu, and Ren Ya. After hearing their names, Zhao Fu looked at the others and asked, "What do you all think? Who is suitable to be the chief?" Everyone else was split into 5 factions, each with their own supporters. It was as if they had originally been split into these 5 factions, but the people who had led them had all been killed by Great Qin. Now, 5 new people had been elected. At that moment, the youth who had led the way said nervously, "Your Majesty, I feel that my mother is the most suitable to be the clan leader. Moreover, she is the clan leader's wife. In the past, my father also asked her to handle various matters." Zhao Fu understood that he was Ren Yu's son, as well as Ren Nua's little brother. After thinking about it for a moment, it seemed that Ren Yu, as the clan leader's wife, was the most suitable to take over the position of clan leader. As such, he said, "In the future, Ren Yu will be the current clan leader of the human saint family. The other 4 can also take over important positions in the family." Now that they had all obtained great benefits, everyone happily smiled and said, "Your Majesty, we will definitely be loyal to Qin and will never betray him. We are willing to do anything for Qin." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He said, "Everyone else can leave. The 5 of you can stay." Hearing this, everyone else left the room, leaving behind only the 5 beautiful women. They were the 5 most important people in the human saint family in the future, and Zhao Fu definitely wanted to control them and not have them betray him. Ren Yu and the others started to wonder what Zhao Fu wanted. Zhao Fu looked at them and their bodies as he smiled and said, "Come and serve me." The 5 beautiful women blushed. Bai Min, one of the more flirtatious ones, had been unable to resist the formless attraction that Zhao Fu gave off, and she had long since wanted to do it with Zhao Fu. Now that Zhao Fu said this, she was the first to kneel in front of Zhao Fu and serve Zhao Fu. The other women thought about their relatives who had been killed and also took off their clothes and knelt in front of Zhao Fu to serve Zhao Fu. Following this, intense sounds of doing it sounded out in the room. A few hours later, Zhao Fu left the room to take care of other matters. Right now, the alchemy land did not need war, what it needed was development and stability. Within the room, the 5 beautiful women's faces were completely red as they powerlessly lay on the ground, looking incredibly satisfied and blissful. They had never thought that they would be so happy doing it with a man other than their husband, and they were still reminiscing that feeling. Only after a while did they recover some strength and put on their clothes. They ordered people to clean up the room, as there were traces of them being violated by Zhao Fu. Renyu returned to her place of residence. The young man had been waiting there the entire time, and seeing Renyu return, he looked quite happy as he said, "Congratulations on becoming the chief, mother. Big brother and father can be revived, and mother, why did you suddenly become so alluring?" Renyu's face became slightly red as she smiled and said, Our family's status has been preserved. Our family's position has been preserved, and you have to perform well in the future. Although your brother and father can be revived, they may not have any chance of holding power. You can only rely on yourself. I will raise you to be the young master of the Saint family." Thinking about how he would become the young master of the Xing family in the future, the young man became even more happy and smiled as he said, "Got it, I'll definitely do my best." Renyu gave a satisfied smile, and she could not help but think about being violated by Zhao Fu while watching her son grow into a powerful expert. Ren Nua and Renning would never have thought that not only had they been defeated by Zhao Fu, but their mother and wife had also been violated by Zhao Fu. Most importantly, they had become infatuated with this feeling and had sunk into it. However, even though they knew about this, they could not change anything. After becoming Zhao Fu's enemy, they had to be prepared to be destroyed and their wives and daughters violated. To Zhao Fu, enjoying the mothers, wives, and daughters of his enemies was quite a good experience. Not only could he vent his anger, but he could also enjoy it. Zhao Fu went to the War God's Fury research ground. Now that Zhao Fu had destroyed many families, he had gathered talented people from their families and added them to his alchemy research. Now, Qin's research abilities were much stronger than before. In the future, all sorts of alchemy experiments would be conducted here, and this would be the largest alchemy research ground in the future. Mu Minxian was not in the War God's Fury research ground, and she had returned to her family. Her family was one of the families that had been destroyed by Qin. The Mu family's power was quite ordinary, so Zhao Fu did not go there. If it had been the Bing family, Zhao Fu would have gone to look at the Bing family's legacy pillar. It was a pity that the Bing family had run away too quickly, or else they would have ended up like the Hua family. Now, Mu Minxian sat on the seat of the Mu family's chief and looked at her family and friends kneeling below her. The people she had hated, feared, and looked up to were all different now. She was now the most prestigious and powerful person in the Mu family, and her wish to join Qin had come true. She could not help but feel quite happy. If she had not submitted to Qin, she would not have had all of this. The people kneeling on the ground were all shocked. Originally an unimportant family disciple, someone who had betrayed the family, had become the family's leader in one leap. They couldn't be unconvinced at all. After all, she was now Qin's person, and if they dared to have any objections, they would be killed by Qin. They had seen how ferocious Qin was. Mu Minxian looked at the terrified people below her and gave a trace of a smile. Now that she had become the Mu family's chief and the most powerful person in the family, she did not feel too bad about it. Ever since she had followed Qin, her standards had not been as low as before. Nothing could satisfy her now, and she believed that as long as she followed Qin, her status and power would be countless times greater. Finally, Zhao Fu looked back at the fury of victory and took out the box containing the martial god giant's den fragment. He was about to give it to his subordinates to see if it could be repaired or used for other purposes. Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded out, and Zhao Fu turned to look at a massive cage. Within it was a 10-meter tall, naked, muscular monster with sharp teeth and a pair of pitch-black eyes. It was an alchemy giant that Zhao Fu had captured. When Zhao Fu had explored the alchemy world for the first time, he had encountered many dog-like creatures, and this alchemy giant had been formed from countless dog-like creatures. The alchemy giant was very powerful, and it also had the ability to be immortal. For example, if it was cut in half, its head could still be seen, and if its body was split into pieces, it could still be resurrected. Qin had been studying this ability. He wanted to use this ability for Qin, which would be of great help to Qin. But after such a long time, Qin hadn't made any progress. Now, the alchemy giant was roaring and staring at the box as if it wanted the box very much. It was even hitting the iron cage, trying to break out. Xiaofu was a little surprised. Why did this alchemy giant want the fragments of the Einherjar giant's lair? After giving it some serious thought, Xiaofu made a bold decision. Xiaofu ordered people to open the iron cage and release the alchemy giant. After the alchemy giant ran out, it excitedly and fiercely rushed towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu stood there motionlessly. The alchemy giant quickly rushed in front of Xiaofu, but in the next moment, it stopped and looked at Xiaofu with some fear. Although it wanted the box very much, its fear of Xiaofu has been deeply engraved in its bones. Now, when it thought of Xiaofu, its body would instinctively feel pain. It didn't dare to rush in front of Xiaofu, and it couldn't even look at those terrifying eyes. Xiaofu looked at the alchemy giant's fear of stopping and felt a little funny. He stretched out a hand and handed over the box. He directly opened the box, revealing blood-colored crystal fragments. The alchemy giant didn't expect Xiaofu to do this, but it still looked a little afraid and didn't dare to take a step closer to Xiaofu. Xiaofu said with a smile, "This thing is for you, and if you obediently listen to me from now on, I won't use you for various kinds of research." The alchemy giant understood Xiaofu's meaning and nodded. It didn't want to live a life worse than death. Boom, a massive aura exploded out from the alchemy giant's body, and it gave off countless rays of black light. Its body started to twist and deform, turning into a large mass of flesh and blood that floated in the air. Philosopher's stones appeared from the mass of flesh and blood, each of them giving off a faint light and giving off waves of alchemy power. A look of shock appeared on Xiaofu's face. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. A formless energy spread out, and the crystal fragments within the box automatically floated up and gave off a blood-colored light. They flew towards the mass of flesh and blood, fusing into it. Boom, a terrifying power exploded out, forming a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The ground instantly cracked, and even Xiaofu was forced back a step. The mass of flesh in the air gave off a black and blood-colored light, and terrifying power continuously flowed out from it. Xiaofu ordered the others to temporarily leave. Sensing that terrifying aura, everyone didn't dare to stay and hurriedly left. Boom, a shocking explosion rang out as a black and blood-red pillar of light containing immense power shot into the sky. It ferociously slammed into the sky, and a massive blood-red wave of light spread out, causing the heavens and earth to dim. The various alchemist clans sensed this terrifying ripple and could not help but come outside out of curiosity. They saw a massive blood-red pillar of light standing on the war god's fury, giving off a massive aura. What was going on? Why was it giving off such terrifying ripples? The various alchemist clansmen stared at this scene in shock, while some of Qin's soldiers were relatively calm. They had experienced this many times, so there was naturally nothing to be shocked about. Their Majesty often caused abnormal changes to the heavens and earth, and it could be said that he was a professional at this. Xiaofu stood in front of the pillar of light and watched as heaven and earth power flowed into the mass of flesh and blood. The mass of flesh and blood seemed to be transforming, and the philosopher's stones and blood-red crystal fragments gave off intense light. Time gradually passed, and more heaven and earth power flowed into the mass of flesh and blood like a flood. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the mass of flesh and blood completed its transformation. It continuously twisted and changed, gradually taking on a humanoid shape. Following this, the mass of flesh and blood slowly stabilized, and a terrifying monster appeared in front of Xiaofu. This monster was 20 or so meters tall and was completely black. It had powerful muscles and a pair of claws that were made of blood-red metal and gave off a cold light. It also had a mouth full of white fangs and 6 blood-red eyes on its head that gave off a savage gaze. A terrifying power spread out from the monster's body, and this power was filled with a berserk aura of destruction and battle, causing the surroundings to become incredibly oppressive. The surrounding ripples started to dissipate. The monster obediently stood in front of Xiaofu, not daring to move at all. Even though its power had become terrifying, the more powerful it was, the more it could sense how terrifying the person in front of it was. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and looked at the monster's stats. Now that the monster had fused with the War God Giant's Den fragment, it had obtained the War God Giant's bloodline and War God's power. This War God's power had also fused with the monster's alchemy power, forming a completely new power. This new power was not any weaker than the War God's power, as it was a taboo power. It had terrifying destructive power that could destroy an entire world. The monster itself was a taboo alchemy creature, and the War God Den fragment had strengthened this power, which was why this taboo power was so powerful. Moreover, the monster's undying ability had been greatly strengthened. Now, even if it was blasted into smithereens, it would not truly die, and it would still reform. If Zhao Fu wanted to kill it, he would have to turn it into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Otherwise, he could only use a seal to seal it. Otherwise, there would be no way to deal with it. However, this was not what Zhao Fu cared about the most. What Zhao Fu cared about the most was whether or not it could be used as a core material for the ancient weapon god. This was also the reason why Zhao Fu was willing to let the monster fuse with the War God Denver. After looking at the monster's stats, Zhao Fu was very satisfied. This monster could be used as a core material for the ancient weapon god. After the monster fused with the War God Den fragment, it had formed a nest alchemy creature. This nest alchemy creature was not a creature born from a nest, but a creature that was half creature and half nest. In other words, the monster had the various functions of a nest, and it could spawn creatures and control the creatures that spawned. At the same time, its upper body was also a creature, and it had great power. The monster's current power was not very strong to Zhao Fu, but it could grow. As it grew, the nest's level would become higher and higher. Zhao Fu felt that the ancient weapon god that was nurtured would not be too weak. After all, it had fused with the War God Giant's Den fragment, and it was a taboo alchemy creature. If the ancient weapon god was weak, Zhao Fu would not believe it. The most important thing was the monster's growth. If it grew up, it would not be any weaker than the War God Giant, and it might even be more terrifying. Bringing this monster with him, Zhao Fu returned to the mortal sage family. Following Zhao Fu's instructions, the monster cut open its palm and let out some blood before placing it on the legacy pillar, fusing its origin power and bloodline power with the legacy pillar. Although Zhao Fu had grasped the method to cultivate an ancient divine armament, it was something unique to the mortal saint family. Therefore, it needed to be bound to the mortal saint family's inheritance pillar. Zhao Fu couldn't cultivate it on his own. The monster's blood and power were constantly being absorbed, and the sage clan's legacy power was also continuously flowing into the monster's body. In the end, the two successfully fused together, and from then on, the Xing family would be able to continuously spawn creatures with the same bloodline and power as the monster. The Xing family could use them as a foundation to nurture the ancient weapon gods. As for the method to control them, Zhao Fu chose the ancient weapon god's method, as well as the ancient weapon god's consciousness. This was because it was obvious that a saint beast with consciousness would be much stronger. However, Zhao Fu still felt quite worried. Just what had happened in the alchemy world in ancient times? Why had so many alchemy saint beasts betrayed them? Many alchemy families did not dare to keep the saint beast's consciousness, as they were worried that something like this would happen again. What if the ancient weapon god that they had nurtured also betrayed them? However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu remembered that the monster was half creature and half den creature, so it could control all of the den creatures. Moreover, even if it lost control, the monster could still greatly weaken the den creature's power and reduce the threat they posed to the lowest possible level. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the monster standing there. The wound that he had cut open had instantly healed. This monster's recovery ability was quite shocking. As such, Zhao Fu looked at him and smiled as he said, "From now on, you'll be called Weapon Grandmaster." The Weapon Grandmaster nodded. He did not care too much about this, and he was already quite happy that Zhao Fu was not using him for research. This was the best thing that had happened to him. Zhao Fu continued, "I'll also give you a region in the alchemy world. From now on, you'll be the lord of that region. You'll be able to increase your strength there and develop your own faction." Hearing this, the Weapon Grandmaster was even happier. This meant that Zhao Fu was not restricting him at all. Not only was he not being used for research, but he was also being made the lord of a region. He directly knelt in front of Zhao Fu to express his loyalty. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and asked him to get up. Now, Zhao Fu was quite happy. Qin could create the ancient weapon god, and if he could create it, it would be another powerful tool for Qin. When he had first read through the Saint family's legacy, he had thought that it would be impossible, and he had never thought that it would be completed in less than half a day. However, things were quite coincidental. The weapon grandmaster, Zhao Fu, had been captured a long time ago and had been doing all sorts of research on him. Now that he could fuse with the martial god's lair fragment, he suddenly became very useful. If he had not met the weapon grandmaster back then, the matter of the ancient weapon god would not have been resolved so easily. It felt like fate was like a line, and Zhao Fu was walking along that line. Now that the alchemy world's matters had come to an end, the faction needed to develop and merge the various alchemy families into one, becoming a true faction. The nearby alchemy factions had now seen how powerful Qin was, and they would not have the guts to attack Qin, so there was no need to worry about a war. Qin only needed to focus on development and construction. In the end, Qin killed countless alchemy soldiers and destroyed many alchemy families, obtaining a vast amount of points. He only needed a little to exchange for the path-seeking stone, and then he would be able to create the primeval cauldron. Zhao Fu returned to Qin. He took care of some matters regarding Qin and then relaxed. Now, the alchemy world, the underworld, the god realm, and the chaotic world were all developing well, so there was nothing to worry about. Because of the protection of the heavenly kingdom, Qin could not start a war against the factions outside. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would have liked to send troops to destroy the factions outside and end their long-standing grievances. A few days later, Zhao Fu came to the chaotic world again. Now, the bugs and beasts around the chaotic world had been destroyed, and Qin had cleared out a large area. Unfortunately, it was of no use to Qin, so it could only be left empty. This was because this place was not suitable for developing factions. There were all sorts of bugs and beasts, and it could not be like other places, where it could continuously become stronger through waging wars. The reason why Zhao Fu came here was that Qin had discovered another chaotic race faction. This chaos faction was not very big and only had 30 million or so people, but it was not simple at all. This was because this faction seemed to be able to communicate with other factions, which meant that this faction was connected to other chaos factions. They interacted, traded, and did other things. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never heard of such a thing before. Now that Zhao Fu had brought his army here, he used a spatial sealing magic formation to lock down the space, preventing this faction from using teleportation channels and from sending information out. The Chaos Faction's people were all on the city walls, and seeing the flood of Qin's soldiers, they became incredibly terrified. If there were so many Qin's soldiers, they would not be able to defend at all. Also, why had so many Heaven Awakened World people suddenly appeared? Zhao Fu was incredibly confident because Zhao Fu had brought 500 million Qin soldiers, which was 10 times more than the Chaos Faction's soldiers. What else do you need me to say? Are you willing to submit to me? A chubby middle-aged man stood on the city walls. He wore a long robe and gave off a powerful aura. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the middle-aged man started to hesitate. He knew that if they fought, they would definitely lose. After all, how could they defend against 500 million soldiers with only 30 million soldiers? They were not mindless insects and did not fear death at all. Whenever they saw Heaven Awakened World people, they would rush over. Boom, a massive Emperor's aura exploded out, spreading out like a flood and covering the surrounding 100,000 meters. The air instantly froze. Countless Chaos people felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies continuously trembled. They felt extreme terror. Who was this person? How could he have such immense power? Zhao Fu looked at the middle-aged man and said in a dignified voice, "I'll say it again, are you willing to submit to me? My patience is limited, if you don't submit, I'll attack." The middle-aged man's face became pale as he said, "Wait, don't attack, we're willing to submit." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and had them put down their weapons and open the city gates. The middle-aged man didn't dare to refuse and obediently followed the orders. He put down the countless weapons and even opened the city gates. The fat middle-aged man even took the lead and knelt in front. Zhao Fu led the army to the front of the city and stretched out a hand. A wave of energy flowed out from his hand and entered the middle-aged man's body, turning into a restriction. Then, Zhao Fu led the army into the city and took over the city. Sitting on a chair in the hall, Zhao Fu asked, "What's your name?" The middle-aged fat man answered nervously, "Qinghai." Zhao Fu smiled and asked what he was most concerned about. "How can you communicate with other people?" "We've joined the Northern Wilderness Alliance, so we can communicate with each other through the Alliance's portal." Northern Wilderness Alliance? Zhao Fu felt quite confused and did not know much about this. He was quite curious about what sort of faction this was and felt that it was not simple at all, so he asked, "Tell me everything you know." Qinghai began to explain. It turned out that the outer world was different from what Zhao Fu had thought. If the alchemy world was a world of clans, then the outer world was a world of alliances. Qin was in the outer regions of the outer world, and the outer regions of the outer world could be divided into 4 alliances. The first was the East Mountain Alliance, the second was the West Ground Alliance, the third was the South Forest Alliance, and the fourth was the Northern Wilderness Alliance. The 4 alliances were spread out in 4 directions, and almost all of the Chaos race would join them. As such, they could only communicate with each other. This type of alliance had been born a long time ago, and its history could be traced back to the creation era. Within the primal chaos world, the most numerous creatures were insects, followed by aquatic creatures, which could be called water beasts. The third type were wild beasts, which could be called wild beasts. The chaos race was the rarest, so they were at a great disadvantage. The places they lived were separated by groups of insects and beasts, and if something happened, they would be easily destroyed. In order to solve this problem, people formed alliances to help and support each other, which was why the alliances had continued. It was actually quite easy to join an alliance. One could find a faction that wanted to join the alliance. One could use their teleportation channels to go to the alliance center and find an administrator to register the faction's information before bringing the administrator to the faction to build an alliance teleportation channel. If one could not find a faction that wanted to join the alliance, one could only find the alliance center. There was more than one alliance center. Every region had a level 1 alliance center, 10 regions had a level 2 alliance center, and 100 regions had a level 3 alliance center. This region was the same as the Heaven Awaken Worlds regions. The Outer Worlds regions were many times larger than the Heaven Awaken Worlds regions. Apart from connecting various factions and allowing them to communicate and help each other, the Alliance Center itself was a very powerful faction, and no faction dared to offend it. It had the power to kick you out of the Alliance, and once you were kicked out, you would not even be able to enter the Alliance Center, let alone communicate with other factions. Apart from this, the Alliance could also gather other factions to attack your faction. Most of the time, the other factions would give you face and send soldiers to attack you. With this ability, almost no one dared to offend the Alliance. Finally, the factions that joined the Alliance had to hand over a certain amount of resources at regular intervals, and if they did not hand over for a long time, they would be kicked out of the Alliance. Most of the time, the factions in the Alliance did not dare to offend other factions, and their relationships were quite good. Regions were different from region to region, and they all managed their own regions. However, when necessary, they would listen to the higher-level Alliance's orders. This was the situation in the outer regions of the outer world. The inner regions had their own alliances, and the middle regions also had their own alliances. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu felt quite interested in the Alliance Center. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not know what a true outer world faction was like, and he had only seen a few cities. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to make some preparations and head to the Alliance Center to have a better understanding of the outer world. As for the factions in this region, Zhao Fu planned to relocate them all. After all, this place was quite big and could hold so many people. Moreover, this place was quite far away from Qin, and if something happened, it was possible that Qin would not be able to make it in time. After Qinghai came to Qin and found out about Qin's true strength, he felt quite afraid. Luckily, he had chosen to surrender, or else he would not even know how he had died facing such a powerful faction. Zhao Fu made some simple preparations before bringing Qinghai to the Alliance Central. The reason he brought Qinghai was because he was quite familiar with the Alliance's matters, and if they had any questions, they could directly ask him, saving them a lot of trouble. As for this place, Zhao Fu had sent soldiers to protect it and forbade others from teleporting over. They were all enemies. This teleportation channel was a special teleportation channel, and only people from the Alliance could construct it. Other teleportation channels could not be used together with the Alliance teleportation channel. Moreover, this teleportation channel was a super long-distance teleportation channel. Because there were very few people from the Chaos race and they were separated by groups of other creatures, they could only communicate with each other through super long-distance teleportation channels. After arriving at the Alliance Center, Zhao Fu looked at the tall buildings and the bustling scene of people walking to and fro. He felt quite shocked. This place was even bigger and more bustling than he had expected. Qinghai anxiously said, "Your Majesty, you need to be careful and hide your aura. You need to be careful and hide your aura. Otherwise, if someone from the Heaven Awakened world appears at the center of the Alliance, they will immediately be hunted down by the entire Alliance." Even though Qinghai felt that Zhao Fu was quite powerful, Zhao Fu was facing the entire Alliance Center and definitely would not be a match for him, so he cautioned him. He somewhat admired Zhao Fu for coming to the Alliance Center by himself. This was like a sheep entering a wolf's den. Zhao Fu nodded. In actuality, he did not need to hide it. Zhao Fu could give off the Chaos World's aura. After all, Zhao Fu had obtained the heaven-defying 8 forbidden blood art in the Chaos World, as well as the Blood Celestial's bloodline. At that time, Zhao Fu could give off the pure Chaos race aura. Following this, Zhao Fu and Qinghai started to stroll around the Alliance Center. Their goal this time was to properly understand the Chaos race. Even though there were many insects, water beasts, and wild beasts, there was not much to understand. The most important creatures in the Chaos world were most likely the Chaos race. From the information he had obtained before, the Chaos race was split into 8 races, unlike the Heaven Awakened world's 8 great clans, which were split into countless races of various sizes. Zhao Fu looked at the various members of the chaotic race on the street. They all looked the same. One could even say that they were of the same race. It was just that some of them had different auras. This was different to the Heaven Awakened world, where there were all sorts of races. It was impossible to remember how many races there were, and it was as if there were tens of thousands of races. Zhao Fu felt quite curious. The outer world and alchemy world should have devoured some smaller worlds and fused with them, so why was there only one race, unlike the Heaven Awakened world, which had countless races? After asking Qinghai, he understood the reason. The outer world devoured worlds differently from the Heaven Awakened world. After devouring a world, the outer world would use primal chaos power to corrode the entire world. This method was relatively crude, simple, and cruel. The creatures that originally lived in that world would become primal chaos if they could withstand the corrosion of the primal chaos power. If they couldn't, they would die immediately. As such, every time they annexed a world, countless creatures would die. Only a small number of creatures would survive and become creatures of the primal chaos world. The reason why the outer world did this was for the pureness of the world's source energy and the purity of its fate. There were many benefits, and the world itself would become more powerful. The alchemy world was like this, so only the alchemy race lived there. There were no other races. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite fortunate that it had been the Heaven Awakened world that had devoured the human world. If it had been the outer world or the alchemy world, who knew how many people would have died? The outer world devoured worlds differently from the Heaven Awakened world. It chose to devour a world and then use its power to corrode it. There would also be a new world's protective barrier. Because of the corroding power, the creatures living in that world would become stronger, and they would have to go through bloody battles before they could truly fuse into the outer world. There might be battles between humans and beasts, or it might be between humans and insects, or it might be between insects and beasts. This method was quite similar to the apocalypse, where spirit energy would corrode the world, causing the world to become different. In order to survive, people would fight. Moreover, there might not be a Qin empire. The outer world was filled with chaos and killing, so the original world's legacies were not very useful. Creating new legacies would be of great use, such as individual legacies, family legacies, or nation legacies. This was quite good for ordinary people without any legacies, as everyone would be on equal footing. No matter what family or nation one was from, the starting point would be the same. However, as a nation legacy, if the Qin world was devoured by the outer world, it would not have any advantages, so it would be difficult for it to establish an empire. The alchemy world was dominated by families, and if it was devoured by the outer world, the nation legacies would be destroyed and would not be of any use. However, the family legacies would be greatly improved, and that would be the world of families. This would essentially destroy the Qin legacies, and Zhao Fu would not be able to establish a Qin empire in the alchemy world. Comparatively speaking, Zhao Fu felt that the Heaven Awakened world was already treating the new world quite well. Zhao Fu continued to stroll around on the streets. There were some hawkers on the streets selling all sorts of fruits and vegetables. Most of them were materials from insects and beasts, as well as some strange items. For example, there was a type of concealing insect powder that could make insects unable to see you if you sprinkled it on your body. There was also insect aversion to water, which could make insects unwilling to get close to you if you sprinkled it on your body. There was also an insect blood gourd, which could make you drink a gourd of clear water after a while. These items had all sorts of uses, such as dealing with insects, water beasts, and wild beasts. It seemed that after living with those creatures for so long, the Chaos race had a great understanding of them and had created all sorts of items to deal with them. Not only that, but they also had various uses for the materials from those creatures and created many things. They were much better than Qin in this aspect, and Qin was still in the midst of researching them. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and started to collect information on how to create these items, as well as information on the creatures. This way, Qin would not have to spend time, effort, and resources on researching them. The outer world did not have its own currency, but the alliance had created alliance currency. The various factions used alliance currency, and they could only use items to trade. Zhao Fu did not have alliance currency, but Qing Hai had a large amount of alliance currency. He had been the leader of a faction, so he definitely had a lot of alliance currency. After collecting these items, Zhao Fu smiled as he continued to stroll on the streets. He found many other places that sold insects. The bug beasts sold in these places were all young bug beasts, and they were not ordinary bug beasts. Instead, they were bug beasts with purer bloodlines and stronger powers. They were mainly used as pets, but they could also be cultivated with different abilities. For example, there was a type of dog insect that had a very strong sense of smell. It could be cultivated into a kind of insect beast that had the ability to track and search. It was a type of perceptive worm that could sense danger around it. Once there was danger, it would send out a warning so that the owner could prepare in advance. With this kind of pet, the owner's safety would be greatly improved. It was a type of flying-type insect beast that could also be cultivated into a mount. With its ability to fly, it could fly into the sky and play in the sky. It could also sit on it and travel. Zhao Fu was very interested in these various insect beasts, but Zhao Fu did not plan to buy or study them. Because the insects had low intelligence and were affected by the outer world's will, they would madly rush up and attack people from the Heaven Awakened world. As such, even though the insects had all sorts of abilities, they were useless against Qin. Originally, Zhao Fu's impression of the Chaos race was that they were barbaric. But now, his impression of them had changed. They had a complete hierarchy, used all kinds of things, and created all kinds of things. In this aspect, they were no different from other worlds. Zhao Fu and Qing Hai continued to stroll on the street, looking at all kinds of things curiously. Fatty Hai, you still have the guts to come to the Alliance Center? Was the last lesson not enough? A sarcastic voice sounded behind Zhao Fu and Qing Hai. Hearing this voice, Qing Hai's face became somewhat pale and he said to Zhao Fu in a small voice, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the great Qin Empire has been destroyed. Let's go back first." He's the young master of Bone Cliff City. Bone Cliff City is one of the strongest powers in this area. They also have people in the alliance. Zhao Fu turned his head to look behind him and saw a handsome young man looking at him with a sneer. He was accompanied by a few guards who exuded powerful auras. "Do you have any problems with him?" Zhao Fu asked Qing Hai, who was next to him. Qing Hai replied, "In the past, I brought some precious items to the alliance to sell. He liked my items and wanted to buy them with very little money. Naturally, I didn't agree and told him to buy them with enough money. I even gave him a discount. But he didn't agree and wanted to buy my precious things with that bit of money. I didn't agree and he wanted to snatch it. Luckily, I called people from the alliance and he stopped. After that, he found trouble with me. Last time, I was beaten up by him. I wanted the Alliance to do justice, but now there are people in the Alliance who don't care about this matter. This is why I won't come to the Alliance Center. I will leave everything to them to avoid trouble. Zhao Fu continued to ask, how strong is the Bone Cliff City? Qinghai replied, they have around 500 million people but control 3 billion bugs. More importantly, his uncle is a high-ranking officer in the Alliance and might even gather the Alliance's power. A smile of disdain appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He felt that Bone Cliff City was just SOSO and there was nothing scary about it. With Qin's strength, he could deal with them easily. Seeing that the two of them didn't reply to him, rage appeared on the handsome young man's face. He said, break their legs and let them remember this. A few guards obeyed and walked towards the two of them. This was especially so for a skinny elder who gave off an aura that was even more powerful than Qinghai's. The handsome young man had most likely relied on this skinny elder to teach Qinghai a lesson, as Qinghai himself was not weak. Zhao Fu laughed, don't ask to die. Kneel in front of me and admit your wrongs. Then, I will let you live. The handsome young man roared furiously, kill him. The guards gave off powerful auras and rushed at Zhao Fu. The thin old man also roared, how dare you speak to the young master like that? You deserve to die. The old man gave off a powerful aura and quickly rushed in front of Zhao Fu. His thin hand grabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat like a sharp claw, bringing with it an intense wind that could cause one's hairs to stand on end. Qinghai could not help but feel afraid. Back then, he had been defeated by this old man and had broken quite a few of his bones. Zhao Fu looked at the incoming old man in disdain and stood there without moving. Just as the old man was about to grab Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and easily grabbed the old man's wrist before forcefully breaking it. Arg! A mournful cry sounded out as the old man's arm was broken by Zhao Fu like a tree branch. The intense pain caused the old man to howl in pain. The handsome young man looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He had never thought that his strongest guard would be defeated so easily like a chicken without any attack power. The people who had gathered to watch the show were all shocked. They could sense that the skinny old man was very powerful, but they had never thought that this person would be more than 10 times stronger than the skinny old man. The old man was not a match for him at all. Qinghai was also quite shocked. He knew that Zhao Fu was very powerful and could defeat the old man, but he had never thought that it would be so simple. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he looked at the screaming old man. His broken arm was still in Zhao Fu's hand. Bang! Zhao Fu vigorously kicked the skinny old man's abdomen. A muffled sound rang out as the skinny old man was sent flying and crashed to the ground. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and did not even have the strength to crawl back up. The guards who had rushed over were so frightened that they immediately retreated, not daring to attack Zhao Fu. The handsome young man's face was pale as he said, let's go. Now, he understood that Zhao Fu was not to be trifled with, and if he did not leave, his life would be in danger. Zhao Fu looked at the young man condescendingly, did I say you could leave? The handsome young man said furiously, you've already beaten up my people, what more do you want? Zhao Fu said domineeringly, kneel in front of me and admit your wrongs, and I'll let you off. The handsome young man said furiously, keep dreaming. Also, you should know who I am and still dare to treat me like this, aren't you afraid of offending Bone Cliff City? Zhao Fu said disdainfully, do you think I'll be afraid? At that moment, a pair of well-equipped guards came over. The handsome young man looked delighted as he said, this person injured my people and broke the Alliance's rules. Hurry and capture him. The guard captain naturally recognized the handsome young man. Hearing his words, he turned to look at Zhao Fu and said in a dignified voice, you actually dared to make a move in the Alliance, you don't place the Alliance in your eyes at all. Come with us. Zhao Fu burst out laughing, what if I say no? The captain of the guards said coldly, you should know what the consequences are. I don't think there's a need for you to offend the Alliance for this. Moreover, if you dare to go against the Alliance, aren't you afraid of being removed from the Alliance? Qinghai reminded him softly, Your Majesty. Let's go. Don't offend the Alliance for this, it's too strong. If you offend this Alliance, you might offend the other alliances, which will be bad for you. Hearing Qinghai's words, the handsome young man felt more confident and was no longer afraid. I'll give you a chance, kneel in front of me and admit your wrongs, and I'll let you off this time. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he looked at the handsome young man. In the next second, he disappeared and appeared in front of the young man. He stretched out a hand, grabbed the young man's throat, and lifted him up. The handsome young man's face was filled with terror and he felt like he was suffocating. He tried to pry open Zhao Fu's palm, but Zhao Fu's palm seemed to be made of iron and he was unable to pry it open at all. The captain of the guards was startled. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would dare to kill someone in front of him. He hurriedly said, "Hurry and stop him. Also, inform the higher-ups. This person actually dared to attack, so he might have some strength." The handsome young man felt as if he was going to die and said in terror, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to kneel and admit my wrongs." Zhao Fu looked at the handsome young man and a massive wave of demonic energy flowed out and entered the handsome young man's body. Zhao Fu then let go of the handsome young man's hand and he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily in the fresh air. The guards who had been charging at Zhao Fu were stunned. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would suddenly let go. This time, Zhao Fu let go of the handsome young man because he felt that the handsome young man was of some use. He had even injected demonic energy into the handsome young man's body, which might be useful in the future. "What did you say you were going to do?" Zhao Fu looked at the handsome young man on the ground as he said in a mocking tone. The handsome young man's expression was quite unsightly. He did not know what kind of power Zhao Fu had injected into his body. He wanted to get rid of this power, but he was unable to. He was simply too weak. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the handsome young man thought about it and suppressed his anger. He knelt on the ground and said, "I was wrong, please let me off this time." When the people in the surroundings saw the handsome young man kneel down and admit his mistake, they all revealed looks of disdain and mockery. This young man had brought great humiliation to Bone Cliff City's reputation. Facing these gazes, the handsome young man felt quite humiliated and thought about how he would take revenge on Zhao Fu after returning to his faction. He would definitely make Zhao Fu suffer the same humiliation, no, make Zhao Fu suffer 100 times more humiliation. Qinghai was also a little surprised. He never thought that the usually unbridled and lawless person would have such a day. He also got rid of the resentment in his heart. Zhao Fu was quite powerful. He was not afraid of the Alliance and Bone Cliff City, and Qin was far more powerful than he had expected. After all, they were from the Heaven Awakened world, but they had 2 billion soldiers in the outer world. He did not think that Zhao Fu was an idiot. Since Zhao Fu dared to do this, he had the strength to stop the Alliance and Bone Cliff City. As such, Zhao Fu became more confident and straightened his back. He was no longer as afraid as before. Zhao Fu looked at the handsome young man kneeling in front of him in satisfaction and gave a trace of a smile as he asked, "What's your name?" The handsome young man suppressed his anger and said, "Gu Lang." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Get up then. I'm going to take a walk around here, lead the way." Gu Lang felt like he was going to die from anger. Zhao Fu had made him suffer such humiliation and wanted him to lead the way. What kind of person did he think he was? "Don't go too far," Gu Lang said furiously. Zhao Fu said disdainfully, "So what if I go too far? Do you want to die? If you do, I can help you." When Gu Lang heard this, he could only suppress his anger. He hated Zhao Fu to death and wanted to cut Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces. Following this, Gu Lang led the way while Zhao Fu and Qinghai walked behind him. They continued to stroll around and look at all sorts of special things. Not long later, a massive explosion sounded out as a bearded middle-aged man appeared in the sky. He gave off a massive aura that caused countless people to feel terror. Only someone from the Alliance would dare to appear in the sky so openly and give off such a powerful aura. This bearded middle-aged man was naturally Gu Lang's uncle, Gu Xianxia. His strength was extremely terrifying and surpassed world realm experts. He was one of the strongest people in the Alliance and was quite famous. It was because of this that the Alliance was worried about Gu Qianya's strength, which was why they closed one eye to Gu Lang. Gu Qianya stood in the air with a furious look on his face. He had heard that Gu Lang had knelt in front of someone and admitted his wrongs, and this had infuriated him to death. It was simply too shameful, so he had come to find Zhao Fu. Gu Lang looked at Gu Qianya, who had appeared in the sky, and cried out in surprise, "Uncle, you must help me vent my anger and properly teach this arrogant guy a lesson." I want him to suffer 10 times the humiliation. Gu Qianya said coldly to Gu Lang, I'll deal with you later. He then looked at Zhao Fu, since you dare to treat my Gu family's people like this, receive my punishment. Hong, after speaking, Gu Qianya gave off a massive aura as he descended from the sky like a meteor. He was incredibly terrifying and caused people to feel fear. The people in the surroundings hurriedly retreated, creating a large empty space. Zhao Fu, who was at the center, did not look afraid at all. Gu Qianya rushed down and arrived in front of Zhao Fu. His palm brought with it terrifying power as it slammed towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to split open the ground. At that crucial moment, Zhao Fu gripped his fist and gathered a wave of power in his fist, causing it to give off an intense black light. He vigorously punched out, and a terrifying fist energy shot out. Bang! Gu Qianya was hit in the chest and his body flew back. He streaked across the air and crashed into a building. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and looked like a pile of mud. Now, everything fell silent. This power was simply too terrifying. That was an expert who surpassed the world realm and was incredibly powerful in the outer domains. He was one of the most powerful people, and yet he had been beaten half to death by a single punch. Hai Qing looked incredibly shocked. He had once again underestimated Zhao Fu's efforts. Zhao Fu had so easily defeated an expert who surpassed the world realm with a single punch. Gu Lang's face was also pale. Just who did he offend? The uncle that he was so proud of could not even block a single punch from him. This time, he had really caused a huge disaster. Also, why did he have such a cheap mouth just now? He was going to be in trouble now. Now that they had beaten up the Alliance's higher-ups, Zhao Fu understood that this was not a good place to stay. There would most likely be countless Alliance people charging over, so he said, let's go back for now. Hai Qing smiled and nodded. Now that he was by such an expert's side, he felt much more confident. Following this, Zhao Fu and Hai Qing left. Gu Lang, who had been worried the entire time, let out a sigh of relief. He felt as if he was going to collapse. He had thought that he was going to be killed by Zhao Fu. The people in the surroundings started to discuss. Who is that person? He's so strong. Gu Qianya is a famous expert in the Alliance, and yet he was insta-killed. That person is definitely the most powerful person in this region. Even the Alliance's #1 expert would not have been able to defeat Gu Qianya so easily, yet that person did it. He's definitely stronger than the Alliance's #1 expert. I don't think so. That person didn't even use his full strength just then. His strength is far more terrifying than we thought. Even the Alliance's #1 expert would be able to suppress him. Just who is that person? How could such a powerful person suddenly appear? Let alone our region, even the nearby regions don't have such a terrifying person. Could it be someone from the Heaven Awakened world? Once the Heaven Awakened world's factions reach a certain level, they will enter our outer world to fight. That's why a powerful faction or person suddenly appeared. I don't think so. I sensed that his aura was from our outer world. How could someone from the Heaven Awakened world have our aura? He's most likely from the central domain, and his identity is definitely quite terrifying. That's right. That's why he's not afraid of the Alliance's people. Even the Alliance doesn't dare to offend such a person. We need to be careful in the future and not offend such a major figure. By now, Gu Lang had come to his uncle's side. Seeing his uncle powerlessly lying on the ground, he worriedly took out medicinal pills to heal his injuries. After Gu Qianya recovered a trace of his strength, he looked at the worried Gu Lang and said, "At least you have some conscience." He then said seriously, "Boy, how did you offend such a terrifying person? If we don't handle this well, Bone Cliff City will suffer." Gu Lang's face was pale and understood that he had made a big mistake. He did not dare to hide anything and told Gu Lang what had happened. Bony Front Tooth let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there isn't a huge grudge between them. I'll leave this matter to you in the future. Try to please him and end this grudge. Don't cause any trouble for Bone Cliff City. Gu Lang's expression was quite unsightly as he said, "Got it." The situation had changed too quickly. Before, he had wanted Zhao Fu to repay him 100 times over for the humiliation he had suffered, but now, he had to endure the humiliation to curry favor with him. He had no choice but to do this. He understood that the other party was very terrifying, and he was also afraid of the other party's power. Under this fear, humiliation was nothing. After returning, Qin's place, Zhao Zhaofu, Gu Zhao, and Gu, Qin, and Gu, Qin, Zhao, Qin, Gu, and Fu. Zhao, Qin, Gu Chen, Fu, Qin, S, Chen, S Fu, SSS Gu, Qin. Right now, they could only keep things the same in the primal chaos world and continue to exterminate the surrounding insects. As for the large empty area, they could only leave it there. This problem was almost unsolvable. The main reason was that the primal chaos world had too few people. If it was like the alchemy world, they could be wiped out and the population could be moved to their own place. That way, there would not be so much useless land. The matter of the alliance would be left there for now. They could send people to inquire about the various factions. In the future, they might be able to attack the alliance in this area. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu had just returned to Qin. A few days later, he received another piece of good news. The news came from the God realm. Under the rapid expansion of the Pantheon Palace, they had subdued many factions and had finally gathered 3,000 statues, meeting the requirements for the Ceiling Sky Forbidden Ground formation. Zhao Fu had been waiting for this for a long time. Now that they had gathered enough statues, Zhao Fu could not wait to go to the God realm. The various materials for the Ceiling Sky Forbidden Ground formation had long since been prepared, and they could now set it up. The Pantheon Palace's territory was the size of 2 worlds, which was a bit too big. There were not enough statues to set up such a large Ceiling Sky Forbidden Ground formation, so Zhao Fu made the area smaller. Later on, more statues would be spread out. This time, the Ceiling Sky Forbidden Ground formation was only the size of a world's formation. Pure white stone towers that were 100 meters tall had been constructed, and there were all sorts of magic formations and restrictions engraved on them. Because they had been constructed by the God World soldiers, the pure white stone platforms seemed quite holy and gave off powerful auras. There were also statues placed at the top of the stone towers. There were all sorts of statues, but they were only 2 meters tall. This wasn't the God Spirit's main body, but a few avatars. However, these avatars were also infused with the power of the main body and were even bound to the main body. They could give off the same power. Right now, the godly spirit's main body was within the Pantheon Palace, which was the core of the Ceiling Sky Forbidden Ground formation. There were 3,000 statues in all directions, and there was a profound magic formation engraved below them. At the center of the magic formation was a platform, and at the center of the platform was the 10,000 God Spear. Before, Zhao Fu had said that he wanted to nurture the 10,000 God Spear into the Heaven Realm's world-suppressing weapon, so the Ceiling Sky Forbidden Ground formation was centered around it. Zhao Fu stood at the front of the platform and felt quite nervous. Once he set up this magic formation, the Heaven, Earth, and Man world formation would be formed. When that time came, Zhao Fu did not know what would happen. The other godly spirits stood by the side and looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation. They understood that this matter was quite important and could cause massive changes to the Pantheon Palace. Zhao Fu deeply breathed in and calmed himself down. He walked to the platform and stretched out a hand, gripped the 10,000 God Spear, and sent a wave of power into it. The 10,000 God Spear gave off a massive wave of power that spread out like a wave of light. The magic formation under the statue was instantly activated, giving off intense light, and a massive wave of power spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out throughout the entire world. The residents did not know what was going on, and they panicked as they listened to the massive explosions. The various runes on the god towers lit up, and the magic formations at the top were activated, giving off a massive wave of god power. The statue at the center of the magic formation seemed to come to life. The entire god towers gave off boundless light. Massive golden beams of light giving off powerful auras shot into the sky, forming massive pillars of light. Massive auras flooded out, covering the entire world. Countless God World residents sensed this massive power, and even though they did not know what it was, there was a formless power that caused them to kneel on the ground devoutly. Massive figures appeared within the pillars of light, and they all looked different and gave off different divine powers. They were dozens of meters tall and gave off immense divine might as if they ruled over everything. After the 3,000 or so divine statues gave off immense divine might, a massive golden magic formation appeared in the sky, covering an entire world. Standing on the stage, Zhao Fu held the 10,000 god spear in one hand and once again sent massive amounts of power into the spear. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the heavens and earth dimmed and clouds swirled as the world's source energy madly flowed towards the magic formation in the sky. The sound shook the surroundings, causing countless people to feel incredibly shocked. Even the godly spirit factions in the distance sensed this massive aura and looked in shock as they looked towards the Pantheon Palace. The massive magic formation in the sky started to spin, and all of the world's source energy was gathered together. Boom! A shocking explosion once again sounded out as an enormous golden beam of light containing immense power blasted down and landed on the Pantheon Palace. The ground violently trembled before cracking, and the entire Pantheon Palace gave off boundless light as if it was supported by a powerful wave of divine power. It slowly rose up from the ground. The Pantheon Palace's pillar of light landed on the 10,000 god spear, which quickly absorbed the massive amount of world source energy and once again started to go through changes. The Pantheon Palace rose into the sky and gave off boundless light that covered the surroundings. It gave off a massive aura as if it really was a god palace of 10,000 gods, giving off a shocking aura. Within the Pantheon Palace, a wave of power pushed away Zhao Fu, who was holding the 10,000 god spear. Countless motes of golden light gathered and continuously changed in front of Zhao Fu, forming a large golden book. This book was about the same size as the Earth Book and the Human Book. It had a golden cover and there were images of many godly spirits and divine beasts engraved on it. The words Heavenly Book were written at the center, and it gave off a faint golden light and a divine aura. The Heavenly Book automatically flipped open in front of Zhao Fu. It was densely packed with the names of countless people, and the names of a group of deities were listed at the top. The first was the Jade God, the second was the Iron God, the third was the Metal God, the fourth was the Silver God, the fifth was the Bronze God, the sixth was the Earth God, and the seventh was the River God. Zhao Fu only knew the names of these records. They were the names of the gods and people of Qin, but he didn't know what they were used for. However, Zhao Fu could vaguely sense that there was more to it than meets the eye. That was because this was something that had been formed by the sealing heaven-suppressing earth law by gathering the essence of countless worlds. There must be a reason why these names would appear. Otherwise, they would not have appeared. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a white book gave off boundless white light at the top of a 1,000-meter-tall stone tower in the heaven-awakened world, and an immense power spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a gray book gave off boundless gray light at the top of a tower in the underworld that gave off an eerie aura, and a massive eerie aura spread out. Both explosions were very loud and resounded in all directions. Countless people did not understand what was going on. The Heavenly Book gave off boundless light in the godly world, the Human Book gave off boundless light in the heaven-awakened world, and the Earth Book gave off boundless light in the underworld. The three books started to resonate with each other. Boom! The heaven-awakened world sealing heaven-forbidden land formation was activated, and a massive magic formation that covered 7 worlds appeared on the ground. The stone stages gave off powerful light, and the nation armaments at the top also gave off powerful power. Before, the Qin world sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation covered 3 worlds, and after continuously developing, they had obtained more and more nation armaments. As such, the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation had become much larger and could now cover 7 worlds. Zhao Fu felt an intense summoning. The heaven-awakened world's magic formation was calling out to him. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and quickly left the godly world, returning to the heaven-awakened world, and came before the Human Book. This was the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation's main magic formation, and the godly world and underworld were branch magic formations. The main magic formation could control the branch magic formations, and if the main magic formation was damaged, the branch magic formations would be greatly affected. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as the underworld sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation was activated. A massive magic formation appeared on the ground, and the stone stages gave off terrifying and eerie auras. Now, not only were the 3 books connected with each other, but they also gave off boundless light as 3 massive magic formations appeared. The largest was the heaven-awakened world's main magic formation, which gave off boundless white light. The second was the underworld's magic formation, which gave off boundless gray light. The third was the godly world's magic formation, which gave off boundless golden light. Xiao Fu walked in front of the human book and stretched out his hand and placed it on the human book. The human book quickly absorbed Xiao Fu's source energy, and a large amount of source energy flowed out, causing Xiao Fu's face to become pale. However, Xiao Fu did not stop and continued to let the human book absorb his power. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the human book, which had absorbed Xiao Fu's source energy, gave off a terrifying power. The massive white magic formation on the ground seemed to have received an order and gave off a heaven-toppling aura as it started to slowly spin. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a massive wave of power flowed out from the magic formation, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to break through the heavens as it rushed into the sky. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of power flowed out from below the magic formation, giving off a power that seemed to be able to shatter the 9 underworlds. Within the godly world, countless residents felt a massive wave of power flow out from beneath the ground. The golden magic formation in the sky slowly spun, absorbing that wave of power, and an even greater wave of power spread out, covering the entire godly world. Within the underworld, countless residents felt a massive wave of power flow out from the sky, and the gray magic formation on the ground slowly spun, absorbing that wave of power. An even greater wave of power spread out, covering the entire godly world. Under this wave of power, the godly world and underworld started to go through changes. It was not just the residents of Qin State but all creatures in the world were going through changes. This change was formless and indescribable. It was as if all living things were growing, as if all living things had life. No one could explain this change clearly, but they could sense the heaven-awakened world below them, and it did not feel as if they were far away. It was as if there was a layer of wood separating them from the heaven-awakened world, and they were on top while the people from the heaven-awakened world were below. The underworld's people also felt this, the heaven-awakened world's people were above while they were below. The 3 worlds seemed to start to fuse, and everyone could sense the existence of the other worlds. The heaven-awakened world's power flowed into the godly world and underworld, while the godly world and underworld also flowed into the heaven-awakened world. The laws of the worlds continuously fused, forming new laws and power. At the center of the heaven-awakened world, a pair of massive eyes that seemed to contain 2 worlds slowly opened. Its deep and terrifying gaze looked ahead, and nothing in the world could block its gaze. Just by looking at it, countless higher beings looked incredibly terrified. They felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and their souls and bodies uncontrollably trembled. Even though they were incredibly terrified, they did not dare to make a single sound. Under that pair of eyes, they felt like ants. They could not imagine who the owner of those eyes was. The pair of eyes pierced through countless worlds and landed at the boundary of the world. There was a massive pillar of light connecting the 3 worlds together. The godly world above gave off a golden energy barrier that slowly sank down, and the underworld below gave off a gray energy barrier that slowly rose up. The heaven-awakened world at the center gave off a white light that brought the 2 energy barriers together. Time gradually passed, and the 2 energy barriers brought the power of the 2 worlds together, forming a massive circle. Boom! In that moment, a massive amount of energy rippled out, resulting in a shocking explosion. Everyone in the heaven-awakened world heard this massive explosion, and their hair stood on end. Following this, the sun and moon dimmed, and clouds swirled as the sky darkened. The ground trembled, and all living beings felt uneasy, not knowing what was going on. The Fire Kingdom, Devil Horn Empire, and Second Aeolian Empire, who were near Qin City, could sense just how terrifying this power was. They felt a world-destroying power flow out from Great Qin, and it spread out like a bolt of lightning, covering countless people. Facing this power, they were unable to resist at all, and their bodies powerlessly fell to the ground, feeling despair in their hearts. Just what kind of terrifying thing was Great Qin doing? It actually emitted such a terrifying fluctuation, it simply scared countless people to death. Everyone guessed that Qin must have been hiding in the protective cover for such a long time for this purpose. Now that he was emitting such a terrifying wave, it meant that the thing was extremely terrifying. What should we do now? Under this power, everyone felt quite terrified and did not know what to do. This thing was simply too terrifying, and it could kill countless of them. They were unable to resist at all and could only fall into despair. Countless higher beings sensed these ripples and looked incredibly shocked. They understood that something had been born to cause these abnormal signs in the world. However, for something to cause such a massive abnormal sign, it was definitely something that could shake the heavens and earth. Indeed, what they thought was correct, Qin had fused 3 worlds into one, and this world did not belong to the Heaven Awaken world. Qin controlled the laws of heaven and earth and the will of the world. If word of this got out, the higher beings would be given a big fright. After all, even with their abilities, they would not be able to fuse 3 worlds together to form a new world. Not to mention them, even immortals would find it difficult to do such a thing. The higher beings who had sensed that gaze also sensed these ripples, and massive waves crashed in their hearts. They were even more shocked than ordinary higher beings because this matter had attracted the attention of the highest existence in the world. Countless people did not dare to think about this supreme existence, as they were afraid of accidentally angering it. After all, it ruled over everything in the world, and everyone was an ant in front of it. Even celestials who could change the heavens and earth were the same. Under normal circumstances, supreme existences would fall into a deep sleep or meditate, and they would rarely give off ripples unless something shocking had happened. Ordinary earth-shattering events might not be able to attract its light pillar. Only those extremely important events that could affect it would emit a trace of fluctuation. The frequency of this fluctuation was also extremely rare. Some people might not even feel it in their entire lives. It had existed since time immemorial, and no one could compare to it. It was like a grain of sand in the river of time. It was incredibly difficult for Zhao Fu to not attract its attention. After all, whether it was the human world, the godly world, or the underworld, they were all worlds that belonged to it. The worlds formed its body. What Zhao Fu was doing was openly cutting open its body. Even though it was only a very small part, it could definitely sense this. Right now, with its indescribably terrifying power, it only needed a single thought to turn this new world into nothingness. Countless creatures would die, and no one would be able to resist. Even Zhao Fu would be the same. He would instantly turn into nothingness and disappear, unable to resist at all. After all, there was nothing in this world that could stop it, it was the only existence in this world. The massive barrier of light covered the 3 worlds. The top was golden, the bottom was gray, and the middle was white, making it look quite special. However, this world was many times more powerful than ordinary worlds, whether it was in terms of source energy or laws. This world was formed from 3 worlds fusing together. Ordinary worlds were just one world, so how could it compare to 3 worlds fusing together? Moreover, apart from the human world, which was a new world, the godly world and underworld were both ancient worlds. They contained ancient laws and source energy, and just the 2 of them could suppress this new world. The instant the 3 worlds fused together, the source energy of the 3 worlds flooded into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to once again go through changes. Zhao Fu's body started to become illusory and gave off all sorts of lights. Within the lights, there were all sorts of illusory images of things: trees, flowers, grass, mountains, rivers, humans, cows, goats, wild boars. This was the power that allowed Zhao Fu to truly possess world power and control world power. He could control the sunrise and sunset, the movement of the stars, the transformation of mountains and rivers, the growth of all things, and he was an existence that could control everything. Boom, this was not the end, another wave of power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. This wave of power was the 6 paths of reincarnation's power. After Zhao Fu's 6 paths of reincarnation power exploded out, it continuously flowed into the human book. The human book, heaven book, and earth book all gave off traces of gray information, and 6 gray orbs appeared in 6 directions, giving off the aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 massive rumbling sounds rang out at the same time as the 3 books gave off an incredibly powerful suction force that covered the 3 worlds. Countless people felt as if their bodies had been wrapped up by some sort of power as streams of aura continuously emerged from their bodies. Countless auras surged into the 3 books like a vast tide, and the 3 books gave off a powerful aura and power. Suddenly, the 3 books quickly flipped, and page after page fell to the other side. On the other side, the names gave off faint light as if they were alive, and they were no longer ordinary names. The pages of the books flipped rapidly, and after a period of time, all the pages were flipped. The pages automatically closed and stood up. The 6 gray fog balls that were floating in the surroundings flew into the 3 books. A 6 paths of reincarnation magic formation appeared on the 3 books covers before fusing into the books and disappearing. The ripples in the surroundings started to dissipate, and everything returned to normal. The pair of eyes looked away, which was quite surprising. Xiaofu had been dividing its flesh, so why had it not reacted? Was it worried about something? Or was there some other reason? It was impossible to guess, but it did not seem surprised at Xiaofu's existence, nor did it react to what Xiaofu was doing. It was possible that it had sensed Xiaofu's existence a long time ago, such as when it had awakened the Chaos Imperial Star or when it had set up the Sealing Heaven's forbidden area in the human world. The first time it had awakened the Chaos Imperial Star was when Xiaofu's fate had changed, and it had given off terrifying ripples. It had most likely sensed Xiaofu's existence. The second time it had set up the Sealing Heaven's forbidden area in the human world was equivalent to dividing its body, and it had definitely sensed it. Even if it had not sensed Xiaofu during those 2 times, Xiaofu now had 7 Emperor Stars and had heaven-defying fate. It was impossible for it not to sense Xiaofu's existence. However, it had sensed Xiaofu but had not done anything, which was quite strange. Ordinary people would have chosen to kill Xiaofu and destroy everything related to Xiaofu. Now, no one could guess what its goal was. Back at Xiaofu's body, the Heaven-Awakened world, and the human world had become one world, and its laws and power were different from the Heaven-Awakened world. The human world could even change its name to the Heaven-Awakened world, as it was no longer a part of the Heaven-Awakened world. This change made Xiaofu feel quite afraid, and he was worried that something shocking would happen. Moreover, even though the human world was connected to the Heaven-Awakened world, it no longer belonged to the Heaven-Awakened world. What Xiaofu was worried about was whether the Heaven-Awakened world would treat him as an enemy and deal with him like how it dealt with other worlds. With Qin's current strength, he would not be able to resist at all and might be instantly destroyed. Xiaofu waited for a while. If something happened, he would immediately leave the Heaven-Awakened world. If he could not win, he could only run, only then would he have a chance at survival. After a while, nothing happened, and Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. He did not understand why this was happening. Could it be that the Heaven-Awakened world's consciousness had not noticed him? Xiaofu did not know that the world's consciousness had long since noticed him. Now, Xiaofu felt that his body had gone through massive changes. His origin bloodline had become pure. It had to be known that the origin bloodline was one of the most top-tier bloodlines in the world, and there was almost nothing that could affect it. However, after absorbing the source energy of 3 worlds, his bloodline had become pure, and it could be seen just how powerful this source energy was. After obtaining this world's source energy, Xiaofu felt that he was like the world's consciousness and could control all things in the world. Now, Xiaofu could turn day into night or night into day. He could change the direction of rivers, change mountains, and turn summer into autumn. He could also speed up the growth of crops or reverse the growth of crops. This was not only effective for crops but also for other living creatures. He could make a person age dozens of years or 10 or so years younger. In fact, Xiaofu could even change the entire world according to his will and create new species. This sort of power completely surpassed anything that Xiaofu could imagine. However, doing all of this required massive amounts of power. Even though Xiaofu had the ability to do this, he did not have that power. He could only change a small region and could not change the entire world. Moreover, this power could only be used where Xiaofu was, and it would be much weaker if he went to other places. This was because he could use this power in the human world without being affected at all. However, after leaving the human world, it would be greatly weakened, and he might not even be able to use it. This was because Xiaofu only had the human world source energy. Every world's source energy and laws were different, so Xiaofu could not forcefully change the laws of other worlds. Apart from Xiaofu having the ability to control all things, the 3 worlds' fate had fused with Xiaofu's fate. Xiaofu's fate had become much stronger, and Xiaofu could affect the entire world. If Xiaofu became stronger, the 3 worlds' fate would become stronger as well. However, if Xiaofu died, the 3 worlds would immediately begin to slowly decline. Xiaofu did not feel too good about this. Even though his fate had become stronger, if he went to other places with the world's fate, he might be detected by other worlds. Moreover, Xiaofu did not want to bind the 3 worlds to his fate. If he accidentally died, the three worlds would perish as well. Xiaofu did not want this to happen because Xiaofu understood that all people would die eventually. He did not want to die because of him. Not only would Qin City perish, but the three worlds would also perish. Now that things had come to this, Xiaofu could not change anything. The three books were the products of the fusion of the world's source energy and laws, so they became the core items that controlled the world. Anyone who controlled the three books would be able to control the three worlds. This control was the same as Xiaofu's control. He could control the sunrise and sunset, the movement of the stars, the change of mountains and rivers, the change of seasons, and the growth of all things. Most importantly, he could control the three books to do all of this, unlike Xiaofu, who needed great power to do so. The three books used up the entire world's source energy. Every time he changed these phenomena, he needed a massive amount of world's power. If he used up too much of the world's source energy, the world would perish. As such, it was best to use these things to control the heavens and earth as little as possible. Not just anyone could control the three books. Right now, only Xiaofu and the world's consciousness, Spirit Maiden, could control the three books. Apart from Xiaofu and Spirit Maiden, no one else could control the three books, even if Xiaofu gave them permission. Only the future ruler of Qin or someone who had conquered the three worlds would be able to use the three books. Xiaofu went up and placed his hand on the book floating in the air, and Xiaofu's consciousness entered it. Through it, Xiaofu could see everything that was happening in the three worlds. This feeling was like the eye of God. Nothing could stop Xiaofu's gaze, and nothing could escape Xiaofu's gaze, even a speck of dust in a corner. Not only that, but he could also do other things. For example, Xiaofu could see that Xianru and her little sister were not wearing any clothes and were currently in a pool of water. Xianru also took off her veil. She was indeed a peerlessly beautiful woman, and her slender and fair body was revealed to Xiaofu. She was incredibly alluring and could cause anyone's heart to race. Xiaofu looked at her with a smile on his face. Her little sister, Xianling, was not bad either. She had a beautiful Xianling face, and her youthful body gave off a youthful aura. The two of them had been in the pool of water with their backs against a rock. Looking at her big sister's alluring body, Xianling could not help but stretch out her hands and give an envious smile as she said, "Big sis, your figure is so perfect. I can't help but feel moved. If I had a figure like yours, His Majesty would definitely love me." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Xianru's face as she patted her little sister's hands and covered the thing in front of her chest. She felt as if there was a pair of eyes looking at them, but Xianru could not sense anything. Xianling asked curiously, "Big sis, what's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Xianru let go and shook her head, "It's nothing, I might have sensed wrongly." Xianling did not continue asking and smiled as she said, "Big sis. Everyone around you has received His Majesty's love. Have you ever thought about receiving His Majesty's love as well? Do you really not have any thoughts about His Majesty? I also heard that doing it with His Majesty is a very happy thing. You see, as long as a woman does it with His Majesty, they will sink into it." Xianru's face became red. She had seen Xiaofu doing it with Tina Pendragon, Wu Qingyang, and the others a few times, and she knew how powerful Xiaofu was. She would also have a reaction, but she resisted it. Xianru didn't hide anything from her little sister. If His Majesty favors me, I won't object. It's just that he's never had that thought." The fairy spirit was puzzled. "How could this be? With your beauty, His Majesty should like you very much. Why wouldn't he want to spoil you? I think he values your wishes too much. If you don't agree, he won't touch you. If it's any other woman he likes, she would already be moaning under him." Xianru's face became red. She thought for a moment and said, "That should be the reason." Xianling giggled as she hugged Xianru and said, "Big sis. If that's what you're thinking, let's go to His Majesty's room tonight. Otherwise, he won't touch you." Xianru's face became slightly red as she nodded. Xiaofu, who was admiring the two sisters' bodies, felt quite surprised. He had never thought that Xianru would really agree to serve him, and he couldn't help but feel quite expectant. However, he couldn't continue looking here. Xiaofu's gaze then turned to the godly world. Because the ripples had just died down, the commoners were still devoutly kneeling on the ground and praying to Xiaofu, the ruler of all gods. Zhao Fu swept his gaze over them, and the commoners' faces appeared in his mind. Their expressions and movements were also quite clear, and he felt as if he was looking at all of them, making him feel quite speechless. Zhao Fu continued to look around, looking past countless mountains and rivers, but there were no changes in the godly world. Right now, Zhao Fu's gaze was restricted, and he could only look within the ceiling heaven-suppressing earth formation. Zhao Fu's gaze left the godly world and came to the underworld. He immediately saw the 12 Yellow Springs queens naked on the bed and lewdly calling out Zhao Fu's name. Zhao Fu immediately looked in another direction. He couldn't continue looking at these things. It was the same in the underworld, nothing could stop Zhao Fu's gaze, and nothing could escape Zhao Fu's gaze. The massive underworld was within his eyes. No one noticed that there was a pair of eyes watching them. Most of the people were doing their own things as usual. Some were soldiers guarding the city walls, some were farmers carrying loads, some were chatting and laughing together, and some were not fighting with each other. Countless things were happening at the same time, and now, Zhao Fu understood why the world's consciousness didn't care about such things. It was because there were simply too many things happening, and there was no way for it to care about them. As such, it just let nature take its course as long as nothing big happened. Suddenly, Zhao Fu discovered something, and his gaze turned to a yellow river. This river flowed very slowly, and there were all sorts of corpses within it. They gave off a filthy baleful aura, making people feel quite uncomfortable. This river was the Yellow Springs River's tributary. At this moment, the reason Zhao Fu turned his gaze here was because he realized that the Yellow Springs River and its tributary actually had their own consciousness. The Yellow Springs River itself had its own consciousness. It had been in the underworld for who knew how long, and it had immense power. Normally, a tributary that was separated from its main body would have its own consciousness, which was like giving birth to a child. This consciousness would be the main body's child, and the main body's consciousness would be the tributary's mother. However, it wasn't easy for a tributary to have its own consciousness. It needed countless years of nurturing before it could have its own consciousness. If a river had its own consciousness, it would have a river spirit. A river with a river spirit would have all sorts of benefits. Not only would it be stronger, but it could also control the river's changes, and it could even be used on the battlefield. It seemed like Qin had only dug this tributary for a few years, so it shouldn't have had its own consciousness. The reason for the Yellow Springs River and consciousness was most likely because the three realms had fused into one. The three realms fused to form new laws and power, which meant that when the world was created, all sorts of source powers would flow everywhere. Some living beings in the three realms would have a huge fortuitous encounter and become extraordinary from then on. The tributary should have absorbed the source powers of the three realms. Along with the fact that it was the Yellow Springs River, it had its own consciousness so quickly. Zhao Fu believed that after a while, the same thing would appear. For example, an ancient mountain would give birth to a mountain spirit, a huge stone would give birth to a stone spirit, a lush tree would give birth to a forest, and a beautiful flower would give birth to a flower spirit. Some wild beasts would suddenly become stronger or gain spiritual intelligence. Some people would suddenly comprehend something and have a breakthrough in their cultivation, creating a powerful cultivation technique. Normally, when a world was created, there would be all sorts of benefits and fate, and the amount and intensity would be far greater than the current three worlds. The main thing was that the three worlds were not truly created and were just three worlds fused together. As such, there were not many opportunities and the intensity was not great. However, the current three worlds were not in their final form, and they still had a lot of room for growth. In the future, they could become as powerful as the Heaven Awaken world. Zhao Fu planned to let the three worlds go through another transformation, which would be equivalent to true world creation. Everything would go through a qualitative change, and only then would there be more people obtaining opportunities and the three worlds would become even more powerful. If one looked away from the three worlds and looked outside, they would see that the three worlds were covered by a circular barrier of light, and it was in a nurturing and defensive state. It was like an egg that was incubating. After a period of time, it would give birth to a new life. If the three worlds successfully went through a transformation, not only would the three worlds go through changes, but the countless creatures living in the three worlds would also go through great changes, as they would go through a transformation with the world. Their bloodlines and fate would go through qualitative changes, and they would be bound to the three worlds. They would become the original races of the world. This was quite similar to the Heaven Awakened world's origin race. Perhaps the origin race had been some residents of the Heaven Awakened world who had been affected by the world's creation power and obtained an origin bloodline. However, the origin race was definitely incredibly rare, and now that Zhao Fu had an origin bloodline, he knew how difficult it was to obtain it. It was already one of the top-tier bloodlines in the world. Hao Dao came from the celestial world, and no matter how terrifying his identity was, he only had an origin bloodline. Zhao Fu did not know if the celestial world had any bloodlines that surpassed origin bloodlines, but origin bloodlines were definitely top-tier bloodlines in the celestial world, there was no doubt about this. Now, Zhao Fu truly had his own world, a world that could control everything. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt quite curious about how the Heaven Awakened world had appeared and why it was so powerful. If he knew about these things, it would be of great benefit to the three worlds in the future, and it would help Zhao Fu make the three worlds even more powerful. However, this was almost impossible. Almost no one knew the answer to this question, and Zhao Fu would not be stupid enough to ask the Heaven Awakened world's consciousness. Zhao Fu knew the reasons very well. Firstly, he was nothing more than an ant in front of the world's consciousness. Even if he asked, there would be no reply. Secondly, even if the world's consciousness sensed his existence, what it wanted to do was to kill him, not answer his questions. It went without saying that nurturing a world would be extremely difficult. Who knew how much time, energy, and manpower it would take to accomplish such a feat? Therefore, Zhao Fu still had a long way to go. Now, they could make preparations. Zhao Fu controlled the three realms, and with the three realms' power, Zhao Fu had the ability to surpass higher beings. This ability was world perception. Zhao Fu could not only sense the alchemy world and outer world beside him, but he could also sense the celestial world above and the worlds below. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised about this. Zhao Fu had long since heard about the immortal world, it was an even higher level world, and it was where countless celestials lived. However, Zhao Fu did not know that there was another world below, but it was different from the immortal world. The feeling that the immortal world gave off was that it was incredibly powerful and contained all sorts of power. It was filled with life, and it felt as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on one's head. The immortal world below was deathly silent, and there were no ripples. It was as if one was standing at the top of a bottomless abyss, and if one was not careful, one would fall in and be smashed to pieces. What kind of world was this? If it was not a world, then what was it? Zhao Fu did not know much about this. Zhao Fu now had a plan, which was for the God world above to absorb the immortal world's power, and the underworld below to absorb the immortal world's power to nurture the three realms. Regardless of whether it was the upper plane or the lower plane, their power was limitless, and they weren't weak either. They were stronger than ordinary power. If the three realms could absorb the power of both, then not only would the three realms transform much faster, but it would also become much stronger. If he had to rely on himself to slowly develop, who knew how many years it would take? Zhao Fu did not know if he could live to that day. He had a plan, but the key was how to absorb the power of the immortal world. Zhao Fu did not have any ideas. This was a difficult thing. Not only did he have to absorb the power of the immortal world, but he also had to absorb a massive amount, or else he would not be able to meet the three realms' needs. For now, this matter was not urgent. After gathering information in this area, they could formulate a detailed plan. Apart from this, there was another very important thing. Before, when Zhao Fu exploded out with the 6 paths of reincarnation power, the 3 books had absorbed a large amount of it, and the auras of countless commoners in Qin had also flowed into the 3 books, revealing another important function of the 3 books. That function was to obliterate reincarnation. Now, the names recorded in the 3 books were like the book of life and death. As long as one name was erased, that person would die. Ordinary people would not be able to resist this kind of obliteration power at all. Only those who were extremely powerful and had great karmic luck could escape this kind of obliteration, but they would also be injured. This was the obliteration function, and the more important reincarnation function. As long as one's name was recorded in the 3 books, their souls would not dissipate after death, nor would they enter the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. Instead, they would enter the reincarnation cycle controlled by Qin. Qin now had the ability to control the reincarnation cycle of countless living beings. When Qin's soldiers died, under the control of Qin's reincarnation cycle, they would continue to be reincarnated in Qin, and they would not be reincarnated anywhere else. Most importantly, if Qin controlled the reincarnation cycle, there would be many benefits, such as allowing Qin's soldiers to reincarnate with their memories and power. In this way, many Qin's soldiers were born with power and memory, and they had a great innate advantage. On another level, it also greatly increased Qin's strength. After countless soldiers died, there was no need to grieve for their deaths, because they would still be reincarnated in Qin. They would not really die, and they would meet again after a period of time. However, everything was not as good as imagined. Right now, the reincarnation power of the three realms was still relatively weak. If there was a world stronger than the three realms and an expert that interfered, Qin's reincarnation might also fail. Most importantly, to use this kind of reincarnation power, he needed to build his own reincarnation cycle, so that Qin's soldiers could be reincarnated. The three books could record the names of living beings and gather souls, but they could not directly let souls be reincarnated, so Zhao Fu still needed to build a reincarnation cycle, something like the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Yin world. Constructing reincarnation was easier said than done, but it was extremely difficult. Reincarnation contained the supreme laws of heaven and earth, and it could allow countless living beings to reincarnate. Even immortals did not have the ability to create reincarnation, let alone almighty beings. In order to create reincarnation, one had to become the ruler of a world and grasp the laws of all creatures. Moreover, one had to have great comprehension, and ordinary experts would not be able to do this. Only the world's consciousness could do this. After all, the world's consciousness was the intelligence of the entire world, and it had great comprehension towards the heavens and earth, all creatures, and all creatures. It innately grasped the laws of all creatures. However, even if a world's consciousness could create reincarnation, it was only a possibility. Right now, only the heaven-awakened world, and the outer world had their own 6 paths of reincarnation. The heaven-awakened world and the outer world did not have their own reincarnation. Those two worlds were as big as the heaven-awakened world, but they did not have reincarnation. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to create reincarnation. For a small world like the three worlds, creating reincarnation was even more difficult. Despite this, Zhao Fu still wanted to create reincarnation. If the three worlds had reincarnation, they would be even more powerful, and reincarnation would be able to perfect the three worlds' laws and help the three worlds go through metamorphosis. It was like adding a powerful force into a machine. Even though the machine had not started yet, it would be able to perform incredibly well in the future, and its structure would be greatly strengthened. However, how could he create reincarnation? Zhao Fu sank into his thoughts. With Zhao Fu's abilities, he would not be able to create reincarnation. Even though he had grasped the laws of the heavens and earth, he did not have a deep comprehension of them. Following this, Zhao Fu called out the Spirit Maiden and asked her about creating reincarnation. The Spirit Maiden smiled as she replied, "Creating reincarnation isn't too difficult for me." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled before feeling quite delighted. He smiled as he asked, "What's going on? Creating reincarnation is a very difficult thing, how come it's not a problem for you?" The Spirit Maiden smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten what my main body is?" Zhao Fu's expression froze as he thought to himself, the Spirit Maiden's main body is from the human world. What does this have to do with creating reincarnation? Seeing how confused Zhao Fu was, the Spirit Maiden smiled and explained, "Your Majesty, my main body is from the human world, and humans have developed all sorts of cultures and religions, some of which have to do with reincarnation." Zhao Fu came to his senses. In the thousands of years of human history, there had indeed been all sorts of cultures and religions. Samsara was also known as circulation, reincarnation, and the cycle of life and death. It meant that all living beings lived and died. After death, their souls would be reincarnated into another person. It was like a wheel that rotated endlessly. Among human religions, there were many religions that involved reincarnation, such as Buddhism, Taoism, Brahmanism. However, why so many religions had to do with and religions and world and gods? To one and to one too. To was and and, there and. 2. And. And. This was not an illusory inheritance. Instead, it was an inheritance that could unleash power. Ever since the human world was unified, Qin had conquered many different worlds, and Zhao Fu had almost forgotten about the human world. Now that he thought about it, there were still many treasures in the human world that had yet to be discovered. As the will of the world, the spirit maiden naturally possessed the inheritance of reincarnation and had a way to create reincarnation. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Spirit maiden, how do you plan to create reincarnation?" The spirit maiden explained with a smile, "I will gather all of the inheritance of reincarnation and create a reincarnation." Do you want to create a reincarnation of the 6 paths of reincarnation or a new reincarnation with you as the master? If you are the master, it will be quite simple. You have the bloodline of the 6 paths of reincarnation as well as the powerful power of reincarnation. If it is a new reincarnation, it will be quite difficult. Zhao Fu fell into deep thought after hearing the spirit maiden's words. What should he choose? Zhao Fu was quite clear about the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. To be safe, it would be best to create a reincarnation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, Zhao Fu could not help but want to create another reincarnation. The Heaven Awakened World's reincarnation was the 6 paths of reincarnation, and Zhao Fu wanted Qin to have his own reincarnation. Zhao Fu could not make a decision and asked, "Spirit Maiden, which is the best choice?" The Spirit Maiden smiled and replied, "If I choose, I would choose to create a reincarnation of the 3 realms. This kind of reincarnation has a few benefits. Firstly, the attributes of the 3 realms reincarnation will be very compatible with the 3 realms, allowing the reincarnation to be used to its fullest. Secondly, if you create the 6 paths of reincarnation, you will definitely be affected by the Heaven Awakened 6 paths of reincarnation. The Heaven Awakened 6 paths of reincarnation has been developed for countless years, and if you cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation, you will always be suppressed. Thirdly, the 6 paths of reincarnation's attributes and future development can be determined, while the new reincarnation is still unknown. It might be even more powerful than the 6 paths of reincarnation. Fourthly, if you want the 3 realms' laws to become more complete and the 3 realms to become more powerful in the future, it would be best to choose a new reincarnation. After hearing the Spirit Maiden's words, Zhao Fu nodded. He also wanted to create a reincarnation of his own, but he was also quite worried. What kind of reincarnation would he create? The Spirit Maiden said that the attributes of a new reincarnation were all uncertain. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu made his decision. All right. I'll create a new reincarnation, one that belongs to the 3 realms. The Spirit Maiden smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I can create a new reincarnation right now, but I need an item that contains the essence of reincarnation as a material." An item that contained the essence of reincarnation? Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. An item that contained the essence of reincarnation would definitely be closely related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even though Zhao Fu could summon the 6 paths of reincarnation, it was not the true 6 paths of reincarnation. Instead, it was just a clone that contained the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhao Fu could not obtain any materials from the clone. If he wanted a material that contained the essence of reincarnation, he would have to go to the 6 paths of reincarnation. That place was guarded by the 6 paths demon statues, and there was a deep feud between Zhao Fu and the 6 paths demon statues. Every time the 6 paths demon statues sensed Zhao Fu's aura, they would go berserk. It was evident just how much they wanted to kill Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu went there, he would be seeking death. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of an item that contained source energy and could definitely be used as a material for a new reincarnation. That item was the 6 Daos Jade. The 6 Daos Jade was a material from the 6 paths of reincarnation, and in order to obtain it, one had to go to the 6 paths of reincarnation. With how powerful the 6 paths demon images were, even celestials could die, and there was no guarantee that one would be able to obtain the 6 Daos Jade. However, Zhao Fu did not need to go to the 6 paths of reincarnation to obtain the 6 Daos Jade. This was because Zhao Fu knew where the 6 Daos Jade could be found. The 6 Daos Jade was the core material for constructing the reincarnation celestial stage, and in order to construct the reincarnation celestial stage, one had to have the 6th jade. Zhao Fu knew where the reincarnation celestial stage was, and he had personally seen the 6th jade before. Back then, when Zhao Fu had completed the Cosmos Historical Remnants final trial, he had entered a reincarnation space. There was a reincarnation celestial stage there that could allow people to reincarnate and retain their memories and bloodline. Because Zhao Fu had passed the trial, he had been given a chance to use the reincarnation celestial stage. However, because Zhao Fu did not have much to do, he had not used the reincarnation celestial stage even once. Now, Zhao Fu could use the spatial key to go to the reincarnation space. This was something that had been quite difficult, but now, it did not seem so difficult. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll immediately go find the materials to construct the reincarnation celestial stage." "Apart from this material, what other materials do you need?" The spirit maiden smiled as she said, "I only need this material." "All right." Zhao Fu nodded before leaving. He came to an empty area and took out the half-foot-long metallic key. He sent his power into the metallic key, causing it to give off boundless light and fly into the sky. The key twisted, and a 3-meter-wide hole appeared in the air. Zhao Fu flew up from the ground and into the hole. Following this, Zhao Fu arrived in another space. In front of Zhao Fu was a huge altar. It was at least 1,000 meters tall. Zhao Fu stood below the altar and looked at it. It seemed as though the altar reached into the clouds without end. There was a massive gray vortex in the sky, and it gave off a massive might. At the center of the vortex was a gray magic formation that gave off intense light. The surrounding ground was very flat, not even a blade of grass could be seen. White spirit summoning banners could be seen everywhere as far as the eye could see. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them all. In the middle, there was a straight stone path that led to the altar. The surroundings were filled with yin qi, making the place seem eerie. The light was dim, and standing here would cause one's hair to stand on end. There was also an ancient feeling to it, as if it had existed for a very long time. Zhao Fu looked around. This place was the same as before, nothing had changed. Without thinking too much, Zhao Fu walked towards the altar. Zhao Fu stepped onto the stone steps. This time, there was no pressure weighing down on Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu did not feel any obstructions as he continued to walk upwards. Before, Zhao Fu had already passed the test and did not need to go through it again. Soon, Zhao Fu arrived at the top of the reincarnation celestial stage. There were stone statues around him, and they all looked the same. They were all old monks sitting cross-legged on the ground chanting scriptures. They were about as tall as a normal person, and there were 300 or so of them. At the center of the altar was a 1-meter-tall round jade stage. At the center was a round piece of black jade with the Tai Chi 6 trigrams diagram on it. There was a crack on it. Zhao Fu looked at the 6 paths jade and gave a trace of a smile as he walked in front of the jade stage. The reincarnation celestial stage could be used 3 times, allowing 3 people to enter the reincarnation cycle. There was a crack on it, meaning that it had been used once, and the person who had used it was most likely Old Ancestor Great Void. Old Ancestor Great Void was definitely a half-step celestial existence, or else he would not have been able to obtain the 6 paths jade or create such a massive cosmos historical remnant. After so many years, the reincarnated Old Ancestor Great Void had not returned. Back then, Zhao Fu had thought that something had happened. This was not something that he was worried about, so Zhao Fu did not continue to think about it and turned his attention back to the 6 paths jade. There was a powerful restriction protecting the reincarnation celestial stage, and if he wanted to obtain the 6 paths jade, he would have to destroy the reincarnation celestial stage. In order to destroy the reincarnation celestial stage, he would have to destroy this restriction. This restriction had naturally been set up by Old Ancestor Great Void, and it was extremely powerful. Zhao Fu sent out a few probing attacks, but not only was the restriction not damaged, but the Buddha statues all gave off light. If Zhao Fu continued to attack, he would definitely be counterattacked by the Buddha statues. As such, Zhao Fu could only stop. It was impossible to forcefully destroy this restriction. The attacks of a half-step celestial level restriction would be incredibly terrifying, and Zhao Fu would not be able to defend against it. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and went to a courtyard. Yu Ling was happily eating the pastries made by his mother, Yu Qingshui. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Yu Qingshui's face became red and she bowed as she said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing Zhao Fu, Yu Ling happily ran over to Zhao Fu and handed the pastries to Zhao Fu, saying, "Your Majesty, have a taste of the pastries my mother made. Try the pastries my mother makes. They're delicious." Zhao Fu smiled as he received the pastries and had a taste. It was quite good. Yu Qingshui raised her head, her eyes danced with tears, and her face was red. She thought that Zhao Fu had come to do it with her again. It had been a long time since they had done it, and Yu Qingshui wanted it as well. She said, "Ling Er, go out and play first." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I've come to take Yu Ling away for some matters." Yu Qingshui felt quite disappointed and said, "Oh." Seeing how disappointed her mother was, Yu Ling said obediently, "Your Majesty, can't you spend some time with your mother? Nyangqi misses you very much every day." Yu Qingshui's face became bright red and she felt quite embarrassed. Zhao Fu held Yu Ling's little hand and smiled as he said, "After I'm done, I'll properly accompany your mother." Yu Ling happily nodded. Following this, she left with Zhao Fu. Just as Zhao Fu left, Yu Xian came to the courtyard and looked at Zhao Fu and Yu Ling before looking at his red-faced mother and could not help but sigh. Yu Xian was the world protector of the fish-scale world, and his status in Qin City was not low. Qin City treated him quite well, but he had always cared about Zhao Fu and his mother. Before, he had been quite angry because no one would accept his mother doing it with another man. However, now that his mother had fallen in love with Zhao Fu and was living happily every day, he could not do anything to stop her. Zhao Fu brought Yu Ling to the reincarnation world. Yu Ling had the rare 10,000 world constitution and had the ability to break through all restrictions. Zhao Fu had brought him here to break through that restriction. The two of them stood on the reincarnation celestial stage and Zhao Fu said, "Later, I'll send my source energy into your body and you can use my power to break through the restrictions on the Jade Stone stage." Yu Ling nodded earnestly. Zhao Fu stood behind Yu Ling and sent a powerful wave of source energy into Yu Ling's body. Yu Ling's body gave off all sorts of lights and a massive source energy aura. Boom, Yu Ling stretched out a hand and a wave of power flowed out from his palm. Waves of rainbow light continuously spread out and moved towards the jade platform. A transparent, illusory light appeared on the jade platform. It was the restriction. Zhao Fu did not tell Yu Ling to forcefully destroy it, and he only had Yu Ling slowly disintegrate the restriction's power. The waves of light lightly collided with the light, and the light gradually dimmed. Half a day passed, and Zhao Fu looked quite tired. Yu Ling had it the hardest, and his body was covered with beads of sweat, looking quite tired. However, at that moment, the illusory, transparent light had already disappeared. Zhao Fu smiled and withdrew his power. He had Yu Ling rest at the side while he went to the jade platform. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. A formless energy spread out and grabbed the black Tai Chi 8 trigrams jade, which flew in front of Zhao Fu. Holding this 6 Daos jade, Zhao Fu sensed the reincarnation power within it. It was quite powerful and could be used as a reincarnation material. Following this, Zhao Fu smiled and left the reincarnation space with Yu Ling. After telling Yu Ling to go back and rest, Zhao Fu went to a tower and looked at the spirit maiden waiting there. Zhao Fu smiled and handed the 6 Daos jade to her as he said, "Have a look and see if this 6 Daos jade can satisfy your requirements." The spirit maiden took the 6 Daos jade and carefully sensed the reincarnation source energy within it as she smiled and said, "This 6 Daos jade contains reincarnation source energy and can be used as a reincarnation material." Zhao Fu asked, "How are you going to build the reincarnation wheel now?" The spirit maiden smiled. "Come with me, Your Majesty." The spirit maiden waved a hand, and a burst of energy enshrouded Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's vision blurred, and he found himself in an extremely cold and murky space. This space was very big. It was not clear how big it was, but there was nothing inside. There was also no sound. It was quiet all around. Zhao Fu asked curiously, "What is this place?" The spirit maiden explained with a smile, "This space is the deepest space in the Earth realm. It was nurtured by the Earth realm, so it's filled with yin qi. The next reincarnation will need to be constructed here." N. Zhao Fu responded. The spirit maiden came to the front and sent a wave of power into the 6th jade in her hand. The 6th jade gave off a black light and flew into the air from the spirit maiden's hand before expanding to 10 times its original size. A black Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram that was over 10 meters tall floated in the air, giving off a black light and a powerful reincarnation power. The spirit maiden stretched out a hand toward the black Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram, and a massive wave of inheritance power flowed out from her hand. This wave of power was rainbow-colored, and after it flowed out, it split into different colors before forming balls of light. These balls of light were each 1 meter wide, and they floated in front of the spirit maiden, giving off different colors of light and inheritance power. There were also many projections within them. Some were monks, some were Taoist priests, some were sorcerers, some were demons, some were benevolent elderly men, and some were beautiful young women. These were all the human world's inheritances related to the reincarnation wheel, and there were 37 of them. The spirit maiden stretched out a hand with a solemn expression, and the balls of light floating in front of her flew toward the black Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram and fused into it. Boom! A massive wave of power spread out as the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram gave off countless rainbow-colored lights, illuminating the surroundings and illuminating the entire murky space. The spirit maiden stretched out her hand and slowly twisted. The rainbow-colored Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram started to spin. However, it was not very fast, and it only spun slowly. Boom! 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 3 explosions sounded out as the heaven, earth, and man books exploded out with terrifying power, giving off boundless intense light. The power of heaven and earth continuously gathered and flowed into the 3 books. In front of the spirit maiden, a golden book giving off a holy aura, a white book giving off the aura of all living beings, and a gray book giving off a cold and sinister aura appeared. These 3 books were clones of the heaven, earth, and man books. They were not the actual books, but they gave off the powerful power of the heaven, earth, and man books. After the 3 books appeared, they turned into 3 streaks of light and shot into the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram, which had been slowly spinning, quickly started to spin like a disc. Massive waves of reincarnation power continuously spread out, and nothing could stop this wave of power. The rainbow-colored Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram spun faster and faster, and the reincarnation power it gave off became more and more powerful. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand this wave of power. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out as the rapidly spinning Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram exploded into countless streaks of light that shot out in all directions. It was extremely powerful, and no one could stop it. The light was very blinding, and it was impossible to see anything. Zhao Fu, who was standing at the back, could not help but cover his eyes with his hand. After a few minutes, the light slowly dissipated, and Zhao Fu removed his hand. A rainbow-colored wheel of light had appeared in the air. It was not very big, only about 1 meter wide, but it gave off an extremely powerful reincarnation power. Zhao Fu looked at the rainbow-colored wheel of light in shock. This is the completed reincarnation wheel. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the spirit maiden grabbed out with her hand. The entire realm trembled, and countless living beings were given a big fright. Boundless yin qi flooded into the space like a boundless ocean, flowing into the rainbow-colored wheel of light. No matter what kind of reincarnation wheel it was, whether it was new or old, it was definitely yin type. This was because the soul attribute and reincarnation attribute were both yin type. If it was not yin type, there was no way for souls to reincarnate. This was a powerful law of heaven and earth, and not many people could break it. Right now, the spirit maiden was controlling the massive amount of yin qi in the realm and pouring it into the wheel of light, turning it into a pure yin type reincarnation wheel. Consuming such a massive amount of yin qi would greatly affect the realm, but as long as they could complete the reincarnation wheel, it would all be worth it. The ocean-like yin qi continuously flowed into the wheel of light, and the color of the wheel of light slowly turned gray. Light continuously condensed and started to materialize, and a gray crystalline disk slowly appeared. Seeing the gray crystal disk materialize, a smile appeared on the spirit maiden's face. She stopped sending her power into the disk and turned to Zhao Fu as she said, "Your Majesty, the reincarnation wheel has already been constructed. Now that the cycle of reincarnation has been constructed, as the Lord of the 3 realms, you possess many terrifying powers. You can bestow the cycle of reincarnation with attributes. Zhao Fu thought about how giving attributes to the reincarnation wheel was very important, as it would determine how strong or weak the reincarnation wheel would be in the future. For example, the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel was originally just a stone disc that only had the function of reincarnation and did not have any attributes. The world's consciousness sent a type of power into the stone disc, causing it to gain attributes. This was the 6 paths attribute, which contained 6 different types of power: heavenly Dao power, hell Dao power, hungry ghost Dao power, human Dao power, Asura Dao power, and animal Dao power. Heavenly Dao, Asura Dao, and human Dao were the 3 good Daos, while animal Dao, hungry ghost Dao, and hell Dao were the 3 evil Daos. Both sides had the same amount of good and evil, maintaining a balance and stabilizing the reincarnation wheel. The reincarnation wheel had to withstand the reincarnation of countless creatures, and it needed a large amount of power to support it. It also needed to be extremely stable, only then could it be guaranteed that there would be no problems. Now, what Zhao Fu needed to do was send his power into the reincarnation wheel to increase its power and stability. Zhao Fu walked forwards with a serious expression and stretched out a hand towards the gray crystal disc that gave off powerful reincarnation wheel power. The gray crystal disc seemed to have its own consciousness, and it sensed that Zhao Fu had come before it and wanted to absorb Zhao Fu's power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu activated the Chaos Imperial Star's power. Within the boundless void, the blood-red star gave off a terrifying ripple as a blood-red aura flame burst out from Zhao Fu's body, and a massive aura of disaster flooded out. A wave of blood-red disaster power shot out from Zhao Fu's hand and into the gray crystal disc. The gray crystal disc excitedly and hungrily absorbed the power. The Chaos Imperial Star was Zhao Fu's fate star, and it was the Emperor Star that had the greatest influence on Zhao Fu. As such, the reincarnation power he sent into it had to be powerful, so Zhao Fu used the Chaos Imperial Star's power first. Within the boundless void, the Chaos Imperial Star continuously gave off massive amounts of disaster energy that flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu continuously sent this disaster energy into the gray disk. The gray crystal disk floating in the air looked as if it had been dyed with blood, turning into a blood-red crystal disk. It gave off a faint light and a powerful disaster power. At the very center of the crystal disk, there was a deep blood-colored circular mark. It exuded an extremely terrifying aura of disaster that made people feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that by sending his fate star's power into the reincarnation, he would be able to change its attributes. This was not a simple change, it was a qualitative change, which was why the gray disk had become blood-red. Even though the reincarnation's power was still yin energy, the power that the reincarnation gave off was a type of disaster energy. It was an ominous power, which made people feel incredibly uncomfortable and their hair stand on end. Now that the reincarnation was not satisfied, Zhao Fu could only continue to send in large amounts of disaster Imperial Star power. Suddenly, the blood-red crystal disc once again began to slowly spin, and countless amounts of yin qi from the surroundings surged into it. The disc infused the immense reincarnation power into the blood-red circular mark in the center. The circular mark seemed to have a life of its own, and it also began to spin slowly. Time gradually passed, and the reincarnation's power continuously flowed into the circular mark. The blood-red color at the center of the mark gradually disappeared, and traces of law-like lines started to spread out. In the end, they formed a deep blood-red ring that gave off a profound, powerful, cold, and calamitous aura. Zhao Fu sensed a Dao power from within it, which was similar to the heavenly Dao, hell Dao, and Asura Dao. In other words, the reincarnation did not have ordinary disaster energy but an even more powerful disaster energy. Now that the reincarnation stopped absorbing Zhao Fu's power, Zhao Fu withdrew his power and sent his consciousness into the reincarnation to sense the disaster energy. Boom, an explosion sounded out, and Zhao Fu felt as if he had entered a world of disaster. The sky was blood-red, the ground was cracked, volcanoes were erupting, wild gales were blowing, hail was falling, people were fighting, and people were falling sick. A boundless aura of disaster flooded towards Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu's body to feel cold and uncomfortable. It was an ominous feeling. Zhao Fu felt incredibly shocked. The disaster energy was extremely powerful and was a type of great Dao energy. It was incredibly pure and was a type of source energy, and it was many times more powerful than ordinary disaster energy. Zhao Fu's consciousness returned to his body and he gave a trace of a smile. Now that the reincarnation had created the disaster energy, it had the same power as the 6 paths of reincarnation. Because the reincarnation had just been constructed, the disaster energy was still quite weak and could not compare to the 6 paths of reincarnation's true power. However, Zhao Fu was very confident that the disaster energy would be as powerful as the 6 paths of reincarnation. The ring, which was originally in the center, now moved to the top of the disc. Zhao Fu smiled as he once again gathered the human race's Emperor Star's power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a golden star in the boundless void gave off a massive might. Boundless golden light shot out as a massive wave of the human race's power flowed out and entered Zhao Fu's body. A golden aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu once again stretched out a hand. A golden ray of light shot out from Zhao Fu's hand and quickly entered the blood-red disc. The reincarnation once again excitedly absorbed Zhao Fu's power. As the human race's Emperor Star's power continuously increased, a golden circular mark once again appeared at the center of the disc, giving off a human aura. Boom, countless traces of Yin Qi flooded into the disc, causing it to start to spin. Countless traces of reincarnation power flowed into the golden circular mark. The golden circular mark was the same as the blood-red mark from before. The blood-red color at the center slowly receded and traces of laws spread out, forming a golden ring that gave off a human aura. Zhao Fu stopped sending power into the golden ring and his consciousness entered it. It was as if he had entered a world of the human race, and there were all sorts of humans living there. This power was human path power, and it was quite similar to the human path power in the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, there was one difference: Zhao Fu's human path power gave off a noble and imperial aura. The reason for this was most likely because Zhao Fu was originally from the human race, and even though he had many other bloodlines, they were mainly from the human race. That was why it gave off such a noble emperor's aura. The Chaos Imperial Star was an Emperor Star fused with the Chaos Imperial Star and the Myrtle Star. Even though it was an Emperor Star, it was more of a disaster type, so it did not give off an Emperor's aura. In order to differentiate his human path from the 6 paths of reincarnation's human path, Zhao Fu decided to change the human path to the human Emperor path. Within the illusory world formed by the Golden Ring, there were many emperors, so calling it the human Emperor path was more fitting. The Golden Ring moved to the bottom of the disc. Zhao Fu once again activated the Nether Emperor Star's power, and a grey ghost star in the boundless void gave off boundless grey light. A massive wave of cold ghostly energy exploded out and entered Zhao Fu's body. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as a grey ghostly flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body, and a grey wave of energy shot out from Zhao Fu's hand into the disc. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as the reincarnation disc gave off a massive attractive force, and countless traces of Yin Qi ferociously gathered. This was especially so for the Yellow Springs Kingdom and the Yellow Springs, which gave off countless traces of yellow aura and followed the Yin Qi over. Zhao Fu had not expected this, and he thought that it was most likely because he had sent in ghostly energy and the Earth domain was where the reincarnation world was. Zhao Fu continuously sent his Death Race Emperor Star into the disc, and the surrounding Yin Qi and Yellow Springs aura continuously flowed into it. Finally, a grey circular mark appeared, and the reincarnation disc started to spin. Large amounts of reincarnation power flowed into it, and a grey ring was formed, giving off massive amounts of Yin Qi and Yellow Springs aura. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered the ring, and he found himself in a ghost world. This place was grey and hazy, and there was ghostly qi everywhere. There were all sorts of ghosts and monsters, powerful ghosts, savage ghosts, hungry ghosts, and wandering ghosts. Apart from the countless ghosts, there was also a wide yellow river that gave off a filthy aura. This energy was similar to the disaster path's energy, and it was a type of great Tao energy, a type of source energy. It was much more powerful than ordinary ghostly energy. Zhao Fu named this energy the Ghost Springs Path because it contained both ghostly energy and Yellow Springs aura. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu once again used the power of an Emperor Star. Within the boundless void, a violet star gave off boundless violet light and a heaven-toppling devil power flowed out. A violet devil flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body as a massive wave of devil energy flowed out from Zhao Fu's hand, giving off a powerful aura as it entered the round disc. Boom, an explosion suddenly sounded out as a Taiji symbol appeared in front of Zhao Fu's chest, giving off a powerful sun-moon devil power. Within a square-shaped barrier in Qin City, there were countless monsters within. Mama Jiggery, Tamamonome, Shitandoji, and the Daitengu all sensed something, and massive waves of monster chi uncontrollably flowed out. Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of devil power flow into his body before entering the circular disc. A circular violet mark appeared, giving off a powerful and savage devil power. The circular disc continued to spin, and a massive wave of samsara power flowed into it, causing the violet mark to become a violet ring. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered it and found that the world was filled with devil chi. There were all sorts of devil beasts and savage and twisted monsters living here. Zhao Fu named it the Devil Ferocious Path because the devil beasts and devil races were all incredibly savage and terrifying. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as a black star in the boundless void gave off a heaven-shaking demonic might, and a massive wave of demon star power flowed out. A wave of demonic flames burst forth from Zhao Fu's body, and a massive wave of demonic energy flowed into the round disc. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's eyes became blood-red rose-like eyes, and an evil spirit abyss flower's power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body and shot into the round disc. The round disc excitedly absorbed the evil spirit abyss flower and demon emperor star's power. The demon lord star and evil spirit abyss flower were both of the demonic attribute, and they were closely related. Zhao Fu had relied on the evil spirit abyss flower to awaken the demon lord star. Now that Zhao Fu sent in the demon lord star's power, the evil spirit abyss flower's power uncontrollably flowed out. The two waves of power continuously flowed into it, and a black circular mark appeared. The round disc slowly spun, and massive amounts of samsara power flowed into it, causing the black circular mark to become a black ring. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered it, and he felt as if he had come to a demon world. The sky was black, and the ground was also black. There were all sorts of demon races living here, including ferocious demons, purple-eyed high-level demon lords, and beast-headed demon beasts. What was most noteworthy was that there was a massive evil spirit abyss flower growing within, and it seemed to reach into the clouds. Its massive and thick roots stabbed into the ground, covering a large area, and it gave off a massive evil power. This power was a fusion of the demon lord star and evil spirit abyss flower, and it was incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu named it the evil spirit flower path. Boom, Zhao Fu once again activated the Outlander Emperor Star's power. This time it was an Outlander Emperor Star, and it gave off boundless green light as a massive wave of Outlander power flowed out, causing the surroundings to tremble. The massive wave of Outlander power flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and a green aura flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body, forming a wild gale that blew out. Boom, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed down, and a massive wave of green energy flowed out, giving off a powerful aura as it rushed into the round disc, and the round disc quickly absorbed this wave of energy. Suddenly, another wave of energy exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. This wave of energy gave off a powerful, noble, and supreme aura. It was Zhao Fu's King of Kings power. King of Kings power came from the first King of Kings, who had unified an entire Outlander world. His legacy power was one of the most powerful powers in the world. This wave of energy flowed into the round disc, and soon, a green circular diagram appeared at the center of the round disc, giving off powerful Outlander power. The reincarnation wheel once again spun, and countless traces of reincarnation power flowed into it, causing the green circular diagram to become a green ring. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered it, and he came to a place where many Outlanders lived. There were minotaurs, horsemen, pigmen, lion people, tiger people, and others. Apart from these Outlanders, there were also Outlanders giving off King's auras. Zhao Fu guessed that they were most likely affected by King of Kings power, which was why there were so many Outlander kings. Zhao Fu named this power the Outlander King Path. The final star was the God Race's Emperor Star, and it gave off boundless light that covered the surroundings. A massive wave of divine power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu sent the Celestial Race's power into the round disc, which quickly absorbed it. At this moment, Zhao Fu's hair turned transparent and a circular mirror appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead, giving off the aura of the Lord of Gods. Zhao Fu entered the Lord of God state and sent the 10,000 gods' power into the round disc. After absorbing this powerful wave of 10,000 godly power, the disc became incredibly excited and continuously absorbed. It understood how powerful this wave of power was. This wave of 10,000 godly power was Zhao Fu's strongest power. A white circular mark slowly appeared on the round disc and the reincarnation continued to spin. Massive amounts of reincarnation power flowed into it and a white ring appeared, giving off a divine power. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered it and came to a place where countless celestial race people lived. There were many ordinary celestial race people living on the ground, and there were powerful celestial race people standing in the sky. At the very top of the sky, there was an ancient white mirror. This was quite surprising. This power was not much stronger than the 10,000 gods' power, only slightly stronger. It was most likely because the 10,000 gods' power had reached its limit and it would be very difficult to break through again. Zhao Fu named this power the Divine Sky Mirror Dao. Right now, there were already 7 palm-sized rings on the disc, and they were distributed in 7 different directions, emitting different powers and auras, respectively representing the ultimate power. Just like the 6 realms' power, they belonged to the power of the Great Tao, the power of the Source. They were the power of the Disaster Tao, the Human Emperor Tao, the Ghost Spring Tao, the Ominous Demon Tao, the Demonic Flower Tao, the Variant King Tao, and the Godly Sky Mirror Tao. The newly constructed reincarnation could become the 7 paths reincarnation and had the power of the 7 paths. The reincarnation's power was many times stronger and gave off an even greater reincarnation power. It already looked like the 6 paths reincarnation. The 7 paths reincarnation now had the power and would not lose to the 6 paths reincarnation's power. However, its stability was still lacking. The Disaster Tao, Ghost Spring Tao, Monster Tao, and Evil Demon Flower Tao belonged to the 4 evil Taos because their power was evil and dark and could cause great slaughter and destruction. The Human Emperor Tao, the Strange King Tao, and the Divine Sky Mirror Tao were not evil, dark, and murderous powers. Although they were very strong, they belonged to the 3 benevolent Tao. If you wanted the reincarnation cycle to be more stable, it was best to maintain a balance between the good and evil paths. Right now, there were 4 evil paths, but there were only 3 good paths, so the reincarnation cycle was somewhat unstable. However, the reincarnation wheel that he had constructed was still in a state of growth. In the future, he would have to continue increasing its power to maintain the reincarnation wheel's stability and power. Zhao Fu was just about to leave this place with the Spirit Maiden. Now that the reincarnation palace had been constructed, they could continue to develop it, and it would slowly become more powerful. Suddenly, Samsara sent another thought to Zhao Fu, wanting the other 2 bloodline powers in his body. Zhao Fu's body stopped, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He hadn't expected Samsara to want these 2 bloodline powers. The first bloodline power was the bloodline of the number 1 heretic immortal of the primal chaos world. The number 1 heretic immortal was the creator of the 8 forbidden blood arts. However, after obtaining his legacy, it caused the primal chaos world to change. It was definitely a terrifying legacy. However, the bloodline that the number 1 heretic immortal had given him was very low-grade and ordinary. It didn't have much power, and it had to devour countless primal chaos beings to become powerful. The second bloodline was the alchemy bloodline that Zhao Fu had created. Its power was quite ordinary, and it wasn't a very powerful bloodline. Zhao Fu felt quite confused. Why did Samsara need these 2 bloodline powers? Zhao Fu hadn't developed these 2 bloodline powers yet, so they weren't very powerful. After thinking about it, since Samsara wanted them, there had to be a corresponding use for it. As such, Zhao Fu decided to inject these 2 bloodline powers into it. The first was the heretic immortal bloodline power. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed down, and a massive, evil, twisted, and bloody power flowed out of Zhao Fu's hand, giving off a powerful aura as it flowed into the round disc. Boom, boom. Boom, the 8 scorching suns in the sky of the primal chaos world suddenly exploded out with massive auras, giving off even more intense light, as if they were going to burn the entire world. The primal chaos beings and powerful insect beasts looked at the sky, and their expressions fell. They looked up at the 8 piercing suns in the sky, feeling as if the 8 suns' power was being sucked away by something. Zhao Fu sensed these ripples and could sense that Samsara was using his power to activate the 8 suns in the primal chaos world, causing them to mutate. Now, it was even sucking in the 8 suns' power. Countless traces of fiery power. flowed into the round disk, causing it to quickly spin and absorb the sun's power. The fiery threads gathered at the center of the round disk, forming a fiery ring that gave off a fiery, bloody, and chaotic power. Zhao Fu felt quite curious and sent his consciousness into it. He saw a blue sky without any clouds, and the 8 suns gave off searing light that roasted the ground. The immense heat could roast countless creatures to death. There were some primal chaos beings living on the ground, as well as all sorts of insect beasts and aquatic beasts. The various races were either madly killing and devouring each other or madly mating, giving birth to savage-looking monsters. The scene was incredibly bloody and disgusting. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. He had thought that because of the 8 suns, the primal chaos world would be a good world. He had never thought that the primal chaos world would be so bloody, twisted, and evil. This power was a type of power formed from the 8 forbidden blood art and the 8 suns power. Now, through Samsara's creation, it had become a great Tao source power. As such, Zhao Fu had named this power the 8-day Tao seal. The final power was the alchemy bloodline power. This time, Zhao Fu sent it into Samsara, but nothing happened. Samsara continuously absorbed the alchemy bloodline power and gathered countless traces of yin energy, forming a silver circular mark that looked like metal. Samsara started to spin, sending Samsara power into it. The silver light at the center of the circular mark slowly retreated, and traces of nomological laws spread out. A silver ring giving off powerful alchemy bloodline power appeared, giving off a faint metallic light. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered it, and it was as if he had entered an alchemy world. The people living here were all alchemists, and the plants growing here were half metal and half plant. Some were even completely metal. Compared to those strange, terrifying, and savage worlds, this place seemed quite ordinary and did not have any special power. Zhao Fu simply named this power Alchemy Path. Even though the path of alchemy had been changed by the reincarnation cycle and had become a powerful source energy, it was still much weaker than other Daos. Zhao Fu could not understand why the reincarnation cycle needed the alchemy bloodline's power. After withdrawing his consciousness, Zhao Fu looked at Samsara in front of him, and it suddenly changed again. 9 palm-sized circles were scattered around the blood-red disk, forming a circle that emitted a faint glow of different colors. Thin lines stretched out from the circles, intersecting, fusing, and changing. Finally, they formed a spell formation made up of 9 circles. Boom! At that moment, a massive wave of reincarnation power exploded out, forming a wave of light that spread out with a powerful aura, creating a massive explosion. Countless rainbow-colored lights shone out, illuminating the entire reincarnation dimension. A massive wave of reincarnation might press down on the dimension, causing it to seem to freeze. The blood-red color of the blood-red disk started to fade, and the blood-red crystal disk became transparent again. There was a spell formation made up of 9 different colored circles, giving off a powerful reincarnation power. This spell formation was naturally the reincarnation spell formation. Zhao Fu understood why the reincarnation needed to refine the bloodline. It most likely wanted to gather the 9 paths of reincarnation and use them to create a powerful reincarnation spell formation. With the reincarnation spell formation, the 9 paths of reincarnation would become one, and it would be even more powerful and stable than the 9 paths of reincarnation. The current reincarnation was the true reincarnation. After a while, the light from the reincarnation disappeared. There was no more might from before, and it just silently floated in the air. Zhao Fu and the spirit maiden looked at the reincarnation that had finally evolved and gained an element, and they both smiled. The reincarnation dimension had been constructed, and there were 9 paths of reincarnation. However, the reincarnation itself was still weak. Even though it could reincarnate the people of Qin, the number was limited. Right now, the reincarnation dimension had just been constructed, and it was only 1 meter wide. It could at most allow 1,000 people to reincarnate, and it could not allow more people to reincarnate. If they wanted more people to reincarnate, they had to develop the reincarnation dimension. The reincarnation dimension had fused with the 3 realms, and it did not need to be nurtured on its own. As long as the 3 realms became stronger, the reincarnation dimension would also become stronger. As more and more people reincarnated, the reincarnation dimension's power would also increase, helping it understand the great Tao of reincarnation. The reincarnation dimension was extremely important to the 3 realms. In the future, it would control the reincarnation of all living beings in the three realms, so nothing could happen to it. The reincarnation dimension was in the depths of the Earth realm, but it was still possible for people to barge in and harm the reincarnation dimension. As such, Xiaofu wanted to nurture the six paths demon images to protect the reincarnation dimension. Xiaofu knew very well how powerful the six paths demon images were. He still had the six demon images sealed in his body, and they could not only protect the reincarnation, but they could also participate in battles. Xiaofu thought and decided to nurture the nine paths demon images as. As for how to nurture them, Xiaofu already had a way. After all, he had the six paths demon images clones and knew some information. After the six worlds grew for a long time, they would give birth to their own consciousnesses, which could become the six paths demon images consciousnesses. In other words, the six paths demon images consciousnesses were the consciousnesses of the six worlds. After a long time, the six paths demon images would give birth to their own consciousnesses, which could become the six paths demon images consciousnesses. In other words, the six paths demon images consciousnesses were the consciousnesses of the six paths demon images. It was because of this that the six paths demon images could gather boundless reincarnation power and could destroy the heavens and earth. No one dared to offend such existences, not even celestials. Now, Xiaofu only needed to nurture the nine paths demon images as he had nurtured the six paths demon images. Of course, he could not nurture them now, as the reincarnation dimension had just been constructed and the nine paths world had not formed yet. How could they give birth to their own consciousnesses? Moreover, the nine paths reincarnation dimension could still advance. It could not be forgotten that Xiaofu still had two emperor stars that he had not awakened yet. Since he could use the emperor stars to create the reincarnation path, he could naturally create two more reincarnation paths. That would be the 11 paths of reincarnation, the final form of the reincarnation path. As for the nine paths demon images, Xiaofu wanted to do what he had done with the six paths demon images and wipe out their consciousnesses. They were powerful existences born from the heavens and earth, and they innately grasped the source energy of all laws. As the six paths of reincarnation became more powerful, they would become even more powerful and would have the power to destroy everything. The key thing was whether their consciousnesses were purely evil or kind. If they were kind, they could be controlled, but if they were purely evil and murderous, it would be very difficult to control. Adding on their terrifying power, it was possible that they would suffer a backlash. If the six paths demon images suffered a backlash, even the heaven-awakened world's consciousness would be heavily injured, so Xiaofu had to be careful. Of course, preserving their consciousnesses was also very beneficial, as they could comprehend even more power and become even more terrifying existences. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaofu thought of a method that could preserve the six paths demon images consciousnesses and prevent them from suffering a backlash. Xiaofu's method was to split his soul into 9. Since the 9 paths of reincarnation world had not yet been formed, Xiaofu could use his soul as the main body to nurture the world's consciousness. That way, the 9 paths demon images would be equivalent to 9 clones of Xiaofu's consciousness, and Xiaofu would be able to completely control them. Following this, Xiaofu stood there and closed his eyes as he started to split his soul. The process was incredibly painful, as Xiaofu's soul had formed a yin-yang soul flame. Under Xiaofu's control, black and white orbs of light split off and floated out of Xiaofu's forehead. There were 9 orbs of light in total, and 2 orbs of light were black and white. Xiaofu opened his eyes and stretched out his hand, controlling the 9 black and white orbs of light to fly into the 9 rings and fuse with them. Now that everything had been taken care of, the next step was to nurture the 9 paths of reincarnation and make it powerful enough to control the reincarnation of all creatures in the heaven-awakened world. After building the 9 paths of reincarnation, having 9 attributes was greatly beneficial to Xiaofu. The 9 paths of reincarnation were bound to Xiaofu, and Xiaofu could become the owner of the 9 paths of reincarnation and truly control the 9 paths of reincarnation. Xiaofu could also send a dead person into the 9 paths of reincarnation and have them reincarnate. The Great Void Ancestor had spent countless precious materials to build the reincarnation celestial stage, and it could only be used 3 times. However, Xiaofu could use it limitlessly. It was just that he had to become a subject of Qin so that his name would be recorded in the Book of the 3 Realms. Zhao Fu could use the reincarnation power of the three realms to have him reincarnate within the three realms. Moreover, Zhao Fu had the 9 paths of reincarnation power: the disaster path, human emperor path, ghost spring path, ferocious demon path, evil demon flower path, variant king path, divine sky mirror path, 8 days restriction path, and alchemy path. These 9 rays of power were the 9 paths of reincarnation power, not the 9 powers that Zhao Fu had before. They fused with the reincarnation power to form a new kind of power. The 9 paths of reincarnation power could also fuse with the 6 paths demon images to form the reincarnation path's power, which was Zhao Fu's unique power. However, because the reincarnation path had just been constructed, the 9 paths of reincarnation power could not compare to the 6 paths of reincarnation power. However, when the 9 paths of reincarnation grew, it could definitely be called a supreme power, and it would not be any weaker than Zhao Fu's 10,000 godly power. Following this, Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden left this place. However, neither Zhao Fu nor the Spirit Maiden noticed that the moment the reincarnation path had been formed, a pair of indescribable eyes had been watching them. However, this pair of eyes did not do anything and allowed Qin to construct the reincarnation path. Its reaction was quite strange. Why did it allow Qin to create a new world and allow Qin to construct a new reincarnation path without doing anything? More importantly, Qin could threaten it, and most people would want to get rid of such a potential threat. Now that it allowed Qin to develop, perhaps it had some ulterior motive or scheme. Otherwise, no one could think of a reason. However, why would a supreme ruler plot against an existence that was as small as a grain of sand? Countless people could not figure this out. But what was certain was that no matter what it did, Qin would not be able to resist at all. Unless other great thousand worlds joined in, because they were existences of the same level, they would have the power to resist it. Now that the 3 realms had only just been formed, there were many things to take care of. Zhao Fu returned to the Qin imperial palace and gathered his subordinates to discuss this matter. Zhao Fu first told his subordinates about the 3 realms. After hearing that Qin had become an independent world, had its own laws, and had its own reincarnation path, the subordinates were incredibly shocked, and they all praised Zhao Fu. Now, everyone understood how great Qin's potential was in the future. Which faction would be able to become an existence like the Heaven Awakened world? In the entire Heaven Awakened world, there was almost no faction that could have an independent world and laws like Qin. In the future, Qin would also become a country that ruled over the myriad realms. Just thinking about it made people excited. All of this was done by His Majesty. Many ministers had a kind of fanatical worship and belief in Zhao Fu. As long as His Majesty was there was nothing to be afraid of. Now that Qin had mastered reincarnation, they didn't have to be afraid of death, and they could be reincarnated. Which force had such an advantage? No force could do it. Countless people wanted to shout from the bottom of their hearts, "Long live Qin! Long live Qin! Long live Qin!" In the past, Qin Shi Huang wanted to unify the world as the first emperor, but he died because of the second emperor of Qin. As the successor of Qin, Zhao Fu was definitely capable of accomplishing Qin Shi Huang's unfinished dream, which was to unify the world and dominate the spring and autumn period. Hearing the minister's praises, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and started to discuss Qin's future with the ministers. The first thing to do was to change the name of the world. Qin's territory in the godly world would be changed to the heaven world, Qin's territory in the Heaven Awakened world would be changed to the human world, and Qin's territory in the underworld would be changed to the earth world. This was because Qin was no longer an independent world and had its own laws, so it had to be separated from the Heaven Awakened world and no longer belonged to the Heaven Awakened world. This information would not be revealed to Qin's residents, and they would only be told that the name had been changed. If they were told, this information would definitely be leaked, and if other factions found out that Qin had become an independent world, they would be scared to death. The second thing to do was to develop the 3 worlds in the future. There were 2 main ways for a world to grow. The first was to absorb boundless void energy and create higher-level laws to expand the world. The second was to devour other worlds and fuse them with oneself. The first was called self-evolution, while the second was called devouring evolution. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of self-evolution was that one's source energy was pure, and one's laws were of a higher level, allowing one to form a higher-level world. The disadvantage was that it was very slow. The advantage of devouring evolution was that it was incredibly fast, but the disadvantage was that its source energy was not pure, and its laws were of a lower level. Now, the Heaven Awakened world focused on devouring, with self-evolution as a support. That was why there were so many races and worlds. The Outer World and Golden World focused on self-evolution, with devouring as a support. As such, their source energy was pure and their races were of a single type. Now, Xiaofu decided to focus on devouring and use self-evolution as a support. Qin did not have the ability to devour worlds yet, but he could rely on another method to devour worlds. That method was to use the Sealing Heaven's Forbidden Region's magic formation to turn a region into his own land before having the Spirit Maiden devour it. That way, he would be able to devour worlds. The main reason for doing this was because now that Qin was connected to the Heaven Awakened world, he could conquer worlds and devour worlds. This was a great advantage, as he could use the Heaven Awakened world's power to continuously develop. If Qin left the Heaven Awakened world, he would not be able to devour worlds and could only choose to use self-evolution. That way, his development would be incredibly slow, and it would take a long time for him to become stronger. As such, Xiaofu could only choose to first devour and then self-evolve. After deciding on the direction of development, Qin's next step was to make preparations to conquer worlds and make the world stronger. Now, Xiaofu was quite worried about the Heaven Awakened world. If he discovered an existence like Qin, it was possible that he would destroy Qin. Facing such a powerful existence, Qin would not be able to resist at all. If he wanted to be safe, he would have to leave the Heaven Awakened world. It could be said that Qin had to leave the Heaven Awakened world, and everything he did was to prepare for that. Apart from this, there was another important thing, which was to collect as many things as he could to develop the three worlds. Before, Xiaofu had said that the three worlds had just been formed and needed to go through a transformation in order to become truly powerful. This was the most important thing for Qin, and he had to collect them as soon as possible. If he left the Heaven Awakened world, it would be too late, as he would not be able to obtain those materials. As for absorbing the energy from the celestial world above and the celestial world below, Xiaofu would go to the Heaven Spirit Steel to take a look. There would most likely be things that Xiaofu wanted there. Moreover, now that the three worlds had their own laws, they would not be affected by the Heaven Awakened world's natural disasters, and there would not be any wind disasters, flood disasters, or lightning disasters. Great Qin could also continue to develop its farming industry and various other industries. Not only would he be able to grow crops, but he would also be able to grow spirit medicines. They would take much less time to grow, and their production would also increase. Everything would return to how it had been in the Heaven Awakened world. This would be a big advantage for Qin, as the other places were all affected by the natural disasters. Lord's army conquers the world. Announcement. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. After Xiaofu discussed with his ministers, they decided to change their original plan of peaceful development and adopt a strategy of attacking the outside world to develop Qin as quickly as possible. There were still a few months before Qin's Kingdom of Heaven's protection ended. Xiaofu wanted to remove the Kingdom of Heaven's protection and attack the outside world. The Heaven Realm's Pantheon Palace continuously subdued godly spirits and became stronger. The Pantheon Palace was already the largest faction there, and no one was a match for it. Adding on the Pantheon Palace's Pantheon attribute, it attracted many godly spirits to join. The Yellow Springs Kingdom was also developing rapidly, continuously attacking other factions, and it was the most powerful faction in that region. The Alchemy World and the Outer World did not have any problems either. This was especially so for the arrogant and domineering Alchemy World. After being beaten up by Qin, they became very obedient. It was not that Qin was worried about them, but they were worried about Qin and were building all sorts of defensive structures. Right now, only the human world's matters had not come to an end. Qin had the greatest enmity with them, and it could be said that they had hated each other for a long time. They had always wanted to destroy Qin, and Qin had always wanted to destroy them. Adding on the fact that Qin needed to develop quickly, Xiaofu had decided to end the Kingdom of Heaven's protection early. It was a pity that the Kingdom of Heaven's protection still had a few months left. It was a barrier that could defend against countless armies, and it was something that Xiaofu had obtained with great difficulty. After making this decision, Qin's army started to gather, and their aura was like a flood that could destroy everything. The Fire Country and Devil Horn Army, who had always wanted to attack Qin, had serious expressions on their faces. The terrifying ripples from the Three Realms formation caused countless people to fall into icy water. Their bodies violently trembled, and they felt extreme fear and despair. Qin had been hiding within the barrier for a long time and had not made any noise at all. However, he had suddenly given off such terrifying ripples. Just what had Qin been doing these past few days? Everyone had a feeling that it was definitely something terrifying. The Espers could sense how terrifying Qin was. The current Qin was completely different from the previous Qin. The original fate signs were like 9 ferocious and domineering black dragons bearing their fangs and claws, making people feel extremely terrified and not daring to get close. Now, Qin was like a giant ball. Although he was not as ferocious and terrible as before, he gave off an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. He was like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, powerless and suffocating. This power was several dozen times more powerful than the 9 black dragons, and it seemed to be nurturing some ultimate existence. Many people hurriedly persuaded the lords, "My lord, Great Qin's fate sign is an extreme sign, and even though we don't know what's going on, we can be sure that Great Qin has gone through shocking changes. It's still not too late for us to leave now. If we're late, we'll all be wiped out. Right now, Xianxia is invincible. It's better to go back and wait for things to change." In order to attack Qin, the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom had roped in many feudal lords. All the lords knew how terrible Qin was, and they sensed that Qin was emitting such a terrible wave. Now they were also frightened by what the strange man said. "I think it's best that we don't participate in this matter. Qin is not someone we can afford to offend. Let's go back and wait." Don't listen to the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom's lies, and don't be tempted by them. Let them deal with their own matters. That's right. Let them attack each other and exhaust each other. Either way, I don't dare to stay here. Even if you don't leave, I'll leave. I'll also leave. Even if you stop me, I'll still leave. Just hearing about that ultimate fate sign is enough to scare people. You're dreaming. Do you think that if you run, Qin won't attack? Right now, it's not a matter of them exhausting each other but whether or not the Devil Horn Empire can stop Qin. That's right. Everyone knows about Qin's wild ambitions. If they can't stop Qin, we'll be the ones to suffer. Then what should we do? If we don't leave, we'll die. If we leave, we'll die. It's so complicated. I think you're just scared. What's there to be scared of about Qin? If Qin is so terrifying, why is he being forced into hiding by the 2 factions? That's right. Now that Qin hasn't even appeared and you're scared, do you still have the guts? A bunch of cowards, what's there to be scared of? Even if I die, I'll die standing. I won't live kneeling. I don't care anymore, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I choose to leave, no one can stop me. I'm also leaving. Even if Qin defeats the 2 factions, it will still take some time for him to attack us. So what if I'm scared of dying? Fudge. If you want to scram, then scram. Don't disturb our morale. Your elder wants to see just how terrifying Qin is. When the time comes, we'll divide up Qin. Don't come running over like dogs. The factions were now split into 2 factions, one chose to stay and the other chose to leave. After hearing about this, Yao Ming and Li Baiqing's expressions became quite unsightly. In order to win over so many people, they had paid a great price. They had agreed to some requests, some had agreed to cede land, and some had given precious treasures. After paying so much, they had come to see if they could break the ward and kill Qin. Now, their lifelong pursuit was to kill Qin, and all their goals were to kill Qin. However, now that Qin had burst out such a terrifying wave, they had lost their confidence. In addition, with so many people leaving, they were even less confident. What should they do next? They were all hesitant. At this time, a skinny old man with a magic staff in his hand said seriously, "Now, Qin's fate pattern is indeed the ultimate one. It's the first time I've seen such a terrifying fate pattern. However, everything is not clear now, so it's better not to make a decision. Moreover, the ward is very powerful and can last for a few more months. Qin won't come out so soon. During this period, the two lords should figure out how to deal with Qin and find out what happened to Qin. Hearing this, Yao Ming and Li Baiqing nodded. Qin hadn't come out yet, so there was still some time. There was no need for them to panic. More importantly, it was just the terrifying fate pattern. It didn't mean that Qin's strength had increased by much. They might still have a great advantage. If they could kill Qin and absorb this ultimate fate pattern, they would also have this fate pattern. Now, they had another reason to kill Qin. They didn't know what was going on with Qin. He could always cause changes in heaven and earth, and every time, it was different. He had many opportunities. Although they didn't want to admit it, they really admired Zhao Fu. He was their greatest enemy. Then, they decided not to retreat or attack. They would build a defensive wall around Qin and see what happened first. At the same time, they continued to search for a way to break the barrier. This barrier was too disgusting, and no matter what they tried, they could not break it. Qin was right in front of them, but they could not do anything to Qin. This was quite infuriating. Only by breaking the barrier would they be able to regain the initiative. When the leaders of the remaining factions heard this, they nodded in agreement. This is the best method. We don't fear Qin too much or look down on Qin. This way, even if Qin becomes very terrifying, we will at least be able to retaliate. We won't be completely defenseless. Right now, I just want to break the barrier and see how strong Qin is. I want to see how those cowards who ran away will perform in the future. Don't be too arrogant, but I like it. If Qin cancels the barrier, do you have the guts to charge at the front? Why wouldn't I dare? However, my faction is not as strong as the Devil Horn Kingdom or the Fire Kingdom, so I won't charge in front of them. However, it won't be a problem for me to charge in front of you. You said that. Don't wait for Qin to come out. Otherwise, your faction will be the first to run. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm that kind of person? Also, there are still a few months before the barrier disappears. Qin will definitely hide inside and develop. You're quite smart. You know that Qin won't come out, so you're putting on an act here. Ha ha ha, I'm not really putting on an act. When Qin comes out, I guarantee that I'll be at the front and be even faster than the two Devil Horn factions. I say, you're becoming more and more pretentious. Just now, you said that you were behind the two factions, and now you dare to say that you're in front of them? That's right. Don't be too pretentious, or else it'll be even more embarrassing. I already said that I'm not putting on an act. If Qin comes out, just wait and see. I'll definitely be the first to charge. Of course, that's only if. If he doesn't appear, then there's nothing I can do. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive aura exploded out, causing everyone to feel shocked. The barrier in front of them was undergoing a shocking change. The Kingdom of Heaven image was disappearing, and the buildings and soldiers all disappeared. The power of Kingdom of Heaven's protection was weakening. Everyone widened their eyes, finding this a bit hard to believe. Heavenly Country's barrier was disappearing, the power of Kingdom of Heaven's protection continued to weaken and the enchantment was disappearing. Everyone was finally sure that Kingdom of Heaven's protection enchantment was disappearing. But how could the Kingdom of Heaven's protective enchantment disappear? Wasn't it going to take a few months? How could he be so fast? Everyone suddenly had a bad feeling that Qin was about to come out. Thinking of this, everyone felt nervous, afraid, and a hint of anticipation. After such a long time, what did Qin look like now? And what was the reason for Qin's fluctuation just now? Everything would be revealed soon. The barrier completely disappeared, and groups of Qin soldiers wearing black armor and holding all sorts of weapons appeared on the ground. They had cold expressions and gave off powerful auras. It was like a black ocean that could destroy everything. No one could resist it. Behind them, there were also huge metal creatures that were thousands of meters tall. There were all kinds of them, including turtles, lions, tigers, crocodiles. Their bodies were all made of metal, and even though they looked different, there were cannons on their bodies that gave off cold light and destructive auras. There were also mechanical wyverns and some mechanical birds flying in the sky. Their massive bodies covered the sky, and they gave off a massive might that covered the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Sensing this massive power, they felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and a wave of terror flowed out of their hearts. Was this Qin's current strength? The Qin soldiers gave off auras that rivaled stage 2 soldiers, and they gave off a metallic sharpness that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Were these still the Qin soldiers from before? Before, Qin's soldiers were incredibly cruel and cold-blooded, and they were like killing machines. Now, they were like icy machines. The key thing was not just a single soldier but an ocean of soldiers. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the war god beasts. How could Qin have gold refinement god beasts? Moreover, there were so many of them, this was almost impossible. First of all, the Heaven Awakened World's factions were being suppressed by the Gold Refinement World and were in a relatively weak position, making it impossible for them to defeat the Gold Refinement God families. If one wanted to obtain Gold Refinement God beasts, they first had to destroy the Gold Refinement God families. If they could not even destroy the Gold Refinement God families, how could they obtain Gold Refinement God beasts? Moreover, the Gold Refinement God beasts could only be controlled by people from the Gold Refinement God families. Because they belonged to different worlds, the Heaven Awakened World's people could only destroy the Gold Refinement God family's legacies and could not occupy them. This made it so that the Heaven Awakened World could not control the Gold Refinement God families. Of course, there was another method, which was to make the families submit without occupying the legacies. However, that would be incredibly dangerous. It was evident that Qin had chosen the second method. Now that there were so many Gold Refinement God families, how many families would he subdue? Was Qin not afraid of death, or was the despicable Qin working together with the Gold Refinement God families to harm them? However, this was not too likely. The Heaven Awakened World's consciousness had clearly stated that anyone who worked with the Gold Refinement World would be killed. If Qin dared to openly work with the Gold Refinement World, wasn't that just seeking death? However, no one could understand why Qin had so many Gold Refinement God beasts. However, they had fought with the Gold Refinement World before and knew how terrifying these Gold Refinement God beasts were. Facing such terrifying Gold Refinement God beasts and countless Qin soldiers, countless people felt despair. Yao Ming and Li Baiqing's expressions were quite unsightly. Damn it! Everyone, retreat! The person at the front immediately gave the order to retreat. This was evidently a battle that they would definitely lose, and anyone who stayed behind would be idiots. Everyone else's expressions were quite unsightly and they also gave the order to retreat. They understood the current situation. When the retreating army saw the soldiers running away like mad dogs, their expressions became blank, not knowing what was going on. What's wrong? Weren't you supposed to defend against Qin? Why are you running away in fear? Qin released the barrier and charged out. It's too terrifying, I've never seen such a terrifying army before. Also, Qin has Gold Refinement God beasts, anyone who stays there will definitely die. Fudge. Why didn't you say so earlier? Your elder knew that Qin was terrifying. I told you to run from the start, but you were still acting cool. Now, do you know how to be afraid? Don't waste words. Hurry up and run. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Alright. We'll leave immediately. That's right, where's the most pretentious person? Did he rush up first? What happened to him? Don't even mention it, he ran faster than a rabbit and is already in front of us. He acted so pretentiously just then, and now he's been slapped in the face. Fudge. He's already in front of us, let's hurry and run. The various armies hurriedly ran, leaving behind the Devil Horn Empire's and Fire Kingdom's armies. It was not that they did not want to retreat, but that Qin's gaze had been on them from the very beginning. Once they chose to retreat, Qin would immediately chase after them. When that time came, they would be at a great disadvantage. Without a formation, they would not be able to defend or attack, and it would be a massacre. Now that the Devil Horn Empire's and Fire Kingdom's armies had formed a defensive formation, they could only try to see if they could defend. Zhao Fu stood at the front of Qin's army and looked at Yao Ming and Li Baiqing as he smiled and said, "Long time no see, you're still so weak." Yao Ming and Li Baiqing's faces became even more terrifyingly pale. Right now, Zhao Fu felt incredibly different from the Zhao Fu from before, as if he was a completely different person. This was especially so because they could sense an aura of the source of all things from Zhao Fu's body. Under this kind of aura, they all felt a sense of inferiority and insignificance. What was going on? How had Zhao Fu become so terrifying? Right now, the two of them were quite afraid of Zhao Fu and understood that they were not a match for Zhao Fu. The difference between them and Zhao Fu was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. However, even so, they would not admit defeat. Yao Ming said coldly, "Boy, don't be too arrogant. Back then, who was forced to hide in a barrier? If it wasn't for that barrier, we would have long since destroyed you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "You're underestimating Qin and me too much. Do you think you can destroy Qin like that? Keep dreaming." Li Baiqing looked at Zhao Fu without saying anything. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's a pity that the Fiery Kingdom has a scourge like you. Since you become Qin's enemy, I'll destroy the Fiery Kingdom. I'm looking forward to the taste of your mother-in-law and wife. You deserve to die. How dare you insult the princess and empress?" A muscular flame general angrily shouted, looking like he wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said with a light smile, "I'm not insulting you, I'll really do it. You can go back and tell them that all of your concubines in the palace can be washed clean for me to enjoy." The flame general was so angry that his face became red. Just as he was about to say something, Li Baiqing spoke first, "You're an animal. My mother is your stepmother, and my wife is your sister-in-law. Not only did you violate them, but you also want to insult my wife and mother-in-law." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I never said that I was your big brother, nor did I acknowledge that identity. There's no point in using this against me. That's right, your father and grandfather are currently in prison, and they miss you a lot. How about you come back with me to properly meet them and have a good reunion with your family?" Li Baiqing angrily said, "Don't give me that. Right now, Qin is very powerful, but you dare to say such words? I'll report this matter to the Fiery Kingdom. When the Fiery Kingdom's true army arrives, I'll personally save them." Zhao Fu loudly laughed, "Do you think that Qin is afraid of him? I won't waste any more words. Everyone, listen to my orders and attack." Boom! Boom! As Zhao Fu gave the order, the mechanical wyverns in the sky opened their mouths and shot out massive beams of light that contained immense power. They shot forwards, seeming as if they wanted to destroy the sky. Boom! 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 The war saint beasts on the ground pointed their cannons forwards, and beams of light containing immense power shot out. They seemed to be able to pierce through everything as they shot forwards, bringing with them massive gales. Facing so many terrifying attacks, the Fiery Kingdom's army and Devil Horn army immediately gave off different colored auras, forming two massive defensive barriers that covered the entire army. Bang! 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 Massive sounds sounded out as the beams of light smashed against the defensive barriers. Countless rays of light shot out, illuminating the surroundings, and terrifying shockwaves spread out like a flood. When everything dissipated, they saw that the two defensive barriers had been blasted into a very large gap. Below the gap, there were many large holes. Many of them were broken corpses and chunks of flesh. Blood had already dyed the ground red. This wave of attacks had killed at least millions of people, and if it wasn't for the powerful defensive barriers blocking most of the power, who knew how many people would have died? Kill! Countless Qin's soldiers were like a black flood, giving off terrifying auras as they charged forwards, and it was impossible to stop them. Seeing the Qin's soldiers ferociously charging at them, the Devil Horn and Fiery Kingdom soldiers looked somewhat afraid. Swish, 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 the Devil Horn army shot out sharp arrows that drew out arcs in the air, giving off sharp auras as they descended like a torrential rain. On the Qin side, the Devil Horn army gave off massive black aura flames that covered the army and blocked all of the arrows. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, shaking the surroundings. The black flood ferociously smashed against the Devil Horn army, and the soldiers on both sides started to fight. Yao Ming immediately said, "Li Baiqing, my army will be the main force to stall Qin's army. Your army is stronger and will attack Qin's army from two sides and cut off Qin's army." Li Baiqing nodded. Fiery Kingdom soldiers were Stage 2 soldiers, and they were very useful against Stage 1 soldiers. Even though Great Qin's soldiers looked quite terrifying and could rival Stage 2 soldiers, they had the advantage in numbers and were not at a complete disadvantage. The two sides quickly obeyed their orders, and the Devil Horn army blocked Qin's army from the front while the Fiery Kingdom's soldiers attacked from the sides. Boom, boom. Boom, at that moment, the Qin's soldiers gave off waves of green aura flames, giving off a metallic aura, and their skin seemed to become metallic. Li Baiqing and the Devil Horn army felt quite startled. Sensing this aura, they could not believe it. Arg, pained cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. People fell, and a dense stench of blood spread out. The scene was incredibly chaotic, and both sides started to fight intensely. Qin's soldiers had a great advantage in this battle. A Qin soldier holding a saber sent alchemy power into his saber, causing it to give off a sharp saber chi. He vigorously slashed out, and an extremely sharp saber light split a Fiery Kingdom's soldier in half. A Qin soldier held a spear and sent a wave of alchemy power into it. The spear gave off a sharp aura as it vigorously stabbed forwards, easily piercing through a Devil Horn soldier's body. One of the flame soldiers exploded out with a powerful fiery aura as he gripped his large sword and vigorously slashed out, sending a great Qin soldier flying and creating a lot of sparks. A Devil Horn soldier's expression was savage as he held a spear and gave off a powerful aura as he desperately rushed forwards. The spear pierced through the Qin soldier's chest, but the Qin soldier did not immediately die. He waved his hand, and a cold light flashed as a head fell to the ground. That's alchemy power. Yao Ming and Li Baiqing looked at this scene in shock. They had never thought that not only did Qin control god beasts, but he also had alchemy power. How could Qin control all of this? The Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom had more people, but they were unable to stop Qin's soldiers. The ordinary Devil Horn soldiers were not a match for Qin's soldiers at all, and the Stage 2 Flame Horn soldiers did not have much of an advantage. If this went on, they would definitely lose. Roar. Roar, roar. Massive roars sounded out as massive lizard-like flame beasts and various devil beasts gave off powerful auras as they rushed out, as if nothing could stop them. Yao Ming and the Fire Kingdom wanted to use the flame beasts and devil beasts to stop Qin's attack. Boom. Boom, the war god beasts' cannons and mechanical dragons shot out massive beams of light at the devil beasts, giving off terrifying power as they shot forwards, causing people to feel terror. The devil beasts sensed how terrifying this power was and gave off boundless devil chi, forming defensive barriers to protect themselves. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as the countless beams of light hit the devil beasts, resulting in massive explosions. White light once again covered the surroundings, making it impossible to see anything, but terrifying ripples spread out. The shockwaves once again spread out and some of the demon beasts were directly blasted into pieces. Some of the demon beasts had large holes pierced through their bodies and some of the demon beasts suffered serious injuries. This wave of attacks dealt great damage to the devil beasts and flame beasts. There was a big gap between the Heaven Awakened World's massive beasts and the Alchemy World Saint beasts, which was why the Alchemy World Saint beasts were a big advantage. When fighting against the Alchemy World, Zhao Fu didn't dare to directly use the Qin Behemoth to fight against the Alchemy Holy Beasts because of this reason. Yao Ming and Li Baiqing's faces turned even uglier when they saw that the demonic beasts had suffered heavy losses. Roar, loud roars followed, and Qin beasts appeared one after another. There were huge spiders, huge grey wolves, giants that were hundreds of meters tall, and even larger sea beasts. Countless massive beasts rushed out, and their ferocious auras were even more terrifying than the Devil Horn armies. Countless people felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies could not help but tremble. Kill. The Qin soldiers' confidence was greatly boosted, and they loudly roared as they charged at the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom soldiers. The battle became even more intense, and blood continuously flew everywhere as more and more people died. Yao Ming and Li Baiqing understood that they had lost this time. If they did not retreat, there would be countless casualties, and it was even possible that they would be completely annihilated. Everyone, retreat. Yao Ming and Li Baiqing looked furious and gritted their teeth, unwilling to give this order. The Devil Horn soldiers and Fire Kingdom soldiers felt as if they had been granted amnesty and let out sighs of relief. Facing such terrifying Qin soldiers, they felt quite afraid. They were not a group of people but a group of cold-killing machines. The Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom soldiers started to retreat, while the Qin soldiers ferociously chased after them, slashing at the soldiers who were running away. Arg! Pained cries continuously sounded out as the Devil Horn soldiers and Fire Kingdom soldiers hacked and slashed, causing blood to fly everywhere as people fell to the ground and died, creating a gory scene. Because of the chaotic battle, the Alchemy Saint Beasts were not used, but the Qin Saint Beasts charged forwards, their massive bodies knocking soldiers flying like pebbles. Some of the massive beasts used their massive bodies to crush people into meat paste, causing blood to fly everywhere, causing people to feel a chill. There was nothing they could do, and Li Baiqing and Yao Ming could only leave behind a portion of their people to stall the Qin soldiers while the rest continued to run. Qin madly slaughtered, and the remaining people were quickly killed by Qin soldiers, unable to stop Qin soldiers for long. However, by now, the two armies had reached teleportation points, and people instantly disappeared and were teleported to other places. Qin soldiers continued to ferociously chase after the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom soldiers. News of the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom's pitiful defeat quickly spread, and the leaders who had run away were not surprised at all. They had personally seen Qin's strength and understood that they would definitely lose, or else they would not have chosen to run. Luckily the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom had stopped Qin, or else they would not have had time to run. After hearing about this, the most powerful alliance and the Second Aeolian Empire felt quite shocked. Qin was so terrifying. Not only did he have Alchemy Saint Beasts, but his soldiers also had Alchemy Saint Beasts. Even if the two factions worked together, they would not be a match for him. What should they do now? They had been sitting here and watching the two factions fight for a long time, and they had made preparations at any moment. If the two factions could break through Qin, they would immediately lead their armies and charge into Qin to take advantage of the situation. On the contrary, now that Qin was too powerful, they could not ignore him and allow Qin to destroy the two factions, or else they would also suffer. As such, they split into two armies and attacked Qin from two sides. Zhao Fu quickly heard about this and was not too surprised. Seeing that most of the people had run away, he gave the order to stop attacking and turn to other battlefields. Only corpses were left on the ground. Most of them were the corpses of the two armies, but there were also a few corpses of great Qin soldiers. Blood dyed the ground red, and the dense stench of blood could be smelled even from far away. This was the bitter result of war. Countless white-haired people would send off their black-haired people, and countless families would be destroyed. Qin was quite fast and arrived at the two battlefields. However, when the Alliance and the Second Aeolian Empire saw how terrifying Qin's soldiers were, they did not dare to attack, and they dejectedly retreated. They did not really want to start a war, they just wanted to stall Qin and prevent the two factions from being destroyed. Now, they had achieved their goal. Yao Ming miserably led his army back to the Devil Horn Empire. Seeing that Qin had not attacked, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief and immediately ordered people to strengthen their defenses and activate various formations to prevent Qin from attacking. Yao Ming's face was incredibly pale. He now understood that he and Zhao Fu were no longer on the same level, and the Devil Horn Empire was no longer on the same level as the Qin Empire. Both he and the Devil Horn Empire were no longer a match for Qin. This dealt a heavy blow to Yao Ming, who had been very confident and wanted to destroy Qin, and he no longer had the confidence he had before. Now, he was thinking about how to defend against Qin in the future and not how to attack Qin. The Devil Horn Empire had suffered great losses this time. Only half of the 30 billion Devil Horn soldiers had returned, and a large number of soldiers had either escaped or died at Qin's hands. It would take a lot of time and resources to replenish its forces, and the Devil Horn Empire's Genesis Qi had been greatly damaged. Zhao Fu looked over and saw that Li Baiqing and the Fire Kingdom had arrived, and he had fled back in a sorry state. At that moment, a valiant-looking general furiously said, "Emperor's son-in-law, I'm going to strip you of all your authority. Now, I announce that you are stripped of all your authority, and the army will be under my command. I will immediately order the withdrawal of the entire army. It's not that we didn't gain anything from this battle, but we lost 8 billion or so soldiers, which was a heavy blow to the Fire Kingdom. I don't want the remaining soldiers to die here. Also, I'll report everything that happened here to His Majesty. As for what he'll decide, don't have too much hope." Li Baiqing's face was pale, and his body felt quite powerless, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He had nothing to begin with, and he had relied on the Fire Kingdom's faction to obtain his current status and authority. Now that his authority had been stripped away, he was nothing and did not have any authority at all. He understood this outcome. Back when he had attacked Qin, he had thought that the Fire Kingdom would be able to easily destroy Qin. However, he had never thought that Qin would develop so quickly. Not only had it stopped the Fire Kingdom's army, but it had also caused the Fire Kingdom to suffer such heavy losses. He had expected this outcome, but he was powerless to change anything and could only accept his fate. He was even thinking that he really wasn't the most suitable person to inherit the Great Tang's legacy. What if the Great Tang's legacy was passed to Zhao Fu? Would the Tang Empire be as powerful as Qin? Would it have the glory of Qin? Now, the inheritance of the Tang Empire must be regretting to death. If it knew what had happened now, it would have refused everyone's test and given the inheritance to Zhao Fu before Qin did. It was very likely that the Great Tang was also so powerful that it not only destroyed all the human factions, but also became the most terrifying faction in this region. It was a pity that everything could not be redone. Perhaps it was as if everything was destined. Back then, in order to seize the throne, Li Shimin caused the Xuanwu Gate incident and killed his own brother. Later on, Wu Zetian and Li Ji also fought for power. Moreover, this was not the end. Later on, when Wu Zetian's son became the emperor, he was harmed by his own empress and daughter, who also wanted to become the emperor. Then, Li Longji fought with Princess Taiping for the throne. In the end, he killed Princess Taiping and succeeded in seizing the throne. In the end, Li Longji was obsessed with Yang Guifei, causing the Ungshi rebellion to occur. He fled to Maowei, where there was a mutiny, and his throne was taken by his own son. Brothers killing each other, husband and wife killing each other, and father and son killing each other, this was quite common in the Li family. Perhaps this was why such a thing had happened. Li Baiqing's confidence had been completely crushed by Zhao Fu, and he had lost all motivation. His eyes were quite empty, and his face was quite dim. As Li Baiqing's military advisor, Su Yan heavily sighed. After opposing Qin so many times, he felt quite tired and understood that he was not a match for Zhao Fu at all. Perhaps he should have listened to his junior apprentice brother Zhang Heng and traveled the world instead of opposing Qin. The valiant general looked at Li Baiqing and the others and gave the order, "Keep an eye on them." The generals and soldiers obeyed and looked at Li Baiqing furiously. All of this was because of Li Baiqing and the others that countless people had died, and they placed their resentment on him. This put an end to Li Baiqing and the others' thoughts of escaping, and they were brought back to the Fire Kingdom by the generals. Within the palace, a valiant-looking middle-aged man had a cold expression as he looked at Li Baiqing and the others kneeling below. He was the king of the Fire Kingdom, Hua Baiwu. Before, Hua Baiwu greatly trusted Li Baiqing and admired him. He felt that Li Baiqing was very talented, and he had planned to properly nurture him after Li Baiqing destroyed that faction. In the future, he would hand the throne to his daughter, and he would help manage it. However, he had never thought that Li Baiqing and so many Stage 2 soldiers would not only be unable to destroy a border faction, but they would also suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of that new faction. "What do you have to say?" Hua Baiwu asked coldly. Li Baiqing's expression was dim as he said in disappointment, "I have nothing to say, a loss is a loss." Hua Baiwu coldly harumphed, "Since you know you're wrong, don't blame me. You need to give an explanation for this." The princess of the Fire Kingdom, who was Li Baiqing's wife, Hua Qing'er, hurriedly rushed out and cried as she begged, "Imperial father. This isn't Baiqing's fault, it's that Qin is too powerful. You know Baiqing's abilities." Sitting next to him was a beautiful woman with a seductive figure and fiery long hair. She was called Hua Donmei, and she could not help but say, "Your Majesty, Qing'er is right." This time, Li Baiqing didn't attack by himself, and he attacked with a powerful faction. However, he still lost, that Qin's faction is too powerful. Hearing this, Hua Baiwu suppressed his anger and looked at the valiant general as he asked, "Is everything you said true? Not only does that faction have many war saint beasts, but its soldiers also grasp smelting power?" The valiant general replied confidently, "That's right. There's no falsehood at all." Everyone in the hall was startled. This matter was very shocking to them. How could a kingdom of a desolate world have holy alchemy beasts? Moreover, there were also soldiers who had mastered the power of alchemy. Was this an ordinary force? Moreover, it was said that even though this faction called Qin was a new world, it had become a local tyrant, and many factions feared it. In fact, sometimes, it had to ally with countless factions to suppress it. Everyone was quite curious as to what kind of faction Qin was. Why did it have such terrifying strength? Now, it indeed had the strength to threaten the Fire Kingdom. Now that there was such a great enmity between him and Qin, they were now enemies and could not be reconciled. Hearing that bastard say that he wanted his concubine and daughter to be washed for him to enjoy, Huabaiwu felt incredibly furious. Huabaiwu also wanted to kill Zhao Fu and show this arrogant fellow how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. He wanted to understand just what sort of faction Qin was. Huabaiwu's gaze fell on Li Baiqing as he said, "Tell me everything you know about Qin." Li Baiqing did not hide anything and told Huabaiwu about how Qin had grown from a small village into a massive empire. After hearing Li Baiqing's explanation, everyone, including Huabaiwu, looked incredibly shocked. How could there be such a genius in the world? He had turned a small village into a massive empire in such a short period of time. If it had been them, they definitely would not have been able to do such a thing. They all felt that they could not compare to Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu's potential was unimaginable to them. Now, everyone understood why Li Baiqing had lost to Qin. It was only natural for him to lose to someone like that. There was an honest-looking young man who was the emperor's son-in-law and had a very high status in the Fire country. However, he was an honest person and was not suitable to be a king. There was a gentle-looking woman next to him, who was the Fire country's eldest princess, Huameimu. The two of them had a very close relationship with the third princess and felt that this matter could not be blamed on Li Baiqing. As such, they stepped forward and bowed as they said, "Imperial Father, Baiqing has done his best. Baiqing has already tried his best in this matter. Please give me a lighter punishment." Apart from the two of them, there was a man and a woman standing by the side. The man looked quite thin and weak and seemed to be afraid of trouble, while the woman had a graceful figure and gave off an unruly aura. The man was the second emperor's son-in-law and had a very noble status, and he was the son of a minister. The woman was the second princess, Huabainiao. Before, she and the third princess had a good relationship, but after Li Baiqing had come, their relationship had deteriorated because she was also very interested in the throne. However, after Li Baiqing had come, he had become a great threat to her. Now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, and they greatly admired him. If this continued, her third sister would definitely become a king, and Li Baiqing would support her. The blazing white bird stepped forward and snorted. "Father! He caused the deaths of so many soldiers. If we don't punish him severely, how can we face those soldiers who died?" Hearing this, Huabaiwu also sank into deep thought. "I will deal with this matter later. Right now, the matter of this Qin is the most important. How do you think we should deal with this matter?" A minister with a long beard and a fiery court robe said, "I think that since Qin is so powerful and we are so far away from him, there is no reason for us to have a dispute with him. We'd better not provoke him in the future. We should think of a way to resolve this grudge." Another minister said, "I think so too. There is no conflict of interest between the Fiery Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. The battles between the two sides are meaningless." The burly middle-aged general in armor said angrily, "Qin killed so many of our soldiers and generals. How can we just let it go? Also, that scum publicly said that he had tarnished the Fire royal family. If we let this go, where would the Fire royal family's face be? I also can't accept this. That Qin killed so many of our soldiers and insulted the Fire royal family. If we go and resolve this grudge, who would be willing to accept this?" Another general said. Another minister stood up and retorted, "What else can we do? We don't know how that Qin has become so terrifying. If we continue to oppose him, the Fire royal family will be destroyed at their hands sooner or later." Another minister stood up and said, "That's right. Even if we send out the entire Fire royal family, we won't be able to destroy Qin. As such, there's no need to continue." A general said coldly, "That faction hasn't developed yet, which is why we need to destroy him. Otherwise, who will be able to stop him once he grows up?" Also, you said that you want to resolve this grudge with him, but that's your own idea. Do you really think that Qin will easily resolve this grudge? After all, we attacked Qin first, causing Qin to suffer many losses. Finally, he and the third prince's son-in-law are mortal enemies and cannot be reconciled. Do you really think he'll let the third prince's son-in-law off? These words caused the hall to fall silent. What he said was the most important question. Even if they were willing to resolve this grudge with Qin, would Qin be willing to resolve this grudge with them? Moreover, if they wanted to resolve this grudge, the first thing they should do was to send Li Baiqing to Qin. However, Li Baiqing was the third princess son-in-law. Not only did the king and the queen dote on her, but Li Baiqing also had outstanding abilities. Would the king hand over Li Baiqing? Everyone did not know what the king would do, so they could only look at the king. Li Baiqing started to feel quite nervous. If he was sent back to Qin, he did not dare to imagine what the consequences would be. He would definitely be in a miserable state. More importantly, he wanted to take revenge against Qin and seek justice for his loved ones, his parents, and his grandfather. He wanted to make Qin suffer a terrible price, and he definitely could not be sent back to Qin. Li Baiqing knelt on the ground and said earnestly, "I'm willing to give up my bloodline and join the Fire Kingdom. I'm willing to devote my entire life to the Fire Kingdom. From my understanding of Zhao Fu, even if you send me back, he will not resolve this grudge. Moreover, he's the type of person who will do what he says. If he says he'll destroy the Fire Kingdom, he will destroy it. If he says he'll defile the Fire Royal Clan, he will defile the Fire Royal Clan. He's never failed to do this." Su Yan knelt on the ground and understood that this was a critical moment. He did not want to be sent back to Qin, because he would definitely be tortured to death and his soul would dissipate. "Your Majesty." Li Baiqing's words are all true. Back then, Zhao Fu was able to do anything, and he loved to play with other people's wives, daughters, and mothers. Everyone knows about this perverted hobby. Now that he has said such words, he will definitely do it in the future. Baiqing's mother and the person she once loved have been played and defiled by that bastard. Her father and grandfather are even locked up in prison and suffering. Do you think this kind of person can be trusted? The valiant general's expression was quite unsightly as he said, "He's right, I've heard this rumor in that region, and everyone knows about it. Who knows how many women there are in his imperial palace?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It seemed that there was no way to resolve this grudge. Huabaiwu thought for a long time before saying seriously, "All right. I will let you off this time. Go and accept the inheritance of the Fire Country and become a member of the Fire race's royal family." One of the ways to obtain a bloodline was to obtain a corresponding bloodline through the corresponding inheritance. For example, one would obtain the royal bloodline of a certain country by inheriting the inheritance of a certain country, and one would obtain the corresponding bloodline of a certain family. This type of bloodline naturally could not be compared to a pure bloodline. This was because one could only obtain a bloodline through receiving an inheritance, and it only allowed one to become a member of the race. Now, Li Baiqing was saying that he would give up his own bloodline. Even though he would obtain the pure Inferno royal bloodline, the Great Tang bloodline in his body would become a secondary bloodline. Although he was still relatively pure, he had automatically lost the legacy of the Great Tang and his identity as the successor of the Great Tang. Right now, he was more like a member of the Inferno royalty than a successor of the Great Tang. It could be said that Li Baiqing had not only betrayed the Li family, but also the Tang dynasty. Li Baiqing had originally been proud of his clan and the legacy of the Great Tang, and he had acknowledged his own identity. But now, he was about to betray his clan and the Great Tang, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Although Li Baiqing did not want to do this, he had no other choice. He could only choose this method. Also, the current Fire Country's legacy was definitely stronger than the Great Tang's legacy. The Great Tang's legacy was just a historical legacy, while the Fire Country's legacy was a true kingdom's legacy. Subsequently, Li Baiqing followed Huabaiwu to a grand hall. There was nothing in the hall other than a platform with a fiery Rubik's Cube floating in the air and a fire salamander statue. The fiery cube was the Fire Nation's legacy stone, while the lizard statue was the Fire Nation's nation armament, the Crimson Flame Salamander. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Li Baiqing stood in front of the stage while Hu Baiwu stood on the stage and controlled the legacy stone. A massive wave of flames flowed out, forming an enormous mite. The temperature rose, and the air became scalding. On the platform, Hu Baiwu extended his hand and pushed towards Li Baiqing. Huge flames gushed out from the inheritance stone and ferociously poured into Li Baiqing's body. Li Baiqing's body quickly transformed under the support of the great power. It was as if every part of his body was on fire. A wave of flames also fused into his soul, causing his soul to burn. The process was somewhat painful. In the eyes of the bystanders, Li Baiqing had turned into a man of fire. His entire body was burning with countless flames. He knelt on the ground in pain and screamed miserably. As time passed, the flames on Li Baiqing's body grew smaller and a formless aura slowly spread out. Roar, an unwilling and sorrowful dragon roar resounded within Li Baiqing's body. A golden divine dragon exuding a noble aura dissipated within Li Baiqing's body. It was the legacy of the Great Tang. Now that Li Baiqing had betrayed the Li clan and the Great Tang, the legacy of the Great Tang had disappeared. After suffering several heavy blows, the Great Tang's legacy had become extremely weak. Now that it had suffered another blow, it could no longer maintain its strength and collapsed. The Great Tang's legacy no longer existed in this world. If they could really do it all over again, the Great Tang legacy would definitely choose Zhao Fu at all costs. The result would be the complete opposite. One would be heaven while the other would be hell. Roar, after the purple divine dragon exuding a noble aura dissipated, another dragon roar sounded out. Countless flames gathered within Li Baiqing's body, forming a fire dragon that gave off immense heat. This fire dragon was made of flames and had a pair of large flame wings. It did not have dragon claws, and it had a pair of gem-like eyes and a pair of ox-like horns. It was the Fire Kingdom's legacy. Seeing this, Hu Baiwu smiled and retracted the legacy power. Finally, the flames on Li Baiqing's body dissipated. His appearance had greatly changed. His hair became fiery red, his eyes became fiery red, and his ears became very small. His body gave off a fiery aura. The current Li Baiqing was no longer the Li Baiqing of the past. He had a different legacy, different power, and different appearance. Hu Baiwu looked at Li Baiqing and gave a satisfied smile as he nodded. Li Baiqing was now a member of the Fire Kingdom's royal family, and he could be better nurtured in the future. Li Baiqing's matter had come to an end. As for Qin's matter, they still had to discuss it in detail. This time, Hu Baiwu decided to let Li Baiqing handle it personally. This matter was simply too important. Finally, his gaze returned to where Qin was. The Alliance and Second Wind God did not dare to attack Qin, so Zhao Fu did not attack them. Instead, he turned his forces and headed back to the original battlefield. Because they had left in a hurry, they had not ordered people to clean up the battlefield. Now that they had returned, Zhao Fu ordered people to start cleaning up the battlefield. He also ordered his soldiers to continue to attack. Zhao Fu heard that the Fire Kingdom's army had retreated back to the Fire Kingdom. Now that they had retreated, Zhao Fu had one less opponent. Now, only the Devil Horn Army, Alliance, and Second Wind God were left. This was definitely a good thing for Zhao Fu. He could now focus on destroying the remaining factions, and the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. As for now, Zhao Fu did not continue to attack the other factions and instead turned to attack the Fire Kingdom's base. Back then, when the Fire Kingdom had appeared there, they had chased the people from that continent to the other two continents. The world where the Fire Kingdom's base was located was called the Forest World. It was a world of forests, and there were forest people living there. Other than that, they looked like normal humans, but they had green eyes and brown hair. There were a few leaves on their heads, and their bodies gave off a woody aura. They were not very strong. The forest people had been heavily injured when the Fire Kingdom had been in power, and their strength had been greatly reduced. Afterwards, many factions had been worried about the Fire Kingdom, so they had moved to this world. This caused the forest people's strength to become even weaker. Zhao Fu's goal was to destroy this world. Qin only had 9 worlds, and he only lacked one to become a royal kingdom. Zhao Fu just needed to take down this forest people world, which was why he had turned back. Moreover, Qin's main goal was to attack more enemies, seize more land, and speed up the three realms' development. With the forest people's current strength, they did not have any way to defend against Qin's attacks. This was to be expected. The forest people only had 3 continents, and one had been easily taken over by the Fire Kingdom's army. Now, Qin had easily taken over that region, and they had not paid any price or casualties. Following this, Qin had attacked the other 2 continents. Before, the forest people had been worried because of the existence of the Flame Army. They were not a match for the Flame Army at all. Back then, the Flame Army had been able to easily take down a continent. The forest world only had 3 continents, and it would have been easy for the Flame Army to destroy the forest world. However, the Flame Army had not done so. Back then, they had been members of the Alliance and had not wanted to be destroyed by the Devil Horn and Qin. However, because of the Flame Army's appearance, the Alliance had abandoned them. Now that the Flame Army had appeared, it was much better than abandoning them. Although they were furious, there was nothing they could do about it. Now that the Flame Army had left, the forest people were naturally happy. They thought that their world had been saved, and some of the forest people who had been chased to other worlds wanted to return to their homes. However, they were not happy too early. After the wolf left, a tiger appeared. No, it was not a tiger but a ferocious dragon. Qin had suddenly changed directions to attack the forest world, which the other factions had not expected. Now, there were only 3 factions that could stop Qin: the Alliance, the Devil Horn, and the Wind God. The Devil Horn tribe was now afraid of Qin and focused on building defenses. Adding on the fact that they had suffered great losses, they could not attack Qin. The Alliance and the Wind God were in a tough spot. Even if they used their previous method to attack Qin so that Qin could not attack others, they had just used this method. Qin was prepared, and if they used it again, it would not be very effective. The key was that Qin had been incredibly fast. Even if they attacked Qin, Qin's soldiers would only need to hold on for a while before Qin would be able to destroy the forest world and turn to attack them. However, if they did not do anything and Qin took down the forest world, it would become a royal kingdom. It would be the first royal kingdom in this region. In the end, the 2 factions decided to send out small groups of soldiers to test Qin's defenses. If they were not strong, they would attack. If they were, they could only watch. Charge, the 2 factions sent out a few armies to attack Qin from different directions. Very quickly, they obtained results. Not only were there many soldiers guarding the city walls, but there were also many ferocious beasts. Everyone in the Alliance and Wind God could only sigh. They could no longer stop Qin's rise. By now, Qin had officially started to attack the 2 continents. Massive waves of soldiers arrived at the city walls, giving off an incredibly terrifying aura. No one could stop them and destroy everything. When the forest guards on the city walls sensed this aura, their faces turned pale and fear surged in their hearts. Originally, they had thought that Huiyan's army was terrifying enough. Now, it seemed that Qin's army was even more terrifying. That was why they could defeat Huiyan's army and make them flee in panic. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked down at the terrified forest folk as he said with a domineering smile, "Either kneel and submit, or die." A mature woman with tanned skin and a pretty face said with a pale face, "We don't want to be enemies with you, Qin. Please, Qin, let us go." Her name was Sanin, and she was the leader of the most powerful faction in the continent. Beside her were the leaders of the various factions. They looked at Zhao Fu in terror, and their gazes were filled with hope and begging for Qin to let them go. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile as he said, "Everyone, attack." Boom, boom. Boom, the war saint beasts, who had long since been prepared, aimed their cannons at the defensive city walls. Massive beams of light shot out, bringing with them immense power as they tore through the sky and landed on the city walls. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as terrifying shockwaves spread out. Some of the city walls were unable to block the beams of light at all and were blasted apart. Countless rocks flew everywhere, and the people on the city walls fell down and screamed. Kill! Qin's soldiers roared and gave off a massive aura as they flooded forwards like a black tidal wave. The forest men did their best to counterattack, shooting out wooden spikes. However, they were unable to deal any damage to Qin's soldiers, and they then unleashed their race's abilities. They cut their wrists and allowed their blood to drip onto the ground. The blood seemed to have a mind of its own and flowed into the ground. Countless green sprouts burst out of the ground and quickly grew, giving off an aura of life. Following this, the ground split open as monsters grew out. These were the tree monsters that the forest men had summoned. The tree monsters were 3 meters tall and were as thin as tree trunks. They were brown, and their hands were like sharp claws. There were leaves on their heads, and they gave off a powerful aura. There were not many of them. Roar! Roar, roar! The tree monsters roared at Qin's soldiers, and their roars shook the surroundings before ferociously rushing at Qin's soldiers. Even though the tree monsters gave off powerful auras, Qin's soldiers were not afraid because they were more powerful than the tree monsters. Waves of alchemy power flowed out as countless metals gathered in the air, forming large sharp swords that gave off shocking auras. Shing, 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 sword hums sounded out as the soldiers controlled their large swords and slashed towards the tree monsters. They were incredibly fast and left behind afterimages, causing people's hairs to stand on end. The tree monsters swung their sharp claws, wanting to block the large swords. However, there were simply too many of them, and the large swords pierced through the tree monsters' bodies. Some of the tree monsters' bodies were cut into pieces, causing yellow blood to fly everywhere. Most of the tree monsters, which had seemed quite powerful, had died, and only a small portion remained. Qin's soldiers gave off ferocious auras as they charged forwards. The two armies quickly clashed, and the outcome was quite obvious. The Flame Army and Devil Horn Army were not a match for Qin's soldiers, so how could the Forest Men be a match for Qin's soldiers? Arg! Pained cries sounded out as blood flew everywhere. Facing Qin's soldiers, the Forest Men were unable to resist at all, and they were almost slaughtered. The two armies gave off ferocious auras as they clashed together. However, in just a few exchanges, the Forest Men were forced back, and the Forest Men soldiers all looked terrified. Seeing the countless Forest Men soldiers die, the leaders furiously roared and exploded out with all of their power as they charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked quite disdainful. He was now an Emperor Heaven Realm expert and would have no problem sweeping through the central domain. If these people dared to charge at him, they were naturally seeking death. "I'm going to kill you." The first to rush over was a burly man. He raised his saber with both hands and sent a wave of power into it, causing the saber to give off an intense saber light. Before the burly man could slash out, Zhao Fu instantly disappeared, and his hand pierced through the burly man's chest, causing blood to fly everywhere. As expected, the burly man was instantly killed. Swish, a figure suddenly appeared behind Zhao Fu. It was an elder wearing tight green clothes. He held a dagger in his hand, and it gave off a cold light as it slashed towards Zhao Fu's throat. If they wanted Qin's soldiers to retreat, they had to kill or heavily injure Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body did not move at all, and a black aura flame ignited around Zhao Fu's body, forming a black spike that suddenly stabbed towards the elder. Before the elder could react, his chest was pierced by the spike, and he immediately died. Arg! A cry sounded out as a powerful aura rushed towards Zhao Fu. Sun Yin's body gave off a green light as she appeared in front of Zhao Fu. She punched towards Zhao Fu with the power to shatter mountains, bringing with it an intense wind. Zhao Fu looked at Sun Yin condescendingly as he stretched out his hand and easily caught the incoming fist. Sun Yin's heart sank and she looked somewhat panicked. Although she knew that Zhao Fu was very strong, he was dozens of times more terrifying than she had expected. Immediately, Sun Yin wanted to pull her hand back and escape, but she could not move her hand at all. Sun Yin's face became pale as she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and stretched out his hand, pulling Sun Yin into his embrace. Sun Yin immediately started to struggle in fear, but she could not break free from Zhao Fu's grasp. Seeing that 2 of the 3 strongest people had died and 1 had been captured, the other leaders were so frightened that they did not dare to get close, and they immediately turned and ran. Zhao Fu did not chase after them, and he smiled as he looked at Sun Yin, who was struggling in his embrace. His other hand reached into her clothes and started to play with the thing in front of her chest. Sun Yin's face became red as she cried out in embarrassment and anger, "Let go of me." However, Zhao Fu did not resist and continued to play with her as he looked at the situation below, treating her as a toy. Now that the leaders had run, the soldiers below also chose to run. They had completely lost the ability to resist, and Qin's soldiers ferociously chased after them, shouting that they would not kill those who surrendered. Some of the forest soldiers threw down their weapons in fear and knelt on the ground, surrendering to Qin. There was not much to say about this battle, and without any surprises, Great Qin had won. There was no surprise at all, and Qin of the forest had won. On the other side, Wei Liao was in charge of attacking, and he was able to easily break through the continent's defenses. He was now conquering cities and killing those who resisted, subduing those who were willing to submit to Great Qin. Translator, editor, Qin the editor, of the continent of the continent to the continent, and boom, a massive explosion sounded out, shaking the surroundings. At that moment, all of the forest world's fate gathered and surged towards Qin. As Qin absorbed this massive amount of fate, he also sent Qin's fate into the forest world, and their auras fused together. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out, shaking the surrounding 100 worlds. Countless people heard this massive explosion and their expressions changed as they looked towards Qin's direction. At that moment, all of Qin's fate was gathering towards the imperial capital of Qin. The aura was very vast, like a sea of stars. Everyone felt small and fragile. After a massive amount of fate gathered, it flowed into Great Qin's legacy stone. Great Qin's legacy stone absorbed the fate and gave off a heaven-shaking ripple that continuously spread out. The temperature instantly plummeted, and countless people started to feel terror in their hearts. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive black ray of light containing destructive power shot into the sky. It was as if it had opened a large hole in the sky, and a formless energy spread out. The heavens and earth dimmed as clouds swirled and the sun and moon dimmed. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere as auras became chaotic and creatures panicked. These ripples continuously spread out, affecting the surrounding 100 worlds. Even the factions in the inner domains and the factions in the neighboring domains could sense these powerful ripples. Everyone looked quite shocked because this was the power of a royal kingdom. A faction had become a royal kingdom. Everyone from the other domains felt quite curious. What kind of faction could become a royal kingdom in a boundary region? The various factions in the inner domains of the ancient stem domain had long since set up spies in that region. Even though Qin had activated Heaven's barrier, the region had fallen into peace and they had not paid much attention to it. Now that there were ripples from a royal kingdom in that direction, the various factions quickly received news that Qin had dispelled the barrier and had suddenly attacked those two factions. By now, the Fire Nation army had retreated, and the Devil Horn army passively defended. Qin had taken this opportunity to conquer another world and become the first royal kingdom faction in that region. The various factions all looked shocked as they spoke. That Qin is quite terrifying. Why has he been hiding in the barrier this entire time? Why does he have such terrifying power and simultaneously defeat two existences of the same realm? This is especially so for that Fire Nation, even we have to give them some face. That Qin is simply too shocking. I wonder how he did it. Back then, I had high hopes for him, and now he has used his strength to prove that he is the overlord of that region. I was not wrong about him. Now that our ancient stem domain has another royal kingdom, our overall strength has become a bit stronger. We should go pay a proper visit later. Qin is now a faction on the same level as us. I'll go as well. I want to see what kind of royal kingdom Qin is. I remember that it's just a new faction and has only developed for 10 or so years. Its growth rate is simply shocking. What a pity. I had planned to go and befriend Qin, but Qin has offended too many people. I didn't want to cause any trouble, so I didn't go. Now, I feel quite regretful. Ha ha ha, now that the situation in that region has been broken, Qin now has the aura of a king. Now, it's time to see if Qin can unify that region. The Devil Horn Alliance, Wind God faction, and Devil Horn Alliance had already expected this, but looking at the black pillar of light in the sky and sensing those terrifying ripples, their faces became somewhat pale. Now that Qin had become a royal kingdom faction and was even more powerful than them, their days would become even more difficult. It was the first time they had felt so powerless facing Qin. In order to stop Qin, the three factions did not hesitate and quickly gathered together to discuss how to deal with Qin, who had become a royal kingdom. Now, the sky above Qin was covered by dark clouds, giving off a massive aura of suppression. 9 savage black dragons swam about in the sky, revealing their scales and claws, looking mysterious and terrifying. Roar! Roar, roar! 9 dragons' roars suddenly sounded out as the 9 domineering black dragons spread out in the clouds. They raised their heads and gave off massive roars that tore through the sky as if they were summoning a terrifying existence to descend. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the sky trembled. A massive silver-white orb of light descended from the sky, giving off boundless silver-white light and a powerful royal kingdom's power. This was the royal kingdom core. Royal kingdoms were quite different to ordinary kingdoms. Ordinary barony kingdoms, marquisate kingdoms, and dukedom kingdoms were too weak, but royal kingdoms were truly powerful factions in the Heaven Awakened world and would receive special treatment from the Heaven Awakened world. After receiving the world's acknowledgement, their status and fate would be even more powerful than those of barony kingdoms, dukedom kingdoms, and marquisate kingdoms. The royal kingdom core gave off a massive aura as it lightly descended and fused into the legacy stone. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the legacy stone gave off countless rays of black light, illuminating the entire heavens and earth. Waves of black light containing immense power continuously spread out, covering the entire region around Qin. Countless residents could clearly sense the changes happening to themselves and their surroundings. Their bodies gave off faint black light, and the ground and other things also gave off faint black light as everything went through some sort of transformation. A while later, the powerful black light stopped, and the ground seemed to become filled with more life force, and the plants became more lush and tall. The residents also felt that they had become more powerful, and their constitutions were better than before. Some of their injuries also disappeared. Apart from this, the karmic luck that the commoners could not sense had become much more stable than before. Now that they were all residents of a royal kingdom, they received some buffs from a royal kingdom, which was why there were such changes. They were all residents of a royal kingdom, and the residents of a royal kingdom were more prestigious and powerful than those of other marquisate kingdoms, barony kingdoms, and dukedom kingdoms. Back at the legacy stone in Qin, 9 black dragons had appeared around the legacy stone. They were only 30 centimeters long, but they seemed to have lives of their own as they circled around the legacy stone. The 9 black dragons were corporeal forms of fate, which meant that Qin's fate had become more stable and powerful, and it had various abilities. Notification. Congratulations, your country has been upgraded to a kingdom. Notification. Congratulations to the Qin Empire for leveling up to a kingdom. You've gained all the attributes of a kingdom. Notification. Qin's nation armament became the kingdom's nation armament. Notification. Qin's clan armament has become the royal kingdom's clan armament. Notification. Qin's bloodline has been strengthened. Notification. Congratulations to Qin's nation fate for transforming into the 9 dragons nation fate. Notification. You've obtained a guardian beast. Notification. You have obtained the kingdom's protection. Notification. You have obtained the power of the kingdom. Notification. You have obtained a kingdom domain. Right now, Zhao Fu was still in the forest world, standing in the sky, one hand still playing with Sinyan's clothes. Sinyan weakly leaned against Zhao Fu's chest, her face flushed red as she panted, letting Zhao Fu bully her. Hearing these system announcements, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. He felt that leveling up to a royal kingdom was quite different from before. Zhao Fu started to look at the system announcements. He did not need to look at the first few, as they were just simple congratulations. The rest of the system announcements showed that his nation armament and clan armament had leveled up to royal grade, and they had gone through changes and were much more powerful than before. As for the Qin bloodline, no matter what kind of bloodline it was, such as a clan bloodline, an expert's bloodline, or a legacy bloodline, as long as someone joined Qin, they would become part of the Qin bloodline, and they would be affected by Qin's nation fate. Now that Qin's bloodline had leveled up, not only had the bloodline's power increased, but they had also become more fused with Qin, and they now had a portion of Qin's attributes. As such, it was possible to differentiate between different people. For example, the fish scale people on Qin's side could be called the Qin fish scale people, as they had Qin's attributes and did not have Qin's name. The other fish scale people who had not joined Qin could not become part of the Qin fish scale people, as they did not have Qin's attributes. Apart from the clan, there was also the clan. Before, the Zhang family was a very powerful clan, but after joining Qin and obtaining Qin's attributes, the Zhang family could be called the Qin Zhang family. In the past, there was a faction called the School of Taoism. After joining Qin, they would obtain Qin's attributes, so they would naturally be called the School of Taoism in Qin. These factions now had a home, and if they fused with Qin, they would be of great benefit to Qin. They would be able to stabilize fate and increase the kingdom's vitality. The earlier they joined Qin's faction or clan, the more they fused with Qin, and the more powerful Qin's attributes would be. The first people who joined Qin's faction, which was when Qin was still a town, now had a pure Qin bloodline. After looking at the bloodline information, Zhao Fu looked at the 9 Dragons' kingdom fate in curiosity. There was nothing special about this, it was just a physical manifestation of a kingdom's fate. It was more powerful and stable than before, and when necessary, it could give off monstrous attacks, which consumed a massive amount of fate. The final few were quite interesting to Zhao Fu. The first was the kingdom beast. Zhao Fu looked at its information and found that it did not give a powerful creature as a kingdom beast but a method to nurture massive beasts. That's right, it was a method to nurture massive beasts. This was the reward for leveling up to a royal kingdom, and even if one had not obtained this method before, one could obtain it now. However, as long as one leveled up, it would be given out, making this method seem quite ordinary. Most royal kingdoms had it, and it did not have much of an advantage. This method required one to first find a den or a powerful creature and bind their bloodline to Qin's. Then, one could take a portion of Qin's legacy stone's power and fuse it into the creature. After fusing with the creature's power, one would have to continue nurturing it. After absorbing the legacy stone's power, they would become larger and larger, and they would become more and more powerful. That way, the massive beasts would be nurtured. The method was quite simple. The strength of these massive beasts depended on how powerful a kingdom was. The more powerful a kingdom was, the more powerful the massive beasts it nurtured would be. Of course, a very powerful kingdom would not use this method to nurture massive beasts, as they had even more powerful methods. Zhao Fu did not place much importance on this method. Qin had a few other methods of nurturing massive beasts, and they would be more effective than this method. However, Zhao Fu did not give up on this method, and he planned to nurture some. Perhaps they would be useful in the future. Finally, there was the kingdom beast. Once it was bound to the kingdom, its power and fate would fuse together, and it would be almost impossible to separate them. As such, if a kingdom chose a creature as its kingdom beast, it would always be that creature. Zhao Fu looked at the second kingdom guardian. This ability was used for defense, and it required a large amount of fate to form a massive energy shield that covered the entire kingdom. The kingdom guardian's defensive power and range were incredibly shocking, and once it was activated, it would be very difficult for factions of the same stage to break the kingdom guardian. Even though the kingdom guardian was very powerful, it was also known as the destruction shield because it required a large amount of fate and the kingdom's source power. After using it, the kingdom would enter a period of weakness. Under normal circumstances, a kingdom would never use the kingdom's guardian unless it was a matter that could destroy the kingdom. Only then would the kingdom's forces use it regardless of the cost. This defensive method was the kingdom's last resort, and many kingdoms relied on it to survive and not be destroyed by other factions. At the same time, it also increased the difficulty of destroying a kingdom's faction. The third type of kingdom power was kingdom power. There were 2 types of kingdom power. One was to give ordinary people kingdom power, which was relatively weak and couldn't be very useful. The second was the kingdom's power bestowed upon the soldiers. This kingdom's power was much stronger. However, there were classes for this type of kingdom power: ordinary soldiers, elite soldiers, general soldiers, and king soldiers. Ordinary soldiers were very common soldiers, elite soldiers were better than ordinary soldiers, and elite soldiers were better than elite soldiers. General soldiers could be said to be powerful soldiers who followed the general. Not only did they have all sorts of experience, but they were also not weak and were even stronger than ordinary elites. Finally, there were king soldiers, who were the strongest soldiers chosen from countless people. Qin also divided soldiers into several types, most of which were based on their own experience and power. For example, Stage 1 soldiers were different from Stage 2 soldiers, and new soldiers were different from old soldiers. Now that the kingdom's soldiers were divided into classes, it made Qin's class more obvious, and it wouldn't affect Qin too much. Zhao Fu would deal with this matter later, and he would divide Qin's ordinary soldiers, Qin's elite soldiers, and Qin's elite soldiers. Finally, there was the kingdom domain. A kingdom territory was a territory within a kingdom. The various production stats and immunity to natural disasters would also be greatly enhanced. It could also increase the cultivation speed of soldiers and civilians, and it could even strengthen their physiques. This ability was very powerful, and it was effective on everyone. Apart from this effect, the royal domain would also weaken invaders' power. This meant that if you attacked a royal domain, entering the royal domain would be equivalent to entering the royal domain, and your power would also be weakened. The degree of weakening depended on the strength of the kingdom's domain. The stronger the kingdom's domain, the more power it would weaken, which would put the attacker at a disadvantage. Most importantly, there was no limit to this weakening effect. As long as an invader stepped into the kingdom's territory, it would be weakened. Stronger than the kingdom domain were the imperial domain and the empire domain. If a kingdom's soldier dared to attack an empire without any defensive means, just the empire's territory alone would cause him to lose a large portion of his strength, and others could easily kill him. Also, because imperial kingdom soldiers had the power of the imperial kingdom, they suffered very little damage when invading kingdoms. Because imperial kingdom soldiers had the power of the imperial kingdom, they also suffered very little damage when invading imperial kingdoms. This increased the difficulty of destroying a royal kingdom or above faction. If one attacked a royal kingdom without making preparations, they would be at a disadvantage in all aspects. After looking through the information, Zhao Fu grinned. Now, Qin could be counted as a powerful faction in the Heaven Awakened world. Without becoming a royal kingdom, one did not have the qualifications to become a powerful faction. With all sorts of royal kingdom stats and the benefits from the world, Qin's development would most likely become even faster. A higher being from Emperor Path College had once told Zhao Fu that he had to quickly level up to a royal kingdom, only then would he have the power to protect himself. Now that Qin had leveled up to a royal kingdom, who knew what would happen? Why would only royal kingdoms have the power to protect themselves? In that case, the royal kingdom faction would undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow. Even though Zhao Fu did not know much about this, Qin now had some confidence. The abnormal signs from Qin becoming a royal kingdom gradually disappeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. The forest world had been completely conquered, and it now belonged to Qin. Now, he just needed to stabilize the people's hearts, solidify his rule, and peacefully develop. There was no need for Zhao Fu to worry about anything else. The losses from conquering 2 forest continents would not be too great, and the forest people would not be able to resist at all against Qin. Zhao Fu looked down at the red-faced Sanine in his embrace and gave a trace of a smile as he pulled his hand out from under her clothes. Sun Yin's eyes became watery as she breathed raggedly and said, "I want you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll enjoy you later. Come back to Qin with me, there are still some things I need to take care of." Sun Yin's mind was in chaos, and she leaned against Zhao Fu's embrace and did not refuse. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to Qin and sat on his throne as he listened to the various ministers' reports. At first, the gains from conquering the forest world were not very great, and there were only around 10 billion people. Many people had directly escaped from the forest world. Because of the Flame Army, they had been prepared to escape at any time, and Qin could not stop them. As such, the gains were not very great. Needless to say, there were countless resources, food, and treasures. Now, the total population of Qin had reached more than 60 billion, while ordinary kingdoms only had 400 billion. Qin had 200 billion more than them. This was mainly because Qin had wantonly plundered countless people from the very beginning, which was why there were so many people. The number of soldiers had also reached 60 billion, of which there were 10 billion Stage 2 soldiers and 200 million Stage 3 soldiers. Adding on the fact that many of Great Qin's soldiers had alchemy skills, even if some powerful royal kingdoms attacked, Great Qin would be able to retaliate. They did not fear royal kingdoms at all, as Great Qin was now a royal kingdom. Apart from the population and soldiers, Qin's development was also quite fast. There were all sorts of tall buildings, large tracts of farmland, herds of cows and sheep, and the various systems had become more and more complete. There was no need for Zhao Fu to say anything else. Zhao Fu continued to discuss various matters with the various ministers in Qin. On the other side, the Alliance and the Devil Horn Second Wind Gods discussions became even more intense because they could sense that the ripples had already disappeared. After Qin became a royal kingdom, it would soon carry out its next move, and they had to make preparations. How do you think we should defend against the current Qin? I can't think of any way to defend against him. Qin is simply too terrifying. If we want to defeat Qin, the most important thing is to defend against Qin's war beast and alchemy power. If we can't think of a way to defend against those two things, we won't be able to defend against Qin at all. I understand what you're saying, but only the alchemist race has those two things. I don't know how Qin obtained them, but our alchemist race can't defeat him, so how can we defeat Qin? I feel that we can only passively defend and use the same methods we used against the alchemist race to deal with Qin. Otherwise, I really can't think of any way to defend against Qin. I feel the same way. However, even though Qin is powerful, as long as we unite together, Qin will not dare to easily attack us. As such, we can't fight amongst ourselves. Let's contact the Fire Kingdom. That's a true royal kingdom, and it has great power and foundations. Moreover, it has great enmity with Qin, perhaps it has the power to deal with Qin. That's right. The Fire Kingdom is our greatest helper, so we can't give up on it. We must properly contact them to defend against Qin. Also, contact the factions in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain and see if they're willing to destroy Qin. That's a good idea. We'll gather things to deal with Qin while allying with other powerful factions to destroy Qin. After the meeting concluded, the leaders left the palace to do their own things, but a small portion of the leaders stayed behind. Among them were Feng Xianxia and Yao Ming. Feng Xianxia looked at the people who stayed behind and gave a trace of a smile as she said, Qin has already leveled up into a royal kingdom, and only a royal kingdom can deal with a royal kingdom. The Aeolian Empire now has 9 worlds and is 1 world away from becoming a royal kingdom. What I'm thinking is that if the Alliance gives up on a world, the Aeolian Empire will take that world down. With that world, the Wind God Kingdom will also become a royal kingdom, and Qin will not be much weaker. Yao Ming's expression was cold, he was not in the mood to laugh, and he said, I agree, the Devil Horn Empire needs a world to become a royal kingdom. An old man with a long beard and a white robe said awkwardly, I'm afraid this will be a bit difficult. No force wants to be destroyed. Moreover, now is the time to resist Qin. If we do this, the army's morale will be unstable, and even the alliance will be greatly affected. Feng Xianxia smiled as she said, I naturally know about this problem, so I don't want that world's resources, people, or treasures. I just want that world's territory, I'll leave those things to you. Also, I can sign a contract with you to never attack each other. This way, you won't have to worry about the Aeolian Empire in the future. Yao Ming said, my conditions are the same. As long as we give you the territory and everything else, you don't even have to send out a single soldier. Just destroy the world and leave it to us. Hearing this, the people who stayed behind hesitated. Even though they had formed an alliance, that did not mean that they could treat others as their own. They did not care if others were destroyed or not, the main thing was that they could not be affected. Now, they did not need to do anything to obtain everything in a world apart from its territory. This would not harm them, and it would instead bring them many benefits, making them feel quite tempted. Back then, the alliance had been formed to defend against the Devil Horn Empire, Qin Kingdom, and the Wind God Empire. If the Devil Horn Empire signed a contract with the Wind God Empire and destroyed Qin Kingdom, they would not have to worry about this in the future. Those people were not in a hurry to make a decision, and they discussed for a while before saying, all right, we can agree to this. However, you have to make a promise first in case you go back on your word in the future. Feng Xianxia gave a trace of a happy smile as she said, no problem, we can sign the contract now. Hearing this, Yao Ming felt a bit better. As long as the Devil Horn Empire became a royal kingdom, they would have more confidence in resisting Qin Kingdom. Seeing that Feng Xianxia was so straightforward, those people smiled and said, tell us which 2 worlds you want to destroy first. In order to minimize the impact of this, we need to talk to the other factions. During this period of time, there might be many things that we need your two factions to give to them. Xianxia did not hesitate and smiled as she agreed. At most, they would lose some benefits, but they would be able to obtain a world. This was quite a good deal. Yao Ming didn't refuse either. Following this, Xianxia and Yao Ming told them which two worlds they wanted to conquer. These two worlds were near the two factions, and they were quite ordinary. One was called the Pigman world and the other was called the Mountain world. After hearing about these two worlds, those people left and told the factions outside of the two worlds not to worry about the two worlds. They also told them that this would be beneficial to them. The more powerful the Devil Horn Empire and Aeolian Empire were, the more they would be able to resist Qin Kingdom. Moreover, they would be able to obtain all sorts of benefits without doing anything, and they would not have to worry about the threat of those two factions in the future. Everyone gave a trace of a smile and agreed. After all, they would not be the ones being destroyed, and there would be all sorts of benefits, so why would they refuse? The two worlds did not know about this and continued to do their own things. They had not been sent out to persuade the other factions to help destroy Qin Kingdom, and they had instead been sent out to defend this side. They were currently transporting defensive materials to the front lines to construct different defenses, and they had also sent out some soldiers to be stationed there, not worried at all that they would be in danger. They knew that now that they had joined the alliance would not do anything to them. Moreover, their greatest enemy was Qin Kingdom and not them, so there was no reason for them to act. However, they did not know that the other people in the alliance had long since given up on them and were waiting for them to be destroyed so that they could split up the benefits. Yao Ming and Xianxia returned to their factions and started to make preparations. They first gathered information about the two worlds, and after finding that they were not on guard, they gathered countless soldiers and planned to destroy those two worlds as quickly as possible. They were worried that things would suddenly change, and they were especially worried that Qin Kingdom would suddenly attack. If that happened, their plan would fail, so they had to destroy the two worlds as quickly as possible. At the same time, they had been waiting for this day for a long time. They had always wanted to raise their factions to royal kingdoms, and they felt quite excited and expectant. Kill! The Devil Horn army gathered together and suddenly appeared within the Pigman world. They loudly roared and flooded towards the pigmen. Seeing the Devil Horn army suddenly attack them, the pigmen could not react at all and felt quite confused. They had never thought that the Devil Horn army would suddenly attack them. The pigmen immediately thought of the alliance. They were members of the alliance, and according to the agreement, as long as there was danger, they would send out a request for reinforcements, and the alliance members would quickly come to defend against the danger. They immediately sent out requests for reinforcements from the surrounding factions, but there was no reply at all. It was as if the alliance factions had not received their requests at all. The pigmen's hearts sank and their expressions became quite unsightly. They sent out a few more requests, but there was still no reply. The pigmen immediately understood that the alliance had sold out the pigmen world. They felt incredibly furious and cursed at the alliance for being a bunch of trash. There were not many people guarding the defensive walls, and they had thought that nothing would happen and that they should be working together to defend against Qin. Back then, some people had said that only by working together would they be able to defend against Qin, and the leaders of the various factions had nodded in agreement. Thinking about it now, they felt that they were incredibly hypocritical. Facing the Devil Horn army's sudden attack, the Pigman world started to panic and fell into chaos. The various Pigman factions gathered their forces in that direction, and they personally headed over. They understood that if they could not defend against the Devil Horn army, the Pigman world would perish. However, it was too late. The Devil Horn world was made up of 9 worlds and was incredibly powerful. Adding on the fact that it had suddenly attacked, the pigmen were not prepared at all. Roar! Roar, roar! A large group of devil beasts gave off massive roars that shook the surroundings. They suddenly appeared in the sky and gave off immense power as they leapt onto the defensive walls and started slaughtering the pigmen. A giant bird demonic beast flapped its blade-like wings and flew towards the countless pig-head soldiers. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it easily chopped the many pig-head soldiers into pieces of meat. A massive python climbed up the defensive walls and opened its mouth, quickly devouring the many pigmen. It could easily devour 10 or so pigmen in one bite, and the pigmen held weapons and hacked at the devil beasts, causing sparks to fly out. The devil beasts' bodies were as tough as steel. A massive bull gave off a ferocious aura as it charged at the pigmen, sending them flying. The pigmen who were sent flying coughed up blood, and many of their bones were broken. Some died on the spot, while others were heavily injured. The devil horn army had many devil beasts and did not have many people guarding the defensive walls, so the devil beasts were able to easily take down the defensive walls. After the devil horn army passed over the Great Wall, they revealed savage expressions and charged into the pigmen world. As long as they could break through this city wall, they would be able to do whatever they wanted and would not be restrained at all. Killing people, eating people, torturing them, raping them, robbing them, Yao Ming would allow it all. Yao Ming often did this in order to increase his soldiers' enthusiasm and fighting strength, and it had already become a norm. At that moment, the gathered pig-headed soldiers blocked in front of him. The ferocious devil horn soldiers did not hesitate and raised their weapons as they charged at the pig-headed soldiers. Clang clang clang, the sound of weapons colliding rang out continuously. The battlefield fell into chaos. Both sides fought fiercely, and blood splattered everywhere. The outcome was quite obvious. Not only were the devil horn army soldiers stronger, but they also had more people. The pigmen were unable to stop them at all, and they continuously retreated. The devil horn army was as ferocious as demons, and they continued to charge forwards. In the end, the pigmen completely collapsed, and the pigmen army scattered. Some of the pigmen submitted to the devil horn army, while others immediately escaped. Back at the Mountain Rock world. The Mountain Rock world was a spirit race's world, and the Mountain Rock people had mountain spirit energy. They could give off massive power and powerful defenses. They were more vigilant than the pigmen, and they had been like the pigmen, sending resources to the battlefield and fortifying their defenses, thinking of various ways to stop Qin. As such, they did not think too much about anything else. However, during this process, the other factions' gazes towards them became different. They faintly felt that something was off, and they immediately returned to their own matters. Soon, they heard that the Aeolian Empire was attacking. The Mountain Rock people felt quite startled and instantly understood what was going on. They hurriedly gathered their forces and flew towards the defensive walls, wanting to stop the Aeolian Empire. Swish, swish. Swish, the sky above the defensive walls had become azure, and countless wind god soldiers condensed wind blades that gave off sharp auras before quickly shooting out, leaving behind rays of azure light. There were not many Mountain Rock people defending the defensive walls, and facing this wave of attacks, they immediately activated their defenses. Stone walls formed in front of the Mountain Rock people. Bang! 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 Deafening sounds rang out as the surroundings were dyed azure. Wind blades slashed against the stone walls, and the sturdy stone walls could not hold on for much longer. They were slashed apart by the wind blades, and sharp gusts of wind ferociously blew out. The Mountain Rock people behind the stone walls were greatly startled, and they hurriedly used their power to cause their bodies to turn into stone. Chi, 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 sharp green wind blades slashed past, easily cutting open the bodies of the Mountain Rock tribe members. In just an instant, an intact Mountain Rock tribe member was cut into countless pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and internal organs spilled everywhere. The tough stone walls were unable to withstand the sharpness of the wind blades. Most of the soldiers on the defensive walls were killed, and only a small portion remained. Xianxia gave the order to attack, and countless wind god soldiers dressed in azure armor rushed forwards like an azure gale. As expected, the wind god soldiers were able to easily break through the Mountain Rock world's defenses. By now, countless people had gathered in the Mountain Rock world, but they were unable to change anything. The powerful wind god soldiers charged towards them, and the Mountain Rock people were unable to stop them. In the end, some Mountain Rock people surrendered and some chose to run, and the battle ended with the Aeolian Empire's complete victory. This time, Xianxia did not use Stage 3 soldiers to suppress the Mountain Rock world, and she instead used wind god soldiers that she had nurtured for many years. She was very satisfied with the results, as expected from the wind god soldiers she had nurtured for so long. Following this, Xianxia ordered her soldiers to quickly conquer regions and kill anyone who dared to resist, taking control of the mountain rock world as quickly as possible. The Alliance's forces were gathered at the front, and if Qin wanted to stop the Devil Horn Empire and the Aeolian Empire, they would immediately interfere and ensure that those two factions rose to royal kingdoms. Qin immediately received news of the two worlds being destroyed, but he did not do anything. Even though Qin had a large number of gold refiner soldiers and terrifying gold refiner saint beasts, the alliance was made up of 30 or so worlds, and they were not so easy to deal with. Even if Qin attacked, the effects would not be obvious. On the other side, because Qin had just become a royal kingdom, he had many things to take care of and things to build. As such, he would need to stabilize and develop for a period of time. Once Qin stabilized and found an opportunity to deal with the alliance, it would be time for Qin to act. With Qin's current strength, only Qin would act first. With the alliance's courage, they would not dare to attack Qin first. The alliance army at the front let out a sigh of relief. They had gathered countless soldiers and made all sorts of defensive measures to stop Qin. However, even after making so many defensive measures and having so many soldiers, they did not have much confidence. The feeling that Qin gave them was too terrifying, and who knew if he was still hiding his strength, it was for the best that Qin did not attack them. They did not want to fight with Qin now. Following this, they quickly received news of the two worlds being destroyed, and they all smiled. Now, it was time to split up the resources of the two worlds. Even though those two worlds were part of the alliance and they were going to sell them, who would go against their own interests? The Pigman world. The Devil Horn army had already taken control of this world, and there were Pigman corpses everywhere. Blood spurted everywhere, and a thick stench of blood spread out, causing people to feel nauseous. Yao Ming sat on a throne in a palace, and some Pigman people knelt on the ground in terror. Some of them were dragged out and killed, and their bodies were chopped into pieces, causing blood to flow all over the ground. There were also some Pigman women who were being pressed down on the ground by many Devil Horn generals. Some of the Pigman women cooperated in fear, while others cried and begged for mercy. There was no beauty in this scene. The savage Devil Horn generals, the Pigman women, and what they were doing all gave off a feeling of hell. In the mountain stone world, Xianxia sat on a throne and smiled as she looked at the mountain stone people kneeling below. She ordered a few handsome-looking men to be dragged out and cut off their genitals. She planned to properly train them and raise them into male dogs. Xianxia had always liked this kind of thing. Now, there were a few silver chains in their hands, and a few handsome men were naked. They were squatting on the ground with their tongues out, squatting there like dogs. These were all male dogs that had been trained well. Not only did they move like dogs, but they also thought like dogs. Moreover, Xianxia had trained them so that they were not weak at all and were instead quite strong. Boom! Boom! Two massive explosions sounded out at the same time as the two worlds' fate gathered and quickly flowed towards the Devil Horn faction and Wind God faction. The Devil Horn faction and Wind God faction quickly absorbed the fate and sent it into the two worlds. The fates of both sides fused together, and the Pigman world and Mountain world officially became the territories of the Devil Horn Empire and the Aeolian Empire. Boom! Boom! Two explosions sounded out in the surroundings as the Devil Horn Empire and Wind God Empire's massive amounts of fate flooded into the two worlds' legacy stones. A violet legacy stone gave off boundless violet light, and a violet ray of light containing immense power shot into the sky, forming a violet pillar of light that dyed the sky violet. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a 10,000-meter-tall humanoid monster with long fur and a violet horn on its head appeared in the sky, giving off a massive aura. This was the Devil Horn Empire's Devil Horn King, which was the appearance of the Devil Horn Empire's nation armament. Roar! The Devil Horn King raised its head to the sky and gave a massive roar, causing the surroundings to tremble. A massive silver orb of light giving off powerful kingdom power appeared in the sky before slowly descending. In the end, the orb of light fell into the Legacy Palace and fused into the Legacy Stone. Waves of violet light continuously spread out, covering the entire Devil Horn Empire, and the entire Devil Horn Empire started to go through changes. An azure Legacy Stone gave off boundless azure light, and an azure ray of light brought with it berserk wind as it shot into the sky, forming an azure pillar of light. The sky was dyed azure, and wild gales blew out, sending countless rocks and leaves into the air. A 10,000-meter-long, slender, and graceful azure bird appeared in the sky. This azure bird was an azure fry and had two azure jade-like claws. It only had a single vertical eye on its head, and its pupil was also azure. It gave off a powerful wind. Scree! The azure bird raised its head to the sky and gave off a cry that pierced through the 9 heavens. A silver-white orb of light giving off immense power appeared in the sky before slowly descending and fusing into the legacy stone. Waves of azure light spread out, covering the entire Aeolian Empire. Everything in the Aeolian Empire gave off a faint azure light, and everything started to go through changes. Hearing these two massive explosions and sensing the two massive royal kingdom ripples, the surrounding 100 or so worlds felt incredibly shocked. What was going on in that direction? 3 factions had become royal kingdoms in a single day. This was simply too terrifying. Were royal kingdoms really that easy to level up? A domain had roughly 1,000 worlds, and there were only 10 or so royal kingdoms. Becoming a royal kingdom meant that one would become powerful, have great fate, powerful legacies, and all sorts of opportunities. There were definitely very few of these factions, or else there would not be so few royal kingdoms, and they would not be the most powerful factions in a domain. However, what was with that discovery? 3 royal kingdoms had suddenly appeared, so they could not help but feel shocked. As such, they felt quite curious about what had happened, and they sent people to investigate and understand what had happened. News quickly spread to the nearby domains, and the factions in those domains were also quite shocked. They had never thought that 3 royal kingdom factions would suddenly appear in a region. They had never seen such a thing before. They paid a great deal of attention to this matter, so they sent countless people to investigate. At the same time, they felt a trace of pressure. The ancient stem domain already had 21 royal kingdom factions, which was already a bit more than ordinary domains. Now that 3 more had appeared, the ancient stem domain's factions were more powerful than theirs, and they might be suppressed by the ancient stem domain in the future. This was quite disadvantageous to them, and if they could use some methods to weaken the ancient stem domain's factions, they would not mind. The factions in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain were not as shocked as the others. They knew that the Devil Horn domain and Wind God domain each had 9 worlds and were just a step away from becoming royal kingdoms. Moreover, they had supported the 3 of them in the past, allowing them to quickly develop and become as powerful as them. The factions that had supported the Wind God and Devil Horn kingdoms smiled. Their judgment had not been wrong. Now, the Wind God and Devil Horn kingdoms had also become royal kingdoms, becoming existences on the same level as Qin. However, from the current situation, it seemed that Qin's faction was the most powerful, and the factions that had supported Qin had made the correct decision. Now, that faction had 3 royal kingdoms and an alliance, making the situation even more complicated. The destructive power and influence they had were many times greater than before. The ancient stem domain's people wondered if they should intervene in this region. After all, they belonged to the ancient stem domain, and in the future, when they fought against other domains, the more royal kingdoms they had, the greater their advantage would be. If the 3 factions could peacefully coexist, it would be a good thing for the ancient stem domain. If the 3 factions attacked each other, the ancient stem domain's overall strength would be depleted. They understood that the other domain's factions would interfere, so they sent out their ambassadors to see if they could mediate their relationship and prevent the other domain's factions from interfering. After the Fire Kingdom heard that the 3 factions had become royal kingdoms, its expression became even more serious. This was especially so after Qin had become a royal kingdom, becoming in existence on the same level as them. The threat that Qin posed to them was many times greater, and they mainly relied on their foundations. Otherwise, they would not have any advantage at all. Within Qin's palace, women's lewd voices sounded out. Zhaofu was ravaging 10 or so forest race women, and all of them were extremely beautiful. Among them was Sanin, and a voluptuous and flirtatious woman. She was the wife of the big man from before. There was also a slim and beautiful woman who gave off a cold and gloomy aura. She was the elderly man's daughter. The remaining women all had similar statuses. Some were other people's wives, daughters, and mothers. Some of their relatives had been killed, while others had submitted to Qin. Sanin, who was riding on Zhaofu's body, lay paralyzed in Zhaofu's embrace. Zhaofu gave a trace of a smile as he hugged her, and Sun Yin's face was red as she panted in Zhao Fu's embrace. They had never thought that just a moment ago, they would be Great Qin's enemies fighting against Great Qin, and in the next moment, they would be under Zhao Fu being ravaged by him. Your Majesty, Lu Yuxian, Zhang Shuyun, and Yang Yuyan want to see you. A soldier's voice came from outside the door. The ones guarding outside were all female soldiers, and all of them were quite good-looking, which helped to avoid the awkwardness. As for the reason for the awkwardness, there was no need to explain it, everyone should understand. Zhao Fu thought for a moment, then put on a robe and let the three of them in. Yang Yuyan and the other two nervously entered the hall. Seeing the beautiful women lying on the ground and gasping for breath, they naturally understood what had just happened. They saluted Zhao Fu and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu sat on the throne with one arm around Sun Yin. He looked at the three of them with a teasing smile and said, "You're here because of Li Baiqing, right? I'm sorry to disappoint you again this time. Li Baiqing was defeated by Qin and has fled back to the Fire Country." The three of them had indeed come for Li Baiqing. They had thought that Li Baiqing would lead an army to attack Qin and save them from their misery. Their relatives, who were suffering in prison, would also be freed. However, things were not that simple. Li Baiqing had been defeated by Qin in the end. They knew that Li Baiqing was no match for Zhao Fu, and they began to make plans for the future. They were especially worried that Li Baiqing would fall into Zhao Fu's hands. With Zhao Fu's personality, he would definitely think of all kinds of ways to torture him. Everyone in the Li family would fall into his hands, and there would be no hope. Lu Yuxian gave a charming smile and said, "Your Majesty, we always believed that you would win, and our hearts are on Qin's side. Don't misunderstand us." Zhao Fu did not believe her at all and laughed as he said, "Then why have you come here?" Lu Yuxian looked at Zhang Shuyun and Yang Yuyan, who blushed. It was evident that they had discussed this before coming here. They walked up, and Zhang Shuyun and Yang Yuyan sat next to Zhao Fu. Zhang Shuyun shyly held Zhao Fu's arm, while Lu Yuxian sat in Zhao Fu's arms and put her arms around the back of Zhao Fu's neck as she said seductively, "Your Majesty, it's been so many years, and our relatives have been suffering in prison. Is your anger still not appeased?" Zhao Fu coldly looked at Lu Yuxian and said, "What do you think?" Lu Yuxian was not surprised by Zhao Fu's attitude and continued to say seductively, "Your Majesty, since you're still angry, please vent your anger on the three of us. We'll satisfy you." Zhang Shuyun said with a red face, "As long as Your Majesty lets go of Li Baiqing, my husband, and the others, you can do whatever you want to me." Yang Yuyan also said with a red face, "As long as you agree to our request, I'll be willing to be your woman and serve you, and I'll sever all ties with Li Baiqing in the future." Lu Yuxian smiled charmingly and asked, "What do you think, Your Majesty? You can torture us as much as you want. Isn't it the best way to vent your anger on us?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked at the seductive Lu Yuxian, who was Li Baiqing's grandmother and Li Shan's wife. He smiled and played with the thing on her chest as he asked, "Like this?" Lu Yuxian was pleasantly surprised and excited, and her body reacted greatly. She enjoyed this feeling and said lewdly, "That's right. Your Majesty, this is how it is. Let out all your resentment. I want you to be like this." Zhang Shuyun and Lu Yuyan blushed when they saw Lu Yuxian's debauchery. However, they stayed by Zhao Fu's side and enjoyed Zhao Fu's aura very much, and their bodies also reacted greatly. Since the last time, they couldn't help but fantasize about Zhao Fu. Now they were also very happy. Since Zhao Fu was willing to vent his anger on them, their lives in the future would become very good. Their relatives in prison would also be released, and everything would become better. However, Zhao Fu, who had a smile on his face, suddenly became cold. He stretched out his hand and pushed the lewd Lu Yuxian to the ground as he said contemptuously, "You're really cheap." After falling to the ground, Lu Yuxian did not get angry. Instead, she smiled lewdly and threw herself under Zhao Fu and began to serve Zhao Fu. Zhang Shuyun and Yang Yuyan also seized this opportunity to squat under Zhao Fu and serve Zhao Fu with Lu Yuxian. But in the next moment, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a force sent the three of them flying. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand with a cold face, and an invisible force grabbed Lu Yuxian's throat and lifted her up from the ground. Lu Yuxian felt as if her throat was going to break, and she found it difficult to breathe. She understood that Zhao Fu wanted to kill her, but Lu Yuxian angrily screamed, "Hurry up and kill me, I've had enough of these days. We're despicable, but what else do you want from us?" Zhang Shiyun and Yang Yuyan knelt on the ground and cried, "Your Majesty. We only did this because we knew we were in the wrong and were willing to bear the consequences. We just hope that you can give us a chance. If you can vent your anger by killing us, then kill us." Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he said, "Do you think I won't kill the three of you?" Two more waves of power rushed out and grabbed Zhang Shiyun and Yang Yuyan's throats, lifting them up as well. They could not breathe, and their faces became red. Senine could not bear to watch anymore and hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "All right, don't be angry and let them off. All right, don't be angry and let them off this time." Zhao Fu looked at the three of them who were about to suffocate and coldly said before letting go of them. The three of them sat on the ground, panting loudly and feeling afraid. They had been just a step away from death. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he put on his clothes and left. Lu Yuxian and the other two thanked Senine gratefully. If it wasn't for her, they might have been killed by Zhao Fu. Most importantly, if their deaths could free their loved ones, they would rather die. But the opposite was true. Not only would their deaths not free their loved ones, Senine was also putting on her clothes and lightly laughed, "No need. I quite admire the three of you for being willing to give up everything for your loved ones, but I'm a bit curious. You three look quite good, so why won't he favor you?" Lu Yuxian briefly explained what had happened. Senine understood and smiled as she said, "It's impossible for you to obtain his favor. Even though he's dissolute, he has a bottom line. You just touched his bottom line, which is why he wanted to kill you. If you continue like this, no one will be able to save you." Lu Yuxian understood and nodded, "I know that, but I thought that he would break his bottom line. As long as he's willing to have a relationship with me, everything will be easy to deal with, which is why I did this. Now that we've served him, he still refuses to have sex with us. It seems impossible. We won't do such a thing again." Senine said with a smile, "Actually, you don't have to use this method to achieve your goal. You should care more about him and use your actions to warm his heart. Maybe he will let your family go." Lu Yuxian and the other two nodded in agreement. As soon as Zhao Fu returned to the main hall, he received a lot of news. Now that the three factions had become royal kingdoms, it had shaken everyone, and the various factions had sent envoys to express their goodwill. Not only were there royal kingdom factions from the ancient stem domain and other domains, but there were also other large and small factions. Among the three kingdoms, Qin was the strongest and also the one with the greatest potential. Naturally, most of the people had come. Now, they were all waiting for Zhao Fu to summon them outside the imperial palace. Zhao Fu did not refuse and allowed them to enter the palace. There were many people he was familiar with, such as the Ice Origin Kingdom's Bing Qi Xue, the Ancient God Sex Gu Qingyue, the Volcano Sex Hui Yan, the Mystic Spirit Sex Lung Shang, and even the number one beauty in the Ancient Stem Domain, the Heavenly Music Sex In Ruoshi, had come. Last time, many royal kingdom factions had wanted to subdue Qin, and all of the large factions had come, except for the Heavenly Music Sect. Back then, the Heavenly Music Sect had understood that they would not be able to subdue Qin, so they had not come. This time, the Heavenly Music Sect understood how important this matter was and did not hesitate. The Heavenly Music Sect's legatee, In Ruoshi, had personally come. It could be seen how much importance the Heavenly Music Sect placed on Qin. However, there were also some people who had not come. The first was the Ancient Sword Sex Jianin, the second was the Bear Mountain Kingdom's Xianxia, and the third was the Eight Dragons Essence Sex Long Yang. Last time, they had wanted to force Qin to submit to them, but Qin had not given them any face. There had been enmity between the two sides, and they still did not know Zhao Fu's true identity. If they had known who Zhao Fu was, they would have long since cut Zhao Fu into pieces. This time, they had gone to the Devil Horn Empire and the Aeolian Empire. Evidently, because of that enmity, they wanted to use the Devil Horn Empire and the Aeolian Empire to suppress Qin. Apart from the ancient stem domain, there were also some familiar people from the Green Province domain. For example, the cold-looking young man in red, Yi Kuang, was ranked 5th on the Green Province rankings. The dark-skinned and chubby young man was called Niu Hu, and he was ranked 4th on the Green Province rankings. The young sect master of the Bright Sword sect was ranked third on the Greenwood rankings. There was also a handsome monk, Yu Quan, who was the young sect master of the Desire Buddha sect and was ranked second on the Green Province rankings. He brought 10 or so beautiful and bewitching women with him, and he looked at Xianru, Tina Pendragon, Li Muqing, and the other women with a lewd gaze. Finally, there was the poem dynasty Shuj, the #1 expert in the Green Province domain. Seeing that she had come, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that Qin's fame would be so great that even the #1 faction in the Green Province domain would send people over. Everyone in the Green Province domain did not know Zhao Fu's true identity, and they thought that he was just the ruler of a royal kingdom at the border. Even though they valued Zhao Fu, they did not take him seriously. Seeing Zhao Fu sitting at the front, everyone immediately congratulated Zhao Fu for leveling up to a royal kingdom and said some words of praise to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "I've received everyone's kind intentions, and I've ordered people to prepare a banquet to properly entertain everyone. Everyone can also have some fun in Qin City." Everyone else smiled. They were quite pleased with Qin's attitude towards them. They had heard that Qin was cruel and cold-blooded, and he was quite famous. They had been worried that Qin would not be easy to get along with. If Qin was too arrogant and cold-blooded, it would be quite difficult for them. In the end, it turned out that Qin was not as terrifying as the rumors said, and he was quite easy to get along with. Of course, no one dared to easily trust Qin. After all, if Qin was so easy to get along with, he would not have such a fierce reputation, nor would he be feared by everyone here. Perhaps Qin was a demon in human skin. Apart from befriending Qin, they also wanted to understand what kind of faction Qin was. They could also have some fun in Qin City and understand Qin. At the banquet, Zhao Fu simply entertained everyone, and everyone started to wander around Qin City, collecting all sorts of information about Qin. Bing Qixue and the others felt quite awkward at the banquet. Last time, they had come to subdue Qin, but in the blink of an eye, Qin City had become a royal kingdom and was on the same level as them. This time, they had come to befriend Qin City. Everyone was quite shocked by Qin's performance. Before, Qin City had been suppressed by a few factions, but now, he had turned the tables. His strength had become incredibly terrifying, and his future potential was unimaginable. They could not understand how Qin City had such great strength and potential, and there had always been a sense of mystery surrounding Qin City. There was something else that they were quite surprised about, which was the matter with Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun. Back then, they had seen Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun sitting next to Zhao Fu, looking incredibly intimate, as if they were husband and wife. Moreover, they were evidently not virgins. What's going on? These were two geniuses from the ancient STEM domain, people that two large factions fancied the most. Why were they so willing to become his women? Back then, hadn't they said that they wanted to be the empress and could only have one woman? Why did they not want anything now, with their understanding of Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun? If they had not personally seen this, they would not have believed it. Back then, the two of them had stayed with Qin and had not left. Perhaps these women, who were called Zhao Fu, knew some massive secrets about Qin. Bing Qixue and Gu Qingyue called the two of them to the side. Gu Qingyue looked quite confused as she asked, "How did you two become his women? Did you obtain some sort of secret from Qin?" Princess Qingmu proudly said, "He has the qualifications to become our husband. As for the secret, of course we know, but we won't tell you." Everyone felt quite shocked. Even though they did not know what secret it was, seeing how Princess Qingmu was willing to become Zhao Fu's woman, it was definitely a massive secret. However, it was evident that Princess Qingmu would not tell them this secret. This made them even more curious as to what terrifying things Qin was hiding. From Princess Qingmu's tone, it seemed that Qin's legatee was quite terrifying. Bing Qixue looked at Jiao Xiaoyun and said, "You're even more beautiful than before, and your fate is even more powerful. Your constitutions have also greatly improved. Even though you're not willing to say it, you've most likely obtained great benefits from Qin." Jiao Xiaoyun lightly laughed as she said, "That's right. We've obtained great benefits, and Qin is an existence that you can't even imagine. I advise you to be careful in the future and not offend Qin. Don't say that we did not warn you." Bing Qixue and the others' expressions became quite serious. Jiao Xiaoyun knew just how powerful their faction was, and yet she was telling them to be careful. This meant that things were much more terrifying than they had imagined. They placed the most importance on Qin. They also wanted to know more about Qin. However, Qing Mu and Jiao Xiaoyun did not say anything. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Everyone looked at Imuroshi. She was the most powerful person here and the top genius in the ancient STEM domain. She was originally ranked third, but the person in first place was nowhere to be found, and the person in second place had gone crazy. Now, she was the only one left. Imuroshi said seriously, Qin is hiding too many things. If you don't become Qin's man, it's impossible to know Qin's true colors. So let's not waste time. We have no conflict of interest with Qin, so we'd better not get involved with him in the future. Bing Qixue and the others nodded. They could not see Qin's true appearance, so they could only not offend Qin. They also planned to report this matter to their superiors, asking them to pay more attention to Qin and not to be careless. Jiao Xiaoyun smiled as she said, if you become Qin's man, you'll know Qin's secrets. Imuroshi, you can also become our husband's woman. Not only will you know Qin's secrets, but you'll also be able to enjoy extreme happiness every day. Qing Mu's face became red and she said shyly, Jiao Xiaoyun, why aren't you ashamed to say such a thing? Jiao Xiaoyun lightly laughed as she said, what's there to be ashamed about? Don't you enjoy it as well? Moreover, Imuroshi will become husband's woman sooner or later. Qing Mu's face became red and she punched at Jiao Xiaoyun. Jiao Xiaoyun smiled as she blocked Qing Mu's punch, and the two of them started to play around. This had not changed from before, and everyone could not help but feel envious of their relationship. Everyone else naturally understood what was going on. They had heard about this, and it seemed that the rumors were not wrong at all. Imuroshi's face became slightly red, but she did not think that she would become Zhao Fu's woman. She did not have any feelings for Zhao Fu. Elsewhere, the people from the Qingzhou province domain had gathered together, and Yuquan evilly smiled as he said, I heard that there are many beauties in the Qin Empire. Now that I've seen them for myself, they're all great beauties. I'm quite envious of that boy. Shuj glanced at him and said, I advise you to be more honest. Qin's imperial prince is unfathomable, and if you offend him, you'll die a miserable death. Moreover, the Qin Empire is not simple, and all of the major factions attach great importance to it. Ming Jian agreed as he said, that's right. I heard that Qin is incredibly terrifying, and no one has seen his true strength. He can deal with every crisis, and apart from possessing all sorts of terrifying methods, he has also grasped alchemy power and alchemy divine beasts. Niuhu said curiously, I'm also quite curious about how Qin grasps alchemy power and alchemy divine beasts. My faction sent me to gather information about this. If we can grasp this method, it will be very important to our faction, and we can even use it to resist the alchemy race. Yi Kuang said arrogantly, what are you afraid of? Qin is just a faction that has just become a royal kingdom. With our factions, we can easily destroy it. I think we should send a few armies over and force Qin to hand over the method. If he doesn't hand it over, we'll destroy it and take back all of its women and treasures. Yuquan evilly smiled as he said, I'll fully support this decision. Right now, I just want to do a few of Qin's concubines and have a taste of what they taste like. They're simply too alluring to me. Shuj frowned as she said, if you want to seek death, don't drag us down with you. With Qin's current strength, the various factions will not be so stupid. Also, Qin once used a barrier that even 10 or so royal kingdoms would not be able to break through. Niuhu nodded as he said, that's right. My faction is to properly befriend Qin and not forcefully obtain that method. I also won't offend Qin as much as possible. Hearing this, Yi Kuang felt quite disdainful as he said, I don't understand what Qin has to fear. That barrier is definitely very precious, and Qin can only use it once. Moreover, it's impossible for Qin to hide in the barrier forever. Once the barrier is broken, we'll destroy Qin. Your elder feels quite displeased just looking at Qin's legatee. Niuhu lightly harumphed, do whatever you want to do, it has nothing to do with me, I'm not that stupid. Yi Kuang said furiously, are you saying that I'm stupid? Niuhu said provocatively, I'm saying that you're stupid. What? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you anytime. Yi Kuang felt quite furious and wanted to explode out with power. Shish's expression was cold as she said, "If you continue to act like this, don't blame me for being impolite. I don't want to attract Qin's attention right now." Hearing Shish's words, the two of them calmed down. They understood how powerful Shish was and that she could easily defeat them. End of chapter 23:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.